Konoha I can synthesize ninjutsu. Chapter 1 Synthesize ninjutsu. Ding dong. Binding system successful. Please select the blood limit. 1 Byakugan. 2 corpse veins. 3 ice release. 4 Sharingan. Wang Li looked at the 4 options in front of him and got excited. Originally watching Naruto, he complained and shouted Kishimoto the old thief. Who knew that a black hole appeared on the computer desktop? Who knew that he was actually teleported to the Naruto world? And you can choose a blood limit at the beginning. Since you have to choose, you must be careful. Although there is no heaven-defying samsara I, there is a Byakugan that is said to be able to destroy the world. However, Wang Li thought that the Byakugan was like a cataract patient, so he couldn't help shaking his head. And the corpse veins are also heaven-defying. Thinking back to when Kimimaro was in critical condition, he almost killed Gaara in one move. The degree of violence can be imagined. However, Wang Li was horrified when he thought about using his own bones to fight, and he was very likely to get a bloodline disease. Kimimaro died from this. As for ice release, it is the bloodline limit of the Mizuno Tsuki clan in the Hidden Mist village. It is a combination of water release and wind release. Like the wood release of the first Hokage, it has infinite possibilities. When he saw the last Sharingan, Wang Li clicked it without hesitation. Although the Sharingan may not be the strongest, it is the coolest. Why do you need to be so fancy? Just be cool. Ding dong. Successfully selected the bloodline limit Sharingan. Fusion is in progress. Please wait. With a burst of system sounds, Wang Li felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if countless ants were biting his eyes. Ding dong. The Sharingan was successfully fused. This is a system product with no sequelae, please feel free to use it. Wang Li was ecstatic. The Sharingan can imitate ninjutsu, see-through moves, see-through illusions, etc., but it has a fatal weakness. That is, after upgrading to the Manjiki, using the special pupil technique too much will cause blindness. Wang Li was thinking about using it with restraint before, but now it seems that he can use it boldly. After the bloodline limit was selected, the system was silent. Wang Li began to look at the nearby scenery at this time. At this time, Wang Li was standing in a group of buildings. Looking up, he could see 4 heads carved on the cliffs in the distance. Konoha village. Whether it is the style of the building or the statues on the cliffs in the distance, it indicates that this is the Konoha village in Naruto. Wang Li was not happy for long, and suddenly there was a bang and the earth shook. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, a big hole was knocked out of the towering wall, and a giant snake twisted and crawled in. Konoha was attacked. Wang Li cursed in his heart. He had just crossed over and encountered Konoha being attacked. Many characters had not been visited one by one, and he encountered such a big plot. Konoha was attacked 4 times in total. The first 9 Tails incident. The second Orochimaru incident. The third Pain incident. The fourth Kaguya Otsutsuki incident. And looking at the troops attacking now, it should be the attack by Orochimaru during the second Chunin exam. Wang Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the last 2 times. Otherwise he wouldn't know how he died. As for the second time, the third Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was called the Encyclopedia of Ninjutsu, will die here. Oh my! If I don't go and see it, there will be no chance. Wang Li ran quickly, and gradually saw the lurking sand ninjas jumping out one by one on the road, fighting with the Konoha village ninjas who were on the way. Wang Li didn't dare to be careless, and he would die if he wasn't careful, so he quickly opened his Sharingan. Ding dong! Identify the ninjutsu Great Fireball technique. Ding dong! Identify the ninjutsu Wind Blade. Ding dong! It was found that the host had learned 2 low-level ninjutsu. Do you want to synthesize them? 100% success rate, 0% failure rate. Synthesis. 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 Since it is a 100% success rate, Wang Li has no reason to refuse. Ding dong. Synthesis is successful. Obtain the ninjutsu Phoenix Fire. Ding dong. Remaining synthesis times 2. Haha. It turns out that there is still a fish that slipped through the net here, let me send you on your way. With a loud laugh, a ninja from the sand village jumped out and stabbed Wang Li's neck with a kunai. Suddenly, Wang Li's Sharingan started to work rapidly, and all the actions of the sand ninja were captured in his eyes. Wang Li's body subconsciously retreated to the side, and his hands began to make seals non-stop. Fire escape. Phoenix Fire technique. With a light shout of the second disease bursting, Wang Li felt a burning heat in his lungs. With a strong spit, a large ball of flame was spit out, which dispersed into countless sparks, like a phoenix soaring out. Sharingan. Combination ninjutsu. Where did this kid come from? The sand ninja's eyes showed fear, and he didn't even have time to call for help before being taken away by countless phoenixes. Wang Li was ecstatic that the skills combined from 2 low-level ninjutsu were so powerful. What about high-level ninjutsu? Thinking of this, Wang Li couldn't help but fantasize. What can Rei's Nan and Reikari combine? What can Chibaku Tensei and Amaterasu combine? If it is Moon Blasting plus Naruto's harem technique, the combination is definitely a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques. For a moment, Wang Li's body arched up, and his eyes smiled like crescents. That's right. The third Hokage. The ninjutsu there are all high level. Chapter 2 Sage Body. Wang Li came to the arena of the Chunin exam. At this time, the arena had already turned into a huge battlefield. And on the high platform directly above the arena, a huge barrier blocked the entire roof. And in the barrier, there were trees growing everywhere. Wang Li's pupils shrank into pinholes instantly. It started. It seems that the speed has to be accelerated. Sharingan? Uchiha clan. The girl wearing a pink sleeveless tang suit and 2 buns on her head stopped and looked at Wang Li in confusion. Although Wang Li did not have any ninja characteristics, his blood-red eyes instantly attracted the attention of the people around him. Be careful! Just when the girl was stunned, a sand ninja stabbed the other party in the back with a kunai. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Ignore Tianation's crisis. Reward, 2. Hook Sharingan. 2. Block the attack for Tian Tian. Reward, 8 Gates of Dunjia. 3. Take the initiative to attack and relieve Tianation's crisis. Reward, Chunin Strength. 3. I choose 3. Without hesitation, Wang Li burst out. Suddenly Wang Li felt his body lightened, and the scarce chakra in his body instantly increased several times. He leaped up and threw Tian Tian to the ground, pressing his whole body on Tian Tian. Tianation's face instantly turned red, and he took out the kunai from his waist and pressed it against Wang Li's neck. You pervert! But Wang Li did not stop, and held Tian Tian up with both hands. Asshole! How dare you! Tian Tian just wanted to say something, and suddenly found a sand ninja holding a kunai with both hands, heading to the place where he just fell. If the speed was a little slower, both of them would probably die here. You are trying to save me? Tian Tian whispered, and when he saw a blood mark on Wang Li's neck, he felt ashamed. I'm sorry. Just now I thought. Don't be distracted. The enemy is not dead yet. Wang Li said in a deep voice. Then he began to seal with his hands, and the chakra in his body kept gathering. Fire escape. Phoenix Fire technique. In an instant, countless fire phoenixes flew out and ignited the sand ninja in front of him. Tian Tian looked at Wang Li's handsome face. He was obviously the same age as her, but he was indescribably reliable. Even more reliable than Niji. Her eyes began to blur. Wait. What's your name? When Tian Tian came to her senses, Wang Li had already turned around and ran towards the rooftop. Tian Tian was so angry that she stomped her feet, turned around and took out a huge scroll, and vented all her anger on the sand ninja. Ding dong! Identify illusion, phantom feather. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, clone jutsu. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, substitute jutsu. Ding dong! Found a synthesizable ninjutsu, illusion, phantom feather, fire style, fireball jutsu. Do you want to synthesize it? Success rate 100%, failure rate 0%. Synthesize. Ding dong! Congratulations on synthesizing ninjutsu, fire charm jutsu, 1 synthesis remaining. Wang Li was ecstatic. Although he now had the strength of a chunin, he only had the chakra and reaction speed of a chunin. Speaking of the number of ninjutsu, it is not even as good as the average genin. And now, by constantly copying ninjutsu through the Sharingan, his shortcomings have been made up for at once. Even with the existence of bloodline limit, his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary chunin. Who is it? Wang Li jumped onto the roof of the stands, and several Konoha ninjas ran over vigilantly, showing their kunao. But when they saw Wang Li's eyes, they breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha clan. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Help Orochimaru kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reward, Samsara Eye. 2. Help Sarutobi Hiruzen repel Orochimaru. Reward, Primary Sage Body. Wang Li was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would directly use 2 magical skills at once. Needless to say, Nagato destroyed the entire Konoha village with the Samsara Eye alone. The most amazing thing is that with the Samsara Eye ability, instantly revive everyone. Not to mention the Sage Body, the first generation of Hokage relied on the Sage Body to have endless chakra. Only in this way can he support his endless release of ninjutsu. Wang Li touched his chin in a tangled way. He was no longer a child and wanted both rewards. But the system is like a cold machine, and it doesn't give you any chance to talk about personal connections. Choose 2. In desperation, Wang Li finally chose the Sage Body. He has the Sharingan, which can copy other people's ninjutsu infinitely. This requires a lot of chakra. And if you choose the Sage Body, your own speed can also be raised to a higher level. Enough for Wang Li to ensure his own safety in various battles. Although the Samsara Eye is powerful, all kinds of pupil techniques require huge chakra. With Wang Li's current strength as a chunin, I'm afraid it can't be supported at all. And Wang Li already has the Sharingan, and getting the Samsara Eye at this time is completely an overflow of benefits. The most critical. Wang Li didn't want to be with Orochimaru. Becoming a rebel ninja was still a light punishment. Don't let Orochimaru take away your body and you won't even have a place to cry. As soon as the option was clicked, Wang Li felt as if his body was on fire. Endless chakra burst out from his abdomen and spread along the meridians to every corner of his body. Uchiha boy! Why are you in a daze here? Leave quickly, it's dangerous here. I'm here to save the Hokage. Although I can't see what's going on inside, it will be dangerous if I don't go in and help quickly. Several jonin laughed bitterly. They knew how dangerous it was inside. But no one could break the 4 purple flame formation outside. It was completely a powerless thing. Wang Li touched his nose and smiled, and said confidently, "Don't worry. I'll take care of this barrier." Chapter 3 Repel Orochimaru. The 4 purple flame formation is guarded by 4 powerful seal masters under Orochimaru. Each of the 4 has the strength of a chunin. The 4 chunin were no threat to the several Konoha jonins. But the 4 purple flame formation completely protected the 4 people, and they could only be broken from the inside out. Don't be impulsive, Uchiha boy. This barrier is very aggressive, don't touch it. Bingzu Lietong said anxiously, covering the wound on his shoulder. Wang Li glanced at the several charred bodies on the ground and smiled disapprovingly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Reckless! Bingzu Lietong shouted angrily, and because he pulled the wound too hard, blood coughed out of his mouth directly. This is not the place for you, a genin. If you want to do something for Konoha, go and evacuate the civilians. The severe pain made Bingzu Lietong narrow his eyes, but it was difficult to hide the appreciation in his eyes. Sorry, I've made up my mind. Wang Li said as he walked to Taewia and began to make seals with his hands. Stop this kid! This kid with such a will of fire must not be allowed to die here. With the prestige of Bingzu Lietong, several people around him rushed over without hesitation, trying to stop Wang Li who was going to die. Illusion. Fire charm technique. As Wang Li shouted, Taewia's eyes turned pink, and a silly smile gradually appeared on his face. He walked towards Wang Li like a zombie with his hands loosened. Taewia! What are you doing? Sakan shouted angrily, and Taewia came back to his senses instantly. But due to Taewia's mistake just now, a huge gap appeared in the four purple flame formation. That kid actually did it. Bingzu Lietong looked at Wang Li in disbelief. I didn't expect that what several jonin hadn't done was actually done by a child. But seeing Wang Li's pupils, Bingzu Lietong was instantly relieved. Illusions superimposed with Sharingan are definitely not as simple as 1+1. It's not surprising that the barrier can be broken by this. However, because of this, Bingzu Lietong looked at Wang Li more favorably. Uchiha boy, you did a good job. Leave it to us next. In an instant, several jonin rushed directly into the barrier. Oh my! So fast? If you are slower, you can't steal the skills. Wang Li hurriedly wanted to rush in, but just after running 2 steps, a crisp flute sound came over, causing Wang Li's chakra to boil continuously. Boy! Just you want to go in? Taewia looked at Wang Li with resentful eyes, wishing to swallow Wang Li in one bite. Magic flute! Magic sound lock! With Taewia's low shout, the sound of the flute began to hurry up. And Wang Li's eyes began to become dull, and his arms were spread out as if he was nailed to a cross. Taewia showed a smug smile on his face, pulled out a kunao in his hand, and walked towards Wang Li with a hideous face. You dare to get in my way, this is what will happen. As soon as he finished speaking, the kunao passed through Wang Li's neck. Bang! The moment the kunao passed, Wang Li instantly turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared on the spot. Shadow clone technique. Bastard! At this time, the 4 purple flame formation was like a tropical rainforest, with countless trees intertwined. And the ground that was originally tiles turned into a pool of mud, and stepping on it could even splash mud and water. At this time, the 3rd generation was fighting hard. Although he had the help of the monkey demon, his opponents were the 1st and 2nd generations of Hokage. Even if his strength could not be fully exerted, he still suppressed the 3rd generation. Hokage! We are here to help you. Bingzu Lietong rushed to the front with a kunao, but when he saw the enemy, he was stunned. What the hell is going on? Seeing the people rushing in, Orochimaru couldn't help but frowned, but then smiled coldly. Old man, someone came in to die. You must remember that they died because of you. Wood release. The birth of the Wood Realm. Hashirama Senju, who was originally fighting the 3rd Hokage, suddenly clasped his fingers and shouted. Instantly, countless branches flew up from the ground and headed towards Raito and others. Not good. Run! As expected of Konoha's jonin, they reacted instantly. But the growth rate of the trees increased rapidly, and the last few people were tied up in an instant. With a wail, blood flowed from the gaps in the trees. Ha ha ha! What does it feel like to be killed by the 1st Hokage who you worship as a god? Orochimaru laughed wantonly. Raito and others trembled with anger, and then disappeared from the spot, as if they had never appeared. Raito, don't! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted anxiously. It's too late. Orochimaru smiled triumphantly, raised his right hand and grabbed out of thin air, and a figure gradually appeared. "If you want to assassinate me, at least hide your murderous intent. But you won't have a next time." Orochimaru chuckled, and gradually tightened his grip on the hand holding the Raito. Raito showed a painful expression on his face, and his limbs kept struggling. At this moment, a rapid flute sound came. Orochimaru looked in the direction of the flute in confusion, but the moment he turned his head, Orochimaru found that he was trapped on the cross, and there were souls floating around. "Teiwa! What are you doing?" Orochimaru roared angrily. As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a childish face appeared in front of him. And this face looked 2 years younger than Teiwa. "I'm not Teiwa. My name is Wang Li. Wang Li. Wang Li." Orochimaru repeated several times, his face gradually becoming colder. "You are the second man who made me fall into illusion. Sharingan. No wonder it's like this. Then become my body." Orochimaru quickly grabbed Wang Li with one hand. Wang Li hurriedly kicked out with force, directly kicking Orochimaru away. And Wang Li also used this force to pull back the distance. "I'm sorry, I don't want to give this body to others. And I forgot to remind you that my kunao is covered with poison." Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then his throat itched, and with a cough, a ball of black blood was coughed out. Orochimaru stared at Wang Li with a pair of snake eyes angrily. Orochimaru is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, with the strength of Kage. Even the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was suppressed by him. But right now, he was actually hurt by a little guy. Although it was a sneak attack, it was also an incomparable shame. "Wang Li! Wang Li! Wang Li! Remember this. Sooner or later, you will become a part of me." Orochimaru said this and took a weak step back. Teiwa and others quickly appeared and supported Orochimaru, and then quickly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 4: The Inevitable Plot Killing. Orochimaru ran away and Wang Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Orochimaru has the strength of a Kage. If he really wants to catch Wang Li, there will definitely not be too much suspense. Bian Zuoleitong dragged his heavy body and walked over. A pair of eyes looked at Wang Li with gratitude. "Uchiha boy, thank you very much. I will remember this life-saving grace." Wang Li smiled bitterly, and Bian Zuoleitong's way of thanking him made Wang Li a little unacceptable. The tone of his speech was as if he owed him money. But thinking that he was only 12 years old now, he understood it instantly. Bian Zuoleitong was a special jonin of Konoha. He was saved by a 12-year-old kid, so he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Wang Li was not really a 12-year-old kid, so he naturally wouldn't expose him in front of him. "You rest here, I'll go help the 3rd generation." "Wait." Bian Zuoleitong halfway through the conversation, a sharp pain kept stimulating the nerves, and he couldn't help but take a breath. When he came to his senses and wanted to stop it, it was too late. Although several jonin joined, the 3rd generation was still suppressed by the 1st and 2nd generations. The old face of the 3rd generation gradually showed fatigue. "It seems there is no other way." The 3rd generation smiled bitterly, and his frowning eyebrows gradually relaxed. "Si highway mao suzi iuusi. Shiki Fujin." Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, and a light blue figure gradually appeared behind him. Looking closely, there was a death god in a white robe behind the light blue figure. Wang Li smiled bitterly and stopped. Still didn't stop it. Shiki Fujin is an S-level sealing ninjutsu. At the cost of one's own soul, a contract is signed with the death god to completely seal the enemy. Once this technique is performed, it is difficult to stop. "My ninjutsu." Wang Li felt heartbroken. Sarutobi Hiruzen was called the professor of ninjutsu, and he had countless ninjutsu in his mind. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen has been put on the gallows of the god of death, and it seems that he can only rely on himself to collect ninjutsu. The souls of the first and second generation Hokage were taken away, and they smiled with relief on their faces. They turned into dust and scattered on the ground without saying thank you. The third generation smiled kindly, and his eyes gradually lost their spirit. Wang Li shook his head, then turned around and left quickly. While the battle was not over, he had to steal more skills. Watching Wang Li leave, Bingzu Lietong shook his head sadly and said, I didn't expect the death of the third generation Hokage to be such a big blow to him. It seems that I have to comfort him later. Due to the defeat of Orochimaru, Konoha gradually took the initiative. The biggest secret weapon of the Sand Ninja was also suppressed by Naruto, and began to be completely defeated. The fierce battle gradually subsided. Wang Li looked at the long row of ninjutsu with satisfaction. Although most of them were basic ninjutsu of level D and E, there were 7 or 8 that could be combined. If there was not one more combination left, a series of advanced ninjutsu would have been born. But Wang Li was not going to use it. Good steel should be used on the blade. He must find an opportunity to learn Naruto's trick. At that time, it will be combined with the multiple shadow clone technique to form the harem technique, which can be both offensive and defensive. Even Jiraiya's intimate paradise dare not write so. However, seeing the wailing of Konoha village and people crying everywhere, the sadness came from the bottom of his heart. It seems that this is not the time yet. Let's talk about it after a while. At the funeral of the third generation, Wang Li was arranged in the second row. The first row was the closest people of Sarutobi Hiruzen and several senior officials. The second row was the people who performed well in this battle, most of whom were elite jonin. Little ghosts like Wang Li stood in the middle and instantly became the focus. After obtaining the primary immortal body, the body's perception was greatly improved, and he could clearly feel the gazes from everyone. There was fascination. There was curiosity. There was admiration. And there were even several murderous auras coming from them. It seems that there are still many spies inside Konoha. After this battle, the secret of Wang Li's blood-red eyes became known to everyone. Originally, Danzo wanted to identify Wang Li as a spy, but fortunately, Bingzu Lietong guaranteed it at the risk of his life, so he gave up, and he successfully became a member of the Uchiha clan. Others don't know the true face of Danzo, but Wang Li knows it very well. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, Danzo must get rid of this trouble of his, and take the Sharingan away and add it to his collection. Wang Li smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would not only have to defend against spies from other ninja villages, but also prevent fighting within Konoha village. It seems that I must improve my strength quickly. After the funeral, everyone lowered their heads and slowly left. The scar on the face of the same person was scary enough, and now Wang Li was frightened by the stern face. Wang Li, you can directly get a new house during the reconstruction, but before that, I rented a house next to mine for you. Wang Li naturally couldn't laugh in such an occasion, and could only nod slightly in response. Just as the two were about to leave, a girl with 2 buns came over. Wang Lijun. Thank you for saving my life before. Tian Tian said hesitantly, and her face was actually stained with a blush. After hesitating for a moment, Tian Tian stretched out his hands hidden behind his back. With his head down, he raised a set of brand new ninja tools high in his hands. Wang Li was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the richest woman in Konoha actually had a good impression of him. Originally, Wang Li would gladly accept anything the other party gave him, but a set of ninja tools made Wang Li seem a little unacceptable. Thank you so much. Wang Li accepted the ninja tool awkwardly. Tian Tian saw Wang Li accept it, and a trace of joy appeared on his face, then he quickly covered his face with both hands and ran away. Bingzu Lietong coughed awkwardly twice, then said seriously, Go quickly, don't forget that there is something else. I really don't understand why Danzo-sama has been targeting you. Who knows? Wang Li stood in awe for a moment. What Bingzu Lietong said was nothing else, but that Wang Li officially became a ninja of Konoha. although he was only a genin. However, Wang Li knew very well in his heart that if he met a jonin of Konoha outside, he only needed to be careful. But if he met a Konoha genin, he had to turn around and run away. The most important thing is that after becoming a ninja of Konoha, Wang Li can start to accept missions. Make money by completing missions. The two came to the Hokage building. At this time, the desk where Sarutobi Hiruzen had been working was empty, and 3 people were sitting next to the desk. 2 old men, a man and a woman, and the other one was Shimura Danzo, who was wrapped in bandages and had extremely sharp eyes. Uchiha Wang Li. Chapter 5 Angry at Danzo. I am Wang Li, and I request to become a ninja of Konoha village. Wang Li said seriously, staring at Danzo. Danzo sat on the chair calmly, with no intention of answering. The 2 old men beside him did not dare to speak first. My lords, Wang Li played a significant role in rescuing the 3rd generation this time. And he also injured Orochimaru. He is definitely a qualified ninja. Bingzu Lietong said anxiously. I know he is a qualified ninja, but after all, Wang Li has been away for so many years, and everyone doesn't want another Kabuto to appear, right? So if you want to become a Konoha ninja, you must accept some investigation. Shimura Danzo said expressionlessly, but a fierce murderous aura shot out from his body. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Cooperate with Shimura Danzo in the investigation. Get white eyes. 2. Leave Konoha and become a rebel ninja. Get 8 gates of Dunjia. 3. Reject Shimura Danzo and refute. Get 2 trace Sharingan. I choose 3. Whether you choose 1 or 2, the result is the same. Why not choose 3 and give it a try? Shimura Danzo, you still have the nerve to talk about Kabuto. As the leader of the route, you let the spies of Sound Ninja stay in Konoha for more than 10 years. Don't you have any responsibility at all? Wang Li snorted coldly. For a moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that a 12-year-old child would speak so strongly and so sharply. Wang Li. What do you mean? No meaning. I just think you are not worthy of investigating me. My loyalty will be determined by all the ninjas and residents of Konoha. As for you, who let the enemy's spies stay in Konoha for more than 10 years, you are not qualified. You. My Uchiha clan has been loyal to Konoha village since the 1st generation. No villain can provoke the bond between Uchiha and Konoha. As soon as the voice fell, Shimura Danzo's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes stared at Wang Li. Wang Li didn't wait for Shimura Danzo to react, and took the forehead protector on the table and tied it on his forehead. My lord. From now on, I will become Konoha's genin. Do you have any objections? Good. You are very good. Uchiha Wang Li, I will remember your name. Shimura Danzo sneered and looked at Wang Li with a pair of eyes like a venomous snake. Thank you very much. Wang Li smiled slightly, and was unwilling to stay here any longer, so he turned around and left. Seeing this, Lei Tong bowed and immediately chased after him. Wang Li. You are really too reckless. Lord Danzo is in charge of the route, and you will never be out of the sight of the route after what you just said. Wang Li shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. In order to eradicate the roots, Shimura Danzo will definitely find ways to get rid of Wang Li. And if Suzuki hadn't had a Taki in the 3rd generation, I'm afraid his eyes would have been dug out long ago. But Wang Li has nothing to fear. Although he is only a genin in name, he has a double hook Sharingan and a sage body, and his strength can barely squeeze into the upper ninja. Just give Wang Li a little more time, and sooner or later he will reach the elite Jonin, or even the level of Kage. Just learn Naruto's trick again, and it's up to Wang Li to leave or stay. Lei Tong, you go back first, I'm going to meet 2 people. Okay. But you have to be careful on the road. Wang Li smiled bitterly, and naturally understood the meaning of parallelism. But now that he came to Konoha, there are 3 people he has to see. Wang Li searched in Konoha for a long time and walked to a ramen shop. The words Ichiraku were written in large letters on the ramen shop. He opened the curtain and saw a blonde boy eating ramen with great relish, with a satisfied expression on his face. Naruto. The blonde boy stopped using his chopsticks, turned his head in confusion with his mouth full of ramen. You are? Naruto thought for a moment, then stood up in surprise and said loudly, You are Uchiha Wang Li, the hero of Konoha. Wang Li touched his head and smiled bitterly. The hero of Konoha mentioned by Uzumaki Naruto was just considering whether to rebel against the village. However, his performance in the previous war deserved the title of Konoha hero. Wang Li saw that there was no one around, so he hurried to Uzumaki Naruto, put his mouth close to Naruto's ear and whispered. Naruto, can you use the move you used to defeat the third Hokage before? The move that defeated the third Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and looked at Wang Li in confusion. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized, You mean that move? Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Wang Li was ecstatic. In Wang Li's mind, this E-level ninjutsu has a higher priority than Rei's Nan Reikari and other S-level ninjutsu. After all, with it, combined with the shadow clone technique, you can get a dream ninjutsu. That will be a blessing for single dogs. The dreamland that steel straight men dream of. Uzumaki Naruto swallowed the remaining ramen in a big mouthful, then wiped the soup from his mouth with his hand and jumped directly from the chair. If it's an adult like the lecherous sage, I won't agree. But you are a hero of Konoha, and I will never refuse your request. Wang Li's breathing became rapid, and he quickly opened his blood-red eyes, fearing that he would miss any details. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Wang Li strangely, always feeling that the hero of Konoha in front of him was the same kind of person as Jiraiya. But I don't have any evidence, so I dare not say or ask. Uchiha Wang Li. You are my target now. I am the man who wants to become the Hokage. Next is my own ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. Naruto. Naruto. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was about to perform the legendary ninjutsu, a sudden anxious voice came over. Naruto put his hands away in panic when he heard the voice. Not long after, a woman with short pink hair ran over. When she saw Uzumaki Naruto, she was like seeing a savior. Naruto. Sasuke is gone. Wang Li frowned directly. Instead of calling her Harano Sakura, Wang Li prefers to call her Sakura bitch. She has always liked Sasuke, but she has never given Naruto a clear answer, and even hooked up with Naruto several times. No matter what happens, the first reaction is to ask Naruto for help. Naruto risked his life for her as if it was natural, but Sasuke could make her feel passionate with just a glance. What a bitch. And this time she came to Naruto for help again. Especially interrupting the simple ninjutsu exchange between Wang Li and Naruto, how could this be tolerated? It was definitely not for other reasons. But the second person he wanted to see was Uchiha Sasuke, who also had the Sharingan. So Wang Li stood up, frowned and said, I'll go with you to find him. Just as Wang Li and others left, several figures suddenly flashed by, and bursts of murderous aura flashed in their eyes. Uchiha Wang Li. Is this the guy? Chapter 6 Killing Sasuke with one hand. Konoha village is one of the 5 major ninja villages. Finding someone in Konoha is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Naruto Uzumaki is worthy of being Sasuke Uchiha's good friend. He didn't waste much time and found Sasuke in a deserted training ground. Wang Li looked around and found that the training ground was almost at the wall of Konoha. When he saw the fan-like pattern on the building not far away, he understood it instantly. Due to the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan was excluded by Danzo and directly arranged to the most remote corner of Konoha village. If possible, Shimura Danzo wanted to drive the Uchiha clan out of Konoha. And the third generation did not do much to stop it, and directly acquiesced to it. This is also the main reason why the Uchiha clan rebelled. Wang Li saw Sasuke with hatred in his eyes at this time, and couldn't help shaking his head and saying, "Stupid brother." Seeing that Sasuke was safe and sound, Harano Sakura immediately shook off Naruto and ran over quickly. "Sasuke, you're here. I thought you disappeared." Sasuke stopped training and turned to look over. He saw Wang Li standing in the distance. Then Sasuke ignored Harano Sakura and walked straight to Wang Li. Wang Li was secretly happy. Sakura, the dog, was finally ignored. "You are Wang Li. I hope you can be my sparring partner. If I can't even beat you, that person is even less likely to be able to do it." Wang Li's mouth twitched, and he was furious. "What do you mean if I can't even beat you?" Although he is not attack his opponent, it's not necessary to describe him like this. Is it that the sky is clear and the rain has stopped, and you feel that you can fight again? Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Reject Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, Summoning Beast. 2. Agree to Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, Earth Attribute Chakra. 3. Taunt Uchiha Sasuke and fight with one hand. Reward, One-handed Seal. Once the summoning beast is signed, it cannot be contracted with other summoning beasts. The summoning beast may randomly get a super powerful summoning beast of the shadow level. It will also randomly get some useless summoning beasts. What's more, Wang Li wants to beat Sasuke now, so the first option is directly abandoned. As for the second option, Wang Li has no attribute chakra at this time, and any ninjutsu he uses will be greatly discounted. But unfortunately, Wang Li does not know earth-based ninjutsu for the time being. So option 2 is also abandoned directly. Then the choice is obvious. I choose 3. After the selection, Wang Li took 2 steps towards Uchiha Sasuke, with a provocative look in his eyes. "With you, you will never be your brother's opponent in your life. You want to win him, unless he lets you go." For a moment, Sasuke's pupils shrank into needles. A kunai was drawn from his hand without any warning, flying straight towards Wang Li. Wang Li tilted his head disapprovingly and easily avoided the kunai. "With your strength, you are not worthy of being my opponent. But for the sake of this pair of Sharingan, I will give you a hand." Sasuke was so angry that he trembled all over. I don't know when the Sharingan had been completely opened. "Wang Li, I will make you regret saying this." As soon as the voice fell, Sasuke kept making seals with both hands, and then took a deep breath and a pillar of fire came out of his mouth. Fire escape. Big fireball technique. The fireball burned for about 3 seconds, and when the fire receded, a human-shaped black charcoal was found in the same place. "So weak? You even threatened to defeat me with one hand." Sasuke snorted coldly, then took out a kunai and threw it at the charcoal. The moment the kunai was inserted into the charcoal suddenly emitted a puff of smoke and disappeared on the spot. Shadow clone. Sasuke was startled, then immediately jumped away, his eyes constantly looking for Wang Li's figure around. "Don't look, I'm here." Wang Li raised a smirk on his face and sat leisurely on a target. "You cheated. Didn't you say you would only use one hand?" Sakura asked before Sasuke spoke. Wang Li sneered. Harano Sakura was indeed Sasuke's #1 dog. She came before Sasuke even said anything. A typical emperor who is in a hurry to die. Yes, ordinary ninjas must rely on both hands to seal in order to perform ninjutsu. But I'm not an ordinary ninja. Wang Li said as he stretched out his right hand, his palm constantly changing. Shadow clone technique. Following a puff of smoke, a man who looked exactly like Wang Li stood beside him. "Just play with my shadow clone." Wang Li's shadow clone quickly ran towards Sasuke, and with a few simple instant body techniques, he came to Sasuke's side. "Don't look down on me!" Sasuke roared. Wang Li had the strength of a jonin. And even the shadow clone could not help but overwhelm Sasuke. "You forced me to do this." Sasuke jumped several times, distanced himself from Wang Li's shadow clone, and then began to seal his hands, with his claws like eagle claws grabbing the ground out of thin air. Suddenly, it was as if thousands of birds were chirping, and light blue arcs kept jumping on his wrists. Ding dong! Identify Thunder Release, Chidori. Wang Li's face was filled with ecstasy. Although Wang Li identified a lot of ninjutsu, they were all D-level ninjutsu, which were fancy but lacked the effect of a fatal blow. The ultimate purpose of this visit to Suzuki is to steal the A-level ninjutsu, Chidori. Chidori? Let me show you what the real Chidori is. As Wang Li formed a seal with one hand, a series of light blue arcs kept jumping, and the size of the arcs was even much larger than Sasuke's. How is it possible? My ninjutsu was learned by him. Suzuki looked at Wang Li in disbelief, even doubting his life. Chidori is a ninjutsu that Suzuki learned after a month of intensive training. But even after a month of training, he still didn't fully master it, and many details were not handled well. But Wang Li only took a glance and copied it, and his momentum was even greater than Sasuke's. This made Suzuki, who was already a little doubtful about himself, even more unacceptable in his heart. Impossible! Impossible! This must be an illusion. Suzuki kept shaking his head, and then his eyes became firm, and he rushed towards Wang Li like flying. Accompanied by a burst of bird calls, Suzuki was like lightning, dragging a long arc behind him. Wang Li raised his hand disapprovingly and pushed forward gently. Bang! The two Chidori collided, making a loud explosion. The huge shock wave directly sent Suzuki flying, his hands shaking constantly. Wang Li stood there with a calm face, looking at Suzuki with disdain. Seeing this, Sakura ran over quickly and helped Suzuki up. If Wang Li hadn't stopped in time, Suzuki would not only have suffered a little skin injury, but his whole hand would have been disabled. See, this is the gap between you and me. With your level, it's a pipe dream to want to defeat him. Chapter 7 Spoiler. Uchiha Suzuki lowered his head, his face full of disappointment. Do I really have no chance of defeating him? Ding dong. Trigger the selection task. 1. Do not answer. Reward, Water Chakra. 2. Deceive Suzuki and give encouragement. Reward, Fire Chakra. 3. Taunt Suzuki. Reward, Lightning Chakra. Wang Li's mouth corners slightly raised. Originally, Suzuki contributed Chidori and planned to comfort him. But the system doesn't seem to give Wang Li this chance at all. Choose 3. Wang Li walked to Suzuki with a smug smile on his face. You want to defeat him? You, a waste? I gave you the answer at the beginning, unless he lets you go. And you will really see the difference in strength between you and him soon. Harano Sakura frowned and walked towards Wang Li angrily. You have already defeated Suzuki, there is no need to mock you like this. People like you are really too bad. Wang Li's mouth twitched, and he felt inexplicably unhappy when being called bad by Sakura. Uchiha Suzuki ignored Harano Sakura directly, walked to Wang Li, and grabbed Wang Li's shoulders with trembling hands. You say? Is that guy coming to Konoha? Do you know something? Wang Li was stunned for a moment, and accidentally spoiled it. Uchiha Itachi was indeed coming soon, but he came because the third generation died and he was worried about Suzuki. Wang Li also admired Uchiha Itachi very much, for paying such a high price to escort Suzuki. Suzuki, I only have one thing to say, you must always believe in your relatives. Trust your relatives? That guy even killed his own parents, how can you let me believe? As soon as Uchiha Itachi was mentioned, Suzuki suddenly lost his mind. Wang Li smiled bitterly. Since Uchiha Itachi had set up such a big game, Wang Li was unwilling to show his cards. Just as he was about to leave, several murderous auras suddenly came over. Wang Li subconsciously jumped away, and several cold kunai were inserted at the position where he had just stood. Wang Li was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. If he hadn't had a primary immortal body and his perception had increased significantly, he would never have discovered the sneak attack just now. You are worthy of being a hero of Konoha, your perception ability is so strong. But no matter how strong you are, can you escape the assassination of our 3 senior ninjas today? With a burst of cold voices, 3 figures appeared not far away. The 3 ninjas wore strange masks on their faces, which looked like masks of the Anbu, and they looked a bit cute. However, each of them carried a short sword behind him, and even if he was more than 10 meters away, Wang Li could smell a faint smell of death. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Escape. Quickly seal. 2. Fight the enemy together with Team 7. Physical skills, 8 gates of Dunjia. 3. Fight the enemy alone. The number of ninjutsu synthesis increases by 1. Wang Li naturally gave up on escaping. If he ran away, Team 7 would be in danger of life, and even affect the subsequent plot. As for the second option, although the 8 gates of Dunjia is powerful, Wang Li will never consider the move that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and hurts himself 800 times before the immortal body is upgraded to a high level. Then there is only option 3. The number of ninjutsu synthesis was only given 3 times at the beginning, and so many selection tasks before it were not refreshed. Now that it is finally out once, Wang Li will naturally not let it go. I choose 3. You 3, hurry up, leave this to me. Wang Li frowned and looked at the 3 people in front of him. Although Wang Li killed a lot of ninjas when fighting against the Sand Ninja, but the ninjas Wang Li killed at that time were all Genin and Chunin. Facing 3 Jonin at the same time, he felt a huge pressure. No. I will never leave my partners behind. Uzumaki Naruto said with a firm look, and then walked to Wang Li and prepared to fight at any time. Suzuki and Sakura also reacted immediately and stood on both sides of Wang Li. Although I hate you, I can't do such a thing as leaving my partners behind. You haven't answered me about that person yet, so I will never leave you behind. Wang Li felt a little touched. It is not unreasonable that the 3 little strong men can be recognized by so many people. Hurry up! Escape from 3 directions and find ninjas in the village to support. Otherwise, you will die. But. No buts. Hurry up! The 3 were yelled at by Wang Li, and hesitated. Then Uzumaki Naruto looked at Wang Li with a firm gaze and said. Okay. But you must wait for us to come back. The 3 little strong men left quickly, and the 3 ninjas had no intention of stopping them, and they still stood quietly in the same place. I have to admit that you are very smart, Uchiha Wang Li. Knowing that those 3 guys are not of much use, letting them go is to give them a way to live. But you must die here today. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Li suddenly found that one of the 3 people who were originally standing had been missing. Instantly, Wang Li's pupils shrank into needles. Success! With 1 knife, blood splashed. But then a cloud of white smoke rose, and Wang Li turned into 2 pieces of wood and fell to the ground. Substitution technique. What a speed this kid is! As expected of a hero of Konoha, everyone cheered up. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. With Wang Li's roar, countless fire phoenixes flew from afar, and wherever they passed, all the flames were burning. What's wrong? The 3 people fled quickly, but even if they reacted immediately, some people were still hit. Ah! This kid is not simple. Although the enemy was hit, because the opponent was a senior ninja, he avoided the key parts and only caused a little minor damage. Earth escape. Earth Dragon Bullet. Water escape. Water Dragon Bullet. The 2 ninjas quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, an earth dragon and a water dragon flew towards Wang Li. Ding dong! Identify earth escape, earth dragon bullet. Ding dong! Identify water escape, water dragon bullet. Ding dong! Detected that the ninjutsu can be synthesized, earth escape, earth dragon bullet. Water escape, Water Dragon Bullet. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesis success rate 60%, synthesis failure rate 40%. Synthesize. Synthesize. Wang Li didn't have much time to think, and immediately clicked on the synthesis. Ding dong. Synthesis successful. Ding dong. Obtained ninjutsu. Earth escape, mud flow wall. Wang Li was delighted, and quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and then shouted. Earth escape. Mud flow wall. Suddenly, the ground under the feet of the three ninjas turned into mud, flowing rapidly like a landslide. The three ninjas immediately dodged when they saw this. But two of them didn't have time to dodge and were directly swept into the mud flow. In less than a second, they were swallowed by the mud flow and completely lost their voice. As for the earth escape, Earth Dragon Bullet and Water Escape, Water Dragon Bullet, they immediately lost their accuracy because there was no operator to operate them, and brushed past Wang Li. However, they also soaked the ground thoroughly. Water Escape. Water Prison Technique. Suddenly a voice came from behind Wang Li, and the water column wrapped Wang Li in it like a bubble. Not good. There is actually a fourth person. Chapter 8 Suzuki becomes a disciple. So what if he is a hero of Konoha? I still caught him. The ninja laughed wantonly. However, the body cannot move during the water prison technique. In particular, this ninja used both hands to cast Wang Li at the same time to ensure the success of the water prison technique. Now, in order to maintain the water prison technique, both hands are useless. Quick! Come and kill this kid. If other jonin come, it will be difficult to explain to Lord Shimura. Hearing the call of his partner, another ninja swayed his body left and right and walked over like a zombie. The distance was originally only a dozen meters. But it took nearly half a minute to walk. Hurry up! Don't make trouble! The ninja took out a kunao from his pocket and walked to Wang Li's side. At this time, only a slight stroke of the kunao is needed, and Wang Li, the hero of Konoha, will die here completely. Did Shimura Danzo really ask you to come? What is the reason? You must kill me. Anyway, you are already a dead man. It doesn't matter if I tell you. You are not wrong, I admire you for being a hero of Konoha. The mistake is your eyes. The Uchiha clan should all die. The ninja said, becoming even more proud. In that case, then you can die. Wang Li snorted coldly. The ninja looked at Wang Li in confusion, and before he understood the situation, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The ninja looked up in disbelief. His partner, who had been with him day and night, actually stabbed him with a kunao. Why? The ninja staggered to the ground and looked at his companion unwillingly. The water prison technique was no longer supported by chakra, and it instantly turned into ordinary water, scattered all over the ground. Wang Li sneered and walked to his ninja companion and took away his mask. I saw a silly smile on his weather-beaten face. His eyes were blurred and he looked at Wang Li intently. Wang Li couldn't help but shiver all over. Although he knew that he was hit by the fire charm technique, he still got goosebumps when he was stared at by a big man like this. What an illusion! Who are you, when did you perform it? The ninja asked unwillingly, covering his wound. That's not something you should know. Wang Li said, taking out a kunao and killing both ninjas. Oh my! Fortunately, I learned to make a seal with one hand, otherwise I would have died here. The body cannot move in a large range during the water prison technique, but the fingers can barely make seals. With this, the fire charm technique was used at the moment when the ninja was completely relaxed, and it was successfully controlled. Wang Li complained in his heart, turned his head and shouted to the bushes not far away, "Come out, don't hide anymore." As soon as the voice fell, a boy in a black jumpsuit came out. The boy had a stern face and suppressed his anger in his chest. Why should the Uchiha clan die? Will I be their next target? You don't have to think so much, you just need to keep getting stronger. Otherwise, you Uchiha clan members will die in vain. Get stronger. Uchiha Wang Li, can you help me become stronger? Sasuke looked at Wang Li with firm eyes. You have Kakashi teacher to teach you, he is an elite jonin, much better than me. Sasuke shook his head and looked at Wang Li resolutely. Now I don't trust anyone except you. Forget it. Ding dong. Trigger the task selection. 1. Agree to Sasuke. Reward, Intermediate Illusion Mastery. 2. Reject Sasuke. Reward, Intermediate Physical Skill Mastery. Wang Li looked at the reward with a wry smile. Physical skills are now Wang Li's biggest weakness. If he gets close, he will be easily suppressed. However, Wang Li has tasted the sweetness of illusion several times in a row. If he is proficient, then the power of illusion will be even greater. After struggling for a long time, Wang Li shook his head helplessly. I choose 1. Sasuke, although you are not a genius in terms of talent, you have achieved such an achievement so far, which shows that you are a genius with hard work. I can teach you. But I absolutely cannot let anyone know. Really? Sasuke was ecstatic, and was about to say more words of gratitude, but Wang Li made a booing gesture. Someone is here, don't say anything. As soon as the voice fell, 5 figures jumped out. In the crowd, Lei Tong finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Li was fine. Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, Yui Kurane, and Lei Tong. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. The lineup in front of him could be said to be very luxurious. I'm afraid that only Uzumaki Naruto could invite so many people. Lei Tong and others kept asking about the situation at that time, while Hitaki Kakashi stood there blankly, looking at the corpses and traces of battle on the ground, and was shocked. This kid is not simple. Although he is only a genin, he definitely has the strength of a jonin. Okay, all of you stop for a while. Don't ask the next thing. Why? The incidents of the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja just ended, and our Konoha hero was assassinated. If we don't fight back, they will definitely think that we are easy to bully in Konoha, said Lei Tong unhappily. Yes, the Uchiha bloodline is rare, especially those who have opened the Sharingan. Only the Cloud Ninja village can do such a thing. Sarutobi Asuma took a puff of cigarette and said leisurely. For a moment, everyone frowned. It was the Cloud Ninja village that kidnapped Hinata Hyuga. Although the person was rescued, it also forced Hyuga Niji's father, Hyuga Ashizushi, to commit suicide. So when it comes to the Cloud Ninja village, everyone frowned. Do you really think it's the Cloud Ninja village? The Cloud Ninja village focuses on physical skills and lightning escape, and the body muscles are generally strong. Look at these 2 corpses again. Yes. These 2 corpses are indeed much thinner. Could it be the Hidden Mist village? A gloom rose on Might Guy's sunny face. There is a huge hatred between the Hidden Mist village and the Leaf village, and countless ninjas from the 2 villages died in the war. Especially Might Guy's father, Might Dai, died at the hands of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village. This still needs to be investigated. Just leave it to the Anbu, they are professionals. Hitaki Kakashi said perfunctorily, then took out a whistle from his pocket and blew it to the sky. Wang Li looked at Kakashi with admiration. No wonder Kakashi could fight anyone with a 50-50 chance. In addition to the strength of an elite jonin, he also has a super high IQ. And Kakashi's performance clearly shows that he knows the origins of these 2 ninjas, but he just doesn't want to say it. Fortunately, Wang Li doesn't have too many bad thoughts for the time being, otherwise he would be hard to escape no matter how he hides. Okay, Wang Li, don't run around when you encounter this kind of thing, come home with me first. Benzu Lietong walked to Wang Li, patted Wang Li's shoulder and said. Wang Li nodded slightly. There was only 1 ninja left that he wanted to meet. He could only find another opportunity next time. Chapter 9, The Last Piece of Meat. Following Benzu Lietong back home, Wang. The house that Wang Li rented temporarily was next to the house of Bingzu Lietong. Bingzu Lietong, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, had already prepared the necessities in the room. Otherwise, Wang Li, a penniless man, would have starved to death in the house even if he had a house. Wang Li, get ready. I have an appointment with Xianjian and Washi for dinner. Don't be late. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Bingzu Lietong, Shiranui Xianjian and Dai Washi are the strongest couriers in Naruto. The three of them can set up the Flying Thunder formation technique. During the Fourth Ninja World War, it was the three of them who sent the 5th Mizukage to the battlefield. Okay. Wait for me. Coming soon. Wang Li seemed very excited. It was not because he could steal the Flying Thunder formation technique. After all, this ninjutsu was very troublesome to use, and he could only be a courier at most. The main reason was that he had been coveting the delicacies of the Naruto world for a long time. The most famous delicacy in Konoha is Ichiraku ramen. The main reason is that the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto likes to eat, so the scenes of Ichiraku ramen have increased relatively. Although I passed by Ichiraku ramen just now, I could only watch Naruto eat because I was short of money. And now I am going to eat the second most famous barbecue in Konoha. For carnivores, barbecue is definitely the second life. Following the footsteps of Lei Tong to the barbecue restaurant, a fragrance hit me before I even entered the door. When I walked into the barbecue restaurant, Shiranui Genma and Dai Washi were already in the store, and even the barbecue was ordered. And in the barbecue restaurant, Wang Li also found the people of Team 10. Akimichi Koji was eating barbecue with relish. Nara Shikamaru was impatiently supporting his chin with his hand, trying to pick a piece of barbecue into his mouth. Yamanaka Ino looked at Koji angrily, obviously the barbecue was taken away. Asuma Sarutobi lost his usual cheerful smile due to the departure of the third Hokage, and sat alone in a chair in a sullen mood. Wang Li's arrival instantly attracted the attention of several people, especially Yamanaka Ino, who was originally very angry, and instantly turned into a graceful lady. Ding dong! Trigger the task selection. Take away the last piece of meat from Akimichi Koji. 1. Take away the barbecue and eat it immediately. Reward: Intermediate Speed Mastery. 2. Take away the barbecue and eat it 15 seconds later. Reward: Quick Seal. 3. Throw away the barbecue after taking it. Reward: Intermediate Physical Skill Mastery. Wang Li's mouth twitched. This is definitely a death wish. The last piece of meat is Akimichi Koji's last bottom line. These three options are undoubtedly testing Akimichi Koji's limit after the bottom line. However, after seeing the task reward, he decided to choose the quick seal. Wang Li is a ninjutsu and illusion ninja at this time, and the emphasis is on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Carry out a thorough fire suppression. Now that he has a primary immortal body and a lot of chakra, he only needs to consider the speed of the seal. And the fast seal is undoubtedly a powerful existence. I choose 2. After the choice, Wang Li took a deep breath and strode towards the 10th class. Looking around, there was still one piece of meat on the grill, and Akimichi Koji was staring at the grilled meat with his eyes. Seeing Wang Li coming, Yamanaka Ino stood up suddenly with her hands covering her mouth, and Akimichi Koji couldn't help looking at her. Wang Li's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the chopsticks and picked up the grilled meat. Akimichi Koji was stunned for a moment, and found that the meat on Wang Li's chopsticks was particularly familiar. He looked down at the grill and found that the piece of meat he valued most had disappeared. Akimichi Koji stood up angrily. The last piece of meat is the interpretation of deliciousness. It is the pinnacle of deliciousness. It is my life. Give it back to me quickly. Wang Li swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that the fat man who was harmless just now could burst out with such a huge momentum in an instant. Just like Shura walking out of hell. But Wang Li was also ready to shoot. Although he didn't know what the punishment would be after the mission failed, it would definitely make people desperate. I robbed the meat with my own ability, why should I give it back? Wang Li said while counting silently in his heart. Another troublesome guy. Nara Shikamaru slapped his head and said helplessly. Damn it! Give it back to me! Akimichi Koji couldn't bear it anymore, jumped off the chair directly, and pounced on Wang Li. Although Wang Li is not a speed-type ninja, Akimichi Koji is not a speed-type ninja either. Wang Li relies on the bonus of the primary immortal body, and his speed far exceeds Akimichi Koji, unless he uses that trick. However, Akimichi Koji rushed over like a tiger descending from a mountain, and his momentum frightened Wang Li so much that his hair stood on end. Koji! Just give that piece of meat to Wang Li, it's just a piece of meat. Yamanaka Ino complained. No. This last piece of barbecue is my way of ninja, I can never give it up. Under the temptation of barbecue, Akimichi Koji's speed gradually increased. Fast. The speed was nearly twice as fast as before, and it was even catching up with Wang Li's pace. Wang Li had never seen a fat man so fast before, and he secretly swore in his heart that if he could survive today, he would never mess with this fat man again. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. The moment the time was up, Wang Li threw the barbecue into his mouth, chewed it gently for a few times, and swallowed it in one mouthful. For a moment, the aroma of meat filled Wang Li's nose, and the taste of barbecue kept stimulating the taste buds, and he inexplicably felt a sense of happiness. Although the dishes in the Naruto world do not have so many seasonings. But the meat in the Naruto world is completely original and not polluted at all. Just a simple cooking, directly beat all kinds of well-known barbecue restaurants. Okay, I've eaten this piece of meat. Next time I'll treat you to a barbecue meal alone. What are you going to do? You actually ate my last piece of barbecue. Look at my multiplication technique. Akimichi Koji roared. Then the whole arm kept growing bigger, and soon the arm became the size of a person. Ding dong! Identify the multiplication technique. Akimichi Koji raised his enlarged hands and began to wave them non-stop, trying to catch the annoying guy in front of him. Originally, his speed was not as fast as Wang Li, and now his hands were bigger, his speed was much slower, and his two hands could not even touch the corner of Wang Li's clothes. However, the palm wind from the huge arm almost blew Wang Li off his feet. Damn it! I can't control it, illusion. Fire charm technique. Wang Li stopped and his blood-red eyes moved rapidly. Akimichi Koji's body was just stunned for a moment, and then his eyes continued to burn with anger, and his two hands quickly grabbed Wang Li. Wang Li was stunned for a moment. Even Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, was hit by his own illusion. But when it came to Akimichi Koji, it seemed that there was no reaction at all. Oh my god! I met a tough guy, I don't know how to end this time. Chapter 10 Akatsuki Organization. Human Bomb Tank. Akimichi Koji shouted angrily, and the whole person shrank into a ball, and then rolled rapidly. Fortunately, the two of them had already arrived outside the barbecue restaurant, otherwise this move would have completely destroyed the entire barbecue restaurant. The originally fat Akimichi Koji, after turning into a ball, increased his speed by a level. Even if Wang Li had the blessing of the immortal body, it still seemed a little insufficient. Damn it, I can't keep hiding. Double transformation technique. With a few seals, Wang Li's hands began to grow larger, becoming as big as two people. But the body was not overloaded because of the enlargement. Oh my god! This ninjutsu is definitely a man's dream. No, now is not the time to think about this. Wang Li quickly raised his hands and blocked in front of his body. Bang! The violent collision made Wang Li retreat several steps. However, because Wang Li's hands became bigger and his muscles increased, the bus-like Akimichi Koji was stopped just like that. How is it possible? The multiplication technique is a unique ninjutsu of the Akimichi family. This kid actually learned it just by looking at it. What kind of monster is he? Sarutobi Asuma originally wanted to stop this farce, but when he saw Wang Li's multiplication technique, he couldn't help but be surprised. Wang Li didn't feel good at all at this time. After all, he was not a physical ninja. Although he had the multiplication technique, his body was still a little behind. If it was just to defeat or even kill Akimichi Koji, it would be easy for Wang Li. But if he didn't hurt the other party, it would still be a bit reluctant. Akimichi Koji looked at Wang Li in disbelief. At this time, Yamanaka Ino ran over and punched Akimichi Koji on the head. "Asshole, don't you look at where this is? If you break something, how much barbecue can you eat? Besides, what if you hurt Wang Li-kun?" Yamanaka Ino said, looking at Wang Li shyly. Akimichi Koji touched the place where he was beaten, and his face looked very aggrieved. "But, that was the last piece of barbecue. Okay. Since Koji still wants to eat, I'll order another one." Sarutobi Asuma came out and said to smooth things over. "Really, Asuma teacher? I want 2 more. Hearing that there was still barbecue to eat, Akimichi Koji immediately cheered up. "Wang Li, remember what you promised me, don't forget to owe me a barbecue when the time comes." Wang Li smiled bitterly. Akimichi Koji was a foodie after all. He could not remember other things, but he would never forget about eating. If Akimichi Koji ate as much as he did, Wang Li would definitely go bankrupt. Wang Li returned to his table, and Zhu Lietong and others had already ordered the barbecue. The meat was sizzling in the oven, and the aroma of the meat drifted into Wang Li's nose. The taste buds awakened by the juice made Wang Li impatiently pick up the chopsticks. A piece of barbecue went into his stomach, and a sense of satisfaction spread from the bottom of his heart to his whole body. Konoha! I really came to the right place. When the barbecue was almost finished, Bingzu Lietong and others began to chat. Although Wang Li was very familiar with the Hokage, he couldn't get into the topic of Bingzu Lietong and others. "Hey! With the matter of the Wind Country, the 3rd generation is gone, and the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village are afraid that they will be unable to sit still again." Wang Li's eyes lit up, and the topic that he couldn't get into originally had a turnaround at this time. Wang Li didn't know about the trivial gossips between ninjas, but he had some insights into national affairs. "You don't have to worry about this. The Hidden Mist Village is busy with its own affairs, so how can it have time to harass us? Although the Hidden Cloud Village is powerful, there are 2 countries in between, so it is not afraid of sudden attacks. In my opinion, the one we need to worry about most now is Akatsuki." "Akatsuki? What is this?" Shiranui Genjian suddenly became alert and asked hurriedly. Akatsuki is an organization composed of 9 rebel ninjas. Although there are only 9 people, each of them has hidden level strength. Orochimaru was a member of Akatsuki before. What? Does that mean that the black hand behind the attack on our Konoha this time is Akatsuki? That's not the case. Orochimaru has long since withdrawn from Akatsuki. This action should be his personal behavior. But Akatsuki must also take it seriously. No, I must inform several adults about this. With that, the 3 people including Bingzu Lietong left quickly, leaving Wang Li alone. Wang Li smiled bitterly. He just interrupted the topic and scared the 3 away. Can he still have fun? Wang Li shook his head helplessly and picked up the barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. No. The barbecue hasn't been paid yet. 10,000 alpacas ran through Wang Li's mind at once. Now Wang Li didn't have a penny on him, he just came here to eat and drink for free. Now that the local rich man Bingzu Lietong had left, who would pay the bill? Wang Li wanted to slap himself. Why did he mention the Akatsuki organization for no reason, and now he had been pitted? I don't know if this barbecue restaurant supports paying for dishes. Just as Wang Li was thinking about how to escape, a pair of buns walked by the door. Wang Li's eyes lit up, and he ran out quickly, blocking Tianation's way. Suddenly someone appeared, and Tian subconsciously put his hand on the ninja bag on his waist. But when he saw that it was Wang Li, his face flushed slightly. "It's Wang Lijun, why are you here?" Wang Li rubbed his hands and looked at Tian embarrassedly. Can you lend me some money? I've run out of money." Tian was stunned for a moment, and quickly took out a small pink wallet from her arms. Just as she was about to take out the money, she suddenly smiled mischievously. "I can lend you money, but you have to walk with me." Wang Li nodded without hesitation. Now as long as he got the money, he would be willing to walk with Tian, even if he wanted to snatch Akimichi Koji's meat again. "Okay, I'll go with you." After paying the bill, Wang Li followed Tian. With Wang Li by her side, Tianation's face was always slightly red, and her eyes would sneak a glance at Wang Li from time to time. Suddenly Tian stopped in front of a flower shop. Just as she was about to walk in, she suddenly thought of Wang Li behind her, and quickly turned around to explain. "Don't get me wrong. I bought flowers to visit a friend." Wang Li reacted instantly. Rock Li, who was in the same class as Tian, suffered comminuted fractures in his hands and feet during the battle with Gaara, and even injured his meridians. If it weren't for Tsunade Senju's intervention, Rock Li would have to use crutches for the rest of his life. "Little Li. Do you know Li? It's a pity that he can't be a ninja in his life," Tian said, with a look of disappointment on his face. "No. A ninja as serious as Little Li can definitely be cured. I bet with you that Little Li will definitely be alive and kicking within a month." "Really? I believe you." Chapter 11 The Challenge from a Genius. Wang Li and Tian came to the hospital. But when they walked into Rock Li's ward, they found that it was empty. Tian sighed and said helplessly, "It disappeared again." Tian didn't look panicked at all, he casually put the flowers in the vase, and walked out. In the distance, Rock Li kept doing push-ups with one hand and one foot, and his clothes were already soaked with sweat. Next to Rock Li, there stood a man. "Why didn't you stop, Li? His body can't support strenuous exercise now," Tian complained. Wang Li looked up and saw those iconic eyes, and instantly understood his identity. Hyaga Niji. Possessing the Byakugan of the Hyaga family, he is also first-rate in talent. However, Wang Li feels that if he really wants to say who is the strongest at the same age, it is definitely Rock Li. Rock Li, who has opened the 8 gates, can almost crush Gaara. If Gaara did not have Shikaku of the sand in his body, Gaara would definitely not be his opponent. "Tian, you know Xiao Li's character, no one can persuade him," Hyaga Niji said helplessly. But when Hyaga Niji saw Wang Li, his eyes became serious. "Are you Uchiha Wang Li?" Wang Li touched his head and laughed. He didn't expect that he was so famous and so many people knew him. "Not bad. Please accept my challenge. I want to see who is the greatest genius in Konoha," Hyaga Niji said seriously. Ding dong. Trigger the selection task. 1. Reject Hyaga Niji's challenge request. Reward, physical skills, 8 gates. 2. Accept Hyaga Niji's challenge request. Reward, intermediate taijutsu mastery. 3. Accept Hyaga Niji's challenge request, and you cannot use illusions. Reward, intermediate speed mastery. Wang Li does not want to develop in an all-round way. Only by expanding his own advantages infinitely can he win better in the battle. Just now in the competition with Akimichi Koji, Wang Li clearly felt the lack of his speed, and now he can't miss it. "I choose 3. Okay, I accept your challenge." Hyaga Niji nodded to Wang Li gratefully, then made seals with both hands, and the blood vessels on both sides of his eyes suddenly burst. Byan. The Hyaga clan is the largest family in Konoha. A pair of white eyes can see the surrounding 360 degrees, completely without blind spots. And their eyes can see through the skin and directly see the meridians in the body. Combined with the soft fist, it is simply the most perfect combination. Wang Li's greatest skill is illusion. Now illusion is forbidden, Wang Li can only exert 50% of his strength. Fortunately, after choosing, his speed has been greatly improved. In this case, shadow clone technique. Wang Li has not learned the multiple shadow clone technique from Naruto, so there is only one shadow clone. Otherwise, with the amount of chakra in Wang Li's sage body, he can completely crush others with the amount of shadow clones like Naruto. The shadow clone ran towards Hyuga Niji at a high speed. Although Wang Li is not proficient in physical skills, he has the strength of a Chunin rewarded by the system, so he will not fall down when touched by others. When the shadow clone was 3 meters away from Niji, Hyuga Niji stared with his eyes, and it seemed that there was a huge bagua formation under his feet, which was constantly rotating. Soft fist. Hyuga Niji pushed forward with force, and his palm hit the shadow clone without surprise. Bang! As a puff of smoke rose, the shadow clone disappeared instantly. It turned out to be 3 meters. Wang Li touched his chin and laughed. Although the use of illusions was prohibited, Wang Li's strength was mostly restricted. But Wang Li still had countless ninjutsu to use. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. Countless phoenixes flew towards Hyuga Niji, who smiled disapprovingly, stretched out his hands and shouted loudly. Return to heaven. Is this the so-called absolute defense of the return to heaven? Yes, no matter what moves you come up with, I will take it for you. Hyuga Niji said confidently. Oh, really? Then try this move. Wang Li said as he kept making seals with his hands, and then shouted softly, Earth escape. Mud flow wall. Hyuga Niji immediately stretched out his hands and prepared to use the return to heaven. But suddenly he felt that the land under his feet turned into a pool of mud, and it was sinking at an incredible speed. Not good. Hyuga Niji jumped away and turned to look at the place where he had just stood. The mud was like a whirlpool, sinking towards the middle. If he still stood there, he would be completely swallowed up. A trace of cold sweat oozed from Hyuga Niji's forehead. Originally, Wang Li was younger than him, but he was called the first genius of Konoha, so he was a little dissatisfied. But after seeing the ninjutsu that required a lot of chakra to maintain, Hyuga Niji believed it. Maybe this is the real genius. It's the kind of genius that mortals can only look up to forever. But it's not that easy to make me admit defeat. Hyuga Niji ran towards Wang Li at a high speed. With his physical ability, his speed was even faster. In a breath, the distance between the two was less than 4 meters. Wang Li hurriedly retreated. Wang Li didn't want to be hit by Hyuga Niji with a set of 8 diagrams 64 palms. Fortunately, he has mastered the intermediate speed, and his speed is much faster than Niji. All you can do is run. Hyuga Niji seemed a little anxious because he couldn't reach the attack distance. Oh! If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. Take it. Wang Li said as he quickly formed seals with both hands. Earth escape. Earth dragon bullet technique. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. A series of ninjutsu rushed towards Hyuga Niji as if they were free. How is it possible? The Earth Dragon Bullet technique and the Water Dragon Bullet technique, which require a long time to form seals, were released by Wang Li in 1 second. The 3 ninjutsu took less than 3 seconds in total. Is this a genius? No, this is not a genius, it is a genius who is more talented than a genius. Hyuga Niji felt the gap between himself and Wang Li. And a little disappointed rose in his heart. But his hands did not stop, and his hands had already been stretched out. Return to heaven. Hyuga Niji just started to spin on the spot, and suddenly felt the ground under his feet become soft, and his feet gradually sank. Oh no! When did the ninjutsu come out? Since he had been hit by the ninjutsu, Hyaganiji was not panicked at all, and he stimulated the chakra of his whole body to speed up the operation of the revival. All the ninjutsu were bounced back at once, even the mud on the soles of his feet was completely bounced back. However, the sticky mud also accelerated the loss of chakra. Finally, the effect of the mud flow wall gradually declined, and Hyaganiji's chakra was almost exhausted. Hyaganiji supported his knees with his hands and gasped heavily. Suddenly, bursts of bird calls came to his ears, and the sound was approaching rapidly. Oh no! You lose! Chapter 12 Jiraiya's Interception. I lost! Hyaganiji said with a long sigh of relief. Then he sat down on the ground. Hyaganiji did not feel any resentment for losing to Wang Li, but felt relieved. After all, a genius like Wang Li, let alone a genin, even a jonin would not be able to get any benefits. The hand seal is still slow. Wang Li shook his head and said dissatisfiedly. You still think this is slow? Then what is fast? Hyaganiji twitched his mouth, and he had an urge to beat Wang Li to death. He had won, but he still mocked himself like this. You don't understand, I have seen the fastest ninja, who can make 6 hand seals in 1 second. Hyaganiji trembled all over. 6 hand seals in 1 second is unthinkable. There are many more you haven't seen. Wang Li touched his chin and thought. Now he has learned to make hand seals quickly, but his hand seal speed is still much slower than Uchiha Itachi. Then the next gap can only be made by improving strength and familiarity with ninjutsu. After all, the efficiency of making hand seals once in 100 times is completely different. I have decided, you will be my goal from now on. I will definitely surpass you. Rock Lee looked at Wang Li with fiery eyes while holding his crutches. Yes. You will be my goal from now on. Hyaganiji also stood up from the ground and looked at Wang Li seriously. Me too. From now on, Wang Li is my goal. Tian Tian also said. Wang Li was stunned for a moment, and his face looked a little embarrassed. But I always feel that what Tian Tian said is different from the purpose of the other 2 days. Maybe it's my illusion. All of a sudden, the 3 people in class 3 became Wang Li's little fans, which made Wang Li feel embarrassed. Then he found a reason and ran away. On the way home, Wang Li kept recalling in his head what other ninjutsu worth collecting in Konoha. Suddenly, a murderous aura came over, and Wang Li instantly opened his blood-red eyes, put one hand on the ninja bag, ready to fight at any time. Uchiha Wang Li, it's really as powerful as the legend. If you are given more time, you may become Hokage. As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped out. A man with white hair and a huge scroll on his back stood in front of Wang Li. Although it's powerful, what is your purpose in coming to Konoha? Jiraiya looked at Wang Li with sharp eyes. The lecherous sage Jiraiya. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Jiraiya was the 3rd person Wang Li was looking for. Raise Nan is one of Wang Li's main goals. What did Uzumaki Naruto rely on in the later period? It was the Raise Nan. There is nothing that can't be solved by a Raise Nan, if there is, then use 2. And as long as you learn the Raise Nan, you can get a series of ninjutsu through form control. And the Raise Nan was taught to Uzumaki Naruto by Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya's face was full of vigilance at this time, and Wang Li didn't want to anger this big man with the strength of the cage. Lecherous sage? This is a title that only that kid would call. He knows so much about me, it seems that his purpose is not simple. Jiraiya coughed awkwardly twice, and then seriously. I heard that you are going to find Tsunade, I hope you can take me with you. Jiraiya's pupils shrank into needles when he heard this, and he bent down and made a seal gesture with his hands. Whether it is the Akatsuki organization or going to find that old woman, it is a secret among secrets. Who are you and what is your purpose in coming to Konoha? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Li was shocked. He didn't expect to arouse Jiraiya's hostility in an instant. If this goes on, let alone learning the raise nan, I'm afraid Jiraiya will take a raise nan in the next second. You must know that Jiraiya has the strength of the hidden level, and Wang Li has absolutely no chance of winning in front of him. At least until now, I have no ill will towards Konoha. If you are worried about me, wouldn't it be better to take me with you to monitor me and observe me? Wang Li explained hurriedly. Jiraiya stood up straight, his eyes relaxed his guard, and his hand touched his chin and thought. Wang Li didn't dare to make any move. I was afraid that if I took the first step, I would be considered a spy by Jiraiya, and then I would be as high as a spiral ball. Jiraiya thought about it for about a minute, and then his eyes became firm. Okay. You will go with me the day after tomorrow. Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief, at least his life is saved now. After learning Naruto's forbidden technique, and then showing full sincerity in front of Jiraiya, there will be no more troubles in the future. But in short, you need to improve your strength quickly. Now there is not much problem in dealing with ordinary Jonin, but the strength gap between Jonin and Jonin is too large. As long as you meet some powerful Jonin, Wang Li will not be a match. If you meet a famous ninja, you will not even have a chance to escape. So only by getting enough strength can you really walk out of Konoha and take a good look at this ninja world. Okay. I will definitely be there when the time comes. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Li suddenly reacted. The day Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya left the village was also the day Uchiha Itachi came to Konoha village. For the sake of his stupid brother, he risked his life to come to Konoha alone to warn the Konoha high-level officials. He also gave a good lesson to Hitaki Kakashi. If he wanted to meet Uchiha Itachi, he could only intercept him at the gate. Wang Li was not afraid of being killed by Uchiha Itachi. Because Uchiha Itachi's heart was still with Konoha, as long as Wang Li wore Konoha's forehead protector, he would not kill him. Seeing Wang Li agreed, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and turned to leave. Wang Li completely let down his guard after Jiraiya left completely. Now Shimura Danzo's roots were destroyed by Wang Li, and Jiraiya was also fooled by Wang Li. Then Wang Li was completely safe for the next day. In this way, Wang Li could enjoy Konoha. Especially Ichiraku ramen must not be missed. The next morning, Wang Li came to the training ground of the old Uchiha site leisurely. There was a huge lake beside the training ground. At this time, there was a young man beside the lake, who was constantly training the shuriken technique. Wang Li smiled bitterly. Sure enough, Uchiha Sasuke, who was not a genius, caught up with so many cheating players, relying only on constant efforts. And the source of Uchiha Sasuke's efforts was his anger and hatred towards Uchiha Itachi. If these were missing, Uchiha Sasuke might just be an ordinary ninja. Thinking of this, Wang Li couldn't help but hesitate. Should he confront Uchiha Sasuke completely, so that the two brothers would not kill each other? But after telling Uchiha Sasuke the truth, can he still reach the top of the ninja? Chapter 13 Uchiha's Unique Training Method. Wang Li. You're here. Uchiha Sasuke ran over with joy when he saw Wang Li coming. Wang Li saw Uchiha Sasuke coming and immediately put away his thoughts. Yes, I promised to guide you in training today. Okay. Sasuke's face was immediately ecstatic. At the same age, Uchiha Sasuke didn't think that Wang Li would have more training than him. But the difference in strength was so huge, there must be special training techniques. However, if Uchiha Sasuke knew that Wang Li's strength had nothing to do with training, he would probably go crazy. Wang Li walked to the edge of the lake thoughtfully, then took a look at the lake, and his saliva flowed down all of a sudden. Then Wang Li hurriedly wiped off his saliva, pointed at the fish in the lake with his finger and smiled. The training task is very simple. You don't need the blood-red eyes to catch fish in the lake. Don't you want to eat fish? Wang Li coughed awkwardly twice, and then said sternly, what do you know? Because the matter of revenge has been weighing on your mind, making you eager to improve your strength. Guide, you haven't laid a good foundation. And this water walking can let you train to control chakra very well, just like walking on trees. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Wang Li embarrassedly. Wang Lijun taught me wholeheartedly, but I still misunderstood Wang Lijun. Wang Li smiled slightly and quickly waved his hands. It's okay, you and I are not 3-year-old children anymore, don't worry so much. Okay, you go to train first, I'll go collect some dry firewood. Uchiha Sasuke slowly walked to the edge of the lake, gritted his teeth and stepped out. The moment his foot stepped on the water instantly covered his instep. But he was standing on the water. Then Uchiha Sasuke stepped on the other foot, and the water also covered his instep. Both feet were on the water, just like stepping on a large pudding, and he swayed for a long time before balancing his body. As he took a few steps, Uchiha Sasuke gradually got used to standing on the water. However, although he could walk on the water, today's task was not so simple, and he had to catch fish. At this time, a fish swam over, and Uchiha Sasuke saw the opportunity and reached out to grab it. The fish was frightened and fled away at once. But Uchiha Sasuke fell directly into the water because of distraction. Damn it! Why is it so difficult? Come again! Wang Li came back with a bunch of dry firewood. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke was already soaked. But he didn't give up at all. He kept getting up and falling into the water. Wang Li shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, Uchiha Sasuke was not the legendary genius. But as long as he was given a training direction, he would definitely work harder than anyone else. Of course, the monster in the green jumpsuit didn't count. After about 30 times, Uchiha Sasuke finally grabbed a fish from the water with one hand, and then ran quickly towards Wang Li. Look! I did it! Wang Li looked at the small fish less than 3 centimeters in Uchiha Sasuke's hand, and his mouth twitched. How did you catch such a big fish? I want a big fish. Not this kind of small fish. You really want to grill it? Wang Li coughed quickly, and then looked at Sasuke disappointedly. The bigger the fish, the stronger the defense psychology, and the stronger the strength. If you can't even catch a big fish, how can you deal with ninjas on the water in the future? Uchiha Sasuke trembled all over, his face full of shame. I misunderstood you. Yet. I'm glad to know, I'm angry first, you catch a big fish quickly. Okay. I will definitely not let you down. Uchiha Sasuke returned to the lake again. After about half an hour, a palm-sized fish was finally caught. This time, Uchiha Sasuke did not make trouble for himself. He threw the fish to Wang Li and continued to run to the lake. Wang Li looked at the palm-sized fish and smiled bitterly. I thought Uchiha Sasuke could easily prepare a full fish feast, but now there is only one small fish at noon. Feeling the constant protest of his stomach, Wang Li gritted his teeth and started to process the fish. After being grilled by the flame, the fragrance of the fish soon emanated. Wang Li, who had been hungry for a long time, couldn't wait to stuff the fish into his mouth. At this moment, a white shadow flashed, and the fish that was about to be caught disappeared out of thin air. I'm sorry, this fish is so fragrant, so Akamaru did this. Inyazuka Kaiba said embarrassedly, touching the back of his head. Behind Inyazuka Kaiba were Shino Aberame and Hinata Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga saw Uchiha Sasuke standing on the lake and asked in confusion. What is Sasuke doing on the lake? Wang Li was in a bad mood and was about to give a perfunctory answer, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly trembled all over. Wang Li was very clear about the principle of strength in numbers, and the 3 people in front of him were just free labor. This is the unique method of the Uchiha clan to practice chakra control, which you should not have known. But now you have seen it, why don't you go down and try it? Wang Li said with a serious face. The unique training method of the Uchiha clan? Can we really try it? Hinata Hyuga asked hurriedly. Of course. He will starve to death sooner or later. What do you mean by starving to death? Wang Li coughed immediately, then looked at Hinata Hyuga seriously. When you practice alone, it's easy to get lazy if you don't have anyone to compare yourself with. If you go down, compete to see who catches more fish and who catches bigger fish. With the competition, you'll be motivated. That's why a team needs 3 people. The 3 of them suddenly realized. They were eager to try, can't wait to enter the lake and give it a try. Wait. The fish must be at least the size of a palm. If it's smaller, there's really no way. Wang Li suddenly thought of something and shouted. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, then nodded and rushed to the lake quickly. Wang Li lay beside the tree, watching the few people rush into the lake, and then fell directly into it with a splash. It took the 3 of them about a dozen times to barely stand on the water. If they wanted to rely on the 3 of them to catch fish to fill their stomachs, it would probably not be something that could be accomplished in a short time. Uchiha Sasuke, who had experience, caught fish again and again, but the fish were too small. But Wang Li's eyes were all on Hinata Hyuga at this time. In the summer, the few people wore less clothes, and now they fell into the water again and again, and their clothes had long been soaked. Wang Li couldn't help but open his blood-red eyes. I didn't expect that Hinata Hyuga is so rich at such a young age. I really don't understand why Uzumaki Naruto is eyeing that Sakura bitch. Chapter 14 The Best Matchmaker. After countless failures, the 4 people came back with 2 fish that were more than the size of a palm. One fish was caught by Uchiha Sasuke, and the other one was caught by the shy Hinata Hyuga to Wang Li's surprise. As for Kaiba Inyazuka and Shino Abarame, they came back empty-handed. Wang Li was furious. The future top figures of Konoha couldn't even catch a few fish. This is the rhythm of starving himself to death. You said you are immortal fools. Since you can't catch them, do you understand teamwork? You asked us to compete with each other, said the cold Shino Abarame. Wang Li was stunned for a moment, and an angry expression gradually appeared on his face. It's good to let you supervise each other and compete with each other, but you must always remember that you are a team. When you encounter a problem that one person can't solve, you have to rely on the power of the team to solve the problem. After Wang Li finished speaking, the 4 people suddenly realized. The 4 looked at each other, then nodded and walked towards the lake again. After the 4 people walked into the lake, Wang Li hurriedly picked up the fish and processed it. Grilled fish, I like to eat the most. Just as Wang Li was humming a song and grilling fish, a figure gradually appeared on the tree behind Wang Li. I didn't expect our Konoha hero to have a set of teachings for others. Wang Li was startled. He was so focused on the delicious fish that he didn't notice anyone coming behind him. Xiri Hong. No wonder I couldn't find the 3 of them. It turns out that they were helping you catch fish. Xiri Hong looked at Wang Li with sharp eyes. Wang Li smiled awkwardly and hurriedly handed the grilled fish to Xiri Hong. No need. Yui Kurane was halfway through her words when she was attracted by the aroma. She couldn't help but reach out and take the grilled fish, then I'll have one. Yui Kurane quickly finished the fish, and then her eyes gradually moved to another fish. Wang Li's mouth twitched. He just said he didn't want to eat it, but now he is eyeing the remaining one. Sure enough, women are all foodies. Wang Li reluctantly handed the last one to Yui Kurane. Yui Kurane nodded with satisfaction and ate the fish quickly. But how can 2 palm-sized fish satisfy the stomach of an adult? Then Yui Kurane stood up and shouted to the lake, Hinata. Use your white eyes to find the location of the fish. Kaiba, Shino, and Sasuke start catching fish. If you don't catch 20 fish today, no one can go ashore. For a moment, the faces of the 4 people turned black. Kurane Yui turned around and smiled, 20, 10 each for you and me. Wang Li almost vomited blood. I didn't expect Kurane Yui to be so greedy. It's not easy for her to maintain such a figure in Boruto. With Kurane Yui's guidance, the 4 people caught fish faster. The first fish was caught in less than a minute. And it only took 15 minutes to catch 20 fish. After Wang Li's hands, the 20 fish instantly became delicious grilled fish. Kurane Yui picked up the grilled fish and stuffed it into her mouth, with a satisfied expression on her face. Uchiha Wang Li. Apart from anything else, just your grilled fish skills, your future wife will definitely have a good time. Kurane Yui said, nudged Wang Li with her elbow and continued, what do you think of Hinata? With the Byakugan and the Sharingan, I wonder what kind of genius it will give birth to. Hinata Hyuga blushed to her neck. Teacher Hong. Don't talk nonsense. I know you are interested in Naruto. But do you think Naruto has any response to you? People live their whole lives and cannot pursue an aimless destination just because of their preferences. Yui Hong said with a slight reproach. For a moment, Hyuga Hinata blushed and her eyes from time to time, he stole a glance at Wang Li. Wang Li coughed awkwardly twice. It must be said that Hinata Hyuga will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up. Especially her proud figure, which can surpass many female ninjas. Unfortunately, Naruto has always liked Haruno Sakura, so Hinata's love is deeply buried in her heart. The 6 people finished eating the grilled fish with laughter, and the 4 people from Team 8 left directly. Suzuki stared at Wang Li with his eyes fixed. Wang Lijun, I still want to ask, why did that guy want to? Wang Li, who was originally smiling, suddenly became serious. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Li decided not to tell the truth of the matter. It is good for both Wang Li and Uchiha Suzuki. As long as the story is told, Uchiha Suzuki will inevitably transfer his resentment towards Uchiha Itachi to Konoha. In this way, the plot will change dramatically later. If the plot changes, Wang Li can no longer stand in the perspective of God and continue. He may even lose his life. After all, there are many ninjas who can kill Wang Li now. You have to find out your own things, and before that, you have to constantly improve your strength. Uchiha Suzuki asked again and again, but Wang Li did not mean to reveal anything, and then left the training ground and returned to his home. The next morning, 2 people wearing red cloud coats outside Konoha village slowly walked towards the gate of Konoha village. Due to the previous incident of Sand Ninja, the guards of Konoha village are particularly strict. Especially in such foggy weather, they dare not be careless. Seeing someone coming, he instantly raised his spirits. If anything happens, he will immediately sound the alarm. In this way, all the ninjas in the village will hear it and capture the invader. But when the 2 walked in front of him, a wave of fatigue came over him, and he didn't even have the chance to react, and fell to the ground and fell asleep. Itachi, your illusion is better. With Konoha's alertness now, it will take me a lot of effort to get in. After all, the 3rd Hokage is dead, otherwise we would have no chance to catch the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Itachi paused when he talked about the 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Itachi respected and was angry about the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even anger was greater than respect. Respect because he relied on himself to protect Konoha village and Suzuki. What made him angry was that when the Uchiha clan was assassinated, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree or refuse. Let Shimura Danzo give the order to massacre the Uchiha clan. Imagine such a big thing, as the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, would Sarutobi Hiruzen know nothing? So all this, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot escape responsibility. The 2 entered the gate of Konoha village and stopped after just a few steps. What's wrong with Itachi? Did he see a familiar scene and recall it? Someone. Uchiha Itachi whispered. Hoshigaki Kisame put away his smile, immediately put his hand on Samehada, and looked around vigilantly. Welcome back to Konoha village, my name is Uchiha Wang Li. Chapter 15 Battle against Uchiha Itachi. Wang Li gradually walked out of the mist, showing a hearty smile. Itachi has the same surname as you. I have killed all the Uchiha clan, this guy should be a Konoha ninja in disguise. Konoha ninja? Let me stop him. Wang Li was startled. Hoshigaki Kisame has the strength of a cage. If he attacks, Wang Li will definitely not last for a few rounds. Then he quickly waved his hands. Wait, I'm not a ninja from Konoha. Uchiha Itachi frowned, then urged, Kisame, do it. Hoshigaki Kisame received the order from Uchiha Itachi, immediately pulled out same hata, and ran towards Wang Li at a high speed. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Admit defeat. Reward, Intermediate Physical Skills Mastery. 2. Stand up to Hoshigaki Kisame for 10 seconds. Reward, Increase the number of synthesis by 1. 3. Stand up to Hoshigaki Kisame for 30 seconds. Reward, 3 Megatama Sharingan. Wang Li's mouth twitched. Hoshigaki Kisame has the strength of a cage, and standing up to him for 30 seconds is more difficult than killing 10 jonin. But after Wang Li saw the reward, his mind couldn't help but become active. The brave will die of gluttony, the timid will die of starvation, I choose 3. Wang Li felt his eyes ache in an instant, but Wang Li had no time to slowly adapt to it, and immediately began to retreat. His hands kept making seals. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. Use water escape in front of me? You are 10,000 years too early. Wang Li saw that Hoshigaki Kisame had no intention of retreating at all, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his hands made seals again. Earth escape. Earth dragon bullet technique. For a moment, the water dragon and the earth dragon blended together and turned into a mud dragon. Since Hoshigaki Kisame had no intention of hiding before, the mud dragon hit him directly. Although the mud dragon's attack power is not high enough, the characteristic of mud is that it sticks to people. Hoshigaki Kisame fell into the mud, and his speed dropped significantly. Uchiha Itachi frowned when he saw this scene, and then disappeared on the spot with a flash. Ding dong! Due to Uchiha Itachi's forced entry, the current task is replaced by under the joint attack of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, hold on for 10 seconds. 10,000 alpacas ran through Wang Li's mind. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame have been cooperating for a long time, and they have already had a tacit understanding. Moreover, with a long-range illusion ninjutsu attack and a close-range blue absorbing attack, it is amazing that Wang Li, a chunin, can hold on for 1 second, let alone 10 seconds. Kisame is stalling for time, get rid of him as soon as possible. Ding dong! Identify illusion, Sharingan. The blood limit condition has been met. Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment. His illusion that worked every time was ineffective, but it didn't work on the boy in front of him. But when he saw Wang Li's pupils, Uchiha Itachi understood. Illusion, Sharingan is the most basic use of Sharingan, and ordinary ninjas have basically no resistance. But if the opponent also has Sharingan, then this illusion is not very useful. A member of the tribe who is stranded outside. For a moment, Uchiha Itachi's murderous intent faded a lot, and he turned to Hoshigaki Kisame and said, Kisame, your moves are too ostentatious, let me deal with this person. As he said that, Uchiha Itachi quickly approached Wang Li. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, shadow clone self-destruction technique. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat and he quickly retreated. Bang! The violent explosion shook the ground. Wang Li broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, there was a system notification sound, otherwise he would have lost half his life even if he hadn't died. Suddenly, a murderous aura came from behind Wang Li. Uchiha Itachi's figure gradually appeared, and he took out a kunao and stabbed Wang Li in the back. Bang! With a puff of smoke, Wang Li disappeared on the spot. Shadow clone? He has such strength at such a young age. Hoshigaki Kisame touched his chin and laughed, Itachi. How does this kid compare to you back then? Better than me back then. What? Is this kid so powerful? I can't wait to try it. Leave it to me. For a moment, Uchiha Itake's eyes became serious. Wang Li smiled bitterly. When Uchiha Itake was 11 years old, he witnessed the death of Uchiha Shisui and then opened the Manjiki Sharingan. He obtained the illusion, Moon Blasphemy. How could he be weaker than himself? However, Wang Li knew very well that if he was given enough time, relying on the power of the system, he would definitely be able to surpass Uchiha Itake. Uchiha Itake calmed down, and the murderous aura on his body gradually faded. But Wang Li felt creepy. Ding dong! The mission time is up. Wang Li was ecstatic, and after a little thought, he shouted to Itake, Uchiha Itake, I will never let you hurt Sasuke. Even if it costs my life, I will not hesitate. Uchiha Itake raised his hand halfway, and suddenly trembled all over. The creepy feeling before disappeared in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Itake, the one called Sasuke should be your brother. We have wasted too much time here, let's leave quickly. Remember what our mission is. Uchiha Itake ignored Hoshigaki Kisame's words and said seriously. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Wang Li unhappily and put same hata behind him. You are lucky this time. If I meet you next time, I will definitely take your life. Hoshigaki Kisame said arrogantly. Uchiha Itake retracted his Sharingan, stared at Wang Li for a long time, and then disappeared from the spot. Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief. If Uchiha Itake's heart was not for Konoha and Sasuke, he would have died here today. Before the sneak attack on Orochimaru, I didn't think how terrifying the cage-level ninja was. Today, I officially fought against the cage-level ninja, and I realized how big the gap in strength was. Whether it is the body's reaction, combat awareness, perception of the enemy, physical strength, or even the amount of chakra, they are not opponents. However, this contact with Wang Li still brought great benefits. Not only did he upgrade the Sharingan to 3 Megatama, but he also stole 2 ninjutsu from Itake. The most important thing is that he made his position clear to Uchiha Itake, which will bring many benefits in the future. Wang Li smiled slightly and looked in the direction where Itake disappeared. Kakashi, I mourn for you for 3 minutes. After all, ninjas can only grow after experiencing failure. Wang Li thought, dragging his heavy body towards the gathering point. Wang Li sat quietly at the gate. Before they had sat down for long, a figure jumped out. Uchiha Wang Li, don't you have any luggage at all? Jiraiya was halfway through his words when he saw the wound on Wang Li's body and continued, what's the matter with the wound on your body? Wang Li looked down at his clothes awkwardly. In the previous battle, his clothes were blown into countless holes by the Shadow Clone's self-explosion, and now he looked like a beggar. I met Akatsuki on the way here. Chapter 16 Highly Alert. What did you say? Akatsuki has come to Konoha. Jiraiya frowned, but immediately recovered and looked at Wang Li with disbelief. Describe the other party's appearance to me. No need to describe, I know their names. They? That's right, Akatsuki always acts in groups of 2. Wang Li saw that Jiraiya believed half of it, and hurriedly continued, one is called Hoshigaki Kisame. The other is called Uchiha Itake. Jiraiya trembled all over. If he only believed half of it before, he believed it completely now. Jiraiya knew that Uchiha Itake was in the Akatsuki organization, but he didn't have much information about Hoshigaki Kisame. But I heard before that Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 7 demon swordsmen, became a traitor and his whereabouts were unknown. It is reasonable for him to appear in the Akatsuki organization now. Thinking of this, Jiraiya didn't dare to stay any longer and hurried to support. Wait. I have notified others, and I believe the village should take action. I must go. Each member of the Akatsuki organization has extraordinary strength. Since they dare to come to Konoha village, don't think about escaping. Jiraiya snorted coldly, with a hint of anger on his face. Don't you want to know what their purpose is in Konoha? Hearing Wang Li's words, Jiraiya stopped and looked at the other party in confusion. Purpose? You even know the other party's purpose. You are really not an ordinary person. Wang Li coughed at the two of them, and didn't expect to let it slip at once. But if he didn't make it clear, he would have no chance to go out and couldn't learn the Rei's Nan. Don't worry about it. You just need to know that I have no ill will towards Konoha. Okay, tell me what their purpose is. Wang Li was about to speak when he suddenly saw Uzumaki Naruto in the distance, dragging a huge backpack and walking towards him with difficulty. Their purpose is him. Jiraiya looked at Wang Li in confusion. When he saw Uzumaki Naruto's figure, he trembled all over and his face turned black. Are you going to find them now? Jiraiya frowned and stood there thinking. Sexy immortal, when are we going to set off? Sexy immortal. Ah. No, sexy immortal has become a stone sculpture. Jiraiya stretched out his arm angrily and hit Uzumaki Naruto on the head with force. Okay, let's go. Okay. Let's go. Uzumaki Naruto shouted excitedly and wanted to move forward, but the backpack behind him was too heavy to pull at all. You bastard boy, why did you bring so many things? Throw them all back quickly. It took about half an hour for Uzumaki Naruto to put all the things back home. Wang Li took this opportunity to take a piece of Uzumaki Naruto's clothes and put them on. Dressed in orange, like a walking orange. Uzumaki Naruto was the happiest along the way, while Jiraiya was extremely nervous, constantly looking around, wishing he had more eyes. After walking for several hours, the sky gradually darkened, and Wang Li and his party came to a village. Although the village was not as prosperous as Konoha village, it also had everything necessary. Jiraiya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he arrived in the village. After all, people always feel safe inexplicably in crowded places. At this moment, two women came over and squeezed into Jiraiya's arms without saying a word. This little brother is so handsome. Yes, yes, you look so unique with your white hair. The two women talked back and forth, making Jiraiya go around in circles. His originally vigilant eyes had long turned into peach blossoms. You two go play by yourselves first, and remember to come back to this hotel when the time comes. Jiraiya hooked a woman with one hand and left with a big laugh. What a hateful adult, I don't want to become such an adult when I grow up. Jiraiya left, and Uzumaki Naruto's face was obviously a lot of disappointment. You won't, you are the man who wants to be the Hokage. Right. Of course I want to be the man of the Hokage, but before that, I have to surpass you first. Uzumaki Naruto said confidently. Wang Li smiled bitterly. Uzumaki Naruto relied on this fighting spirit, his character of never giving up, and a little cheating to become the hero of the entire ninja world. It was also smooth became the 7th Hokage. Suddenly Wang Li shuddered, and suddenly thought that Naruto would be attacked by Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Before that, Jiraiya was taken away by two women. Wang Li, what are you doing? Put down your luggage and let's go out to play. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the door of the hotel and waved his hand vigorously at Wang Li. Wang Li thought for a moment and decided to follow the plot. Following the plot, he could at least be omniscient and omnipotent, and be prepared for anything that happened in advance. Then Wang Li walked over with his head held high. Entering the hotel, Wang Li observed the surroundings vigilantly. Now Wang Li realized what Jiraiya felt before. When a person is highly concentrated, almost all cells in the body are working at high load. People can easily reach their limits. Jiraiya did this job before, and now it's Wang Li's turn, and he knows how hard it is. Sometimes being omniscient and omnipotent is not necessarily a good thing. If you know what is going to happen next and you can't handle it at all, then it will be a great psychological burden. If your spirit is not good enough, even if you don't encounter that thing, your spirit will be completely collapsed. And if you want to face these difficulties, you must improve your strength. Wang Li must improve his strength to be able to face it before the implementation of the Madara plan, so that he can protect himself. Then there is no need to stay in Konoha for the rest of the time. The ninjutsu you want has been learned almost, and it is necessary to go to other ninja villages to learn more ninjutsu. Then synthesize more advanced ninjutsu. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you the same as that lustful immortal? He doesn't teach me ninjutsu, and you don't play with me. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Wang Li with complaints, and his cheeks bulged high. Wang Li smiled bitterly. Wang Li was nervous to death, but the victim seemed to be fine. According to the plot, Uzumaki Naruto will definitely be fine, but Wang Li is not a character in the plot, and it is uncertain what will happen. Although I have discussed this with Uchiha Itachi before, don't educate yourself like you educated that stupid brother, that would be no fun. Hey, talk. I heard that you were teaching Sasuke to practice before, why don't you teach me too? Wang Li's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. Okay. But you have to teach me the forbidden technique that defeated the third generation, and I will teach you to practice. Okay. We have a deal. Uzumaki Naruto jumped up happily, making a seal with both hands. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Chapter 17 Fighting Hoshigaki Kisame again. Uzumaki Naruto complained and ran to open the door without any precautions. Wang Li's pupils shrank into needles, and it was too late to stop him. Opening the door and looking out, a red cloud black coat blocked the door. Especially a pair of blood-red pupils, which were particularly eye-catching. I didn't expect the nine-tailed fox to be locked in such a small body. Hoshigaki Kisame came out with a smile, but when he saw Wang Li in the room, he couldn't help but frowned. I almost forgot about this guy. Itachi, you watch the nine-tailed fox, I must learn how strong you are when you were 12 years old today. Don't make too much noise. Leave it to me. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled triumphantly, pulled out same hata and ran towards Wang Li at a rapid speed. Wang Li's mouth twitched. His appearance really made the plot deviate. Originally, Uchiha Sasuke should have appeared not long after the two arrived, but now Uchiha Sasuke is still not here. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Subdue Uzumaki Naruto. Reward: Intermediate Sage Body. 2. Escape with Uzumaki Naruto. Reward: Intermediate Taijutsu Mastery. 3. Defeat Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. Reward: Bloodline Limit, White Eyes. Wang Li's mouth twitched. He had always chosen the mission based on the reward before, but now there was a mid-level sage body in the reward, but he couldn't get it. It was easy to subdue Uzumaki Naruto, but Jiraiya, who followed closely, would definitely kill him. As for defeating Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, it was even easier. Being able to escape was already the most ideal result. I choose the second one. As soon as the voice fell, the muscles in Wang Li's body began to wriggle, as if they could breathe, constantly absorbing the surrounding chakra. For a moment, Wang Li felt that his whole body was full of strength, and a punch could instantly smash the rock. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame had already killed him in front of him. Wang Li lowered his body without hesitation, and then kicked upwards at a 45-degree angle. Hoshigaki Kisame had no time to react, and kicked directly in the stomach, and stepped back several steps before stopping. Itachi. This kid is really a genius. He wasn't so fast this morning, I didn't expect to make such great progress in one day. Hoshigaki Kisame was not angry at all, but seemed excited. Uchiha Itachi could not help but turn his head, his eyes flickering, wondering what he was thinking. Boy! Although you have made great progress, meeting me is your biggest mistake. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled triumphantly and came to Wang Li in an instant. Just as Hoshigaki Kisame was about to chop him down, Uchiha Itachi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Kisame! Come back! Just as Wang Li was about to be chopped down, Uchiha Itachi suddenly asked him to come back, and Hoshigaki Kisame looked puzzled. However, Out of his 100% trust in Uchiha Itachi, he retreated without saying a word. Bang! Wang Li's body expanded rapidly like a balloon, and then exploded directly. Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes became solemn. If it weren't for Uchiha Itachi's reminder just now, he would have been tricked by Wang Li. Although according to Hoshigaki Kisame's physique, he would definitely not be killed by the explosion. But no one wants to get hurt. Damn, underestimated this kid, he actually knows your self-destructing shadow clone technique. This kid is not simple, he actually took away the 9 tails during the explosion. Hearing Itachi's words, Hoshigaki Kisame looked down fiercely. Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally driven to the corner, had already disappeared. Go after him. Hoshigaki Kisame said unhappily. I didn't expect that I, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, would be constantly teased by a little kid today. If this gets out, I'm afraid people will laugh at me. No need. Uchiha Itachi said without any emotion. At the corner not far away, Uzumaki Naruto and Wang Li kept retreating, looking at the front with unwilling eyes. Not long after, a young man in a red cloud and black coat came out. After a closer look, who else could it be but Uchiha Itachi? Ha ha ha, I'm overthinking. Who can escape your eyes? Hoshigaki Kisame smiled triumphantly, picked up same hata and continued, leave that Uchiha kid to me, you go and subdue the 9 tails kid. Uchiha Itachi didn't say a word, which was considered as tacit agreement. Then Hoshigaki Kisame ran quickly towards Wang Li. Wang Li smiled bitterly. In such a narrow place, Hoshigaki Kisame's same hata's power could not be fully exerted. However, Hoshigaki Kisame's ability in all aspects is much stronger than Wang Li. In such a narrow space, he can only wait for death. Damn it! I can only fight. After Wang Li's research on the synthesis system, no matter how it is synthesized, the nature of the ninjutsu will not change. For example, the countercurrent wall is a combination of earth and water. Even if it is not synthesized, the earth dragon bullet and the water dragon bullet will turn into mud, but after synthesis, the power can be increased by several levels. The famous ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, the Flying Thunder God technique, relies on the talisman attached to the kunao for positioning, and then starts the space jump. According to this logic, the shuriken technique plus the instant body technique, the synthesis is the Flying Thunder God technique. Synthesis. Instant body technique plus shuriken technique. Ding dong. Identifying the selected ninjutsu. Ding dong. Identification successful. Synthesize the instant body technique and the shuriken technique, success rate 7.5%, failure rate 92.5%. The remaining synthesis times are 1. Do you want to synthesize? Wang Li's face darkened instantly. Before, the lowest probability of synthesizing ninjutsu was only 60%, and most of them were 100%. And this time the synthesis probability is less than 1/10. But now Wang Li has no choice. Synthesize. Synthesize for me immediately. Ding dong. Synthesizing in progress. Ding dong. Synthesis successful. Ding dong. Obtained ninjutsu, Flying Thunder breaking technique. When Wang Li heard the word success, his face was filled with ecstasy. But when he saw the ninjutsu, his face instantly darkened. What the hell is Flying Thunder break? Ding dong. Flying Thunder break can use the thrown shuriken as coordinates to jump a short distance. However, since Flying Thunder break will cause a short-term blockage in the body's meridians, it cannot be used continuously in a short period of time. Wang Li's mouth gradually rose. Isn't this just an abridged version of Flying Thunder God technique? It just increases the casting distance and release CD of Flying Thunder God technique. But the effect is essentially the same. It's a good idea. Hoshigaki Kisame had already rushed to Wang Li, but suddenly heard Wang Li muttering, and his whole body trembled and quickly retreated. Damn it! It's another shadow clone self-destruction technique. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Wang Li unhappily. But after waiting for a long time, Hoshigaki Kisame did not see the shadow clone self-destruct in front of him. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame realized that he was outsmarted again. Asshole, I'm going to kill you. Wang Li smiled disapprovingly, then took out a kunao from his ninja tool bag. After several seals, the pitch-black kunao, a golden light gathered on the ground, shining continuously. Success. Chapter 18 Foolish Brother. With the flying thunder breaking technique, Wang Li instantly became full of confidence. What if there are two cage-level players? Even if they can't beat them, can they still escape? However, the flying thunder breaking technique only has one shot, so Wang Li dare not throw it randomly. After all, who would throw a bomb at the beginning of a landlord game? Wang Li held a kunao in one hand and began to make seals with the other hand. Earth escape. Mud flow wall technique. In an instant, the corridor of the house gradually turned into mud and began to fall down piece by piece. Someone downstairs could be vaguely heard shouting, "Who the hell is demolishing my house? It's really hard for me." Single-handed seal. It's getting more and more interesting. Hoshigaki Kisame licked his upper lip with his tongue. His face full of excitement. Kisame. Deal with it quickly, it will be difficult to deal with that person when he comes back. Okay. Then I won't show mercy. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. When ninjas are fighting, terrain is very important. For example, in a narrow space like a corridor, ninjutsu like water dragon bullet is absolutely unavoidable. And because the floor is empty, Wang Li's countercurrent wall technique has little effect. At most, a hole can be opened in the corridor. But Wang Li's goal is to open a hole. The huge dragon head of the water dragon bullet technique occupied the entire corridor, and it attacked all the way to open a huge gap in the walls of the rooms on both sides, and screams came from inside. Who the hell is this person? Uzumaki Naruto looked at everything in front of him with fear in his eyes, sat on the ground, and kept muttering to himself. Wang Li looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a look of disappointment, and then saw the opportunity and threw the kunao down from the hole. Then he quickly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto, and at the moment when the water dragon bullet touched him, he performed the flying thunder breaking technique. Ha ha ha, in such a narrow space, no matter how powerful that kid is, he can't hide. Next, just retrieve the 9 tails. Hoshigaki Kisame laughed wantonly. No. Where are those 2 little ghosts? Why are they gone? Hoshigaki Kisame kept looking, but he couldn't find the figures of Uzumaki Naruto and Wang Li. Flying Thunder God technique, this kid can actually use the Flying Thunder God technique. Who is he? Is he Konoha's secret weapon? Uchiha Itachi, who always had a blank expression, showed a look of shock on his face. Flying Thunder God technique? You are talking about the Golden Flash, the famous ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage of Konoha. How could this kid be possible? For being fooled by Wang Li again, Hoshigaki Kisame's anger went up a level. The hand holding same hata made a crackling sound. Uzumaki Naruto looked around in disbelief. Just now he was in the hotel, but in a flash he appeared outside the hotel. What happened? Uzumaki Naruto had no idea what happened, and could only look at Wang Li for help. No time to talk nonsense, the 2 of them are nearby. Go find the lecherous immortal. Yeah. Right. Uzumaki Naruto jumped up from the ground, and just as he was about to walk away, a familiar figure suddenly ran over. Naruto. Where's that guy? Uchiha Sasuke said with fire in his eyes. So you are here, and there is even a little kid. But judging from your appearance, you seem to have something to do with Itachi. Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared, looking at the 3 people coldly. Uchiha Itachi. I hate you and despise you as you said. Today I will kill you and avenge my entire family and my parents. Uchiha Sasuke had long been overwhelmed by anger. One hand grabbed the ground in an eagle claw shape, and soon a series of light blue arcs kept jumping up, making bursts of bird calls. Uchiha Itachi frowned, turned to Hoshigaki Kisame and said, "Leave this guy to me, you hold the Flying Thunder God Kid." Hoshigaki Kisame frowned. Uchiha Itachi said to hold him back instead of killing him, which was undoubtedly a kind of contempt. But thinking of Wang Li's Flying Thunder God technique, he felt relieved. After all, with such a magical ninjutsu, he could escape thousands of miles away in an instant. And it was basically impossible to kill him. "Boy! You have played tricks on me again and again, and today I will make you regret it." Hoshigaki Kisame drew out same hata and waved it in the air, making a sound of cracking the air. Wang Li suddenly became serious. "I didn't expect that my appearance would have such a big butterfly effect. Sasuke, who should have appeared earlier, has only arrived now, and Jiraiya's figure has not appeared yet. But now Wang Li has to deal with Hoshigaki Kisame in front of him first. If Hoshigaki Kisame attacks with all his strength, no one can resist unless Jiraiya arrives. Naruto! Go find the lecherous sage." Uzumaki Naruto reacted immediately and ran away. At the moment Wang Li spoke, Hoshigaki Kisame appeared in front of Wang Li holding same hata. "You are very strong. If I give you more time, I will definitely not be your opponent. So I'm sorry, you must die here today." Being praised by the enemy is a joyful thing. But it leads to a fatal disaster, which Wang Li can't accept. Although Wang Li has a primary immortal body, intermediate speed proficiency and intermediate physical proficiency. But the speed is still not good enough in the eyes of Hoshigaki Kisame. If it weren't for the 3 Magatama Sharingan, I'm afraid he would have been killed by Hoshigaki Kisame long ago. "It's time to fight." Suddenly Wang Li stopped and stood there stupidly. Hoshigaki Kisame was startled and subconsciously stopped his movements, and then his face was furious. "You still want to deceive me? Die!" With a knife, same hata directly passed through Wang Li's body. But Wang Li didn't react at all. The clone technique? Could it be that I'm under an illusion? Hoshigaki Kisame said in confusion, and then picked up same hata and prepared to chop it again. But when same hata was about to touch Wang Li, his heart began to beat rapidly. It seemed that if this knife hit the opponent, he would be more painful than Wang Li. "Hokyugaki Kisame! Pick up same hata and kill Uchiha Itachi." "Yes." That voice was like the sound of the 9 heavens drilling into his ears, and his body didn't even have the intention of resisting, and slowly turned over. "Kill Uchiha Itachi! Kill Uchiha Itachi! Kisame! Wake up!" Uchiha Itachi shouted softly, and instantly woke up Hoshigaki Kisame. "Am I under an illusion?" Hoshigaki Kisame looked around in confusion, and then angrily took off the red cloud black coat on his body. "I must kill this kid today. Enough! Give me 3 seconds, I'll deal with this kid." Uchiha Itachi snorted coldly, turned his head and looked at Uchiha Sasuke with his eyes fixed. "Stupid brother, be more angry and hate me more. Live with the purpose of killing me." Ding dong! Identification of pupil technique, Tsukuyomi, bloodline limit not triggered. Chapter 19 Battle against Uchiha Itachi. With a scream from Uchiha Sasuke fell to the ground and twitched constantly. And Uchiha Itachi slowly turned around. "Your opponent now is me." Wang Li trembled all over. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame are completely 2 different types. Hoshigaki Kisame mainly uses physical skills and water escape. Before Hoshigaki Kisame underestimated the enemy and did not use water escape, Wang Li still had the possibility of stealing the chicken. But Uchiha Itachi was completely different. Uchiha Itachi's strongest skill is not illusion, fire escape, or shuriken technique, but his IQ. The second is pupil technique. And Wang Li's pupil technique seems a bit of a show-off in front of Uchiha Itachi. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi is loyal to Konoha, so he is not afraid of his real killing. Uchiha Itachi stretched out his arm from his collar, and pulled off Hong Yun's black coat in one go, throwing it high. In an instant, a large group of crows flew up, and Uchiha Itachi's figure disappeared completely. Ding dong! Identification ninjutsu, bird clone technique. Ding dong! Identification ninjutsu, bubble. Wang Li trembled all over, and his figure immediately flew back. Suddenly, all the crows in the air turned into shurikens, and predicted Wang Li's landing point. In an instant, Wang Li was hit by dozens of shurikens. Bang! Wang Li's body instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared on the spot. Uchiha Wang Li, you are really strong. Unfortunately, you are still a little short. Uchiha Itachi's first half of the sentence was still far away, but the next sentence appeared directly behind him. Explode! Bang! Wang Li's body exploded instantly, pushing Uchiha Itachi back nearly several steps. Sure enough, you are much stronger than my stupid brother. But the game is over. Ding dong! Identify illusion, preset magic. Wang Li's whole body trembled again. This illusion can be said to be Uchiha Itachi's pinnacle. Because Uchiha Itachi did not trust anyone in the Akatsuki organization, he would cast a preset illusion on them when he came into contact with them. Normally, this illusion has no effect. But if a certain point is triggered, it will be completely triggered, and almost no one can resist this move. The system recognized the ninjutsu at this time, which means that Wang Li had been fighting wits and courage with the air just now. Since he has been trapped in the illusion, he has no choice but to start releasing ninjutsu to prevent being assassinated. Fire escape. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Water escape. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Earth escape. Earth Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Wang Li won by Onis. The ninjutsu continued to be released. Uchiha Itachi could not help but frown. This kid actually has such amazing chakra, he is definitely not an unknown person, why have I never heard of his name? Itachi, what should we do? The Jinchuriki ran away, he should be coming soon, there is no need to continue wasting time here. But we are fully capable of killing this kid. Hoshigaki Kisame said unhappily. Kisame, you must remember our purpose. Hoshigaki Kisame angrily put on the red cloud black coat, staring at Wang Li. Uchiha Wang Li, I remember this name. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame disappeared on the spot, and not far away, Jiraiya led Uzumaki Naruto to run over quickly. Boy, where are the two people wearing red cloud and black coats? They were there just now. You unreliable guy, I'd better go ask Wang Li. Jiraiya rolled his eyes at Uzumaki Naruto, and when he saw Wang Li constantly performing ninjutsu, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Illusion? Remove it for me. Why is it useless? Watch me wake you up. Jiraiya snorted coldly and ran towards Wang Li. Although the ninjutsu performed by Wang Li was powerful, it did not target anyone specifically, so Jiraiya was very comfortable wandering among these ninjutsu. Here! Wake up, kid! Jiraiya shouted, raised his fist and prepared to punch Wang Li in the face. Suddenly Wang Li's body swelled up. Bang! Jiraiya had never thought that Wang Li had this trick, and was caught off guard by the explosion. He flew back several meters before he stabilized his steps. Damn it! When did this kid learn this ninjutsu? And he doesn't need chakra to release ninjutsu. Jiraiya didn't dare to go in for the second time, and then walked to Sasuke and checked. You lecherous sage, don't you care about Wang Li? You can care about you going in. Besides, when his chakra is used up, he will stop. I don't care, I can't abandon my partner. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, the street was full of Uzumaki Naruto's figure, and there were hundreds of them. Go! Wake up Wang Li! Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Wang Li was stunned for a moment. This move was really famous on Uzumaki Naruto. Because Uzumaki Naruto has an amazing amount of chakra and strong mental resistance, he can accept all kinds of negative emotions transmitted when the shadow clone is destroyed. So every time he fights, Uzumaki Naruto can use the multiple shadow clone technique unlimitedly. Since he knew that Uzumaki Naruto was coming, Wang Li simply endured the endless ninjutsu. Then Wang Li used the illusion removal technique on himself. The surrounding roads and houses were covered with mud and water stains, and Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground, rolling his eyes with fear on his face. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "The density of the ninjutsu just now, not to mention you, even I would be defeated. Young people are so brave." Wang Li smiled bitterly, and didn't expect that he would knock Uzumaki Naruto unconsciously. But fortunately, it was not fatal. Uzumaki Naruto just drank too much mud and water and was full of it. "Uchiha boy, tell me what kind of technique this boy was hit by," Jiraiya said solemnly. "Tsukuyomi." Jiraiya trembled all over, and Jiraiya had heard of the name of Tsukuyomi. But today was the first time he saw it. "I didn't expect that a ninjutsu could defeat a ninja's spirit in a short time. Looks like I have to go find her." Jiraiya shook his head helplessly, and just as he was about to stand up, a green figure jumped out and kicked Jiraiya in the face. Ding dong! Identify physical skills, Konoha whirlwind. Jiraiya was kicked several meters away, and when he looked up, he saw Might Guy with an embarrassed look on his face. "What are you doing, kid?" "Sorry. I forgot to bring my mirror because I was in a hurry to go out, and I used a forehead protector, so there was a little deviation." Watching Jiraiya and Might Guy arguing, Wang Li couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. In any case, this part of the plot can be regarded as returning to normal. It's just that the butterfly effect has gradually emerged, and I don't know how much the next plot will change. So before that, you must improve your strength. Chapter 20 Learning Raise Nan. After sending Might Guy and Uchiha Sasuke away, Wang Li can finally breathe a sigh of relief. And then there is the opportunity to learn Raise Nan. "You lecherous sage! When will you teach me ninjutsu? I want to help next time there's a fight." Jiraiya rolled his eyes, raised his right hand, and was about to use chakra when he suddenly turned to look at Wang Li. "Wang Li, why don't you go and help buy something?" Wang Li smiled bitterly. It turned out that Jiraiya didn't believe him so easily. But Wang Li didn't care. After all, Uzumaki Naruto would always shoot balls in the future, so there would be plenty of opportunities to learn. Wang Li didn't want to go buy things after taking the money, so he simply found a tree and closed his eyes to rest. About an hour later, Wang Li symbolically bought a basket of balloons, and then put all the remaining money in his pocket. "Wang Lijun, you are finally back. I have used up these balloons a long time ago," Uzumaki Naruto complained. Wang Li took out a balloon filled with water and threw it to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto held the balloon in his hand without saying a word, and kept using chakra in this horse stance. Ding dong! Identifying ninjutsu, Raise Nan. Wang Li was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he could identify it in this way. His originally decadent heart suddenly became excited. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, Raise Nan, 3% progress. Wang Li smiled helplessly. It was not that simple. But since there is progress, it means that you only need to identify it a few more times, and then you will succeed. "Naruto, are you controlling the chakra to work and then burst the balloon?" Uzumaki Naruto was startled, and his face was full of hesitation. "The lecherous sage said that this ninjutsu can only be taught to me." Wang Li shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "I understand, I just give you a suggestion." Wang Li pulled up Uzumaki Naruto's other hand and then put it on the water ball. "If you want to burst the water ball with chakra, it is impossible without a few months of training. But if you use the other hand to assist, you can burst the water ball instantly. Uzumaki Naruto put his hand on the water ball with doubt, and then quickly rotated the chakra. Because the chakra produced by the two hands was in different directions, the water ball began to shake violently. Bang! The water ball burst, splashing Naruto Uzumaki's face. Naruto Uzumaki was so happy that he jumped up and down like a child. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, raise Nan, progress 7%. Jiraiya came back and saw Naruto Uzumaki so happy that he couldn't help laughing. What makes you so happy? Hearing Jiraiya's voice, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't wait to run over and laughed mysteriously. Let me show you my ninjutsu. Raise Nan. Naruto Uzumaki kept the water ball spinning in the same way as before, and soon the water ball exploded with a bang. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, raise Nan, progress 15%. How is it possible? Jiraiya couldn't wait to take out a water ball and threw it to Naruto Uzumaki. Quick! Do it again! Naruto Uzumaki touched his nose with his finger and operated his chakra again. In less than 10 seconds, the water ball exploded again. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, raise Nan, progress 20%. So that's it, so that's it. Relying on two chakras in different directions, the water ball was blown up. Naruto, you are really a genius. After being praised by Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto was not happy. He smiled awkwardly for a long time and said, in fact, this method was taught to me by Wang Lijun. Jiraiya frowned instantly and turned to look at Wang Li. Who are you? You even know the principle of raise Nan. I reiterate that I have no ill will towards Konoha. Wang Li was a little angry. He helped Konoha again and again, but Jiraiya still didn't believe Wang Li. Lecherous immortal, Wang Lijun is absolutely fine. If he hadn't taken action, he would have been captured by those two people before. Seeing Jiraiya's doubt, Uzumaki Naruto hurried to speak for Wang Li. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, then smiled slightly. Naruto, why are you in such a hurry? I'm just joking. Jiraiya said, picking up a balloon and holding it in his hand. Bang! The balloon exploded in less than 3 seconds. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, raise Nan, progress 40%. Wang Li was shocked. Every time Naruto Uzumaki used the raise Nan, the progress of the raise Nan could only increase by a few points. And Jiraiya could actually increase it by 20% when he used it casually. Sure enough, the closer to the finished raise Nan, the more proficiency increased. After Jiraiya finished performing, he took out another balloon and threw it to Naruto Uzumaki, and threw another one to Wang Li. The second stage of raise Nan training is to use chakra to burst this balloon. There is no water in this balloon, so there is no leverage point. It is difficult to burst it by rotating it alone. Jiraiya said halfway, then turned to Wang Li and said, you are a genius. I believe you already know the first stage. Let's start. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Wang Li happily, and then followed the previous method and began to use chakra on the balloon. Although the balloon kept twisting, no matter how it twisted, there was no sign of explosion. Ding dong! Trigger the task selection. 1. Use the shadow clone to complete the raise Nan. Reward, Super Strength Punch. 2. Use both hands to complete the raise Nan. Reward, Wind Attribute Chakra. 3. Complete the raise Nan with one hand. Reward, Chakra Form Change. After Wang Li saw the reward, he understood it instantly. In the era of big data, the result is the same for this system. When I just started learning raise Nan, things related to raise Nan will appear when I choose a task. I choose 3. Although chakra form conversion is not the most powerful, it is the most practical. Relying on chakra form conversion, you can convert ninjutsu infinitely. The more ninjutsu, the greater the use. As for the completion of the raise Nan, Wang Li only needs to watch Uzumaki Naruto practice, and he can use the raised Nan directly when he reaches 100%. That lecherous sage, can you demonstrate it again? Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders indifferently, then picked up a balloon and demonstrated it again. Bang! Ding dong! Obtain ninjutsu, raise Nan, progress 60%. Did you see it? Can you demonstrate it again? What are you doing? If you demonstrate it again, I will show you Naruto's forbidden technique. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, and a nosebleed flowed down involuntarily. It's agreed that this is the last time. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, raise Nan, progress 80%. Did you see it? When will Naruto demonstrate that move? How about another time? Get lost. Chapter 21 Complete Trust. Jiraiya couldn't stand it anymore. Generally speaking, ninjutsu only needs to be demonstrated once or twice, and specific questions can be raised later. But Wang Li asked Jiraiya to demonstrate again and again. Either Wang Li is a fool, or he is deliberately teasing him. As a principled immortal, he will never demonstrate again. Wang Li looked at Jiraiya's determined face, smiled bitterly, and whispered a few words in his ear. For a moment, Jiraiya's face turned from livid to a blush, and finally his nose bled again. And the nosebleed was like a tap that was turned on, flowing like a column. Jiraiya quickly blocked his nostrils with cotton. Judging from his skilled appearance, it seems that he often gets angry and has nosebleeds. And Uzumaki Naruto looked at the two with disgust, as if he was pretending not to know them. Originally, this sage would never demonstrate it again, but for your eagerness to learn, open your eyes and watch. Jiraiya took out the balloon again. Bang! Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, raise Nan. How is it, did you see it? Yes. Wang Li smiled proudly. Then practice well, I'll go get the materials first, don't forget your promise to me. Wang Li made a big okay, and Jiraiya's face suddenly turned red again, covering his nose with both hands and swaggering to leave. Raise Nan. Bang! With a violent explosion, Jiraiya instantly became serious, lowered his body and looked around vigilantly. I saw Uzumaki Naruto sitting on the ground in fear, and Wang Li had one hand in a pushing posture. In front of Wang Li, a huge hole appeared, and the shape of the hole was unexpectedly a weird semicircle. You just cast a raise Nan. Jiraiya would rather believe that Wang Li knew raise Nan before than that he learned it now. Raise Nan has a difficulty level of A. It takes an ordinary ninja about a year to master it. But Wang Li only took a few minutes. Of course, I didn't expect it to be so simple. Jiraiya looked as if his heart was pierced by countless arrows. When Minato Namikaze taught him, it took Jiraiya a long time to learn it. And Uzumaki Naruto had a bitter face. He hadn't even gotten started yet, but Wang Li had already learned it. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Perform it again. Jiraiya still couldn't believe it, and then looked at Wang Li seriously. Wang Li smiled triumphantly, then stretched out his right hand. Suddenly a light blue ball gradually appeared and kept spinning in Wang Li's hand. Really? I learned it. I'm afraid this is genius. Jiraiya murmured softly. At this moment, the raised Nan gradually changed from a spherical shape. After a while, it turned into an oval shape. Sure enough, he is still too young, but such an achievement is amazing enough. Or only failure makes him look like a human being, not a god. Jiraiya said to himself, and was about to help Wang Li solve his trouble. Suddenly, Jiraiya's hand froze, and his index finger trembled involuntarily. The raised Nan in Wang Li's hand turned into a light blue shuriken. If Jiraiya hadn't seen the change of the raised Nan with his own eyes, he would never believe it. Jiraiya laughed for a while. He laughed for about a few seconds, and looked at Wang Li with fiery eyes. I now believe that you are definitely not a spy from other villages, because with your talent, you can definitely become a shadow. You even have a chance to surpass the first generation of Hokage. No village would be willing to send such a person as a spy. The knot in Jiraiya's heart disappeared, and the vigilance between his eyebrows also disappeared. Jiraiya's whole smile became more hearty. I said from the beginning that I'm not. Wang Li looked a little aggrieved. It's my fault. After all, the time you appeared was too sensitive. And Konoha can't stand it anymore. Jiraiya said, and then he became disappointed. Okay, as an apology. I'll take you to experience the world of adults. Jiraiya said, hooking Wang Li's neck. Sexy sage, I'm still too young. Wang Li hurriedly stopped him. Now Wang Li's body is only 12 years old. If he is exposed to this kind of thing too early, his body will be hollowed out by alcohol and sex sooner or later. It will be a loss if he becomes like Hitaki Kakashi, who lacks blue. Oh. You are indeed still young. Then I'll take you to eat delicious food. Hearing the words delicious, Wang Li's ears almost stood up, and saliva flowed out of his mouth. Sexy sage, what about me? Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly raised his hand, with a self-righteous expression on his face. Keep practicing. Look at Wang Li, he learned it so quickly. What about you? Jiraiya glared at him. Sexy immortal. Just wait, I will give you a raise nan soon. Definitely. Wang Li smiled bitterly, he didn't expect that he would become someone else's child. Not long after Jiraiya took Wang Li away, Jiraiya hooked his arm around Wang Li's neck with a smile on his face. Little Wang Li, what we just said. Wang Li rolled his eyes, no wonder Uzumaki Naruto called him sexy immortal, it seems that he was right at all. Actually, I don't know that trick. Wang Li scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Jiraiya's face darkened instantly, as if he had just rolled in coal. You won't, why did you agree to me just now? Do you know how many years I have? Actually, I was almost a little bit flawed in the raise nan just now, and thanks to your last 2 demonstrations, I barely completed it. After all, it was Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, who taught me well. Jiraiya's face was full of satisfaction after being complimented by Wang Li. No. Why are you changing the subject? What I'm talking about now is why you fooled me. Although Jiraiya was still asking, the anger on his face had subsided a lot. Look at you, I won't learn it now, right? Besides, I have to collect materials well and give you the most perfect memory, right? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then touched his chin and thought for a while. It's feasible. You're right, I was too anxious, let's take you to eat delicious food. Jiraiya smiled and walked away, but Wang Li didn't mean to follow him. Sexy immortal, I want to leave for a while. Leave? Don't tell me you're going to collect materials. Jiraiya frowned and looked at Wang Li seriously. I know you brought Naruto out this time, one is to find Tsunade, and the other is to protect Naruto. In order to improve efficiency, I decided to find her first. Jiraiya looked at Wang Li seriously. After about 3 minutes, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Okay, I believe you. Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief, and was afraid that Jiraiya would not agree to him. Now that Jiraiya agreed, he could slaughter the big fat sheep. Thinking of this, Wang Li laughed shamelessly. Sexy immortal, how about you lend me some money? Get lost. Chapter 22 Slaughtering the Fat Sheep. Wang Li kept counting the money Jiraiya gave him. At first, Jiraiya was extremely resistant and pretended to have no money. If it weren't for the multiple temptations, he wouldn't have taken out so much money. 10,000 yuan. It seems like a lot, but it's about the same as the Japanese yen in terms of spending power. I'm afraid it won't last long. Wang Li sighed helplessly, but immediately became energetic again. Because this money is not for spending, but a start-up capital. Wang Li plans to use this 10,000 yuan to make unlimited money. And he will not stop until he makes a lot of money. As for how to make money, of course he will find a fat sheep. That is the one favored by the god of gamblers, as long as he buys her opposite, it will be right. Wang Li wandered around many gambling houses, and in a nearly desperate situation, he saw two women. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Although Wang Li has seen Tsunade Senju many times in animation, he has never seen her once in the Naruto world. But the woman in black clothes, holding a pink pig in her arms, instantly confirmed Wang Li's idea. Wang Li smiled triumphantly and quickly hid the forehead protector. Walking into the gambling house, the noisy sound made Wang Li buzz, and he easily found Tsunade's figure after looking around. Wang Li smiled triumphantly. This time period is when Tsunade is the richest. First, he helped the Raikage treat Kare and earned a lot of money. Secondly, on the day when the third generation died, he won a large sum of money. Yet, I'm not here to cheat Tsunade's money, I just want to keep the money within the family. Wang Li thought and ran over. Seeing that Tsunade bought the big one, he instantly put all his money on the small one. Hey, how old are you? Why do you come to this kind of place? Hurry up and take your pocket money and go. Tsunade saw that Wang Li was only 12 or 13 years old, and shook her hand impatiently. I want to, too, but unfortunately the money has been put up and can't be taken down. Seeing this, the dealer also hurriedly said, yes, buy it and leave it. Tsunade shrugged helplessly and said, there's nothing I can do about it. All your pocket money will belong to me. 123 small. Before Tsunade finished speaking, the dealer opened the dice cup. Sorry, big sister, it seems I won. Tsunade's mouth twitched, but when she heard a few words from big sister, her anger immediately subsided. Little brother is lucky, you've doubled your money and go home quickly. I found that I'm lucky today, I want to keep trying. Just kidding, Wang Li came here for Tsunade's money today, how could he leave? Well, follow me and buy big, you will definitely win. Tsunade said, putting her money on big. Wang Li saw the opportunity and put all his money on small. Little brother, you put it in the wrong place. Move to my side quickly. But I've already bought it, so I can't change it. Well, it's also a lesson for money. This way you can go home. Tsunade shook her head and smiled bitterly. 223 small. Tsunade froze in place instantly. In less than a minute, Tsunade lost 200,000. And Wang Li next to her won from 10,000 to 40,000. He was inexplicably angry. Little friend, you are so lucky. How about I follow you to buy? Wang Li was instantly shocked. Who is Tsunade? She is blacklisted by the god of gamblers. If Tsunade follows to buy, even if there is a sea view room, she will lose everything. It's better not to do it. This thing depends on luck. It's normal to win or lose. Tsunade stared at Wang Li for a long time, and then laughed. You are right. Then I will continue to buy big this time. I don't believe it will always be small. Tsunade put the money on it, and Wang Li immediately put all the money on the small one. Tsunade's mouth twitched, and her eyebrows wrinkled into a river. Little ghost, don't say you put it in the wrong place again this time. Wang Li laughed awkwardly. Tsunade's temper was notoriously bad. If she really made her unhappy, she might punch him directly. I said I'm a handicapped, do you believe it? In short, whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. 131 small. Hearing the dealer's announcement, Tsunade, who had been suppressed for a long time, suddenly broke out. How did you shake the dice? Why are you always rolling small today? Shizuan saw that the situation was not right, and hurried to stop Tsunade. If she was not persuaded, she might really do something like smashing the gambling house. Wang Li took back all the money, and his face was already full of joy. Tsunade's eyebrows kept jumping, and she was already on the verge of collapse. Boy! What are you buying this time? Wang Li was frightened by Tsunade's roar, and hesitantly said for a long time, how about I continue to buy small? Okay, I'll buy small this time. Tsunade said, and threw the money directly on the small, and a pair of glasses stared at Wang Li. Buy it! Buy it now! Well, Mom is calling me home for dinner, so why don't we just forget about it today? Bang! Tsunade punched angrily, punching a hole in the table. Wang Li's hair stood up instantly. Wang Li had an illusion in his heart that if he didn't buy it today, he would definitely get punched. Then I bet. Ding dong. Identify and select tasks. 1. Buy small, reward, palm immortal technique. 2. Give up, reward, strange power fist. 3. Buy big, reward, 1 synthesis opportunity. Wang Li's mouth twitched, this system is going to kill him. If the synthesis opportunity does not appear this time, Wang Li will definitely follow Tsunade to buy. After all, no other reward is more important than his life. But the synthesis opportunity appears too rarely, and I don't know when it will appear again if I miss it this time. I choose 3. After choosing, Wang Li threw all 80,000 on the big one without hesitation. 556 big. Before Wang Li could collect the money, Tsunade grabbed Wang Li's collar directly, with anger written all over her face. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a smaller one? Since your hand cramps frequently, I'll break it. Don't worry, I'll repair it intact. Wang Li believes that Tsunade will do this and can do it. Although it will be cured in the end, who would want to suffer this unprovoked disaster? And Shizun on the side seemed to have given up dissuading him, and looked at Wang Li eagerly, as if ready to perform surgery at any time. I'm still a child. You are one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the granddaughter of the legendary Senju Hashirama in the ninja world. Could it be that you would bother with a child like me because of a small matter? Tsunade's mouth twitched. Although she wanted to beat Wang Li, she would discredit Konoha if she did it now. Then she could only retract her hand. Boy! You're good! Tsunade shouted angrily, then stood up from the chair and walked out angrily. Follow me! We can't let this fat sheep run away. Chapter 23 Cooperation Pays Off. In the next few days, Wang Li stayed with Tsunade and slowly took care of her. And Wang Li's wallet slowly became fatter. On this day, Tsunade came out of the hotel, and Wang Li, who lived next to her, quickly followed behind. Finally, Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly came to Wang Li and grabbed Wang Li's collar with one hand. Boy, you've had enough. It's okay to follow me to the gambling house every day. And you buy my opposite side every time. The clay Buddha still has 3 points of clay. Tsunade-sama, I was wrong, I shouldn't have followed you to the gambling house all the time. Hearing Wang Li's explanation, Tsunade's face became more angry. The point is that you followed me. What do you mean by buying my opposite side all the time? Okay, Tsunade-sama, he's still a child. Shizun hurriedly came out to smooth things over, but Tsunade completely pretended not to see it. At this moment, Wang Li suddenly put away his frightened expression and looked at Tsunade with a serious face. Tsunade-sama, do you want to make money? Or do you want to win? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and the hand holding Wang Li's collar loosened. Tsunade didn't want to win money, but simply wanted to win. It's just that her luck has always been bad, and she almost always loses every time she gambles. Wang Li saw that Tsunade had eased up, and hurriedly smiled. In fact, you can see it yourself. Your gambling luck is very bad, and you almost always lose every time you gamble. Tsunade nodded slightly. Although she didn't want to admit it, this was the fact. In fact, as long as you bet on one side with a small price, and then I bet all my money on the other side, this is a sure win situation. I'll share the money with you then. It seems to make sense. Tsunade touched her chin and thought. Although Wang Li's words were very reliable, Tsunade always felt that if she won the money, she would lose her life. Tsunade-sama, this method is good. Jingyan held the pig in both hands, her eyes kept shining. Okay, let's try it. The three people and the pig came to the gambling house. When the boss saw Tsunade, his face darkened instantly. The boss had never seen someone with such bad luck. Often, he couldn't win a hand in a night. And Tsunade's reputation was completely established. You only need to buy her to make money. When other gamblers saw Tsunade Senju coming, their eyes lit up. The gambling house owner now suspected that this Tsunade was sent by other gambling houses to mess up the place. Under normal circumstances, the gambling house didn't care whether she was or not, and just beat her up and threw her out. But who is Tsunade? She is one of the legendary 3 ninjas. All the guys in the gambling house are not her opponents. The boss ran to Tsunade and said with a sad face, Tsunade-sama, please go to other gambling houses to gamble. I will return all the money you lost here. Please go. Hearing the words repay the money, Tsunade was not happy, but her face turned black, and she wanted to punch the boss. Wang Li's eyes lit up, and he leaned close to the boss's ear with a sly smile. I'll help you eat these greedy guys, and then give me half of the money. The gambling house owner hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Tsunade. Can it work? This woman is completely possessed by the unlucky star. I have used all means, but I can't win. What did you say? Believe it or not, I will beat you. Under normal circumstances, gambling houses make tricks to let gamblers book and cheat money from them. But now the gambling house tries every means to make you win, but you just can't win. This completely crushed Tsunade's self-esteem. Are you worthy of it? Otherwise, with just a few people like you, you can't stop our Lord Tsunade. The gambling house owner trembled all over and nodded unwillingly. The three of them came to the gambling table. And someone immediately cleared a small path for Wang Li and others to pass through. The gambling table was already crowded with people, and the gambling house owner had to work hard to squeeze in. But when the owner saw the money in everyone's hands, his face suddenly darkened. He could only pray in his heart that Wang Li would keep his word. Wang Li casually put all the money on the table. Recently, relying on Tsunade's ability, he directly won 2.56 million. Tsunade sneered and stretched out her hand to take the money to bet. Wang Li hurriedly stopped her. Tsunade-sama, just sit here and don't move. After Wang Li finished speaking, he turned to Shizun and said, Sister Shizun, you come to bet the money. Bet as you like. Tsunade was unhappy with her hands on her chest. If there was no money in the cash box, she would never compromise. Shizun hesitated for a moment, took out a 10,000 yuan note, and put it on the big one. In an instant, all other gamblers put all their money on the dice, and it was estimated that there were about tens of millions. The gamblers stared at the gambling owner with greedy eyes. The gambling owner smiled bitterly, and took up the dice with a stiff face, and shook it weakly. The gambling owner seemed to shake it casually, but there was a mystery hidden in it. No matter what number he wanted, a light shake would definitely be right, so it was absolutely impossible for gamblers to win money from him. But he encountered the accident of Senju Tsunade. Big big big. The gambling owner closed his eyes and kept mumbling in his heart. If he lost this time, this gambling house might not be worth so much money even if it was sold. The gambling owner slowly raised the dice cup and slowly opened his eyes. According to previous experience, this is definitely 3 sixes. But now Tsunade is sitting opposite. 3 sixes. The gambling owner looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, rubbing his eyes several times in a row, fearing that he had seen it wrong. How is it possible? Why is this woman not effective? Asshole, this is all my savings. I borrowed money to gamble. Wang Li sneered. The most unsympathetic people in this world are gamblers. putting the family's property on probability, and the probability can be manipulated behind the scenes, completely sending a happy family to a dead end. And this time, the win was not because Tsunade's luck changed, but because the money was all Wang Li's, the bet was all Jing Ian, and the dice were shaken by the casino owner. Tsunade was just sitting there, like a mascot. Wang Li was not going to continue gambling when he saw the good. This time he came to the casino mainly for future plans. Traveling to other countries requires not only strength, but also money. Now that he has enough money, Wang Li naturally has no need to continue. After getting the money from the casino owner, half of it was knocked over by Tsunade. For a moment, Tsunade was as happy as a child. She hooked one arm around Wang Li's neck and walked away swaggeringly. "Excuse me, is this Tsunade-sama?" The three of them couldn't help but turn their heads and saw a silver-haired boy wearing a pair of round-framed glasses with a cold smile on his face. Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 24, Meet Orochimaru again. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Wang Li in surprise and said, "Do you know me?" Wang Li laughed disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. "You came to see Tsunade-sama for the wound in your heart, right? I can tell you that I stabbed him." Uchiha Wang Li. A hoarse voice came from behind Yakushi Kabuto. Looking in that direction, he saw a pale face. "Orochimaru. You killed the third generation, and you still have the nerve to come to Tsunade for treatment?" Tsunade trembled all over, and her expression changed directly from surprise to anger. Then she punched the wall beside her, and the wall shattered instantly. Seeing this, Shizun's face was filled with anger. She just spit out countless steel needles from her mouth and flew towards Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi was startled. There was a hole in Orochimaru's heart, and he could only barely support himself with ninjutsu. He must not move much now, otherwise he would die without rescue. Then Kabuto Yakushi came to Orochimaru quickly, took out his kunao and blocked all the needles. But when he looked up again, he found that Shizun had disappeared from the spot. Kabuto Yakushi's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly kicked Shizun backwards and kicked her away. "You are too slow. How can you follow Tsunade with your skills?" Shizun looked at Kabuto Yakushi unwillingly. The kick just now had displaced her internal organs. According to Tsunade's ability, healing is naturally a piece of cake. But now she has lost the ability to fight. Then what about me? Wang Li walked to Shizun and helped her up. Then he took out the forehead protector from his pocket and tied it on his head. "Konoha ninja? Do you think you can hurt me?" Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses with his middle finger and smiled triumphantly. "Kabuto, don't underestimate the enemy. This kid is not simple." Orochimaru, who had been silent on the side, suddenly said solemnly. "He is just a kid, what can he do?" Kabuto Yakushi was halfway through his words when he suddenly found a pair of bright red pupils in front of him. There were 3 megatama on the pupils. Kabuto Yakushi was shocked and sweating all over. He had seen these eyes before. During the Chunin exam, Uchiha Sasuke also had a pair of bright red pupils, but there were only 2 megatama on his pupils. Kabuto Yakushi was in a trance and wanted to dodge but suddenly felt a huge pain in his abdomen. Then he flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. "Do you still think I can't do anything?" Wang Li laughed sarcastically. Kabuto Yakushi's face was furious, his hands were spread out, and the light blue chakra instantly wrapped his hands. Ding dong! Identification of ninjutsu, chakra scalpel. Wang Li sneered and spread his hands. A pair of scalpels that were longer and bigger than Kabuto Yakushi appeared in his hands. Suddenly, the 2 scalpels kept twisting and became slender, like a long sword. Chakra form changes. What kind of person is this kid? Orochimaru looked at Wang Li in disbelief, his face full of unwillingness. If such a genius had been discovered earlier, Wang Li could have been controlled in his hands as a useful body. But Wang Li was too strong at this moment, beyond the control of Orochimaru. But fortunately, there was a spare. Wang Li leaped up, swept the chakra sword in his hand forward, and the scalpel in Kabuto Yakushi's hand was instantly cut off. The slender sword blade cut Kabuto Yakushi's chest. Although there was no obvious external injury, the inside had already been damaged. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. So strong! So strong at the age of 12. The Uchiha clan are all monsters, said Kabuto Yakushi while coughing. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Kill Orochimaru. Reward, Corpse Vein. 2. Defeat Orochimaru. Reward, increase the number of synthesis by 1. 3. Let Orochimaru go. Reward, win the tribute chakra. Wang Li was ecstatic. He didn't expect that a bloodline limit would appear all of a sudden. And there is one more synthesis. This reward is so generous that it can't be more generous. It's just that Wang Li was in a dilemma about the reward. Just when Wang Li was struggling, Orochimaru laughed coldly. Tsunade. If you are willing to heal me, I can help you revive those two. Tsunade, who was already sad, trembled all over, and her distraught expression was difficult to hide no matter how hard she tried. Seeing Tsunade's reaction, Wang Li thought it was unrealistic to kill Orochimaru again, because it involved the two most important people in Tsunade. Rope Tree and Kato Dan. If you kill Orochimaru now, it will definitely anger Tsunade, so it is better to take a step back and choose the number of synthesis. So he snorted angrily. Orochimaru, get out of here. At the moment of rushing towards Orochimaru, Wang Li chose 2. Orochimaru, whose body cannot move violently, was kicked away directly. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. But Orochimaru was not angry, but laughed coldly. Tsunade, you have to think about it carefully. Kabuto Yakushi and Orochimaru walked out with each other, but Orochimaru looked at everyone proudly like a winner. As soon as Orochimaru left, Tsunade collapsed to the ground. He lowered his head and looked at the floor in a daze. Tsunade-sama, don't listen to Orochimaru's nonsense, he definitely has no good intentions. Shizune kept persuading Tsunade Senju. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Taunt Tsunade. Reward, Super Power Punch. 2. Comfort Tsunade. Reward, win a tribute chakra. Wang Li smiled helplessly. Tsunade didn't want comfort at this time. After all, after so many years, if comfort was effective, she would have returned to Konoha to continue to be her Sunin. Instead of gambling here to relieve her sorrow. So what Senju Tsunade wants now is to vent. I choose 1. Wang Li strode to Tsunade's side and pushed away Shizune, who kept comforting her. Then he lifted Tsunade's chin with one hand and slapped her hard. Snap! Crisp and loud. Not only Shizune, but even Tsunade was stunned. Wang Li, what are you doing? Lady Tsunade is already like this, and you still want to provoke her. Boy! Are you looking for death? Tsunade was like an angry tiger, and she could bite Wang Li to death at any time. But Wang Li didn't take it seriously at all, and sneered. You coward, you still have the nerve to get angry here. They both died for Konoha, but you disappeared when Konoha needed you the most. You are not worthy of being Rope Tree's sister or Broken's lover. What did you say? Tsunade roared, and then punched the wall next to her, and the whole wall disappeared. Wang Li did not retreat because of this. Wang Li knew very well that the more he roared and the more violent he used in this situation, the more he was uneasy in his heart. I said you are unworthy. Chapter 25, The First Generation's Relics. I am unworthy. Tsunade kept retreating, but was tripped by the gravel on the ground and sat on the ground. After coming to the ninja world, although I encountered many strong enemies, but it was the first time that I was really beaten by someone, and waves of intense pain kept stimulating my nerves. If Wang Li had not mastered intermediate physical skills and had a primary sage body, he would have fainted long ago. But it is still very meaningful to do this. The harder Tsunade hit, the more she vented the regret and unwillingness suppressed in her heart. As long as she vented it completely, Tsunade would be the real 5th-generation Hokage. The fists like rainstorm pear blossoms lasted for a minute before stopping, and Tsunade was completely crying. She picked up Wang Li all of a sudden and cried even more wantonly. Shizuan was stunned. After following Tsunade for so many years, this was the first time I saw her like this. I didn't know whether to comfort her or let her go. After crying for several minutes, Tsunade finally stopped, and her eyes looked at Wang Li with an unknown expression. After hesitating for a long time, Tsunade took off the necklace on her chest and hung it directly on Wang Li's neck. "Thank you for waking me up, this is a thank you gift." "Tsunade-sama, this is..." Shizuan was halfway through her words when she was glared at by Tsunade and immediately shut up. Wang Li stared blankly at the necklace in front of him. This is the necklace of the 1st generation, which was given to Tsunade as a relic. Later, it was given to Nawaki and Kato Dan. It is called the Death Necklace. However, this Death Necklace has an extraordinary effect. It can react to the chakra of the 1st generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and can suppress the power of the tailed beast. Now Tsunade gave this necklace to Wang Li, which means that she completely recognized Wang Li and even regarded Wang Li as the closest person. However, this 1st-generation necklace was originally supposed to be given to Uzumaki Naruto, especially when pain invaded Konoha. It also saved Uzumaki Naruto's life. Now that it has been intercepted by Wang Li, I don't know how Uzumaki Naruto will get through that level. But I'll make it clear in advance that if anyone tells others about what happened today, I'll make him pay. Tsunade said threateningly, raising her fist. Wang Li trembled all over, the punch just now was still fresh in his mind, and he was not going to do it again. Then he kept nodding his head. "Be good." Tsunade burst into laughter and used her hand to gently stroke Wang Li's head. "Okay. To celebrate winning the money, I will treat everyone to a drink." Wang Li could not refuse, and Tsunade's arm clamped Wang Li's head directly. Suddenly Wang Li felt like there was a mountain in front of him, making him completely breathless. Wang Li was dragged to a barbecue restaurant. When the clerk saw Wang Li's appearance, he was shocked. Are you really okay? Do you want to go to the hospital first?" "Hospital? We are doctors, what hospital should we go to? Quick, serve me barbecue. And good wine," Tsunade said casually, which confused the clerk. "Okay. Wait a moment." The three of them sat in 2 seats. In order to escape Tsunade's torture, Wang Li sat directly with Shizuan. Tsunade's face was full of dissatisfaction, but she didn't say much. After the meat and wine came up, she ate them with relish. Wang Li was also a foodie. He instantly forgot about his injuries and picked up the meat with chopsticks and put it directly into the oven. When he heard the sizzling sound of the grilled meat, a happy expression suddenly appeared on his face. And Jingyan was not idle either. She put her hands on Wang Li's chest and kept using the palm magic. This made Wang Li, who was thin-skinned, a little embarrassed. "Sister Jingyan, why don't you eat first? My wound is fine." "Thank you." "Ah. Thank you, I haven't seen Lady Tsunade so happy for a long time. It would be great if you could show up earlier," Jingyan said seriously, but made Tsunade blush. "Jingyan, shut up." Jingyan couldn't help laughing, but because of the pain of pulling the wound, tears came out directly. Wang Li reacted. Although his wound looked serious, Tsunade avoided the vital parts when she hit him, so it was just some superficial injuries. But Jingyan was different. Shizuan was kicked in the side by Yakushi Kabuto, which is the weakest part of a person. Even walking just now seemed a little awkward. Obviously the injury was not as relaxed as Shizuan's face showed. And Tsunade, a woman with a big nerve, did not react at all. Fortunately, when Shizuan used the palm magic just now, it was copied by the system. Then Wang Li hurriedly pushed Shizuan's hand away and said seriously, "Sister Shizuan, let me help you heal." Shizuan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. "I'll do it myself, I'll heal you first." Wang Li didn't care so much, put his hands on Shizuan's abdomen, and immediately started to use the palm magic. Shizuan's face turned red all the way to her neck. From childhood to adulthood, no man has ever touched her so intimately. If it were someone else, Shizuan would have slapped him long ago. But for some reason, she didn't resist being treated by Wang Li at all. Tsunade supported her chin with one hand and said with a smile, "Shizuan is my most outstanding disciple. She is calm and gentle, and she is also good at taking care of people." Wang Li didn't know why Tsunade said this suddenly, but nodded subconsciously. "Why don't you consider Shizuan? Although she is a little older than you, a woman who is 3 years older than you is more valuable." Shizuan's face suddenly became even redder, as if she was cooked. Wang Li coughed madly, and couldn't understand Tsunade's brain circuit at all. "I'm only 12 years old." Chapter 26 I'll protect him. With Tsunade's nonsense just now, the table suddenly became a little awkward. Shizuan didn't say anything, but just lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking, which was very consistent with her usual style. "Okay, it should be about right." Wang Li retracted his hands and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hands. "What? You really know how to heal? I thought you just wanted to take advantage of Shizuan." Tsunade looked at Wang Li in surprise. By observing Shizuan's complexion, it was obvious that she had almost recovered. Wang Li's mouth twitched, and he wanted to punch Tsunade in the face. When dealing with serious matters, Tsunade is very strong and reliable. But in private, she is completely a neurotic woman. He is a genius who learned the Raise Nan in just a few minutes. I'm afraid he can learn the palm immortal technique just by looking at it. What? You are actually a genius. No wonder, you have learned the chakra form transformation at this age. You are no longer a genius, but a monster. Tsunade was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something was wrong and turned her head away. "Hey! Long time no see, Tsunade." Jiraiya smiled and waved his hand. Behind him stood a yellow-haired boy, wearing the same clothes as Jiraiya. Wang Li is exactly the same. Tsunade rolled her eyes impatiently, then picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Jiraiya looked a little embarrassed, but he still sat down shamelessly. There were only enough seats for 4 people, and now with Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto sitting down, it seemed even more crowded. The well-behaved Shizuan hurriedly stood up and stood aside. "Actually, I came to you this time for a very important matter. Let me go back to be the 5th generation." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya disapprovingly. If Wang Li hadn't shown up, she might have been surprised. But now that Wang Li has explained the whole story, she is naturally calm. It's just that when she talked about this, Tsunade's state was a little bad. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Wang Li is not bad, everything has been done. He is worthy of being a hero of Konoha." Hearing the words "hero of Konoha," Tsunade immediately became interested, put down the wine glass and looked at Wang Li. "Hero of Konoha, tell me something interesting." "So this kid didn't say anything, then let me tell you." The more Tsunade listened, the more frightened she felt. A 12-year-old boy attacked Orochimaru at a critical moment and drove him away. Even Tsunade couldn't help but give a thumbs up for this courage. And Shizuan on the side, she grabbed her clothes tightly with both hands, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Not bad. I like this kid." Tsunade felt more and more satisfied as she listened, and the smile on her face became more unrestrained. It was as if her own child got the first place in the school exam. "I said, Wang Li, you rely on gambling to get close to me, is this trick taught by Jiraiya?" "No. I don't want to get close to you. Wang Li answered subconsciously. Tsunade frowned. It was just an unintentional question. No matter what the reason, she would forgive Wang Li. After all, Wang Li is the most special existence. But if Wang Li lied, although it would not be a big deal, there would always be a knot in his heart, at least the relationship would not be as close as before. I just want to win your money. Tsunade spurted out the half glass of wine she had just drunk, and her face was full of anger. You little devil! I'll settle accounts with you later. Tsunade snorted coldly, and instantly transferred her anger to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what on earth did you do to teach Wang Li like this? No, I didn't teach him to gamble. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Wang Li to learn good things and learn bad things. Really? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with a pair of sharp eyes, and Jiraiya was sweating all over. Then he turned to Wang Li and said, Did Jiraiya, this guy, ask you to do anything you didn't want to do? No. Definitely not. Yes. As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat and he quickly came up. You should think carefully about what I asked you to do. Bang! Jiraiya had no time to react and was punched in the face by Tsunade. Don't be afraid, Wang Li, just say whatever you want to say. That. Master Jiraiya wants me to use the transformation technique to become a girl. Bang! Another punch. A 5-meter diameter pit appeared on the ground. If Jiraiya hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been ruined. Jiraiya. Pay less attention to Wang Li in the future. I'll protect him. Jiraiya didn't dare to make any excuses for a while, and his head kept nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Is this the 5th Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help muttering to himself when he saw this scene. Yes, I am the next 5th Hokage of Konoha. What's your name, kid? Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will become Hokage in the future. Tsunade couldn't help but tremble all over when she heard the words Uzumaki Naruto, and her eyes softened. Oh? Become Hokage? But with Wang Li here, do you think you can do it? I will definitely surpass Wang Li and become Hokage. Tsunade crossed her arms and laughed. If other people had said this before meeting Wang Li, she wouldn't have definitely rejected it. After all, Wang Li's talent is so terrifying. He learned the Raise Nan in a few minutes, and he could transform the chakra form, plus the bloodline limit. With this set, it is impossible for this generation to surpass him. If nothing unexpected happens, the 6th Hokage will definitely be this young guy. Unless he doesn't want to do it. You want to be Hokage? Then let me see if you are qualified. Tsunade walked out and raised a finger high and said, I won't bully you. I only use one finger. If you can hit me, I will admit that you have a chance to become Hokage. How about it? Do you want to try? Tsunade's violent scene just now has long been reflected in Uzumaki Naruto's mind, but when he thought of using only one finger, he immediately felt a little lucky. Okay. Let's try it. The two stood on the road, and Uzumaki Naruto tied the forehead protector tightly, and then crossed his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Countless Uzumaki Naruto appeared out of thin air at once, and then ran towards Senju Tsunade from all directions. Multiple shadow clone technique. But it's not good enough. Tsunade sneered, and then pointed to the ground with one finger. Bang! A violent shock wave pushed out in all directions, and all the Uzumaki Naruto encountered on the way turned into smoke. Take my move! Uzumaki Naruto shouted, and a light blue ball appeared in his hand at some point, which was spinning non-stop. Raise Nan. Chapter 27, Competing with Tsunade. Oh? You also learned the Raise Nan? But it seems a little bit behind. Tsunade smiled disapprovingly. After all, with Wang Li in front, no matter how talented the people behind are, they can only be inferior to him. Uzumaki Naruto roared, dragging the raised nan in his hand, and ran towards Senju Tsunade at a high speed. Tsunade did not dodge at all, nor did she intend to dodge. Instead, she raised one hand high, seized the opportunity and dropped it directly. The finger hit the back of Uzumaki Naruto's hand, causing the entire raised nan to hit the ground. A huge pit was smashed. Then Tsunade flicked her finger lightly, hitting Uzumaki Naruto's forehead protector. Uzumaki Naruto flew backwards. And even the forehead protector fell to the ground. Now you know how much you weigh. Uzumaki Naruto climbed up from the ground unwillingly, but in front of Tsunade, he seemed so powerless. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was not convinced, Tsunade turned around and said to Wang Li lovingly, "Wang Li, come here. Let's fight." Wang Li, who was eating melons on the side, was suddenly called and looked very puzzled. But seeing Tsunade's high fighting spirit, it was obviously impossible to refuse. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Kill Tsunade. Reward, Samsara I. 2. Defeat Tsunade. Reward, Mangeki Sharingan. 3. Undefeated in battle with Tsunade. Reward, Number of Synthesis. Wang Li was shocked. He didn't expect the reward to be so rich. However, Wang Li would never choose the first one, regardless of the reward. Senju Tsunade gave Wang Li the first generation relic, which means that she regarded Wang Li as the closest person. If he killed Tsunade, Wang Li couldn't do it. Compared with killing, defeating Tsunade is more difficult. Kill her when she is least expected, and there is still a chance to kill her. But to defeat Tsunade, with Wang Li's current strength, the chance of winning is slim. I choose 3. Tsunade-sama, Wang Li's injury has not healed yet, so let's not compete. Shizuan said anxiously. Tsunade also hesitated, looked at Wang Li with both eyes, and gave the final choice to Wang Li. Jiraiya hooked Wang Li's neck with one hand, with a hint of jealousy in his smile. You are really good, you conquered both the master and the apprentice in just a few days. Jiraiya. Are you itching for trouble again? Jiraiya shuddered all over, and quickly closed his mouth, not daring to say another word. Wang Li scratched his head with a bitter smile and strode out. Although Wang Li now has the strength of a jonin, he still has too little practical experience compared to other ninjas. Now that there is such a meat target, why not give it a try? Tsunade-sama, how about you fight me with one finger? Tsunade was instantly furious. You bastard, you gave Orochimaru a chill. Although it was a sneak attack, it was definitely not something a genin could do. You're still asking me to let you go, don't you want to give me a way out? Wang Li laughed awkwardly. Well, remember to show mercy. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. As soon as the voice fell, Tsunade became alert, and Wang Li crossed his fingers and shouted softly. Multiple shadow clone technique. At one time, countless Wang Lis ran towards Tsunade like flying. It's the multiple shadow clone technique again, Wang Li, don't you know the harm of this ninjutsu? Although Tsunade said this, her movements did not slow down at all. She kicked her feet hard, and then used a strange punch on the ground. At one time, gravel flew up and broke all the shadow clones that rushed over. But before Tsunade could catch her breath, the stone under her feet began to turn into mud, and his body kept sinking into it. Earth escape. Mud flow wall technique. Tsunade was immediately startled and broke into a cold sweat, and hurriedly used the strange force punch on the ground again. Mud splashed for a while, and a piece of land was vacant where the fist landed, but it was also quickly turning into mud. Tsunade hurriedly jumped up and left this dangerous area. But just after jumping out, she couldn't find Wang Li's figure. And only saw dozens of crows flying in the sky. Damn! Where did this kid run to? Tsunade looked around, constantly looking for Wang Li's figure, and suddenly trembled and looked at the crows in the sky in horror. No! Why are there so many crows all of a sudden? At this time, the crows were already very close to Senju Tsunade, and the originally noisy crows suddenly turned into kunao and shurikens, constantly attacking Tsunade. There was no time to dodge. Tsunade kicked the ground, and a huge rock flew up. Tsunade quickly grabbed the boulder with both hands and used it to block the flying shuriken. However, the shuriken came from all directions. Although most of them were blocked, a few still cut Tsunade's clothes. At this moment, a figure ran towards Tsunade quickly, holding a light blue sphere in his hand. Are multiple shadow clones and rays nan the standard equipment of your Konoha? When will the genin master such a dangerous ninjutsu? But you are too slow. Tsunade smiled confidently and stretched out her hand to grab Wang Li. If this time it was not a grab but a fist, as long as Wang Li was hit, it would be a bloody mess. Although Wang Li knew that Senju Tsunade was letting him go, Wang Li was not going to miss this opportunity. Flying Thunder Breaking Technique. Seeing that Tsunade was about to catch Wang Li, suddenly a yellow light flashed, and she disappeared directly on the spot. Flying Thunder God Technique. Jiraiya's body trembled. This ninjutsu was too familiar to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's apprentice, Minato Namikaze, relied on this ninjutsu to get the title of Yellow Flash. Even with Minato Namikaze's talent, it would take several years to master it. Wang Li is only 12 years old now, but he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. His talent is so terrifying that only gods can compare with him. Very good routine, but unfortunately your landing point is a bit far. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, her body turned around suddenly, and one palm grabbed Wang Li without any emotion. Wang Li's pupils shrank slightly. In an instant, Wang Li calculated that Tsunade was much faster and stronger than himself. The most important thing is that Tsunade's arms are longer than Wang Li's. So the possibility of this attack being successful is less than 10%. Then Wang Li hurriedly retreated and immediately distanced himself from Tsunade. How about we just stop here? Well, let's just leave it like this. Tsunade shrugged her shoulders and said indifferently. It's not that Tsunade feels that she will lose, but she is afraid that she will lose control and hurt Wang Li. If the opponent is Jiraiya, Tsunade will never accept a ceasefire, and will not stop until the other party regrets it. Boy over there, do you see the gap between the two of you? Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head directly, and his face was even more disappointed. I can't beat Wang Li-kun. Chapter 28 Hemophobia. Uzumaki Naruto actually admitted defeat. This made Wang Li unbelievable. Uzumaki Naruto is famous for being a little strong, and he never gave up hope even if he was beaten to a point of blood. So in the end, he could become the 7th Hokage. But now he actually admitted defeat. Tsunade nodded with satisfaction. I don't know why, when someone said that he wanted to surpass Wang Li, he felt 100 times unhappy. Giving up is a good thing for you. Some things can be caught up with hard work. And some things can't be caught up even if you try harder. Uzumaki Naruto trembled all over, and his head lowered even more. However, Tsunade didn't seem to notice Uzumaki Naruto's disappointment at all, and walked back to the barbecue restaurant by herself. Tsunade-sama, isn't it too much for you to say that? Wang Li, what do you know? The Kuwabai kid is too obsessed, and suppressing him may be more beneficial to him. What's more, I have no grudges against him, so why should I provoke him? Tsunade said unhappily, and then her arm clamped Wang Li's head directly. Suddenly Wang Li felt that he was pressed down by a mountain again, and even breathing became difficult. Early the next morning, Wang Li felt that the whole world was shaking, as if there was an earthquake. The anxious shouts of Shizuan kept coming from his ears. Wang Li smiled disapprovingly. Shizuan was known for her calmness and would never lose her composure like this. So this is a dream. Since it is a dream, you can do whatever you want. Thinking of this, Wang Li smiled evilly and held his hands. Zhang Kai hugged him. For a moment, the whole world was quiet, even the earthquake stopped. Wang Lejun, please don't be like this. Lady Tsunade is gone. Wang Li shuddered and opened his eyes quickly. I saw Shizuan looking at him shyly, her eyes dodging and hesitant to speak. Wang Li woke up completely. According to the plot, Tsunade should go to Orochimaru today to find a way to revive the two. But because of hemophobia, she was almost killed by Kabuto Yakushi. Wang Li slapped his forehead in annoyance. He thought he had convinced Tsunade yesterday, but he didn't expect to continue according to the plot. Shizuan, don't worry. I roughly know where Lady Tsunade is. Wang Li thought and jumped off the bed in a hurry, put on his clothes in a few seconds and ran out quickly. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto had been waiting outside for a long time. Especially Jiraiya's face, a layer of worry had long been covered. Wang Li. You just said you know where Tsunade went, is that true? Jiraiya said anxiously, even more anxious than Shizuan. As Jiraiya's lifelong goddess, he has never given up pursuing her. Now that Tsunade has disappeared, how can he not be anxious? She should go to find Orochimaru. Jiraiya shuddered, with a puzzled expression on his face. She went to find Orochimaru? Why? Resurrect. Resurrect those two. Use the same trick against the third generation. Damn it. Tsunade is crazy. After Wang Li said the approximate location, Jiraiya slapped his chest hard. Jiraiya and Uzumaki Naruto suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared on the spot. Wang Li smiled bitterly. It turned out to be a shadow clone, but with Jiraiya's personality, it is impossible for him to wait here quietly. Shizuan. Let's go. We can't wait any longer. After a while, Shizuan arrived at an open space in the suburbs. From a distance, she saw two men and one woman standing on an open space. It's Lady Tsunade. Seeing that Tsunade was safe, Shizuan's heart was relieved. Then she sped up and ran towards the destination. Senju Tsunade. Not only do I know all this about you, I also know your biggest weakness. Kabuto Yakushi smiled proudly, and then stabbed his hand with a kunao. He swung his arm hard, and blood flew towards Tsunade. Tsunade, who was originally calm and composed, had her pupils shrunk into needles. And she fell to the ground and trembled constantly. See? How can you be a ninja with hemophobia, and how can you be a medical ninja? I heard that your lover died in front of you. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses with one hand and smiled coldly on his face. Then he picked up the kunao and walked towards Tsunade step by step. Bang! Tsunade was kicked and rolled on the ground for several rounds before stopping. However, the trembling did not stop because of this. Instead, the trembling became more severe because of the blood dripping from the hands of Yakushi Kabuto. You are so afraid of my blood. I wonder if your own blood will be afraid. Yakushi Kabuto said, picked up the kunao and raised it high, and then stabbed Tsunade with force. Bang! For a moment, Yakushi Kabuto felt dizzy, and with a sharp pain in his abdomen, the whole person kept rolling on the ground. Yakushi Kabuto climbed up angrily, and when he saw Wang Li and Shizuan, his face became even more angry. Wang Li! It's you again! Yakushi Kabuto was kicked by Wang Li yesterday, but he didn't expect to be kicked away in the same position and posture today. Yes, it's me. Don't even think about escaping today. Come here. Orochimaru, who was standing behind Kabuto Yakushi, suddenly spoke, and Kabuto Yakushi hurriedly ran over. Blood. As soon as the voice fell, Kabuto Yakushi hurriedly smeared the blood on the palm of Orochimaru's hand. As Orochimaru made a few seals, a puff of thick smoke rose up. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, summoning jutsu. No contracts signed. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Help Orochimaru capture Tsunade. Reward, White Eyes. 2. Defeat Orochimaru. Reward, 100 Healings Jutsu. 3. Kill Orochimaru. Reward, samsara I. Wang Li was shocked. Options 1 and 3 were completely meant to tempt Wang Li, but they were just temptations, and they were completely meant to disgust Wang Li. Wang Li could never betray Tsunade. And the chances of killing Orochimaru are slim. Although Orochimaru is in a weak state now, he has the undying corpse reversal and 8-headed technique to save his life. If he escapes, it will be a loss. I choose the second one. Just after choosing, Wang Li suddenly had a black diamond appeared, exactly the same as the one on Tsunade's forehead. This is Tsunade's S-level ninjutsu, the 100 healings technique. The 100 healings technique is to store all the chakra that is not used at ordinary times in the seal point on the forehead. When you need it, it will burst out all at once. Let you have enough chakra to use various ninjutsu. And all aspects of the body's abilities will also be greatly improved. Shizuan, you go deal with Kabuto Yakushi. I'll deal with Orochimaru. Okay. Shizuan just nodded to confirm, and looked up to find a huge snake spitting out its tongue. 10,000 snakes. Wang Li, I'll deal with these two people, you quickly take Tsunade and run. Shizuan said with firm eyes. Wang Li walked to Shizuan, flicked Shizuan's forehead with his finger and said. Idiot! How could I leave you alone? Chapter 29, The Double Technique vs. Wan Shi. Shizuan was still in a daze. Wang Li quickly ran to the distance, directly diverting Wan Shi's sight. Very good, since you want to die, don't blame me. Orochimaru, when do you need to call me out to deal with a little ghost? But even if the opponent is a little ghost, 100 sacrifices cannot be less. Okay. Kill him quickly. Orochimaru said with gritted teeth. Seeing Wan Shi moving, Wang Li couldn't help but frowned. Although Orochimaru lost his combat power, Wan Shi's strength is half a shadow level, which should not be underestimated. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. For a moment, the land under Wan Shi began to turn into mud, and Wan Shi's huge body sank into it all of a sudden. But the body of the 10,000 snakes was too big, and Wang Li had no way to condense a mud pond that could completely bury the 10,000 snakes. He could only rely on the mud pond to restrict the movement of the 10,000 snakes. Damn it! Is this a kid? Why would he use such a powerful ninjutsu? The 10,000 snakes roared, and said to Orochimaru with dissatisfaction. As long as you kill this kid, I will give you 200 sacrifices. That's what you said. There was a hint of joy in the cold voice of the 10,000 snakes. Eat you first. The 10,000 snakes twisted left and right, and surrounded Wang Li in the middle at an incredible speed. The 10,000 snakes smiled coldly, and then bit Wang Li. Ninjutsu. Multiplication technique. Bang! A burst of smoke rose, and Wang Li's figure instantly became dozens of times larger, and the whole person stood on the ground like a hill. At this time, Wang Li's height was a little taller than the 10,000 snakes. Wang Li grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the snake with both hands, and forcibly blocked the snake's bloody mouth. Orochimaru. Who is this kid? I want to know too. Wang Li used all his strength to throw the snake out. But as soon as the snake was thrown out, Wang Li felt something was wrong. Although the multiplication technique usually consumes a lot of chakra, the speed of chakra consumption now cannot be described by common sense at all. It seems that the Akimichi family definitely has a special way to control chakra after the multiplication technique, otherwise people will be drained after walking a few steps. Wang Li snorted coldly. There was no time to hesitate. He had to deal with Orochimaru directly after the chakra was consumed. Well, it won't affect Grandma Tsunade there. Thinking of this, Wang Li smiled proudly, then jumped high and used a strange punch towards the snake. Originally, Wang Li's weight reached an incredible level under the blessing of the multiplication technique. Add to that the impact of the jump and the explosive power of the strange punch. The moment it touched the ground, the whole earth shook. A strong shock wave pushed out, uprooting the surrounding trees. And the original place was like being hit by a meteorite, smashing out a huge pit. Fortunately, it was far enough away from Tsunade Senju and others, otherwise this shock wave alone would be enough to kill several people. Although Wan Shi relied on his agile body to avoid the frontal attack, because his body was close to the ground, the vibration was directly transmitted into his body. Damn Orochimaru! I remember this grudge. Wan Shi growled unwillingly, and then turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared on the spot. However, Wang Li was in a very bad state at this time. He supported his knees with both hands and kept breathing heavily, and his body kept shaking. Originally thought it was just an easy blow, but he didn't expect that his chakra would be drained in an instant. But this power is definitely terrifying enough. No wonder the Akimichi family rarely uses ninjutsu after the multiplication technique. It is even said that some people in the Akimichi family did not learn many ninjutsu at all. It is not that they do not want to learn, but the chakra consumption of using ninjutsu after the multiplication technique is geometrically doubled. Sometimes after a ninjutsu is used, the enemy is not dead yet, but the chakra consumption is drained. Bang! With a puff of smoke, Wang Li restored to its original size. At this time, Wang Li's chakra was almost zero, and he didn't even have the strength to move his body. The whole person was lying on the ground in a big character. Haha! I didn't expect you to have this day. Orochimaru smiled coldly, walked to Wang Li's side, and looked at Wang Li with fiery eyes. Your body will be mine next. As Orochimaru said, his neck began to grow longer, and his whole head lowered to the side of Wang Li's face. Wang Li, who was originally terrified, suddenly raised his mouth slightly. Orochimaru, have you forgotten Uchiha Itake's loss? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and then smiled coldly on his face. Although I don't know how you know that thing, it's useless to say anything now. You will become a part of me soon. Orochimaru said, and bit Wang Li fiercely. But just halfway through the attack, Wang Li in front of him suddenly turned into Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru was so scared that he took several steps back. How is it possible? No, this is an illusion, damn kid! Orochimaru shouted angrily and looked at Wang Li again. But Wang Li, who was supposed to be lying on the ground, had disappeared at this time. Countless Uchiha Itachi appeared around him, and a pair of blood-red eyes looked at Orochimaru with contempt. In fact, Wang Li was still lying on the ground at this time. The chakra on his body made it almost difficult to use any ninjutsu. But fortunately, when he met Orochimaru yesterday, he used a pre-made illusion on Orochimaru. Just need to see the blood-red eyes again, then he will enter the illusion and see countless Uchiha Itachi. Since Orochimaru fell into the illusion, Wang Li also had enough time to perform the 100 healings technique. The 100 healings technique only needs a trace of chakra to activate, and Wang Li has recovered for nearly 30 seconds, which is enough for use. And the 100 healings technique can take out the pre-stored chakra for use. Although Wang Li put very little chakra in it, it was better than nothing. For a moment, the black mark on Wang Li's forehead disappeared, and turned into black lines covering his cheeks. With the replenishment of chakra, Wang Li was finally able to stand up. But not long after, suddenly Yakushi Kabuto ran over with his wound covered. When he saw Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but frowned. Illusion. Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look at Wang Li, and then hurriedly took out the kunao and threw it at Orochimaru. The severe pain made Orochimaru withdraw from the illusion. Lord Orochimaru, Jiraiya is here, run! Orochimaru gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Li, his face full of unwillingness. Go! Orochimaru's escape means the mission is perfectly completed. But just as he was about to meet up with everyone, Wang Li stood up. Tsunade Senju's hemophobia was cured by the treatment of Uzumaki Naruto, and it may be difficult to complete it in the current state. With such a big weakness, it will be exploited by others sooner or later. Thinking of this, Wang Li took out a kunao, cut a wound on his palm, and kept applying it on his body. What are you doing? Chapter 30 Overcoming Hemophobia. Wang Li was startled by the sudden voice. Then his head turned slowly like a robot. But when he saw that it was Jiraiya, he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a lecherous sage. What do you mean it turned out to be a lecherous sage? What are you doing here sneakily? Since he was bumped into by Jiraiya, Wang Li could only confess completely. Do you know Tsunade's hemophobia? Of course, since you know she has hemophobia, why do you want to be full of blood? Jiraiya suddenly paused, and then hurriedly asked, are you trying to use this to treat Tsunade? Yes, so you have to keep it a secret. Jiraiya touched his chin and nodded, then looked at Wang Li and grinned. How can you do with this little blood? Let me help you. No. I can do it myself. Ah. Soon Wang Li's face was covered with blood, and the blood on the ground had already flowed all over the ground. It didn't all come from Wang Li. After Jiraiya beat him several times, he took out a small bottle from his arms. The products on the ground were all poured out from the small bottle. Okay, you lie down obediently, I'll go call Tsunade over. Jiraiya has had a crush on Tsunade since he was a child. If there is something beneficial to her, he will definitely do it without hesitation. Unfortunately, in the end, the two of them were not together. Wang Li hurriedly lay on the ground, and then smeared the blood evenly, looking more like a seriously injured patient. Not long after, 4 footsteps appeared in Wang Li's ears, followed by a burst of anxious shouts. Jing Yian couldn't wait to run to Wang Li's side. He pressed the wound on his chest with both hands and began to perform the palm immortal technique. Wang Li was secretly happy. He didn't expect that his acting skills were so good that he fooled Shizuan in an instant. Wang Lijun. You must not die. With a sad voice, tears fell one by one and hit Wang Li's face. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. The blood on his face was fake. If it continued to fall like this, it would be exposed sooner or later. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Shizuan. Wang Lijun, you. Shizuan was ecstatic when she saw Wang Li blinking constantly, but she couldn't stop crying. Instead, she shed more tears. Then she rushed forward. Her body was twitching because of crying. Sister Shizuan, this is the only way for Tsunade-sama to cure hemophobia, so you must continue to act. Wang Li said with difficulty as if he was pressed by a mountain. Jing Yian raised her body and nodded slightly to Wang Li. Then she tapped Wang Li several times in a row. Wang Li suddenly felt difficulty breathing, his heartbeat obviously slowed down, and even his vision became blurry. It was as if he was really seriously injured and had a feeling of dying. This is what it looks like. Jing Yian whispered to Wang Li's ear. Then she stood up and walked towards Tsunade with her head down. Tsunade saw the blood on Wang Li's body from a distance, and her body couldn't help trembling. At this time, Jing Yian's body was full of blood. When she approached, Tsunade was so scared that she didn't even have the courage to stand. Jing Yian. How is Wang Li? Jing Yian trembled all over. Lowered her head even more, and 2 lines of tears flowed down involuntarily. She grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands, looking extremely unwilling. Wang Li wants to see you for the last time. He is too seriously injured, I don't have the ability to treat him. But if it is Lady Tsunade, it will definitely work. Tsunade trembled all over, looked at Wang Li from a distance, and the fear in her heart became stronger. Damn it! Let's send Wang Li to the nearest medical point. Jiraiya's face was full of sadness, and he hurriedly pretended to carry Wang Li. Wait! It's too late, let me do it. Tsunade said firmly, but her trembling hands proved the fear in her heart. Tsunade suppressed her fear and walked towards Wang Li step by step. The closer she got, the clearer the blood on Wang Li's body. And Kato Dan's figure seemed to overlap with Wang Li, once again destroying Tsunade Senju's heart. For a while, Tsunade's tears kept rolling in her eyes. I can do it. I can definitely do it. Tsunade took a deep breath, and then put her hands on Wang Li's chest. But when his hands touched the blood, the courage he had just mustered was instantly shattered. He even forgot how to run chakra. Damn it! Why are my hands shaking? Why can't chakra run properly? Tsunade screamed hysterically, angry at herself for being so useless. Tsunade-sama, Wang Li's breathing is getting weaker and weaker, I'm afraid he's about to die. Shizuan shouted anxiously. Tsunade trembled all over, biting her lower lip with her tiger fangs, and she didn't even know that a stream of blood was flowing out. Wang Li! You must not die! For a moment, Tsunade's chakra increased sharply, and her trembling hands stopped. Even the pupils that shrank into needles due to fear gradually returned to normal. You must not die! For a moment, Wang Li felt a gentle parade of chakra in his body, breaking the wounds set by Shizuan one by one. And Wang Li gradually felt comfortable. It was like enjoying the sun in the winter. Finally, as the last wound was untied, Wang Li's vision gradually became clear. The beautiful face in front of him had already cried into tears. And Wang Li's chest was soaked by Tsunade's tears, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Tsunade-sama! Wang Li shouted weakly, instantly breaking Tsunade's last line of defense, and cried out. Then the whole person rushed up and hugged Wang Li tightly. Suddenly Wang Li felt that he was once again pressed by a mountain. It was not because Wang Li pretended to be weak, but because his body was really weak after being mute. Even though he was healed by Tsunade now, he was still tired. It was more tiring than running 4,000 meters in school, and he felt drowsy. Wang Li didn't know if something would happen before, but now he knew it very well. If Tsunade continued to hug him, he would definitely faint or even suffocate to death because he couldn't breathe fresh air. But Wang Li didn't dare. If he was exposed by Tsunade, he would be dead if he didn't. Shizuan was the happiest person that Tsunade could overcome her fear of blood. But when she saw Wang Li's pale face and his eyes starting to roll, her heart started beating wildly. Not good. Lady Tsunade! Wang Li's consciousness is blurring again. Quick Shizuan! Help us together! No. Was it a last breath? Shizuan! Give me artificial respiration. Chapter 31 Naruto's Challenge. Wang Li slowly opened his eyes, and his head seemed to have hit something, and the pain came in waves. But he felt a fragrance coming from the tip of his nose. Sister Shizuan! Wang Li looked at the sight of the woman in front of him in confusion, and couldn't help but speak. Wang Li, you're awake! Shizuan's face lit up, and then her face turned red, and she hurried to Tsunade. Just wake up, why make a fuss? Tsunade glanced at Wang Li, and when she saw Shizuan's expression, she couldn't help laughing. Wang Li smiled bitterly, and seeing Jiraiya walking leisurely, he couldn't help asking. Are you tired of carrying me, Shizuan? How about letting the lecherous immortal carry you? As soon as the voice fell, Shizuan hadn't spoken yet, but Jiraiya's face looked even more aggrieved. Shizuan couldn't help laughing. Not tired, in fact, it was Jiraiya who carried you at the beginning. It's just that when I carried you just now, I accidentally bumped into you several times. Then Tsunade never dared to let Jiraiya carry you again. Jiraiya's few hits were definitely intentional. If you have anything, come at me, don't bother Wang Li. If I find out again, it won't be a matter of a few punches. Tsunade snorted coldly and looked at Jiraiya with dissatisfaction. Jiraiya's face became more aggrieved for a moment, and he kept muttering, as if to say, this guy is obviously pretending. Wang Li couldn't help laughing. But it wasn't the first time that Jiraiya was cheated, and he got used to it after being cheated for a while. By the way, Sister Shizuan, what would have happened to me if Lady Tsunade hadn't overcome her hemophobia just now? Shizuan's forehead began to sweat, and even her walking speed increased a lot. Suddenly Wang Li felt like there were 10,000 alpacas running through his heart. Near dusk, Wang Li and others finally arrived at another village. And Wang Li's injury had long been recovered. If Tsunade hadn't insisted, Wang Li would have jumped up and down on the ground. Okay. Rest here today, and continue on the road tomorrow. Tsunade couldn't help feeling distressed when she saw Wang Li's listless appearance. Well, after all, there are 2 children, so leave Wang Li to me, I will take good care of him. Jiraiya said, and when he said the last few words, he emphasized his tone. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but shrink back. No need, Wang Li is in the same room with us today. What? He's a boy. Jiraiya looked at Wang Li with gritted teeth. His goddess actually cared so much about Wang Li, and he was jealous. No need, I'd better stay with the lecherous immortal. Wang Li knew very well that he could hide for a while but not forever. Instead of hiding all the time, it's better to face it directly. After all, dragging it on is not a solution. Tsunade hesitated for a moment and nodded helplessly. Wang Li is in the same room with you today. If I find out tomorrow that you bully him, you should know the consequences. Wang Li smiled bitterly. The more Tsunade defended herself, the more hatred she had for Jiraiya. Originally, it might just be a skin peeling, but now with this sentence, I'm afraid he's really injured. Wang Li followed Jiraiya to the room uncomfortably. As soon as he closed the door, Jiraiya started to chuckle. Wang Li, explain to me why your injury hasn't healed for so long. And what about me asking you to use the transformation technique? Jiraiya sneered as he walked towards Wang Li. After a while, Wang Li had retreated to the corner and had nowhere to retreat. At this moment, a yellow-haired boy stopped in front of him, looking at Wang Li with firm eyes. Wang Li-kun, please accept my challenge. I must know where the gap between you and me is. Naruto, forget it. You are not Wang Li's opponent. Jiraiya smiled bitterly and patted Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder. Uzumaki Naruto's face was covered with a layer of haze again, but his eyes immediately became firm again. I know. And I also know that Wang Li-kun's injury has not healed yet. But if you and I don't compete, my ninja way will be broken. Ding dong. Trigger the selection task. 1. Agree and defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Reward, win the tribute chakra. 2. Agree and defeat Uzumaki Naruto with one hand. Reward, Uzumaki Naruto's original secret technique that can kill the 3rd Hokage in one move. 3. Agree and defeat Uzumaki Naruto with one finger. Reward, intermediate sage body. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Wang Li had known the benefits of the sage body for a long time, and had been looking forward to when he could upgrade to the intermediate level. Especially after the battle with Wan Shi, it became particularly urgent. However, although the choice was refreshed again, this task was too difficult. Using one finger means that no ninjutsu or illusion can be used. Only ninjas like Might Guy, Senju and Tsunade have a chance to win. Then Wang Li locked the second one in the next 2 choices. I choose the second one. Wang Li chose option 2 for no other reason, but he felt that he only used one hand to fight against Uchiha Sasuke, and it was a bit bullying to use all his strength to fight against Uzumaki Naruto. It really has nothing to do with that secret technique. Okay, I only used one hand when I competed with Sasuke, and I will use one hand when I compete with you today. Wang Li coughed twice and said hurriedly. Okay. Uzumaki Naruto nodded gratefully. The two came to the open space. Wang Li had to pay a large sum of money for destroying the main road. So now they came to the open space in the wild. Jiraiya did not follow after Uzumaki Naruto's repeated requests. But Wang Li was very sure that Jiraiya must be guarding in a corner. Wang Lejun, although you only use one hand this time, I still hope you can be more serious. Don't worry, I'm absolutely serious. With the task reward, Wang Li will naturally not let any water go. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly, then crossed his fingers and roared, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, countless Uzumaki Naruto appeared in front of Wang Li. Wang Li couldn't help but stare at everything in front of him. Although he knew that Uzumaki Naruto could use the multiple shadow clone technique to split countless. But appearing in front of Wang Li all of a sudden, the pressure of the number of people made Wang Li couldn't help but take a step back. This is the real protagonist, but it's a pity that he met me. Wang Li laughed evilly, and his pupils turned blood red instantly, with 3 megatamas spinning non-stop. Uzumaki Naruto only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then Wang Li's body gradually turned into crows and flew away. When Uzumaki Naruto rushed to Wang Li, he could no longer find Wang Li. Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly looked around, and the moment he turned his head, Uzumaki Naruto found that Wang Li was everywhere around him, so dense that he couldn't count them. Illusion. Chapter 32 Assassination Squad. Uzumaki Naruto frowned. Although he knew it was an illusion, he had no way to deal with it. Among the countless shadow clones, only one was real, which was enough to influence the battle situation. What's more, now all the shadow clones have become Wang Li's appearance, and the information feedback cannot be completed in 1 or 2 seconds. Wang Li only needs to sneak up to Uzumaki Naruto before that, and he can easily solve it. The only way now is to remove the shadow clones, or reduce the number of shadow clones to a controllable range. Uzumaki Naruto raised his 2 fingers in pain, and countless Uzumaki Naruto disappeared one after another in an instant, leaving only 3 people standing in a triangular shape. No. No. How could there be no? Uzumaki Naruto looked around nervously, afraid that Wang Li would suddenly appear and knock him down in an instant. At this time, bursts of bird calls kept coming. Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously raised his head, and when he saw the crows in the sky, his body couldn't help but tremble. When Wang Li and Tsunade fought, there were countless crows in the sky. Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously dodged to the side. And at this moment, the crows turned into shuriken, constantly falling from the sky, like rain. Although Uzumaki Naruto dodged quickly enough, he still couldn't escape the attack of the shuriken, and 2 shadow clones were instantly broken. But when the third one came, it turned into a cloud of smoke in an instant. Wang Li was stunned for a moment. In the early animation, Uzumaki Naruto always gave people a feeling of being brainless and stubborn. But in fact, Uzumaki Naruto was not stupid at all when fighting, and he was even a little smart. He hid himself by relying on the short-lived smoke when the shadow clone disappeared. And 3 shadow clones were deliberately left on the scene to induce others. At this time, Wang Li's ninjutsu began to lose its effect, slowly appearing in the field of vision, but Uzumaki Naruto disappeared. Okay, smarter than the second pillar. Wang Li laughed disapprovingly, then took out a kunao and held it in his mouth, and began to seal with one hand. For a while, the kunao emitted a burst of yellow light. Wang Li nodded with satisfaction and threw the kunao directly 2 meters in front of him. After completing a series of actions, Wang Li folded his hands on his chest and closed his eyes leisurely. Sure enough, after Wang Li closed his eyes, he didn't see how long. Several footsteps came from Wang Li's side, and the footsteps kept approaching in circles from 3 directions. Success! Bang! The light blue rays Nan kept spinning on Wang Li, but Wang Li did not react at all, and instead began to gradually expand. This is not good. Uzumaki Naruto showed a horrified expression, and wanted to escape, but he didn't know when his feet had become a pool of mud. The mud entangled Uzumaki Naruto's feet like glue, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth, and the 2 shadow clones threw the main body with force, and finally escaped from the quagmire. Bang! Wang Li's shadow clone exploded, and a shock wave directly blew Uzumaki Naruto away, rolling on the ground for several circles before stopping. Is the positioning still a little off? Uzumaki Naruto trembled all over and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. Wang Li was seen holding a kunao in one hand, playing with it non-stop. One hand touched his chin, as if thinking about something. I lost. Uzumaki Naruto knew very well that if Wang Li didn't say anything and came directly with the kunao, there would be no chance to dodge. And he had already suffered a lot of injuries and had no strength to fight anymore. Ding dong. Identify ninjutsu, heart beheading technique. Wang Li's pupils shrank sharply, and his body subconsciously jumped towards Uzumaki Naruto, holding Uzumaki Naruto with one hand and running away. Wang Li, what are you doing? I have already admitted defeat. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Wang Li in confusion. Suddenly, a ninja jumped out in front of him, wearing a ghost mask on his face, took out a scroll from behind and inserted it into the ground. Suddenly, a transparent wall stood up, trapping Wang Li and Uzumaki Naruto in it. Wang Li. Today is your Memorial Day, don't even think about running away. As soon as the voice fell, several people dressed in the same way slowly walked out. In the night, the ghost mask looked particularly creepy. Two little ghosts came out alone in the middle of the night, and came to such a remote place, they are really looking for death. Wait, the nine-tailed kid can't move. I know, now the barrier is erected, are you still afraid that the little ghost will run away? Wang Li's eyes became solemn, and he knew the purpose of these people very well. It's nothing more than Shimura Danzo can't bear to see him live. But the route suddenly came out with 6 ninjas, which was beyond Wang Li's expectation. However, after careful observation, it was found that the 6 ninjas were not all jonin. 2 of them were obviously a beat slower, and they were probably only the strength of chunin. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Reward, Summoning Beast, Ninja Dog. 2. Kill 6 members of the route. Reward, Taijutsu, Byaolian Hua. Wang Li looked at the 2 rewards and had no interest at all, but after reading the content of the task, he had no hesitation in his heart. I choose the second one. Since you are here, let's stop talking nonsense and do it. Boy! We know everything about you very well. The most powerful are ninjutsu and illusion, and the biggest weakness is physical skills. The ghost-faced man snorted coldly, and halfway through his words, he had already drawn the short knife behind him and came to Wang Li. Wang Li's pupils shrank sharply. I didn't expect that this ninja was so fast and arrived beside him in the blink of an eye. Wang Li could no longer care about Uzumaki Naruto. Anyway, they would not attack Uzumaki Naruto, so it would be better to give up on him directly and let himself fight more flexibly. Fire Escape. Phoenix Fire Technique. With Wang Li's current seal speed, the Phoenix Fire Technique can be completed in one breath. Fire phoenixes scattered in all directions, forcing back all the 4 ninjas who were approaching. Water Escape. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth Escape. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. 2 giant dragons rose from the ground at once, and then bit the 4 people crazily. Don't underestimate us. The ghost-faced masked ninja chuckled, took out a short knife and slashed at the earth dragon. With a flash of silver light, the earth dragon lost control. Then the earth dragon broke from the 7-inch point, and a flat cut appeared inside. Then the dragon's body kept falling down, raising dust all over the ground. Wang Li hurriedly drove the water dragon forward to bite, and the ghost-faced ninja shook his body a few times, then easily dodged and ran directly towards Wang Li. Physical skills are your biggest weakness. You only need to get close to me and you will die. Wang Li smiled bitterly and shook his head, looking at the ninja in front of him with pity. I finally understand the importance of intelligence, especially when you get wrong intelligence, it will definitely lead to your death. Wang Li said, raising his fist high, and all the muscles on his arm bulged. Die. Chapter 33, Team Destruction. Wang Li punched out, and there was a round of with the cooperation of his eyes, he could clearly see the opponent's movements. He punched the opponent in the face. Rather than saying it was a punch, it was sent by the ghost face ninja. He flew backwards, his mask shattered and he fell to the ground without a breath. Wang Li smiled. This kill was entirely due to the opponent's intelligence error. If the ghost-faced ninja had met Wang Li for the first time, he would not have been killed so easily. Since Wang Li left Konoha village, he not only mastered intermediate physical skills, but also learned the strange power punch. With the blessing of the immortal body, his physical skills are no less than those of some ordinary jonin. And that unexpected punch instantly shattered the confidence of the remaining few people. Who else wants to try my physical skills? Damn it! When did this kid's physical skills become so powerful? Who collected the information? Don't worry about the nine-tails kid over there, come and help. 5 ninjas surrounded Wang Li at once, but no one dared to step forward easily. After all, the bloody lesson was right in front of them. If you don't go, then I will. Wang Li crossed his hands, and the chakra in his body began to surge. Multiple shadow clone technique. 5 shadow clones appeared out of thin air at once, and after discussing for a while, the 5 people rushed towards their respective goals. Just play with my shadow clones, Wang Li said with a confident smile. Although Wang Li said this, he did not really stop. His body gradually twisted, and then turned into a group of crows and flew away. Everyone be careful, don't let that kid sneak attack. Just as the 5 ninjas took Wang Li's shadow clone seriously, the barrier suddenly shook violently. Turning his head, a woman punched the barrier again and again. Every time a punch landed on the barrier would start to shake. Asshole! You dared to sneak attack my people, don't even think about escaping today. Tsunade, don't worry, that kid can handle it. Even if there is only a 10% chance, I won't let him take risks. Damn Jiraiya, help break the barrier quickly. Seeing the 3 people outside the barrier, the 5 ninjas suddenly looked ashen, and the hands holding the kunai couldn't help shaking. Damn! Who is this kid? Why does Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, care so much about him? Don't talk nonsense, our mission is to kill that kid. As for... The ninja paused halfway through his words, lowered his head and looked at his chest in disbelief. I saw a light blue long sword made of chakra, which made a chill in my chest. Don't be distracted, Wang Li laughed evilly, and then directly pulled out the long sword. Although the long sword was pulled out, it did not leave any wounds, and not even a trace of blood flowed out. But the ninja covered his chest with his heart in pain. My scalpel can directly cut the internal organs. The remaining 4 people trembled in their hearts. If it is an external injury, you can still stop the bleeding with simple methods, but if it is an internal injury, you must find a doctor to do it. And now you are in the battle, where is the time to find a doctor for treatment? Everyone fight, otherwise, not to mention that you can't leave, you can't even complete the mission. As soon as the voice fell, the 4 people who were low in momentum rekindled their fighting spirit. After several attacks, Wang Li's shadow clones were all broken, and then quickly rushed towards Wang Li. Wang Li sneered and took out a flute and blew it. Magic flute! Magic sound lock! With Wang Li's light shout, the sound of the flute accompanied by chakra kept floating into the ears of the 4 people. For a moment, a Chunin actually stopped, with his hands open like a human cross. No! It's an illusion! Everyone, plug your ears quickly, don't look at his eyes. Seeing that the 3 people all lowered their heads, with cotton stuffed in their ears, he laughed as if his evil plan had succeeded. I didn't expect that someone else would be tricked. It can be regarded as an unexpected gain. Wang Li's original purpose was just to prevent several people from communicating. After all, there is a world of difference between a team with cooperation and a team without cooperation. Now that he controls the ears of several people, he can greatly weaken their strength. Wang Li was about to start harvesting, but suddenly saw Uzumaki Naruto with a dull face, and couldn't help frowning. Uzumaki Naruto is the real protagonist of Naruto. As a result, his appearance completely hit Uzumaki Naruto's enthusiasm. A trace of pity suddenly arose in his heart. Naruto! Come over and help, hold the ninja on the far right. Hearing Wang Li's help, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. Leave it to me. Wang Li took a look and said pay attention to it. Although Uzumaki Naruto was injured, with his current strength, he was more than enough to deal with a Chunin. Wang Li began to make seals with his hands, and several shadow clones appeared beside him. A sly smile appeared on his face. Let you taste the taste of human bombs. After saying that, several shadow clones quickly ran towards the two ghost-faced ninjas. The ghost-faced ninjas were full of disdain on their faces and took out Kunao to attack. Wang Li sneered and said silently in his heart. Explode! In an instant, several shadow clones expanded rapidly, and when they reached a limit, they exploded directly. Bang! The two ghost-faced ninjas were blown away in an instant before they even had time to react. They fell to the ground and kept twitching. It seemed that they were hopeless. At this moment, Tsunade hit with all her strength and directly broke the barrier. Then she ran to Wang Li like a fly. Are you okay, kid? Did your wound split open? It's okay, it's okay. Although Wang Li kept saying that he was okay, it did not prevent Tsunade Senju from giving Wang Li a full body check. After confirming that everything was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade, you don't have to worry so much. Wang Li is at least a jonin, and his ninjutsu is varied. It's hard for a jonin to hurt him. You should learn from your apprentice Shizuan. Look how calm she is. Jiraiya persuaded Tsunade earnestly, and turned to look at Shizuan. He found that Shizuan had pinned a ninja to the ground and kept beating him. It was as if the two had a life and death feud. Jiraiya, you've touched my heart for once. I really should learn from Shizuan. Tsunade said, and ran towards Shizuan quickly. Shizuan. Let me do it. If anyone dares to touch my people, I will make him regret coming to this world. Jiraiya looked at the two women helplessly, and turned to look at Uzumaki Naruto again. At this time, the situation was not optimistic. Lecherous immortal, don't go up to help. Let Naruto find his own ninja way again. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, his face full of dissatisfaction. It's because you are too evil. You have completely destroyed Naruto's confidence. If he has any problems, I will settle accounts with you. Jiraiya, what did you say just now? Please repeat it again. Jiraiya trembled all over, and his head turned slowly like a robot. At this time, Tsunade's face was full of murderous aura, and her hands were covered with blood, but she didn't care. What I'm saying is, Wang Li is really awesome. Chapter 34, Fighting against Danzo Shimura again. After a battle, Uzumaki Naruto defeated the ghost-faced ninja with his huge amount of chakra. But he also fell to the ground because he was seriously injured. Wang Li looked at Uzumaki Naruto with jealousy. Uzumaki Naruto has a huge amount of chakra in his body, plus the existence of the 9 tails, it is almost equal to infinite blue. Shizuan, go and treat that kid. I need to check Wang Li again, or Tsunade-sama go and treat him. Wang Li's mouth twitched, he knew best whether he was injured or not. At most, it was just a little scratch. Healed by 2 famous medical ninjas in the ninja world, he could be completely cured in minutes. Uzumaki Naruto fell to the ground and gasped for breath. Although his injuries were not fatal, if he was not treated in time, he would probably have sequelae. You two, go and treat Naruto. Wang Li roared. Then he kicked Tsunade and Shizuan on the buttocks. I just care about you. Okay, I'll go now. Wang Li's mouth kept twitching, and Tsunade wanted to check every cell in her body. Although Shizuan was not that thin, her hands were very dishonest. Damn! Why am I only 12 years old when I traveled through time? After the assassination, Tsunade could no longer sit still. After beating up Jiraiya, she kept an eye on Wang Li, fearing that she would encounter danger again. After being vigilant all the way, the 5 people finally returned to Konoha. Tsunade's return instantly alarmed the Konoha high-level officials. Midaman and Yuta Koharu, the 2 staff officers, rushed out first, and Shimura Danzo followed behind. When Shimura Danzo saw Wang Li, who was safe and sound, his face instantly darkened. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Tell the assassination. Reward, Earth Attribute Chakra. 2. Conceal the assassination. Reward, Yin Attribute Chakra. 3. Tell the assassination and question Shimura Danzo. Reward, Advanced Taijutsu Mastery. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Yin and Yang Attribute Chakra is rare. This is the first time that Yin Attribute Chakra has been swiped out. However, when Wang Li's eyes moved when it came to level 3, my heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Intermediate Mastery is already very powerful. With various bonuses, Wang Li can fight against the Jonin with Intermediate Taijutsu Mastery. If he can upgrade to Advanced Taijutsu Mastery, wouldn't he be able to compete with the elite Jonin? But what made Wang Li regretful was, he was obviously a Genjutsu ninja, or at least a ninjutsu ninja, so why did he get Advanced Taijutsu Mastery first? But the task of Advanced Taijutsu Mastery is also very demanding. If he said it in this situation, he would inevitably be irreconcilable with Shimura Danzo, and even Tsunade would force him to stand on the side. But what is Wang Li afraid of now? I choose level 3. Master Shimura, it seems that many people have died in the route recently. I saw 5 people dead on the road. Wang Li sneered, staring at Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo trembled all over. Although Wang Li knew that he was dissatisfied, he never expected that Wang Li would be so bold to say such words in such an occasion. However, the mission of the route was top secret, and it was to assassinate the hero of Konoha, so Shimura Danzo would naturally not respond. Konoha has just been attacked. In order to protect the safety of the village and eliminate spies from other ninja villages, the route has indeed paid a lot. Shimura Danzo tried to smooth things over, hoping to give himself a way out. But Wang Li didn't give him this opportunity at all. They assassinated me. Everyone was shocked in an instant, and Shimura Danzo's eyes were like arrows, wishing to kill Wang Li on the spot. As a hero of Konoha, Wang Li should be respected by all Konoha ninjas. But now if the rumor of Konoha assassinating the hero of Konoha spreads, it will inevitably become the biggest scandal. It will even shake the ninjas. Mito Kato and Yuta Koharu also knew about the assassination, but they just turned a blind eye. But now that it has been brought to the table, we can no longer pretend to be ignorant of this matter. Wang Li. There may be some misunderstandings about this matter. How about we go back and talk slowly? Go back and talk slowly? Wait until I die to talk? Shimura Danzo hopes you can give me an explanation. Konoha ninja assassinates Konoha ninja, you still inherit my grandfather's will of fire. We will be satisfied if Konoha becomes like the hidden mist village. Tsunade snorted coldly and stood directly in front of Wang Li, staring at Shimura Danzo with her beautiful eyes, with no intention of retreating at all. Shimura Danzo frowned. Tsunade is the designated candidate for the 5th generation Hokage. Although she is very unhappy, her words also determine the direction of Konoha. Now Tsunade supports Wang Li. If she insists blindly, she will be unable to move forward in the future. I think there is some misunderstanding between us. I have never assigned anyone to assassinate Wang Li. I think they must be spies sent by other ninja villages. I will definitely investigate. As for Wang Li, you don't have to worry. As long as you are in Konoha, no one dares to attack you. Wang Li sneered. Those root ninjas were just following the orders of Shimura Danzo. As a result, after they died, they were given the title of spies. Even their families will be affected by this. If they want to become a chunin or above in the future, they may not pass the review. This is the game between the top leaders of Konoha. The victims can only be those ninjas. Okay. I hope you do the same as you said. Tsunade snorted coldly, then patted Wang Li on the back and said, "It's okay. I'm here, no one can hurt you." Wang Li nodded. Wang Li believed that Tsunade was willing to do this, but as a ninja, he would have to leave the village to do missions sooner or later. If he was assassinated and died during the mission, it would not be blamed on anyone at all. Even if Tsunade is the Hokage, it's the same. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to leave Konoha. When I have enough strength, I will come to teach Danzo how to be a man. Seeing that the scene was so awkward, Jiraiya was afraid that he had no conditions to talk about business. Then he hurriedly changed the subject. "Tsunade, there are several ninjas in the village who need you to treat them. Why don't you go first? Then let's go." Wang Li and his party came to the hospital. According to the plot, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke were attacked by Yudu, and they should not have woken up yet. Pushing open the door of the room, on the bed in the room, not only Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke were lying, but also Yui Kurane and Sarutobi Asuma. And several women in the class were responsible for taking care of their teachers. However, Haruno Sakura's eyes never left Uchiha Sasuke. "Sakura! I brought Grandma Tsunade back. Kakashi and Sasuke are saved." When Hyuga Hinata saw Uzumaki Naruto coming in, she showed a happy expression on her face. But when he saw Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura being so affectionate, his eyes dimmed immediately. Then he looked at Wang Li. In an instant, Hyuga Hinata's originally fair face instantly turned red. Two thumbs kept spinning around each other. "Wang Li, you're back." Chapter 35 Treatment. Hyuga Hinata's cheeks were blushing, making her look particularly cute. Wang Li couldn't understand how Uzumaki Naruto didn't notice a girl like Hyuga Hinata who couldn't hide her feelings. Or maybe Uzumaki Naruto only had Haruno Sakura in his eyes, and didn't take other girls seriously at all. "Well, I'm back. And I brought back Lady Tsunade, she will definitely be able to cure Teacher Hong." "Oh? A girl from the Hyuga family, or the main family?" Tsunade touched her chin and looked at Hyuga Hinata, then rushed over and gave Hyuga Hinata a full body check. Hinata Hyuga, who was originally shy, was rubbed and abused by Tsunade, and her face had already turned red. Unfortunately, Tsunade has the strength of a cage, and Hinata Hyuga is just a genin who wants to escape, so she has no chance at all. Finally, Tsunade's inspection was over, and she nodded with satisfaction, walked to Wang Li and said, "This child of the Hyuga family is good, she can be your girlfriend." Wang Li's mouth twitched, and he wanted to slap her. At first, he was still questioning what Tsunade was doing, but it turned out that she was going to inspect Hinata Hyuga. "You'd better shut up. Help with the treatment first." Tsunade chuckled and walked to Yui Kurane. At this time, Yui Kurane's eyes were closed, as if she was asleep. But she seemed to be having a nightmare, her head was shaking from side to side, and sweat kept coming out of her forehead. Tsunade couldn't help but frowned. Putting both hands on Yui Kurane's forehead, a blue light suddenly lit up. Originally struggling in her dream, Yui Kurane stopped in an instant, with a peaceful and calm expression on her face. "Okay, it's cured. Just wait for him to wake up and rest for a while." "Really?" Hyuga Hinata's face lit up, but she couldn't help asking. "Hinata, you believe in Lady Tsunade, she is a famous medical ninja in the ninja world. She said it was cured, then it was definitely cured." Sakura Haruno, who was sitting on the side, immediately became energetic after hearing Wang Li's words. She ran over and grabbed Tsunade's hand. "Go see Sasuke quickly, he has been in a coma for several days." Sakura Haruno said, tears falling involuntarily. Wang Li's mouth twitched. Sakura Harano's performance completely regarded herself as Uchiha Sasuke's wife, and always put his affairs first. Then he glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and couldn't help shaking his head. Tsunade's eyes lit up, and her eyes kept looking at Sakura Harano. Not bad, but the forehead is a bit wide. Wang Li couldn't help but kick Senju Tsunade, his eyes looked like he wanted to eat her. Don't make trouble, she has someone she likes. But you should go see Sasuke. Tsunade couldn't help laughing, I'm used to it, I'll go over and see right away. This kid is relatively light, he should wake up soon. Tsunade said confidently. Then he put his hand on Uchiha Sasuke's forehead, a light blue light lit up, and the originally peaceful Uchiha Sasuke began to struggle. Harano Sakura saw Uchiha Sasuke's painful look, grabbed her clothes on her chest with both hands, and a worried expression appeared on her face. Sasuke is okay, he won't. Tsunade looked at Harano Sakura unhappily, with an impatient expression on her face. What do you know? Just watch. Harano Sakura quickly shut her mouth, not knowing where she had offended the adult in front of her. As Tsunade treated him, Uchiha Sasuke's face became more and more painful, and even at the end his hands and feet began to twitch non-stop. Ah! I must kill you! With a roar, Uchiha Sasuke sat up directly from the bed, and tears filled the corners of his eyes without knowing when. Uchiha Sasuke gasped for air, and when he saw the people around him, he gradually calmed down. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke wake up, Harano Sakura hurried over. Sasuke, you finally woke up, you don't know how worried I am. Uchiha Sasuke completely ignored Harano Sakura and fell silent. When Uchiha Sasuke's eyes moved to Wang Li, he ran over immediately. Wang Li-jun, please teach me. I want to become stronger. Wang Li smiled bitterly, and had to admire Uchiha Itake's ruthlessness. In order to raise Uchiha Sasuke's fighting spirit, he was so cruel. But it must be said that this worked very well. You should recover from your injuries first. You can't do anything in your current state. Uchiha Sasuke held the bed sheet tightly with both hands. Although he was very unwilling, he knew that what Wang Li said was right. I will come to you when I am healed. Seeing that Uchiha Sasuke woke up, Yamanaka Ino immediately ran over, staring at Tsunade Thousand Hands with both eyes. Tsunade-sama. Please help Asuma-sensei too. Yamanaka Ino said with a slight blush on her face, leaning close to Tsunade's ear and whispering, look at me and Wang Li. Tsunade's mouth corners slightly raised, and then she checked Yamanaka Ino. Yamanaka Ino opened her hands and let Tsunade check, with a slight blush on her face. Not bad. You are qualified too. Wang Li kept roaring in his heart. If he had known that he would not follow, he would not have been so embarrassed. Tsunade Thousand Hands quickly treated the remaining few people. However, except for Uchiha Sasuke, the others were still sleeping. Okay, all are cured. Tsunade stretched lazily, with a smug smile on her face. No. There is one more. The injury is more serious. Tsunade frowned. Wang Li didn't care about these patients who were injured by the moon. Now he said that some people were more seriously injured, it seems that they were really seriously injured. Take me. Walking out of the ward door, a middle-aged man in green clothes turned his back to everyone, as if he was thinking about something. And next to the middle-aged man, there stood a boy with a cane, supported by a girl with a ball head. Wang Li-jun, you are finally back. Tianation's face was happy. But when he saw Shizuan, Hyaga Hinata, and Yamanaka Ino beside Wang Li, he couldn't help frowning, and a hint of hostility appeared on his face. Yes, I promised you that I would cure Xiao Li before, and I specially invited Tsunade-sama. Tian was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Shizuan and the other three proudly. Rock Lee trembled all over, and the hand holding the cane also trembled. Can I really cure it? Might Guy showed a charming smile on his face, standing next to Tsunade and twisting his body constantly. "Tsunade-sama, please take a good look at my disciple. Don't worry. Wang Li has promised him, I will definitely not destroy his reputation," Tsunade said, looking up and down at Tian Tian. Tianatian's face became more and more proud, and he looked at the three women arrogantly, as if he was swearing sovereignty. Chapter 36 Ninjutsu Mutation. In the ward, Tsunade frowned and kept checking Rock Lee's injuries. The atmosphere was very solemn. And the atmosphere outside the ward was also very solemn. Tian Tian, Yamanaka Ino and Shizuan were like mortal enemies, hating each other. As for Hyuga Hinata, she didn't understand the situation at all and looked at the three people in confusion. "Wang Lijun. I'm already very good at catching fish now. Can you help me grill some more? I still remember the taste of the fish last time." Hyuga Hinata, who is always shy, spoke first, which surprised Wang Li. Seeing this, the other three girls immediately couldn't sit still. "Wang Li, your injury hasn't healed completely yet. Let me use the palm fairy technique to help you heal it. Wang Lijun, the barbecue restaurant last time has a new flavor. Do you want to go and eat it together? Wang Lijun, that old-fashioned ninja tool shop has a collector's edition ninja tool. Do you want to go with me to have a look?" Wang Li looked at the four people's fiery eyes, and his heart suddenly cooled down. "I had always heard about the Shura field before, but I didn't expect that I would encounter it myself. At this rate, no matter who he chose, the other girls would be sad." For a while, Wang Li was at a loss. At this time, Tsunade and Might Guy came out. Might Guy's face was full of expectations, but Tsunade frowned, looking unusually solemn. "Tsunade-sama, how is Rock Lee?" Tian Tian hurried over and asked. After all, Tsunade is the last hope. If even she can't cure him, then Rock Lee will completely lose the chance to be a ninja. His situation is very special, with comminuted fractures and even nerve damage. I'm not 100% sure. It depends on the child's own choice whether to have surgery or not. Wang Li's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, holding Tsunade's hands with both hands. Tsunade looked at Wang Li unexpectedly, and said with a smile, "How do you know how to serve me?" Wang Li was sweating profusely. If he hadn't experienced the Shura field, he wouldn't have taken care of this woman with such a big nerve. "Tsunade-sama, seeing that you have treated so many people, I think you are tired. Whether Rock Lee agrees or not, you should go back and rest first. Tsunade is just a little bit nervous, but she is definitely not stupid." Seeing the situation around him, he instantly understood what it meant. As for Wang Li's request, Tsunade had no intention of rejecting it. "Yeah, then send me back." It was difficult for the girls to stop Tsunade from leaving, and even Shizuan was arranged to stay to take care of the patients who had just recovered from a serious illness. Although Wang Li left, the fight between the girls did not stop. After walking out of the hospital gate, Wang Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade directly hooked her arm around Wang Li's neck, with a smirk on her face. "Boy, you are lucky in love, you hooked up with 4 girls at once." Wang Li snorted coldly, "It's all because of you." Wang Li was ready to leave Konoha, walk around the ninja world, and learn more ninjutsu. He might even leave the ninja world. If he had anything to do with them, it would be too cruel. That's why Wang Li would rather learn Uzumaki Naruto's forbidden technique than have a girlfriend. Thinking of Uzumaki Naruto's forbidden technique, Wang Li's heart inevitably became active. Now that the Ki Ninjutsu Shadow Clone technique and Uzumaki Naruto's forbidden technique have been learned, then we can try the harem synthesis technique. And Wang Li has a few ideas that he can try. Thinking of this, Wang Li hurriedly waved goodbye to Tsunade and ran towards home quickly. This kid. He ran away after he was ordered to do something, really. Wang Li returned home. Although he had not been home for several days, the house was cleaned up. It must have been arranged by Bingzu Lietong. Thinking of this, Wang Li couldn't help but feel grateful. Bingzu Lietong not only helped Wang Li pay the rent, but also took care of the food and cleaning. Now that he has money, he has to return the favor. Wang Li returned to the room and sat on the bed. Although Wang Li was looking forward to the harem technique, he couldn't put all of it on it. There are 3 chances, and he can only allocate 1 on it, and it doesn't matter if it is postponed a little. Although Wang Li now has ninjutsu with extremely strong single-second capabilities such as Raise Nan and Chidori. However, he still lacks range-killing ninjutsu. Although the mud flow wall can also be considered as range damage, it is almost impossible to attack as long as the reaction is fast enough. It can only be considered as a restricted ninjutsu. Not to mention the Earth Dragon Bomb and Water Dragon Bomb, they move slowly and it is very difficult to cause damage. And Wang Li's idea this time is to go for range damage. Chidori plus foam synthesis. Ding dong. Identifying synthetic ninjutsu. Ding dong. Chidori. Foam synthesis drill is successful. Ding dong. Identify synthetic ninjutsu Chidori, foam, synthesis success rate 60%, failure rate 39%, mutation rate 1%, remaining synthesis times 3 times. Do you want to synthesize? Wang Li was stunned. Before, ninjutsu only had success and failure, but this time there was a mutation rate. However, this system does not have an introduction function, so Wang Li can only bite the bullet and try it. As for this 1% chance, when will it succeed? That's up to fate. Synthesis. Ding dong. Synthesis in progress, please wait. Ding dong. Synthesis failed, please try again. Remaining synthesis times 2. Wang Li's mouth twitched. The previous flying thunder breaking technique had such a low success rate, but it was successful. This time 60% actually failed. But Wang Li was not discouraged. After all, there were still 2 chances. Continue synthesis. Ding dong. Identify synthesis ninjutsu Chidori, bubble, synthesis success rate 60%, failure rate 39%, mutation rate 1%. Remaining synthesis times 2 times. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesis. Ding dong. Synthesis in progress. Ding dong. Synthesis failed, please try again. Wang Li was immediately mad. 60% success rate, but it failed directly. This person's luck is simply too bad to explode. Damn, continue synthesis. Ding dong. Identify the synthetic ninjutsu Chidori, foam, synthesis success rate 60%, failure rate 39%, mutation rate 1%. The remaining number of synthesis times is 1. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesis. Ding dong. Synthesis in progress. Ding dong. Synthesis successful. Ding dong. During the synthesis process, the ninjutsu mutated. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thunder Release, Thunder Prison. Wang Li jumped up from the bed. Originally, Wang Li had failed twice, and his face was ashen. But I didn't expect that the 3rd time was not only successful, but also directly mutated. The 1% chance was encountered. For a while, Wang Li's heart was beating wildly. Although the synthesis mutation, the power of the ninjutsu is still unknown, and further experiments are needed. Thinking of this, Wang Li ran quickly to the Uchiha family training ground. This place is remote and quiet, and few people pass by. It is a good place to perform ninjutsu. Wang Li took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he began to make seals with both hands. Thunder Escape. Thunder Prison. Chapter 37 Fishing with Hinata. The seal is complete. Wang Li suddenly felt the chakra in his body rapidly dissipating. In less than a breath, 1/3 of the chakra in his body was lost. At this time, several birds composed of countless arcs appeared above Wang Li's head, chirping non-stop. When the birds flew to the designated location, they stopped moving. Instead, they kept expanding the arcs on their bodies. When the arcs between several birds were connected to each other, the whole sky seemed to be covered by a big net. Then the arcs of the birds kept increasing, and the arcs kept jumping on the ground. Wherever they passed, a gully was blasted out directly. The discharge of the birds lasted for several seconds, and then disappeared. At this time, looking at the area covered by the thunder prison, the ground had already changed beyond recognition. The ground seemed to have been plowed through a board, and deep gullies appeared. And from these gullies, a strong smell of burning came. Wang Li showed a joy that he couldn't hide on his face. The power of this move is enough to kill most ninjas in seconds. The damage level is almost comparable to Thunder Release, Kirin. However, the difference is still very obvious. Kirin releases quickly and has great power. Even Uchiha Itachi had to use Susanoo to hold on. However, the restrictions of Thunder Release, Kirin are very large. It must be performed with thunderclouds gathered. And Uchiha Sasuke also used Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon technique to barely create the release conditions. As for Thunder Release, Thunder Prison, it is slow to release and takes about 2 seconds to set up. But it doesn't require as much as Thunder Release, Kirin. As long as there is enough chakra, it can be released. And the range of Thunder Release, Thunder Prison is also wide enough, about the size of a basketball court. If you want to cause damage to the place, you also need enough restrictive ninjutsu. Otherwise, the enemy will have escaped the release range before Thunder Release, Thunder Prison is released. But relatively speaking, Wang Li was very satisfied. So awesome, everyone called you the hero of Konoha before, but today is the first time I see that Wang Li is so awesome. The sudden voice scared Wang Li's heart so much that it almost jumped out. Originally, I came to this training ground to avoid the sight of others, but I didn't expect to be discovered. Wang Li hurriedly turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a girl holding the tree with one hand and the other hand on her chest, with a blush on her fair face. Hinata, why are you here? That. I want to eat fish, and among all the fish I have eaten, only this one is the best. Hinata Hyuga said, looking at Wang Li furtively. When their eyes collided, Hinata Hyuga quickly dodged, and the blush on her face became more intense. Wang Li laughed helplessly. Hinata Hyuga is good at everything, but she is too shy. Unlike Sakura Harano and Ino Yamanaka, she is not good at expressing herself. Okay. Then you go catch some fish, I'll find some dry wood to make a fire. Okay. After a while, Wang Li came back with dry wood, while Hinata Hyuga was still catching fish. Hinata Hyuga may not have the best talent among female ninjas of the same age. But she is definitely the most hard-working. Born into a wealthy family, Hinata Hyuga has been strict with people since she was a child. In order to follow the footsteps of Uzumaki Naruto, she has been constantly improving herself. But she can't compare with the cheating Harano Sakura. Hinata Hyuga has already caught 2 fish in her hand, and the size of the fish is not enough for the 2 of them to eat. Wang Li shook his head helplessly and strode towards the lake. When he reached the edge of the lake, Wang Li paused. Although Wang Li asked Hinata Hyuga and others to practice walking on water, Wang Li himself has never walked on it once. Walking on water is just a simple chakra control, not a high-level ninjutsu. But just because it is a simple chakra application, it stumped Wang Li. If Hyuga Hinata wasn't there, Wang Li only needed to try a few times to completely master the trick of walking on water. But the key is that Hyuga Hinata is here. What if she falls into the water? Wang Li can't afford to lose this person. Wang Lijun, are you going to help catch fish? I'm so stupid, I've only caught 2 fish so far. It seems that I can't run away, I can only bite the bullet. Wang Li laughed in his heart. Wang Li took a step forward. When his feet were about to touch the water, he instantly gathered chakra at the bottom of his feet. Bang! The moment his feet touched the water, the bottom of his feet exploded instantly. The calm lake suddenly raised huge waves. At this time, Hyuga Hinata was on the water, and when she saw the huge waves coming towards her, her face turned pale. I even forgot to run away. Wang Li cried out in his heart that it was not good. I didn't expect that there was too much chakra gathered under my feet, and it exploded when it touched the water. If the rising waves hit a person, I'm afraid he would faint immediately. Even if Hyuga Hinata is a ninja, her physique is much better than that of ordinary people. But it's still easy to have accidents. Thinking of this, Wang Li jumped out without hesitation, made a seal with one hand, and then threw the coordinates of the flying thunder breaking technique to the shore. After the first mistake, Wang Li stepped on the water for the second time and there was no explosion. As he kept running, Wang Li gradually mastered the skills of walking on water. The speed of running also increased a lot. But it's easy to get to the top of the huge waves, but it's very difficult to get down. The continuous lake water kept pushing up, making Wang Li feel like he was forcing a duck to climb a shelf. Hinata, don't move. Wait for me. Wang Li gritted his teeth and jumped down directly. Finally, at the critical moment, Wang Li landed in front of Hinata Hyuga. Now he only needs to activate the flying thunder breaking technique to turn danger into safety. Ding dong! Trigger the task selection. 1. Face the huge waves. Reward, Water Attribute Chakra. 2. Retreat. Reward, Mastery of Walking on Water. Wang Li's mouth twitched. He was still choosing a task at this time. Isn't he ready to kill people? Although Wang Li is using the Water Dragon Bullet technique now, the damage of the Water Dragon Bullet technique is touching. The only use is to wake others up. The main reason is that there is no Water Attribute Chakra. If you get the Water Attribute Chakra, then there will be more routes to choose in the future. The most important thing is that the first place after leaving Konoha will also have a target. As for walking on water, you just need to practice more. I choose 1. After choosing, Wang Li turned around and faced the huge waves. The huge waves that seemed like the sky was falling made Wang Li feel scared. Hinata. Hold on to me, don't let the waves sweep you away. Yes. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Hinata Hyuga hugged Wang Li with both hands and pressed her whole body against him. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat, but he was not in the mood to enjoy this moment of tenderness, and his hands quickly formed seals. Water Escape. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. For a moment, a dragon head emerged from Wang Li's side. The water dragon was lifelike, with a hint of spirituality between its eyes, and waves of dragon power between its hands and feet. This is the real Water Dragon Bullet technique. Chapter 38. Do you believe I can blow up fish? Under Wang Li's command, the water dragon crashed directly into the huge wave. At the moment of collision, a huge impact force instantly lifted Wang Li and Hinata Hyuga apart. Losing Wang Li's control, the water dragon roared unwillingly, and then turned into ordinary water. Hinata Hyuga tightly wrapped her hands and feet around Wang Li, like a turtle shell. However, Wang Li did not have to worry about Hinata Hyuga falling down, and could perform with peace of mind. At this moment, Wang Li found that a huge hole had been opened at the location where the water dragon bomb had hit just now. However, the water on both sides was constantly gathering towards the middle. The gap that was finally opened would soon disappear. Wang Li gritted his teeth and then ran at full speed. Wang Li had just learned to walk on water, and it was even more difficult to walk in the huge waves with Hinata Hyuga on his back. Fortunately, Wang Li's amazing chakra in his body made his feet stick to the water surface so that he would not be bounced away. But Wang Li's speed was still slow at this time. The gap was already less than 1 meter small, and it was okay for one person to pass through, but it was impossible to carry Hinata Hyuga through. As a ninja, Hinata Hyuga was naturally clear about the situation in front of her. At this time, the hands and feet that had been tightly grasping Wang Li loosened, and Hinata Hyaga's body gradually fell backwards. "Hinata, what are you doing?" Wang Li suddenly became anxious. The huge waves in this small lake are different from those in the sea. If you are swept into the sea by the huge waves, you have a chance to survive with the survival ability of a ninja. But in this lake, it is completely different. The lake is only a few hundred meters in size. If a person is swept into it, it is easy to hit the obstruction. Whether it is a sharp branch or a hard stone, there is a chance to deprive a person of his fragile life. Even a ninja is the same. If Hinata Hyaga goes down at this time, she will definitely die. Wang Li immediately turned around and grabbed Hinata Hyaga's hand, and held her in his arms. "I haven't asked you to let go yet, why did you let go? But if we go on like this, we will all die." Looking at the gap that was less than half a meter, Wang Li smiled bitterly and prepared to perform the flying thunder breaking technique. No matter what the reward is, saving your life is the most important thing. Right here at this time, Wang Li suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to Hinata Hyaga, "Hurry up, or you and I will not be saved." Hinata Hyaga nodded slightly, and wrapped her hands and feet around Wang Li as before. If it was a turtle shell before, now Wang Li is like a pregnant woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Shadow Clone Technique. A shadow clone appeared beside Wang Li. The shadow clone did not hesitate too much, a light blue sphere appeared on the palm, and then ran directly towards the huge wave without saying a word. Wang Li hurriedly followed behind, ready to perform the flying thunder break technique at any time. Bang! The rays Nan collided with the huge wave, causing a huge explosion. And with the explosion, a circular gap appeared in the middle of the huge wave again. Wang Li's face was ecstatic, and he seized the opportunity to jump directly to the gap. The sun shone on Wang Li, and Wang Li finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, the crisis was over, and the whole person relaxed. Back on the shore, Wang Li slumped on the ground, and at this time, Hinata Hyaga was still clinging to Wang Li like a pregnant belly. Wang Li's cheeks flushed slightly, and he coughed twice. "That. Hinata, we are safe." "Ah? Oh." Hinata Hyaga finally reacted and let go. Then she dodged a few steps, facing Wang Li with her back, and her two thumbs kept circling each other. Wang Li began to be a little confused. Although Hinata Hyaga was very shy and introverted, at least she could communicate normally in front of him. Why did she become more shy after what happened just now? Just as Wang Li was thinking over and over again, a figure fell from the sky. Looking at the lake in front of him, he couldn't help but frowned. Wang Li. Why did it explode here just now? Did some people get impatient again? No one attacked me, lecherous immortal. I just practiced walking on water, and then it exploded. Jiraiya sneered, looking at Wang Li as if he was looking at an idiot. You said that you walked on water and caused such an explosion? Do you think I am stupid or you are stupid? Stop talking nonsense and say it directly. Wang Li smiled bitterly, hesitated for a moment and continued. Actually, I wanted to eat fish, and then it exploded. Wang Li began to not believe himself halfway through. But what he said was the truth. Okay. Since you don't want to say it, forget it. But Tsunade said that if you have any accidents, she will come to me directly. You know what I mean. Wang Li looked at Jiraiya with pity and mourned for him for 3 minutes. At this moment, several figures appeared in front of Wang Li, and finally Tsunade also appeared in front of him. Wang Li. Are you okay? Who attacked you? This happened on my first day back. It seems that someone doesn't want me to be Hokage. Looking at the furious Tsunade, Wang Li hesitated for a moment and said, I was just frying fish just now. Do you believe it? Wang Li, you don't have to think about me. If anyone dares to hurt you, it's a slap in my face. No matter who it is, I will stand up for you. Wang Li's mouth twitched. It seems that telling the truth today is useless. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you want to try my grilled fish? If it was a bet, Tsunade would accept it, but she didn't care much about eating. But Tsunade decided to agree. There was no other reason, just because it was Wang Li who made the invitation. The man that Tsunade cared about the most. Okay, then let me try your cooking skills. Wang Li's face was happy, and he ran to Hinata Hyuga and patted her shoulder gently with his hand. Hinata Hyuga took several steps back as if she was electrocuted. Wang Lijun, why are you looking for me? Let's catch some fish together. There are too many people eating. Let's catch more. Wang Li said with a smile, and then he left quickly. Hyuga Hinata looked at Wang Li infatuatedly, and her cheeks turned red again. At this time, many fish were fried out. Just walk around the shore and you can get a lot of big fish. Soon all the fish were processed. For a while, the aroma of grilled fish spread out, and even the Anbu with very good control couldn't help swallowing saliva. Tsunade picked up a fish without hesitation and took a big bite. She didn't have any hope at first, but she was instantly attracted by the deliciousness of the fish in front of her. The tender fish meat kept jumping on her tongue. Tsunade couldn't help but take several bites in a row, and a happy expression suddenly appeared on her face. You are good. The grilled fish tastes so delicious. Boy, you must provide me with fish meat every day in the future. Wang Li smiled slightly and quickly picked up a few fish and gave them to several members of the Anbu. At this moment, Hinata Hyuga, who was silent, came to Tsunade and asked in a low voice. Wang Lijun, what do you like? Chapter 39 What a spectacular! Wang Li gave the grilled fish to several Anbu members and clearly felt that they were getting closer to him. Wang Li smiled proudly. Although he was going to leave, these people would be Tsunade's subordinates in the future. If he could win them over appropriately, he would hope that they would work harder in the future. Wang Li returned to his seat. Hinata Hyuga, who was whispering to Tsunade, suddenly blushed again and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Tsunade touched her chin and looked at Wang Li with a smirk. Boy, what do you think of Hinata? Wang Li was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Tsunade asked such a question. But subconsciously, he always felt that something was wrong. She's pretty good, gentle, and cute. Whoever marries her in the future will definitely be blessed after several lifetimes. As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Hinata Hyuga. At this time, Hinata Hyuga lowered her head and buried it in her knees. From time to time, she would secretly raise her head to look at Wang Li, and then hide it immediately. Wang Li's mouth twitched. It seemed that his answer just now had caused some people to misunderstand. Wang Li reached out to the last grilled fish without knowing why. Although there were more fish grilled this time, there were still many people eating fish. So many mouths, the fish was eaten up in minutes. Suddenly, Wang Li felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and the grilled fish that was about to be in his hand disappeared. Wang Li stood up angrily and looked towards the place where the white light flashed. I saw a snow-white puppy eating grilled fish with relish. I'm sorry, Akamaru has been thinking about your grilled fish since we ate it last time. Now I can't control myself when I smell it. NINJUTSU-CHAPTER walked over with a smile while scratching his head. But when he saw that there was no grilled fish, he showed a disappointed expression on his face. Then NINJUTSU-CHAPTER's eyes lit up, and he ran to Akamaru quickly and fought with him. Seeing Akamaru and NINJUTSU-CHAPTER, who were like brothers, almost fighting for a grilled fish, Wang Li couldn't help laughing. After eating the grilled fish, NINJUTSU-CHAPTER returned to Wang Li, and sighed in disappointment after confirming it again. Then he showed a happy look on his face and said to Hyuga Hinata. Hinata! I knew you would be here. By the way, I almost forgot something important. Teacher Hong woke up. Hyuga Hinata stood up suddenly with a happy expression on her face. Really? I'll go right away. Hinata Hyuga remembered after she finished speaking, and then hesitated for a long time and said to Wang Li, that Wang Lijun. I'm leaving first. Wang Li touched his chin and thought for a while, then stood up. I'll go with you. Hinata Hyuga panicked for a while, her face sometimes surprised and sometimes shy. Why, don't you want me to go? No. Hinata Hyuga shouted anxiously, but the sound was so loud that it scared the people around. Then she quickly lowered her voice and said with a red face. If Wang Lijun goes, Teacher Hong will be very happy. I won't go. I'm going to become a Hokage, and I have a lot of work to do. Tsunade said, patting her butt and standing up, and then pointing at Inyazuka Kaiba and said, You kids stay for a while and help with something. When Inyazuka Kaiba heard that the new Hokage wanted him to help, his face suddenly showed joy. Hinata, you guys go first. I'll come back to you after I finish the Hokage's business. Inyazuka Kaiba said proudly. Hyuga Hinata nodded slightly, turned her head and glanced at Wang Li, and a hint of joy gradually appeared on her face. Wang Li-kun, let's go first. Okay. After Wang Li and Hyuga Hinata left, Inyazuka Kaiba touched his head and walked to Tsunade Senju, saying flatteringly, Hokage, what do you want me to do? You, just stay here. Tsunade said impatiently. Hey! I mean, there was an explosion here just now, maybe that person is still nearby. Now we need someone with strong reconnaissance ability to stay here. And you are the best candidate. Tsunade coughed twice to cover up her guilty conscience, and hurriedly said. Inyazuka Kaiba was immediately in awe. At first I thought it was a trivial matter, but I didn't expect the new Hokage to entrust me with a major matter related to the safety of the village. This feeling of being trusted instantly filled Inyazuka Kaiba with happiness. Don't worry. I will always be here. Don't even a mosquito think of running away. Tsunade coughed non-stop for a while. She waved her hand and said, It won't take that long. Just wait here for half an hour. Tsunade said and left quickly, not daring to look directly into Inyazuka Kaiba's eyes. Inyazuka Kaiba hid in a tree, constantly observing the surroundings, fearing to miss any movement. Wang Li and Hyuga Hinata were walking on the road, and the atmosphere seemed extremely awkward. Although Wang Li wanted to ease the embarrassment, Hyuga Hinata's face turned red as soon as he spoke. At this moment, Wang Li saw Hyuga Hinata's pair of white eyes, and his mind suddenly became active. The system can copy any ninjutsu, even unfinished Raise Nan can increase the progress. Then what about the bloodline limit? At this time, Wang Li's eyes became more and more fiery, and Hyuga Hinata's heart beat rapidly. Wang Lijun, what's wrong? That Hinata, can you show me the white eyes once? Hyuga Hinata looked at Wang Li in confusion, and then nodded seriously. Since Wang Lijun wants to see it, then I'll show it to you. Wang Li's face lit up, and he nodded quickly, and the blood-red three-magatama Sharingan instantly appeared. Byakugan! With a light shout from Hyuga Hinata, all the meridians around her eyes burst. Wang Li instantly felt like he was seeing through everything. And there seemed to be a slight difference between Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji's Byakugan. Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan made people feel that there was nowhere to escape. And Hyuga Niji's Byakugan seemed to be restricted by something, leaving a little room. The expected system sound did not sound, and Wang Li suddenly felt lost. Just when he wanted Hyuga Hinata to close her Byakugan, he suddenly found that her face was red and her breathing was rapid, as if she had seen something incredible. Hinata, are you okay? I'm fine. Hearing Wang Li's voice, Hinata Hyuga became flustered. She quickly covered her eyes with both hands, but the meridians around her eyes did not retreat. At this moment, a stream of blood suddenly flowed from Hinata Hyuga's nose. The blood dripped, but Hinata Hyuga didn't even notice it. Wang Li's heart was shocked, and he quickly covered Hinata Hyuga's nose with his hand and performed the palm magic. However, It didn't matter if he didn't touch it, but once he touched it, the nosebleed flow increased instantly, which scared Wang Li. "Are you okay, Hinata?" "It's okay, but it's so spectacular." Chapter 40. The speed is too slow. Wang Li and Hinata Hyuga came to the hospital. Hinata Hyuga has been following Wang Li in small steps, and every time when Wang Li was not paying attention, she would open her eyes directly. He had nosebleeds several times along the way. "Hinata, Wang Li, you are here." Yui Kurene's face lit up, but she couldn't help but frown when she saw the blood on Hinata Hyuga's nose. "Hinata, don't force yourself all the time. Naruto's pace is very fast, you can't catch up with him, why not look at the people around you?" Hinata Hyuga lowered her head shyly again. Shizuan, who was checking the bodies of several people, put down her work when she heard this, squeezed between Wang Li and Hinata Hyuga, and looked at Hinata Hyuga with hostile eyes. "Aunt Shizuan, you are so cunning." Yamanaka Ino laughed evilly, and emphasized the word aunt twice. "Aunt? Ah. I'm sorry, I'm too young and don't know the rules." For a moment, Shizuan and Yamanaka Ino stood on both sides of Wang Li. When they looked into each other's eyes, sparks flew between them. Wang Li laughed awkwardly and turned to look at the bed that originally belonged to Uchiha Sasuke. The bed was now empty, and Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura were not around. This made Hitaki Kakashi look very lonely. It has finally started. Wang Li said to himself, then turned around and left, running towards the roof at high speed. In the Konoha Great Collapse Plan, Sasuke seemed very powerless when facing the one-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara. He even doubted whether the result of his efforts was in vain. And Uzumaki Naruto relied on the summoning technique to fight back and forth with Shikaku of the Sand, and finally woke up the sleeping Gaara. From then on, Uzumaki Naruto became a stone in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Wang Li came to the roof, and at this time Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto stood face to face, staring at each other. "Is it really here? Wang Li-jun, please don't hinder us. This is between us." Uchiha Sasuke saw Wang Li coming and said hurriedly. Because Uchiha Sasuke knew very well that as long as Wang Li took action, the two would not be able to fight at all. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Allow the two to fight. Reward: summoning beast immediately. 2. Stop the two from fighting. Reward: curse seal. 3. Stop the two from fighting, and defeat both of them. Reward: add 1 to the number of synthesis. Wang Li is not going to consider the summoning beast for the time being. Although the combat power can be greatly improved if he encounters a powerful summoning beast, no matter what, improving personal ability is the kingly way. Although the curse seal is very strong, it can improve one's own combat power. However, this is Orochimaru's ninjutsu. What if Orochimaru has any backup plan? When you meet Orochimaru again, don't even have a chance to escape. The number of synthesis is what Wang Li wants most. With it, there are countless possibilities. I choose 3. After making the choice, Wang Li walked leisurely between the two and looked at them with disdain. Don't you like fighting? Then fight with me, 2 of you together. After Wang Li finished speaking, he quietly waited for the two to reply. But after waiting for a long time, the two did not say a word, and they were not as arrogant as before. Okay. For Wang Li-jun's face, I will spare you today. Wang Li's mouth twitched. How could this be different from what he agreed? Although Uchiha Sasuke is not the strongest, his self-confidence is definitely the most inflated in Naruto. No matter how badly he lost before. As long as the sky clears and the rain stops, he will feel that he can fight again. But now he meets Wang Li, he is actually scared. He doesn't even have the courage to fight 2 against 1. Is this still Uchiha Sasuke in the anime? Wait. You two don't leave. Wang Li gritted his teeth and looked at the two of them. After hesitating for a moment, he said, as a ninja, you must always find ways to improve yourself. This time I fight with you mainly to see what you two lack. Then I can teach you. For a while, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto looked at Wang Li gratefully. Okay. Let's start. As soon as the voice fell, before Wang Li had time to prepare, Uchiha Sasuke disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he came to Wang Li's side. Wang Li smiled disapprovingly. Although Uchiha Sasuke is fast, he has a strong sneak attack ability. But it was not good enough for Wang Li. Wang Li suddenly stretched out a hand, grabbed out of thin air, and actually grabbed Uchiha Sasuke's neck directly. Too slow, with your current speed, you are still a long way from beating me. After saying that, he threw it out. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto ran towards Wang Li, crossing his fingers into a cross shape. Multiple shadow clone technique. The roof, which was not big to begin with, was instantly filled with Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones. Wang Li had several ways to instantly clear the shadow clones. But Wang Li and others were now on the top floor of the hospital. If that kind of move was used, it would be easy to destroy the ceiling directly and hit the injured below. But Wang Li was not worried at all. At this time, Wang Li was proficient in advanced physical skills. Whether it was speed, strength, or physique, it was not comparable to Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha Whirlwind. For a moment, Wang Li was like a black lightning, constantly shuttling through the crowd. Wherever he passed, the shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto in the surrounding area instantly shattered. Wang Li felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. In the previous battles, he relied on hand seals and the release of ninjutsu to fight. The slow release speed of ninjutsu can easily alert the opponent and make them dodge. So the first thing to compete in the ninjutsu war is the ninjutsu you know, followed by your chakra volume, and finally your IQ. So Uchiha Itachi made Orochimaru so afraid, mainly because Uchiha Itachi had a high IQ, taking everything into account, making Orochimaru feel very powerless. But the physical skills are completely different. Punching to the flesh, kicking a crying monster, feeling extremely happy in the heart. In just about 10 seconds, all the densely packed shadow clones on the roof were cleared, leaving only Uzumaki Naruto's body under Wang Li's feet. So strong. I thought I knew how strong you were, but now I know that I didn't see you clearly at all. Uzumaki Naruto smiled bitterly, with a hint of loss on his face. At this time, Wang Li heard bursts of bird calls from behind him. Wang Li smiled bitterly. Why is Reikari S level and Chidori A level? It's not just because of the power. Ninjas will inevitably receive some assassination missions. Reikari can kill them in an instant, and the opponent doesn't even have time to react. But the huge bird calls of Chidori have reminded the opponent before they make a move, completely losing the meaning of assassination. I told you, you are too slow. Wang Li turned around and clapped his hand lightly, and Uchiha Sasuke suddenly lost his center of gravity and deviated from the direction. Bang! The entire wall was knocked down by Uchiha Sasuke, and the rubble flew all over the ground. At this time, Wang Li had a bitter face, his eyes looked at the ninjas approaching from a distance, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch constantly. Damn, how can I solve this problem now? Release. Chapter 41 Blackmail. Tsunade landed on the roof of the hospital and saw the destroyed wall, and couldn't help frowning. But when she saw Wang Li, she was so angry that her teeth itched, but she could do nothing. However, after discovering Uchiha Sasuke on the ground, she showed a little joy in her heart, as if she had found an object to vent her anger. Boy! Why are you releasing such a dangerous ninjutsu in the hospital? Uchiha Sasuke showed displeasure on his face after being roared by Tsunade. There are people who want him to be obedient, Wang Li is one of them, but definitely not the strange woman in front of him. In the battle between ninjas, it is inevitable to destroy something. Tsunade sneered, and murderous intent was revealed in her eyes. Okay, boy, since you said you are a ninja, let's have a fight. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke's battle, at most a small part of the damage. But as long as Tsunade takes action, once the strange punch is released, I'm afraid the whole hospital will be destroyed. My dear Tsunade, why are you arguing with a child? Calm down. Wang Li patted Tsunade on the back and said flatteringly. After a while, Tsunade's anger finally subsided. You say she is a child, but you are the same age. Wang Li was speechless. According to his current physical age, he is indeed only 12 years old, but his mental age is definitely more than that. Okay, let's just let it go. That won't do. I can't pay for the repairs of the hospital. Tsunade said with a smirk. Wang Li's mouth twitched. He just said he was young, but now he has to pay for it himself. He has never seen such a shameless adult. Actually, you don't have to pay, just go out with me and do a few jobs. You know, Konoha has just been attacked, and money is needed everywhere. Wang Li rolled his eyes at Tsunade Senju. I didn't expect that he would still think about gambling after becoming a Hokage. It's not easy for such a leader not to paralyze Konoha village. Okay. I'll pay. Tsunade showed a disappointed expression on her face, then hugged Wang Li with both hands and kissed him hard on the face. Sure enough, you are still reliable. It will cost about 5 million to repair these walls. Wang Li couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and kept cursing Tsunade, the shameless woman, in his heart. Tsunade took the money from Wang Li, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. By the way, the diagnosis result of the thick eyebrow is out. In order to increase the success rate of healing, 2 ninjas must perform palm magic at the same time, and then I will take out the broken bones one by one. So, I need your help. Wang Li suddenly became serious. Rock Lee is one of the few ninjas that Wang Li admires. He has no chakra on his body, but he has successfully caught up with several ninjas who use external plugins by insisting on continuous training. And in the first battle with Gaara, he almost beat Gaara so hard that he couldn't take care of himself. Since it's just a piece of cake, Wang Li naturally has no choice but to do it. It's just that the date of leaving Konoha will be postponed a few days. Okay, when will the operation start? Tomorrow I'll let Jing, the little girl from the Hyuga family, come to you. Okay. Tsunade came in a hurry and left in a hurry, but she took away 5 million from Wang Li. But speaking of 5 million, Wang Li suddenly remembered that he still owed Tian 10,000 yuan. Wang Li was not the kind of person who would not pay back his debts, so he naturally had to pay it back before leaving. Suzuki. Wait for me at the old place, I'll be there soon. Uchiha Suzuki was refreshed, with a happy look on his face. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto proudly, and then said, Don't worry. I'll be there right away. Wang Li came to Rock Lee's ward, originally planning to let Rock Lee pass it on. However, he found that the door of the ward was locked, and there were anxious arguments inside. Tianatian's voice was among them. Wang Li shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so he waited outside the door. But waiting seemed particularly boring, so he began to fold the banknotes that were going to be returned to Tian. Wang Li is a good origami. He once captured the hearts of countless girls in kindergarten with his frogs, paper cranes, etc. Later, Wang Li realized that his peak of life was in kindergarten. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the door of the room was opened. The first to come out were Mike and Hyuga Niji, followed by Tian. Wang Li, why are you here? Mike looked at Wang Li with gratitude. If Wang Li hadn't brought back Tsunade Senju, Rock Lee would have been on crutches for the rest of his life. Ah! I'm looking for Tian. Tian. Mackay was stunned after a moment. Wang Li understood the money in his hand. I understand. Ninkai, you and I will go first. Mike laughed, holding Hyuga Ninkai's neck with one hand and preparing to leave. Although Hyagoninkai was a little reluctant, he couldn't resist Mike's amazing arm strength and was dragged away by force. Wang Li looked at Mike inexplicably, and couldn't understand the guy's brain circuit at all. Turning to look at Tian Tian, Tianation's pink skin was completely red at this time, and he stammered, "Wang Lijun. What do you want to talk to me about?" Wang Li smiled slightly and handed the money in his hand directly. "It's nothing, I just borrowed money from you last time, and now I'm paying you back." Wang Li looked down and saw the money in his hand, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. "Oh my! What did I do?" I saw that the paper money in Wang Li's hand was folded into a heart. Wang Li instantly understood why the expressions of several people were abnormal. "Oh, actually it's only 10,000 yuan, there's no need to come here specially." Wang Li's mouth twitched. 10,000 yuan is equivalent to about 1,600 yuan. Probably only the richest woman in Konoha can say such a thing. But the shape of the money at this time is particularly easy to be misunderstood. "Sorry, I'll change one." Wang Li said that he wanted to take the money back, but just when he received half of it, Tian Tian snatched it away. "It's all money anyway, this one is the same." Wang Li's mouth twitched. Tianation's words were indeed fine. But seeing her carefully holding the money in her hands, she would sniff it from time to time. Something happened. According to this plot, Tian Tian will definitely misunderstand. It can be said that she has already misunderstood now. "Tian Tian, why don't you change one?" "No. It's all in my hands, how can I give it back to you?" Tian Tian showed a smug smile on his face. "Then I'll leave first." Wang Li's mouth twitched. If he stayed any longer, there would definitely be more misunderstandings. It would be better to just run away. Tian Tian looked at Wang Li's running back and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Wang Li is so shy. Chapter 42, Secretly Learning Chidori Style. Wang Li returned to the Uchiha clan's training ground like a refugee. But as soon as he arrived at the training ground, he found that something was wrong. There were traces of battles everywhere, and there was even lightning chakra left on the trees. "Suzuki." Wang Li began to get anxious. He had promised to protect Uchiha Itachi in front of him. Now if something went wrong, he didn't know if that crazy brother control would give him a moon attack. "Gib. What do you mean? What do you mean? You know it very well in your heart. The Hokage arranged for me to wait here, and you showed up. Damn woman, it's just a wall that was destroyed. Is there any need to be so petty?" Wang Li looked over in the direction of the voice. Inyazuka Kaiba and Uchiha Suzuki were in a stalemate. Although Inyazuka Kaiba was already covered in wounds, he still had no intention of retreating. On the other hand, Uchiha Suzuki, although he had just recovered from a serious illness, there were almost no wounds on his body. He was calm and even had a proud look on his face. Although Wang Li knew who Uchiha Suzuki had fought with, why? They were in the same class before, and although they were divided into two classes after graduation, they were still friends. And looking at the way the two of them fought, it was definitely not just a joke. "Stop! Stop it! What are you doing?" Uchiha Suzuki and Inyazuka Kaiba saw Wang Li and showed joy on their faces at the same time. "Wang Lijun, quickly subdue this guy. I don't know why he suddenly rushed up to attack, and he is the kind that will not stop until he dies." "Suzuki. Stop pretending. Just now, Lord Hokage asked me to stay here and see who the spy left in Konoha village is. I never thought it was you, Uchiha Suzuki." Wang Li's mouth twitched. Although he didn't know what was going on, the current situation must be related to Senju Tsunade. "Gib. Suzuki is not a spy, stop it first." Inyazuka Kaiba's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Wang Li, as if he saw a great enemy. "So you too? The Uchiha clan has fallen. Don't worry, I will catch you and hand you over to the Hokage. And then plead for you." Wang Li smiled bitterly. That idiot Hokage, maybe he didn't even know he had given this order. But I didn't expect NINJUTSU-CHAPTER to be so stubborn. Yay! Just look at my eyes and you'll know I'm definitely a good person. Wang Li didn't want to argue anymore, so he opened his Sharingan and said to NINJUTSU-CHAPTER, "Eyes." NINJUTSU-CHAPTER subconsciously raised his head and looked into Wang Li's eyes. Even Akamaru on the side couldn't help but raise his head. But when the man and the dog saw Wang Li's eyes, they suddenly felt tired. Then his head tilted and he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Finally done. Uchiha Sasuke came over and looked at NINJUTSU-CHAPTER inexplicably. What does this Hokage mean? Is he going to leave me no chance to live? Is it because of that guy? Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's constant imagination, Wang Li smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "I guess the Hokage is a fool." Idiot! Uchiha Sasuke laughed helplessly, and then looked at Wang Li with fiery eyes. "Wang Li-jun, please make me stronger. As long as I can kill that man, I am willing to do anything." Wang Li's eyes lit up. In fact, Wang Li's basic knowledge of chakra and ninjutsu is not even as good as Konohamaru's. The ability to use so many ninjutsu is entirely due to the system. And asking Uchiha Sasuke to teach is not to really teach. Instead, through the understanding of Naruto, he tells Uchiha Sasuke the direction of his future ninjutsu, and then secretly learns the ninjutsu. Wang Li coughed twice, and then he became serious. "I just point you in a direction, for example, Chidori, it can be released through the hands, but have you ever thought about letting it release all over the body at the same time?" Uchiha Sasuke touched his chin and thought about it. After a few minutes, his eyes lit up and his hands began to make seals. For a moment, arcs of electricity began to flash all over Uchiha Sasuke's body, but they disappeared as soon as they appeared. Ding dong! Identify lightning release, Chidori flow. Progress 5%. Wang Li was ecstatic, and it was exactly as he expected. As long as the corresponding people develop in the correct direction of ninjutsu, they can gain the activity of that ninjutsu. Since it was successful, Wang Li immediately became a strict teacher and looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a serious face. "Yes, that's the direction." After receiving Wang Li's praise, Uchiha Sasuke showed a trace of joy on his face. Then he immediately continued to make hand seals. For a moment, the arcs began to flicker non-stop, but they did not last for a second and disappeared again. Ding dong! Identify thunder release, Chidori style, progress 11%. Wang Li's eyes narrowed with joy. As long as Uchiha Sasuke continues to work so hard, he will be able to learn thunder release, Chidori style sooner or later. As for whether Uchiha Sasuke can learn it, it depends on his talent. Should Sasuke learn Chidori Sharp Spear or Chidori Thousand Book next? It's really a dilemma. Uchiha Sasuke used Chidori 7 times in a row. Each time, Chidori was only released from the body for 1 second, which had no effect at all. But Uchiha Sasuke was already exhausted from constantly releasing ninjutsu. Ding dong! Identify thunder release, Chidori style, progress 51%. Wang Li-jun, can you perform this ninjutsu once so that I can avoid taking a detour? Wang Li's mouth twitched. And sweat began to pour from his forehead. How could I know Chidori style? If I knew, I would need to learn from Uchiha Sasuke. Wang Li coughed twice and said righteously, "Sasuke, you disappoint me so much. If you want to defeat him, you must innovate yourself. If you just learn other people's ninjutsu, you will always live in the shadow of others. It's even more impossible to defeat him." Uchiha Sasuke shuddered after hearing this, and looked at Wang Li with more gratitude. "I'm sorry, I was lazy. I'll continue practicing." Wang Li couldn't help but sweat as he watched Uchiha Sasuke continue to practice Chidori style. Fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke is young and easier to deceive. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Ding dong! Identify thunder style, Chidori style, progress 67%. Ding dong. Identify Thunder style, Chidori style, progress 78%. Ding dong. Identify Thunder style, Chidori style, progress 99%. After performing the last time, Uchiha Sasuke collapsed to the ground, his hands shaking constantly, and he didn't even have the strength to lift them up. 1%. There's only one more move left, hold on a little longer. Ah? Wang Lejun, what are you talking about? I said hold on a little longer, victory is just around the corner. No, I really can't move. Not a drop left. Chapter 43, Enraging Kakashi. Wang Li suddenly became anxious. He was only 1% away from learning Chidori style, but Uchiha Sasuke failed to do it. This made Wang Li feel itchy. Sasuke, why don't you try again? Only by breaking through your limits and surpassing yourself can you become stronger. Only by doing so can you defeat that man. Uchiha Sasuke, who was originally exhausted, suddenly had bright eyes, and then struggled to get up from the ground. Not bad. How can you surpass Itaki if you don't surpass yourself? After saying that, with a few seals, Uchiha Sasuke's body arcs strong, as if countless birds were vying to chirp. Ding dong. Identify Thunder release, Chidori style. Wang Li was secretly delighted. He finally learned Chidori style. In this way, Wang Li also has a defensive type of ninjutsu. When fighting with the enemy in close combat, you can have a certain advantage. Wang Li raised his head happily and found that there were red lines crawling on Uchiha Sasuke's body. Soon, Uchiha Sasuke's whole body will be covered. Curse Seal. This is the power given to Uchiha Sasuke by Orochimaru. In the state of the Curse Seal, Uchiha Sasuke's strength can be improved to a higher level. But at the same time, it is also Orochimaru's restriction on Sasuke. As long as this Curse Seal is still on Uchiha Sasuke, he will never escape from Orochimaru's palm. As long as you are tired and unprepared, you may be attacked by Orochimaru. Become Orochimaru's wedding dress. Therefore, the Curse Seal is also a time bomb. Wang Li looked at Sasuke's painful appearance, but he was not in a hurry. After all, the Curse Seal has no harm for the time being, but has many benefits. At this time, the arc on Uchiha Sasuke's body had no intention of retreating. He actually learned the Chidori style directly because of the problem of the Curse Seal. When Uchiha Sasuke was completely settled, Wang Li touched his chin and laughed. Sasuke, do you want me to teach you the next move? Okay. What's good about it? Mess around. A figure fell from the sky, and 4 fingers pressed on the back of Uchiha Sasuke's neck without hesitation. Suddenly, the Curse Seal on Uchiha Sasuke's body retreated rapidly, and soon it returned to its usual appearance. Ding dong. Identify Ninjutsu, Sealing Evil Seal. Uchiha Sasuke lost the blessing of the Curse Seal and slowly fell down. Standing on the side, Hitaki Kakashi hurriedly supported Uchiha Sasuke and then slowly put him on the ground. Wang Li. What do you mean? Although Hitaki Kakashi was wearing a mask on his face and even his forehead protector blocked one of his eyes, his anger could be seen at a glance. Ding dong. Trigger the selection task. 1. Answer Hitaki Kakashi truthfully. Reward, Reikari. 2. Ignore Hitaki Kakashi. Reward, Intermediate Sage Body. 3. Speak badly to Hitaki Kakashi and anger him. Reward, Manjiki Sharingan. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat, and then he was ecstatic. I didn't expect the selection reward to be so generous this time. Whether it is Reikari, Intermediate Sage Body, or Manjiki Sharingan, they are all what Wang Li dreams of. But since you can only choose one, you have to think about it carefully. First is Reikari. Reikari has a great single-second ability, and Wang Li also has Lightning Chakra, which can maximize the power of Reikari. But at this time Wang Li has Chidori and Rei's Nan in his hands. Both are single-second ninjutsu. If you choose Reikari again, it will be a bit of a waste. The second is the intermediate Sage Body. The intermediate Sage Body has the highest comprehensive score in all aspects. It can greatly increase Wang Li's chakra, and his reaction ability, perception ability, and even physical strength will be greatly increased. If you can get the advanced Sage Body, you can instantly enter the Sage mode. However, at this stage, it conflicts with the 100 Healings technique. The 100 Healings technique can instantly take out the stored chakra and use it, which is equivalent to having 2 cans of blue. And it can also improve the strength in all aspects in a short time. It can be said to be a simplified version of the Sage Body. Then the only thing left is the Manjiki Sharingan. Obtaining the Manjiki Sharingan can greatly increase your perception ability, and your ability in illusion will also be greatly improved. And you can use the Sharingan to see through the opponent's moves more. There are endless possibilities for fighting. The most important thing is that you can use the moon dust. Before, when fighting with Uchiha Itachi, he stole the moon reading. But because the Sharingan is not as good as the Manjiki Sharingan, he has never had the opportunity to use it. I choose 3. For a moment, Wang Li felt that his eyes were sore and swollen, and soon 2 bloods flowed from his eyes. Wang Li wiped the blood. Since he chose the path of being handsome at the beginning, he had to go all the way to the end. Strength can be improved slowly, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. As for the task of the third reward, Wang Li had already considered it. In this case, provoking Hitaki Kakashi will definitely force him to take action. However, although Hitaki Kakashi has the elite Jonin strength, and he is the best among them, but because he has just recovered from a serious illness, his strength is estimated to be not even half of his usual strength. So you just need to face it well, there is definitely a chance to survive. As for leaving Konoha anyway, there is no need to worry about it. Then he sneered and looked at Hitaki Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, although you are very powerful, you don't know how to teach students at all. Sasuke's goal is very clear, that is, to kill Itachi. Based on your understanding of Itachi, how long will it take him to kill Itachi? Hitaki Kakashi did not react at all, but just looked at Wang Li quietly, and after a few seconds he slowly said, Uchiha Itachi is powerful and cruel. It will take a long time for Sasuke to surpass him. And my task is to protect him before he is able to kill Itachi. Mediocre. Big mediocrity. You don't have the ability to educate Sasuke, so you don't allow me to teach? Do you know how strong Sasuke's desire for revenge is? Wang Li said, and glanced at Hitaki Kakashi expectantly. But who knew that Hitaki Kakashi still had no reaction? His signature dead fish eyes did not reveal any emotion. Sasuke now has Naruto and Sakura, it's time to let go of the hatred in his heart. This way he can live happier, right? Wang Li couldn't help scratching his head. Hitaki Kakashi didn't react to anything he said, as if he had no emotion. Except for the initial anger, no emotion was revealed. If this continues, the mission will fail directly, and the newly obtained Manjiki Sharingan will disappear. And at this moment, Wang Li suddenly thought of Uchiha Obito, and then couldn't help but grin. No wonder Obito hates you and looks down on you. Immediately, Hitaki Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly asked, What did you say? Wang Li's mouth corners slightly raised. Since he said that Uchiha Obito was useful, he would say it again with exaggeration. I said Uchiha Obito is still alive, it's because of you, he has always hated Konoha and hated you. Damn it! Shut up! Chapter 44 Crushing. Hitaki Kakashi roared and ran towards Wang Li at a high speed. Wang Li's face became solemn. Although Hitaki Kakashi has just recovered from a serious illness and is in a weak state, but as an elite Jonin, he always has some elusive killing moves. But now Wang Li has 2 advantages against Hitaki Kakashi. First, Hitaki Kakashi is famous for lack of blue, and his chakra is not enough after a few ninjutsu. And Wang Li has a primary sage body plus the 100 healings technique, so it can be said that he crushes Hitaki Kakashi in terms of chakra. Second, although Hitaki Kakashi also has a Sharingan, he only has one eye. Moreover, Hitaki Kakashi's Sharingan at this time was only 3 Megatama, while Wang Li had upgraded to the Manjiki Sharingan. Hitaki Kakashi rushed over, but Wang Li had no intention of retreating, instead he took a step forward. Bang! The two fists collided, and then both of them retreated 2 steps. Hitaki Kakashi's face was pale, and he looked at Wang Li in disbelief. How is it possible, you can actually keep up with my speed? And with this strength, who are you? Wang Li laughed triumphantly. The punch just now was just an ordinary punch, and he didn't use the strange force punch. If he used it, Hitaki Kakashi would probably break one of his hands directly. However, just an ordinary punch made Hitaki Kakashi's face pale. It seems that his injuries are very serious. Konoha. Wang Li. Since you don't want to talk, I'll catch you and take you to the Hokage first. Hitaki Kakashi's voice turned cold, and he lifted the forehead guard that was blocking his left eye with his right hand, revealing a blood-red pupil. Wang Li smiled disapprovingly. The current Hokage is wearing the same pants as himself, and it would be a waste of time to catch him. Sharingan, it's like no one has it. In an instant, the pupils of Wang Li's eyes turned blood-red, and 3 of them were spinning non-stop. Hitaki Kakashi frowned. The last time I saw Wang Li's pupils, there were only 2 Megatama, but I didn't expect that after just a few days, there were 3 Megatama. Multiple shadow clone technique. Hitaki Kakashi immediately became serious, and 4 shadow clones attacked from different directions. Who wouldn't say the same thing? Multiple shadow clone technique. Wang Li also used the multiple shadow clone technique, and 4 of them went straight up to meet him. Boy! Don't be too proud. Hitaki Kakashi snorted coldly, and his hands kept making seals. A small vortex began to appear in the lake beside him, and then it kept expanding. Water Dragon Bullet? And there are 44 seals. You were fooled by Zabuza. After Wang Li finished speaking, he began to make seals with his hands frantically. In less than a second, a water dragon rushed out of the lake and bit directly at Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly stopped making seals, picked up Uchiha Sasuke on the ground, and jumped away. How is it possible, the speed is so fast? You have seen faster ones. Wang Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled evilly. Hitaki Kakashi's body trembled. Wang Li's seal-making speed is rare. Not only is it fast, but it can even be said that a lot of seals are missing, which completely simplifies the water dragon bullet technique. And not long ago, he met someone who was faster than Wang Li. That was Uchiha Itachi. Although the seals are fast, the combat experience is not very rich. As soon as Hitaki Kakashi finished speaking, a kunai was pressed against Wang Li's back. Now you can talk about Obito. Sure. Wang Li said with a smile, but the voice came slowly from a distance. Bang! Wang Li's body began to swell, and then exploded directly. Hitaki Kakashi wanted to dodge, but just as he raised his leg, a sharp pain spread all over his body. It was too late to dodge. Hitaki Kakashi climbed up from the ground with difficulty, looking at Wang Li with serious eyes. You are hiding so deeply. You have such strength, but no one knows. What do you want to do in Konoha? What do you want to do to Sasuke? Do you want his eyes? Wang Li's face became more and more proud. He almost knocked down Hitaki Kakashi, who was known as a 50-50 match. Although he is in a weak state now, it can also prove Wang Li's amazing strength. No reason, why do you think so bad of me? Since you don't want to say it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hitaki Kakashi snorted coldly, then bit his finger with his teeth, and then began to seal with both hands. Spiritual summoning. In an instant, a huge formation appeared on the ground, followed by a burst of thick smoke. The thick smoke receded, and there were a few more dogs around Hatake Kakashi. The strange thing is that each dog was wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Kakashi, why did you suddenly call us here? Who is the enemy? A Pekingese looked around and said to Hatake Kakashi in confusion. It's this guy. What? Kakashi, are you kidding me? This kid looks only 12 years old, can he hurt you like this? Don't be careless. This kid is much more powerful than you think. Okay. Seeing that the Pekingese entered the combat state, Hatake Kakashi raised one hand high and held the other hand in front of him. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, mist hidden technique. Suddenly, a thick fog came from nowhere and instantly covered the surroundings. Mist hidden technique with ninja dog. Wang Li smiled disapprovingly and began to make seals with his hands. Suddenly, bursts of bird calls came out. Chidori? After all, he is still a 12-year-old child. In this thick fog, Chidori can't hit anyone at all. And the chirping of Chidori will easily expose his position. Hatake Kakashi thought about pulling out a kunai and preparing to capture Wang Li alive. But just as he was about to leave, the ninja dog suddenly sent a whine. Kakashi, don't come over, this kid's ninjutsu is too weird. What happened? Hatake Kakashi's heart suddenly turned cold. He didn't expect Wang Li to be so strong. If he was dealing with him normally, it would be a piece of cake. But now he has just recovered from a serious illness, and his body can't keep up with the rhythm at all. Especially because of lack of energy, I always feel drowsy. It seems that I can't fight this kid head-on. I must find someone to support me. Hatake Kakashi thought, took out the whistle in his arms and blew it gently. The eagle that was resting on the treetop suddenly flew up and kept circling over Hatake Kakashi's head. Okay, now we just need to wait for someone to come to support us. No matter what, we must catch this kid alive today. After all, he knows about Obito. Hatake Kakashi thought, slowly stood up, and prepared to hide in another place. And at this moment, a pair of bright red eyes appeared in front of Hatake Kakashi. I caught you! Chapter 45 Tsukuyomi. Hatake Kakashi trembled all over and tried to dodge. But the red pupils in front of him began to rotate non-stop, and then the white fog around him gradually turned blood red. Hatake Kakashi walked alone in the blood fog in confusion, and suddenly found a figure in the distance. Wang Li, I finally found you. Hatake Kakashi walked over carefully, but when he got closer, he found that the other person was actually a woman. And she looked particularly familiar. Rin. Hatake Kakashi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The companion he killed with his own hands, Nohara Rin, actually appeared in front of him. Kakashi, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. Hatake Kakashi stood up involuntarily and walked towards Nohara Rin. At this moment, a black shadow flashed by, and the flashing light in his hand was exactly Reikari. Blood splashed. Reikari hit Nohara Rin's heart accurately. At this time, a man wearing a red cloud black coat hugged Nohara Rin and kept crying. Kakashi! Why did you kill Rin? Why? Hatake Kakashi felt that the voice was inexplicably familiar, but he couldn't remember the other party's name for a while. At this time, the man turned his head. The right eye is the symbol of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. And the left eye is a void. Kakashi! Why did you kill Rin? Give me back my eyes! The man ran towards Hatake Kakashi like crazy. He grabbed Hatake Kakashi with one hand and grabbed Hatake Kakashi's left eye with the other hand. With a burst of severe pain, Hatake Kakashi fainted. Not long after, Hatake Kakashi woke up, and there was still a blood mist around him. Hatake Kakashi didn't know how many times he had seen Yuan Yelan die, and how many times that man had killed him. But finally the blood mist around him began to turn white. Only a pair of Sharingan was left in front of him. Hitaki Kakashi collapsed to the ground all of a sudden, and kept breathing heavily to reduce the fear in his heart. Tsukuyomi! I didn't expect you to even know this eye technique. This is the first time I've seen a monster like you. That's right. Do you think I've taught Sasuke enough? Wang Li said calmly, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and then a stream of blood flowed down. But then a coolness enveloped the eyeballs, and the previous severe pain disappeared, and there was a sense of relief. Fortunately, the system was repaired, otherwise it would be useless after a few uses. However, Wang Li did not dare to use it recklessly. If there were any sequelae, it would be a lifelong thing. Wang Li looked at Hitaki Kakashi lying on the ground, and his face became more and more proud. Although Hitaki Kakashi did not even have ordinary strength, it also proved that Wang Li was strong enough. With such strength, there was more security when leaving Konoha. And using Tsukuyomi to completely defeat Hitaki Kakashi was just Wang Li's momentary bad taste. Watching Uchiha Itachi used Tsukuyomi for so long. Now Wang Li can use it, and he can't help it if he doesn't use it. Wang Li was feeling proud and happy, when suddenly a green figure flashed by. Wang Li subconsciously blocked it with his hand, but a huge force instantly kicked it away. Is Kakashi okay? Guy. Don't look into his eyes, this guy is very strong. Although Might Guy didn't know who the man in front of him was, since he could beat his old rival Hitaki Kakashi like this, he definitely couldn't be a weakling. Wang Li's mouth twitched. He was not going to fight with Might Guy. Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi had similar strengths. If the 8 gates were opened, they would have the strength of a super shadow level at most. Wang Li didn't want to fight with such a monster. The most important thing was that there was no reason to fight. It's me, Teacher Kai, don't fight yet. Oh? You actually disguised your voice as the cutest Wang Lijun, but I will never be fooled. Wang Li almost vomited blood. Although I was very happy to be praised, you have to show some meaning when you fight. Teacher Kai, please take a look. I am Wang Li. Who will treat Xiao Li tomorrow if he gets hurt? Hearing the name Xiao Li, Mike's body slowed down for a moment, but he laughed again. I didn't expect you to be so good at pretending. But you can't fool me, I'm so smart. Wang Li clenched his fists tightly. If I couldn't beat Might Guy, I would have wanted to beat him up now. I thought Tsunade was strong enough, but Might Guy was even better. Okay, stop pretending, take my kick. Might Guy jumped high and kicked Wang Li. Wang Li didn't want to take this kick. Might Guy is a man who almost kicked out the finale with one kick. Even though he knew he didn't open the 8 gates, he still had a shadow in his heart. Wang Li dodged quickly, but Might Guy's attacks continued, not giving him a chance to breathe. Although Wang Li is proficient in advanced physical skills, he is no match for Mike, a pure physical skills ninja. Suddenly, Might Guy kicked out, and Wang Li had no way to avoid it. He could only watch Mike's flying kick coming. At this moment a figure descended from the sky and instantly forced Might Guy back. Wang Li turned around and saw who else was in front of him but Tsunade. Might Guy! What are you doing to Wang Li? Don't you know that I am protecting Wang Li? Hearing Tsunade's voice, Might Guy subconsciously raised his head. Tsunade-sama, why are you here? If I don't come, are you going to deal with Wang Li? Tsunade shouted angrily, scaring Might Guy to retreat a few steps. There seems to be a misunderstanding between us. Might Guy said with a smile. I was afraid that Tsunade would suddenly change her mind and not go to treat Rock Lee. Wang Li started coughing. It is indeed difficult to explain that Hitaki Kakashi was beaten to a pulp. Tsunade rolled her eyes instantly when she saw Wang Li's appearance. Then she slapped Wang Li hard on the head. Okay, now the key is not to say who is right or wrong, let's cure Kakashi first. Might Guy smiled quickly. It was obvious that Wang Li felt guilty, but Tsunade had no intention of pursuing the matter. On the contrary, Might Guy had just called for killing for a little misunderstanding. But Might Guy didn't dare to say anything more. After all, Tsunade was already the Hokage in name. Then Might Guy mourned for Hitaki Kakashi. What move injured Kakashi? Why is it a bit like before? Wang Li coughed awkwardly again. Tsuki. Tsukuyomi. Tsunade's face was not angry but happy. She pinched Wang Li's face with both hands and looked at those eyes carefully, as if she had found a treasure. You have opened the Mangekyo. Great job. Hitaki Kakashi, who had not yet fainted, heard Tsunade's praise, and his heart rushed up in a breath, and his eyes rolled back, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Chapter 46 Waldong. Might Guy looked at Senju Tsunade with doubtful eyes. With such a ninja becoming Hokage, I wonder what will happen to Konoha village in the future. Tsunade-sama. You should treat Kakashi. Tsunade's pampering made Wang Li a little overwhelmed, and he hurriedly changed the subject. Tsunade pouted and squatted down reluctantly. She put her hands on Kakashi Hitaki's head and began to perform the palm fairy technique. After a while, Kakashi Hitaki slowly opened his eyes. No, your moon crossing is much worse than the kid last time. You have to keep up the good work. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kakashi Hitaki, who had just opened his eyes, spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. It's okay, Wang Li, moon crossing is not an illusion attack, at most it will cause mental damage, but you can actually cause internal injuries to Kakashi. Wang Li covered his face and didn't want to pay attention to Tsunade at all. This is not because of you. Tsunade used the palm immortal technique on Hitaki Kakashi again. Hitaki Kakashi opened his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then his eyes became firm. Hokage-sama, Wang Li's identity needs to be investigated. You can't trust him completely. Hitaki Kakashi was halfway through his words when Tsunade punched him directly. However, it did not hit Hitaki Kakashi, but smashed him to the ground, making a hole in the ground. I guarantee it with my personality. Wang Li is definitely not a spy. Hitaki Kakashi looked at the hole in the ground, swallowed his saliva, and a look of fear appeared on his face. However, Wang Li knew very well in his heart that Hitaki Kakashi would never let him go. Not only did he use the moon crossing on him, but there was also the matter of Uchiha Obito. As long as Hitaki Kakashi recovers, he will definitely make trouble for Wang Li. Okay. Lady Tsunade, why don't you go see Sasuke first? Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Sasuke impatiently. If Wang Li hadn't spoken, Tsunade would never want to save this rude boy. Tsunade walked to Uchiha Sasuke and put her hands on his chest, emitting a faint white light. Uchiha Sasuke, who was a little sober, began to become energetic. This kid just overdrawn his chakra. Let him be more careful next time. If there is nothing else, I will leave first and prepare to become Hokage. You are still causing trouble for me all day long. Wang Li was sweating all over for a while. But no matter who sees the last 1%, they will not be able to resist the temptation. Seeing Tsunade leave, Might Guy quickly carried Hitaki Kakashi on his back and prepared to leave. Kai, wait! Hitaki Kakashi looked at Wang Li weakly, but his eyes were like a tiger, as if he was ready to eat Wang Li at any time. Tell me, is Obito really alive? Wang Li smiled bitterly. Uchiha Obito was not only alive, but also alive and kicking. However, Wang Li did not intend to tell Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke is different. Uchiha Sasuke completely regards Wang Li as a famous teacher, and the chance of attacking Wang Li is extremely small. Hitaki Kakashi is completely different. From the beginning, he regarded Wang Li as a spy. If he recovers, he will probably settle accounts with him later. I think everything is possible. How about you guess whether Obito is alive or not? Hitaki Kakashi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He looked at Wang Li with sharper eyes. Kakashi, let's go first, go back and heal your wounds as soon as possible. Although Might Guy asked, he didn't give Hitaki Kakashi time to reply. He kicked his legs hard and jumped onto the tree in an instant. Wang Li, don't forget to come and treat Xiao Li tomorrow. Wang Lijun, see you at the old place tomorrow. Wang Li smiled and nodded hurriedly. At first, he was still considering Uchiha Sasuke's current state, whether he could continue teaching tomorrow. But it seems that I was worrying too much. In this case, should I teach Uchiha Sasuke Chidori Sharp Spear or Chidori Senbon tomorrow? Wang Li stroked his chin and kept thinking. He was tripped by something just after taking a few steps. He looked down and saw that it was Inyazuka Kaiba who was sleeping soundly. For a moment, Wang Li mourned for 3 minutes for the most loyal ninja of Konoha. Just now, all of them had their own little thoughts. But Inyazuka Kaiba knew that he couldn't beat Uchiha Sasuke, but he still fought to the end. In the end, he was ignored. Wang Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then trotted away. Let's run quickly. It will definitely be a trouble if this stubborn person wakes up. Wang Li returned to his room tiredly. Although he has become a ninja now, his physical fitness in all aspects is much stronger than before. But after a day of hard work, he couldn't help but want to have a good rest in bed. Pushing open the door, he saw a figure sitting in the living room. A familiar head of white hair, eyes looking at Wang Li who just entered the room sharply. Wang Li's mouth twitched, and he quickly closed the door. Don't run, kid, I have something to ask you. Jiraiya ran out like a fly, pushed open the door and saw a familiar face through a layer of smoke. Tsunade, why are you here? I still want to ask you, why are you ambushing in Wang Li's house? Tsunade said and punched the wall directly, making a loud noise. Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. While waving his hands, he backed away. Tsunade, it's all misunderstanding. Wang Li and I have a good relationship. And how can it be called an ambush? This is a visit. Oh, really? Tsunade smiled proudly. Jiraiya's forehead began to sweat continuously, but he always felt something was wrong. The most regrettable thing is that Jiraiya never expressed this feeling until his death. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Wang Li and Jiraiya turned their heads at the same time and found Shizuan standing at the door in a daze. Bang! Wang Li withdrew from the transformation technique, and Shizuan was completely dazed. Then he turned around and ran. It's over. It's over. Chapter 47 decided to leave. Seeing Shizuan running away quickly, Jiraiya hurriedly chased after her. Whether it was the Waldong Tsunade or the Waldong Wang Li, Jiraiya could not escape death. Especially Wang Li's inexplicable status in Tsunade's mind, I'm afraid that as long as she knew that she was bullied, she would definitely rush up and beat him away. With Shizuan's strength as a jonin, Jiraiya easily caught up with her. Shizuan, listen to my explanation. Don't explain, you and Tsunade-sama go and explain. Shizuan went to he took a few steps back and distanced himself from Jiraiya. His eyes were full of defense. Shizuan, we were just joking. Wang Li walked over with a wry smile. After hearing Wang Li's explanation, the wariness in Shizuan's eyes eased. But he still didn't want to get too close to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. His sincere explanation was no match for Wang Li's careless words. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. By the way, what did Sister Shizuan come to me for suddenly? Shizuan glanced at Jiraiya, and hurriedly took 2 steps towards Wang Li, her eyes full of tenderness. Tsunade-sama asked me to remind Wang Li-jun, don't forget to help the thick eyebrow treatment tomorrow. Don't worry, you can trust me to do it. Wang Li patted his chest and said. Well, that's good. See you tomorrow. Shizuan was ready to leave after she finished speaking, but when she saw Jiraiya, she hurriedly took a step back and walked around Jiraiya directly. Jiraya's mouth twitched, and he was in a very bad mood. He held Wang Li with his arms and said threateningly, "You are so popular. Shizun hasn't gone far yet." As soon as Wang Li said this, Jiraiya immediately became honest, and looked back to see Shizun staring at Jiraiya. "Oh my god, I'm not bullying Wang Li." Wang Li couldn't help laughing at Jiraiya's tearful expression. "Okay, what do you want to talk to me about?" Jiraiya became serious in an instant. "Let's go, let's talk in your room." After returning to the room, Wang Li found a chair and sat down. Jiraiya kept checking the surroundings, and only sat in front of Wang Li after making sure that no one was eavesdropping. "You seem to know Akatsuki very well." Wang Li smiled helplessly. It was more than just understanding, he knew almost everyone's ninjutsu. Especially Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki. Thinking of this, Wang Li couldn't help but feel sad. Jiraiya died at the hands of his own disciple Nagato. "Tell me, what do you want to ask? I can tell you, and I will answer you." Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly sat a little closer to Wang Li, and asked in a low voice. "What is the purpose of the Akatsuki organization?" "Collect the tailed beasts for their own use." Jiraiya trembled all over. At the beginning, the 9-tailed beast turned Konoha village upside down, and finally Namikaze Minato sacrificed himself to seal it. If all 9-tailed beasts are collected, who can stop their power? Then where is their base, and who is the leader? Wang Li opened his mouth and wanted to say, but stopped at his lips. "I don't know these for the time being, and I will leave Konoha to investigate this matter in a few days." "Nonsense!" Jiraiya stood up from the chair suddenly. But when he saw Wang Li's firm eyes, he suppressed his anger and sat down again. "If you leave the village, Tsunade will definitely go crazy. With your status in her mind, she will probably abandon the job of Hokage and go directly to you." Wang Li smiled slightly, his eyes quietly looking at Jiraiya. "So this is where you need to help. I'm afraid I'm crazy. If I go to her, I'll be the first one to die." Jiraiya suddenly paused, and then continued seriously, "Unless I go with you." Wang Li's mouth twitched. His goal is not the Akatsuki organization, but the other 4 major ninja villages. Although it will be much safer with Jiraiya. But collecting ninjutsu will also be a lot of trouble. You are one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Who doesn't know you when you go out? How can I investigate? But you can't go right away. You must improve your strength. In 3 years, I will train you to be a ninja comparable to Minato, and then you will have time to go out." Wang Li smiled bitterly. 3 years later, the plot was completely launched. Although Jiraiya's personal cultivation will improve the strength a lot, it is still not enough for the strength of the average plug-in in the later period. If I go out at that time, I am afraid it will be too late. Why do you think I have to go out now? Wang Li's rhetorical question instantly made Jiraiya solemn. And looking at Wang Li's firm eyes, he swallowed the words that just came to his mouth. "Okay, when are you going to leave?" "It should be in these few days." "So anxious? Tsunade will be so sad if you leave." "But if I don't leave, do you know how many people will die in Konoha?" Jiraiya stared at Wang Li, clenching his hands for several minutes before loosening them. "Before, I misunderstood you as a spy, but now I know how much you love Konoha. I apologize for my previous unreasonableness." Jiraiya bowed to Wang Li. "There are still many people who doubt your identity. During your absence, I will clear your name. When you come back, you will be a true hero of Konoha. No one can shake it. If you can come back." Looking at Jiraiya's serious look, Wang Li laughed helplessly in his heart. He just wanted to steal some ninjutsu, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. But Wang Li also made up his mind secretly. If he was strong enough, he would definitely save Jiraiya. But if he was not strong enough, he would not fight hard. After all, it is better to die than to die. "But I have a request," Wang Li saw Jiraiya's serious face, so he naturally couldn't joke, and nodded quickly. Can you become Tsunade again? Get lost. Early the next morning, Wang Li came to the ninja hospital. Outside the operating room, the three shifts were waiting anxiously. Tian Tian saw Wang Li coming, and walked over with a slightly red face and lowered his head. But just after a few steps, Might Guy knocked Tian Tian away, ran to Wang Li quickly, and grabbed Wang Li's hands tightly. Wang Lijun, don't take what happened yesterday to heart, please do your best to cure Xiao Li. Wang Li smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Might Guy to keep this matter in mind. But even if Might Guy injured Wang Li at that time, Wang Li would do his best to treat him today. But the name of Might Guy will definitely be written in the little notebook. Don't worry, I promised Tian Tian that I would definitely cure Xiao Li. As soon as the words came out, Tianatian's face suddenly turned red, and he lowered his head and kept playing with the ninja tools. Well, then you have to work hard. Wang Li nodded slightly and walked into the operating room. Halfway through the walk, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Did Tian Tian misunderstand me again with what I said just now? Chapter 48 Treating Rock Lee. Rock Lee was already deeply anesthetized on the operating table. Steady breathing, but it is hard to hide the unwillingness in his heart. He has amazing perseverance, but his chakra control is so weak that it is unimaginable. If Rock Lee has super chakra control, then there will be no Uzumaki Naruto in the future. Pay attention to the two of you, you must not stop for a moment when performing the palm fairy technique. Otherwise, it is easy to cause permanent damage to this kid. No problem. Wang Li said confidently, but Shizun on the side frowned. Wang Lijun, you are still young after all. If your chakra is not enough, tell me in advance. If you overdraw your chakra and fall down, I am afraid that Tsunade-sama will not be willing to treat you. Hearing Shizun's words, Tsunade's face was full of dissatisfaction. You are just a fool, right? Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Wang Li said with a smile. The treatment began. For Wang Li and Shizun, the treatment process was very simple. Just keep performing the palm fairy technique. But for Tsunade, it was a challenge to herself. She couldn't be distracted every minute and every second. The broken bones were all near the meridians. If it was just a little bit off, Rock Lee might be paralyzed for life. Wang Lijun, if you can't hold on, tell me. I can increase the output of the palm fairy technique. I can handle it. It's okay. At your age, even if you are strong enough, your chakra is definitely not as good as mine. Okay, I'll tell you when it doesn't work. Seeing that Shizun insisted again and again, Wang Li could only reluctantly agree. 30 minutes later, Shizun began to sweat coldly on her forehead, and her hands began to tremble slightly, while Wang Li was like nothing happened. For a moment, Shizun's face flushed with shame. She said she would take care of Wang Li before, but she was about to be unable to hold on. Sister Shizun, if you can't, just tell me. I'll help you hold on. Shizun almost vomited blood. Why did this sound so familiar? No. When Shizun was halfway through her words, the light of the palm immortal technique began to dim and flicker continuously. Wang Li saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly increased the output of chakra. Shizun. If you can't do it, don't force it. This will harm the child. Tsunade blamed. Shizun lowered her head in self-blame. For her own competitive spirit, she almost ruined the future of a ninja. Fortunately, Wang Li made up for it in time. However, Shizun did not give up. She sat aside and started to eat a soldier's ration pill. As long as she saw that Wang Li was not doing well, she would immediately take over. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed. Even Tsunade, who was undergoing surgery, couldn't help but frown. Tsunade had seen many talented 12-year-olds, but it was the first time she had seen such amazing chakra as Wang Li. Wang Li! Don't force yourself if you can't do it. Well, I'm a little short of chakra. Hearing Wang Li's answer, Jing Yan's eyes lit up. After half an hour of waiting, it was for this moment. Wang Lijun, if you can't do it, then I'll take over. Jing Yan smiled and walked towards Wang Li. Wang Li lifted up his forehead protector and then made a few simple seals with one hand. For a moment, the diamond on Wang Li's forehead suddenly began to melt and covered his entire face. 100 Healing Technique. Jing Yan's foot had just stepped out, and before it landed, the whole person was completely frozen in place. Jing Yan thought that she had never learned this trick even after following Tsunade. But Wang Li had learned it after such a short time. Jing Yan became jealous for a while. But Shizun didn't hate Wang Li at all, because he was the most special one. Tsunade also looked at Wang Li in surprise, and even stopped what she was doing. Boy! How many surprises do you have waiting for me? The 100 Healings technique was invented by the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, and only Senju Tsunade learned it. So where did Wang Li learn this ninjutsu? That remains to be investigated. But Tsunade won't blame Wang Li, after all, Wang Li is the most important person in her heart now. If Wang Li wants to learn, she will definitely teach him without reservation. With Wang Li's stable palm fairy technique, the operation ended without any danger. A triumphant smile appeared on the faces of several people. Only Shizun hid in the corner, biting the corner of her clothes. The three people walked out of the operating room tiredly, and the people who were anxiously waiting outside the door rushed up instantly. Especially Might Guy, who pushed everyone aside and stood directly in the first place. How is it? How is it? How is the surgery? Wang Li promised that girl, so it's naturally a perfect cure. All you need to do next is to slowly recuperate. Might Guy's face was full of ecstasy, and he quickly grabbed Wang Li with both hands, and said gratefully, "Thank you so much, I'll leave Tian Tian to you in the future." Wang Li's mouth twitched. Why do I feel that the ninjas of Konoha like to matchmake others so much? Several times, nothing happened at all, but they insisted on making things worse. Tian Tian, who originally had a little misunderstanding, had a deeper misunderstanding after several people's matchmaking. Thank you, Wang Lijun, I thank you on behalf of Xiao Li. And I like the gift you gave me very much. Tian Tian said shyly, and Wang Li was completely confused. When did he give a gift? At this time, Might Guy made a gesture to Wang Li. With a proud face on his face. It feels like you gave Tian Tian to me like this. Thank you so much for your family. Now I can't wash it off even if I jump into the Yellow River. However, seeing Tianation's shy expression, Wang Li couldn't bear to tell the truth. Xiao Li will wake up soon, don't you guys go and see him. Might Guy, who couldn't wait any longer, didn't even reply and rushed in. After Tian Tian also went in, Hyaganiji, who was standing on the side with his arms crossed, walked towards Wang Li. I don't know how you tricked Tian Tian, but if I find out that you bullied him, I will definitely make you pay for it. Wang Li was stunned for a moment. Although Tian Tian and Hyaganiji didn't get together in the original work, the two were very close. If you say that the two have no relationship, Wang Li doesn't believe it. Especially now, Hyaganiji started to feel unhappy after being mixed up by Might Guy and others. This further proves that Hyaganiji is interested in Tian Tian. At this moment, a figure ran over quickly. A short pink hair is particularly eye-catching. Wang Li couldn't help but frowned. The person he didn't want to see the most was Harano Sakura. If there was no way around, Wang Li would have turned around and left. What happened that made Sakura so anxious? Harano Sakura kept panting, and it took about 3 seconds for her to catch her breath. The first thing Harano Sakura did after catching her breath was not to speak, but tears flowed down her face. Suzuki! Suzuki is gone! Chapter 49 Chasing Uchiha Sasuke. Harano Sakura's words instantly made everyone frown. If she left without saying a word, she could be considered a traitor. If Konoha village issued a wanted notice, no country would be able to accommodate Uchiha Sasuke. Wang Li couldn't help but frown after hearing what Harano Sakura said. It wasn't because of the content of the words, but the occasion of the words. Traitors are very sensitive. Topic, especially Konoha village had just been hit not long ago. After the incident with Kabuto Yakushi, Danzo Shimura searched the village several times and indeed found many spies. At this time, Harano Sakura said in public that Uchiha Sasuke had defected. If the people of the route heard it, Uchiha Sasuke would be hunted down endlessly. The most important thing is, the fifth Hokage Tsunade is right beside him, saying this is not courting death. Harano Sakura, right? I am very interested in the defection you just mentioned. How about you tell me more? Tsunade was originally unhappy with Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura. Now that this happened, all her thoughts were written on her face. Harano Sakura's heart skipped a beat, and she finally understood that something bad had happened. Her eyes looked around helplessly, and finally locked on Wang Li. Harano Sakura knew. No matter what happened, as long as Wang Li spoke, the Hokage would nod and agree to forgive. Sometimes, Wang Li's words are even more effective than the Hokage. Wang Li-kun, please help Sasuke. Wang Li sneered. In the past, Harano Sakura would look for Uzumaki Naruto whenever she had something to do, and would just ignore her when she had nothing to do. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to be picked by him today. Uchiha Sasuke's departure was not surprising to Wang Li at all. After all, after watching Naruto for so many years, the plot of these major turning points is still very clear. But the time of departure was a few days earlier than scheduled. You asked Wang Li to help? Now Uchiha Sasuke is suspected of defection, are you going to let Wang Li go to hunt him down? Tsunade saw that Wang Li didn't speak for a long time, and snorted coldly. Harano Sakura suddenly became anxious, shaking her head from side to side, and tears were spilled. No, Sasuke must have had a compelling reason. He will never be a traitor. Seeing this, Might Guy hurried over to persuade him, Hokage, it's a bit too early to judge him as a traitor now. Young people should burn their youth. Maybe Sasuke will come back after playing for a few days. If Hokage is really worried, send someone to catch Sasuke back first. Wang Li touched his chin and thought. Uchiha Sasuke must have been fooled by Orochimaru when he left Konoha this time. However, Uchiha Sasuke should have improved his strength a lot under Wang Li's training, but he still wanted to leave. This made Wang Li a little disappointed. However, Wang Li was still prepared to help promote the plot. Because this pursuit of Uchiha Sasuke was the opportunity for Wang Li to leave Konoha. Tsunade-sama, Sasuke is young after all, why don't I try to catch him back? Tsunade frowned and looked at Wang Li. No. If you want to go, you must let someone else go with you. Where are the elite jonin in our village? Come and go with Wang Li to capture Sasuke. Wang Li's mouth twitched. If there were elite jonins accompanying him, let alone leaving, he probably wouldn't have the chance to educate Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade-sama, you know the situation of our village. In order to rebuild the village, all ninjas are working hard. Even if there are idle ninjas, they must protect the existence of the village and must not move. But if you go alone, I'm afraid someone will have ideas about you. Wang Li smiled bitterly, and naturally knew who Tsunade Senju was talking about. However, although there are certain risks, as long as you escape, you can completely let yourself go, and keep learning ninjutsu to enhance your strength. Just so that in the final battle, you are not a salted fish that can be slaughtered by others. At least you must have the strength to save your own life. At this time, Hyuga Niji came out and looked at Tsunade respectfully. Tsunade-sama, we apply to bring back Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade looked at Hyagoniji's resolute eyes and sighed helplessly. Okay, find a few more idle ninjas. It's not necessary to bring Suzuki back, but you must protect your own safety. Tsunade said seriously, and the last few words were said to Wang Li. More than 10 minutes later, everyone gathered at the entrance of the village. The candidates for this pursuit mission are Uzumaki Naruto, Hyaganiji, Akimichi Koji, Inyazuka Kaiba, and Wang Li's team leader is Nara Shikamaru, who has just been promoted to Chunin. As soon as Wang Li arrived at the gate, Inyazuka Kaiba came over angrily. Wang Li, if you hadn't been in the way yesterday, I would have arrested Suzuki long ago, and he would never have gotten away. At this time, Hyaga Hinata jumped out and looked at Inyazuka Kaiba with anger in her eyes. Don't talk to Wang Lijun like that, he must have his reasons. Inyazuka Kaiba was shocked. In his mind, Hyaga Hinata has always been a weak girl. Now she jumps out and speaks like this is the first time I have seen it. Wang Lijun, please let me go with you. I have the Byakugan and can help you find the way. Hyaga Hinata begged looked at Wang Li. Wang Li smiled bitterly. Hyaganiji has the mark of a caged bird, and his Byakugan is indeed not as powerful and comprehensive as Hyaga Hinata. But Hyaga Hinata's identity is there. The princess of the Hyaga family. If you want to go on such a dangerous mission, you will probably have to be accompanied by several Anbu. It will be inconvenient to do anything at that time. Hinata, you should wait in Konoha, wait for us to come back. At this time, Tian Tian, Shizuan, and Yamanaka Ino came up and said in unison, take us with you. It's easier to get things done with more people. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Li had no time to speak, and Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't help jumping out. Wang Li, that's enough, we are going to carry out the mission, not to watch you show off your love and feed us dog food. As soon as Inyazuka Kaiba finished speaking, Tsunade came over and stared at Wang Li with her eyes fixed. Wang Li, I'm really worried. How about I go with you? Wang Li's mouth twitched, and he took a few deep breaths to calm down. You are the Hokage. How can a Hokage leave Konoha easily? Go back and handle government affairs. Tsunade looked at Wang Li unwillingly, and finally nodded obediently. Okay, you must come back safely. Wang Li's body was sluggish for a moment, and he looked back at the faces of everyone present. A trace of reluctance rose in his heart. He said uncontrollably, wait for me to come back. Of course, we will definitely wait for you to come back. Several people looked at each other and smiled. Seeing this, Wang Li hurriedly turned around and left. Afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he would never be able to leave. Chapter 50 Jiraiya's Farewell. With Inyazuka Kaiba and Akamaru in the team, there was no fear of chasing in the wrong direction. Especially with Hyaganiji's white eyes, it can be said that he was completely tracking Uchiha Suzuki in a straight line. Just a few minutes after everyone left the village, Inyazuka Kaiba suddenly stopped and looked around vigilantly. Be careful, there are people around. The team became nervous for a while, and everyone took out their weapons. As long as the other party came out, they could immediately launch an attack. Don't be so nervous, it's me. Lecherous Immortal. Uzumaki Naruto's face was happy, and he hurried up. Lecherous Immortal, why are you here? Jiraiya smiled bitterly and turned to look at Wang Li. You go first, Wang Li stay, let's talk a few words. Although Uzumaki Naruto seemed very familiar, the others did not mean to relax their vigilance at all. Because they received 2 orders before setting off. First, catch up with Uchiha Suzuki and bring him back. Second, protect Wang Li, don't let Wang Li be in danger. Although they were a little reluctant, this was an order issued by the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade, and no one dared to ignore it. It's okay, this is one of the 3 ninjas, there is absolutely no problem. You go first, I'll catch up soon. Hearing Wang Li's answer, Nara Shikamaru made a gesture, and everyone put away their vigilance. Okay, then follow this road all the way. I hope you can return to the team as soon as possible. Wang Li nodded, and took a breath after watching the tracking team leave. Are you ready to leave Konoha this time? Jiraiya said seriously. Wang Li shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Since he had already confronted Jiraiya before, he didn't mind admitting it directly. Yes, I will leave Konoha with this opportunity. Is that so? You don't have to wait for Tsunade to officially become Hokage before leaving, it won't matter if you wait for a few days. Wang Li shook his head hurriedly. I feel that Orochimaru will definitely make a big move. Taking this opportunity, I will go and investigate carefully. Maybe I can find out the movements of Akatsuki. Seeing Wang Li's repeated insistence, Jiraiya gave up the idea of persuading him. How long do you plan to return to Konoha? 3 years. In 3 years, Akatsuki will officially start to act, and then Uzumaki Naruto and others will officially become qualified ninjas. And Jiraiya will die at the hands of his own apprentice. So Wang Li must come back and save Jiraiya. 3 years, okay, I will persuade Tsunade. I will also help you protect those girlfriends. Wang Li almost spit out a mouthful of blood. But thinking that he would come back in 3 years, he would not be wandering around anymore. It would not be impossible to have a girlfriend or even marry and have children. For a moment, Wang Li showed a yearning expression on his face. Looking at Wang Li's expression, Jiraiya burst into laughter. You kid, you really can't let go of those girlfriends. Don't worry, no one dares to touch them when I'm here. Then you will be called a hero. Come back, they will definitely like you more and more. Wang Li coughed non-stop for a while. Well, I should go too, see you in 3 years. Well. Don't die, kid. If you die, Tsunade will cry her heart out. Jiraiya said with a smile. Suddenly Jiraiya's eyes became sharp, turned his head and looked at the woods behind him, his eyes instantly turned cold. Let's go, I'll deal with these little tails. Wang Li was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The little tail in Jiraiya's mouth believed that he was the root of Shimura Danzo. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Li left Konoha, they started to act. Originally, Wang Li had to do some tricks, but now Jiraiya is here, which saves a lot of trouble. Seductive immortal, see you in 3 years. After saying that, Wang Li ran quickly, and the sound of shuriken colliding came from behind. Wang Li kept jumping between the trees. He was a little scared at first, but it was indeed more convenient after getting used to it. But Wang Li had always found it difficult to get used to the ninja step. With his hands behind his back, his body was always difficult to keep balance. But all ninjas ran like this. In order to adapt to the local customs, if he didn't learn to run, he would be regarded as an alien. While getting used to the running posture of the ninja, Wang Li ran forward slowly. At this time, Wang Li was not in a hurry at all. Let Uchiha Sasuke run a little more, so that he could find Orochimaru's base. If he caught up too quickly, he might alert the enemy. It would be better to chase slowly while recovering some chakra. After running in the endless woods for more than half an hour, he suddenly found that the two had fallen to the ground. Parallel feet. Shiranui Genjian. If it was someone else, Wang Li might have pretended not to see it, but if it was Bingzu Lietong, he definitely couldn't turn a blind eye. Fortunately, he's not dead yet. Wang Li hurriedly used the palm immortal technique. And the two people's painful expressions immediately relaxed. Wang Li stopped the palm immortal technique only when the two were completely out of danger. Although Bingzu Lietong and Shiranui Genjian were only special jonin, they were the guards of the 4th Hokage before, and their strength was definitely not just special jonin. Among ordinary jonin, they should have above average strength. Although the opponent should rely on numbers and cooperation to win, their strength will not be much worse. If Wang Li was beaten up by 4 people at once, I'm afraid he would end up like Bingzu Lietong and Shiranui Genjian. It's almost time for me to set off. Since the two were out of danger, Wang Li stopped accompanying them and hurriedly continued running in the woods. After about a few minutes, there was a sound of fighting in front of them. It sounded like a huge creature rolling on the ground. Akimichi Koji and Jirobo. Wang Li hurriedly quickened his pace, and when he jumped to an open space, he saw Akimichi Koji being punched away. Koji, wait for me to help you. No, go to the front and save Suzuki. Akimichi Koji climbed up from the ground with difficulty, his face full of unwillingness to admit defeat. Koji, let me help you, so that we can fight faster. Wang Li. Although you are strong, this guy is not weak either. Now I will hold him here, you go to the front and save Suzuki. Chuji Akimichi looked at Jirobo with resolute eyes. At this time, Koji Akimichi took out a transparent box from his pocket. The box was divided into 3 compartments, each containing 3 pills. One of the red pills was particularly conspicuous. What are you still standing there for? Go and chase the one ahead. Koji Akimichi said, no longer paying attention to Wang Li. He directly pushed open the lid of the transparent box with his hand. He looked at the red pill in it with hesitant eyes. I'll fight you. Koji Akimichi said, reaching out to take the red pill. Suddenly, a slender hand grabbed Koji Akimichi's wrist. Koji Akimichi wanted to shake it off, but the hand was like a vice, biting it and making it difficult to move at all. Chuji, leave it to me. Chapter 51 Maru teaches you how to be a man. Akimichi Koji looked at Wang Li in disbelief. Although he knew that Wang Li could use the multiplication technique to increase his arm strength to an incredible level. But the most important thing is that Wang Li did not use the multiplication technique at all. And he looked calm and composed, as if he had done something insignificant. Wang Li, I know you are very powerful, and more than a little more powerful than me. But this guy in front of me should have the strength of a jonin, and it will take more than a short time to deal with him. So you should go first. The first criterion of a ninja is to complete the task. Will it take a long time to deal with him? Wang Li smiled disapprovingly. Then he used his feet to jump out like a flying bird. Seeing Wang Li rushing over, Jira Fang's eyes became serious, and then he clapped his hands and pressed them hard on the ground. Earth escape. Return of earth and land. In an instant, a wall stood up on the ground, blocking Jiro Fang directly. Ding dong. Identify ninjutsu, earth escape, return of earth and land. Wang Li smiled disapprovingly, and held up countless chakras in his right hand and quickly gathered them on his palm. Not long after, a light blue sphere formed. See if your earth escape, return of earth and land can block my ball. Wang Li said as he pushed hard with one hand. Bang! The earth wall shook, and the raised nan kept sinking into the earth wall. You want to deal with me with this ninjutsu? Too naive. Jiro Fang laughed triumphantly. At this moment, countless spells appeared on Jiro Fang's body, and even the color of his skin began to change. Haha, kid, wait for death. Jiro Fang was halfway through his words when he suddenly found countless spider-web-like cracks on the wall in front of him. And the cracks were getting bigger and bigger, and soon they covered the entire wall. No. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It can beat 2 Lugile like this. Jiro Fang's heart skipped a beat, and he hurried to dodge. Bang! The wall splashed open, and stones flew everywhere. And in the debris of the stones, a light blue ball kept approaching Jiro Fang. No. Jiro Fang was so scared that he even forgot to run away, and subconsciously wanted to block it with both hands. Bang! The raised nan hit Jiro Fang's chest accurately. The high-speed rotating raised nan knocked Jiro Fang's fat body out. It was spinning in the air while flying. After knocking down 5 or 6 trees, it fell heavily on a boulder. Jirobo's entire body was trapped in the boulder, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Akimichi Koji looked at the scene in disbelief, and he didn't even realize that the red pill in his hand fell to the ground. Before, Akimichi Koji tried his best, but he couldn't defeat Jirobo. And Wang Li only used a ninjutsu to completely knock Jirobo away. For a while, Akimichi Koji became dejected. I finally know why so many girls like you. You are handsome and your ninjutsu is so powerful. Any girl will look at you more. Seeing Akimichi Koji say this seriously, even if Wang Li was thick-skinned, he blushed. But you said you would treat me to barbecue before, but you haven't done it yet. Wang Li staggered and almost fell to the ground. It's not that Wang Li is stingy, but Akimichi Koji is really a big eater. If he really lets him eat, he will definitely go bankrupt. No doubt. Wang Li hurriedly coughed twice, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Koji, I'll leave this guy to you. I'll continue to chase Suzuki. Okay. With you here, we can definitely catch Suzuki. Akimichi Koji nodded and said seriously. Wang Li ran quickly, not wanting to stop for a moment. After running for about a few minutes, he saw a lot of marks left on the trees. Catch up. We're waiting for you in front. Seeing this scene, Wang Li smiled, and his heart was warm. When I first watched Naruto, I couldn't help but shed tears when I saw this scene. If there hadn't been someone next to me, I would have almost shed tears. Wang Li hurriedly quickened his pace. About 10 minutes later, Wang Li saw a big spider standing on a huge spider web through the gap between the trees. And next to the huge spider, there was a man with 6 arms. Kidomaru. Kidomaru is different from Jirobo. Jirobo is a simple-minded guy who only uses brute force. He is the weakest among the 4 sound ninjas. But Kidomaru is different. After the curse seal, he becomes like a big spider, and the spider silk he spits out of his mouth is incredibly strong. Even 2 cows can't pull it apart. And under the spider web is Hyaganiji. Like a butterfly caught in a spider web. He keeps struggling but can't escape the net. Fortunately, Hyaganiji's soft fist just restrains the spider silk, so he can still struggle for a while. Spider web. Look, I'll burn you directly. Wang Li snorted coldly, and kept making seals with his hands. Fire escape. Great Fireball Technique. The Great Fireball Technique is the foundation of fire-based ninjutsu, and it is also a must-learn technique for the Uchiha clan. And the size of the fire in the Great Fireball Technique is related to the amount of chakra of each person. With Wang Li's amazing chakra now, the scene in front of him suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Looking at the raging fire in front of him, Wang Li rubbed his nose proudly. I can not only grill fish, but also grill spiders. It seems that I can open a barbecue stall in the future, and the business will definitely be booming. Wang Li paused halfway through his words. Oh my! Forgot about Niji. Wang Li was anxious, and suddenly a cocky boomerang flew over and extinguished all the flames along the way. Looking around, a lot of spider webs were burned at this time, and Kidomaru's body was covered with burns, exuding 3 times the fragrance of chicken. Boy! You actually sneak attacked me! Kidomaru roared, and then kept spitting out spider webs from his mouth. Be careful! This is not an ordinary spider web, you must not touch it! Hyaganiji shouted anxiously while panting. And on the ground next to Hyaganiji, a huge circular mark was obviously just used. Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, I was still worried that Hyaganiji would be burned to death by the Great Fireball Technique. It seems that I was worrying too much. After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Wang Li suddenly found that Kidomaru's spider web was right in front of him. And Kidomaru had a smug smile on his face. I caught you! Kidomaru's spider silk is not only strong in tension, but also very tough. Even if you use a sharp kunai to cut it, it is difficult to cut it. However, at this time, Wang Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and a trace of light blue chakra appeared on his palm. Then the chakra gradually stretched and turned into the shape of a long sword. Wang Li waved his hand lightly, and Kidomaru's spider web was instantly cut in half. Who did you say you caught? I was in a daze just now. Please tell me again. Chapter 52 Fierce Battle with Kidomaru. Kidomaru looked at Wang Li with gritted teeth. Before, he was attacked by Hyuga Niji with the 8 diagram 64 palms, and his acupuncture points were almost sealed and he died. Fortunately, the pores secreted the sticky gold armor in time to block the fatal attack. Now there is another boy who can cut spider silk, which makes Kidomaru unhappy. I hope you can play with me for a while. Kidomaru just finished speaking, and suddenly found that Wang Li was in front of him. The body subconsciously secreted mucus, and a layer of khaki armor was instantly covered on the outside of the body. Useless boy, my armor is made of special mucus, you can never break it. Kidomaru said halfway, and Wang Li waved his hand. The light blue chakra long sword passed through the body, and a burst of pain spread throughout the body. Kidomaru frowned in pain and quickly distanced himself from Wang Li. Damn it! How did you do it? My armor is not even cracked. Wang Li raised his hand and showed the long sword in his hand to Kidomaru. With a sarcastic smile on his face. This is just a chakra scalpel, which can directly cut the organs under the body. By the way, I learned this trick from Kabuto Yakushi. Master Kabuto. Kidomaru's face became more and more ferocious, and it took a long time for him to calm down. His face returned to the confident expression before. Boy, you two are close combat physical ninjas. I just need to keep a distance now, and I can easily defeat you. Kidomaru sneered and began to make seals with his hands. As a puff of smoke rose, a huge spider appeared above Wang Li's head. Hyuga Niji hurriedly approached Wang Li and said worriedly, Wang Li, you are the person designated by the Hokage to protect. Leave this to me. Wang Li smiled bitterly. As a branch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji seemed to have a good status. But in the eyes of the main family of the Hyuga clan, he is just a bodyguard. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been a bodyguard, protecting the Hyuga clan's Princess Hyuga Hinata. And now he is still a bodyguard, protecting Wang Li. Wang Li chuckled. Although he couldn't say much, he felt sorry for Hyuga Niji in his heart. Ninkai, if you want to solve the difference between the main family and the branch family, you have to improve your strength infinitely. When you have enough strength, I will unlock your caged bird. Hyuga Niji trembled all over, looking at Wang Li with moving eyes. Wang Li smiled slightly and walked in front of Hyuga Niji, and said to Kidomaru. You said I am a physical ninja, you may have some misunderstandings about me. Kidomaru was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly cut the huge silkworm pupa produced by the spider. For a while, the little spiders fell like rain. Wang Li. Now stand behind me, I will protect you. Hyuga Niji's eyes were filled with emotion, and then he stood in front of Wang Li. Hyuga Niji gradually leaned down, opened his hands, one hand high and the other hand low. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Ding dong, identification of physical skills, 8 trigrams 64 palms. If you have not learned the soft fist, you cannot seal the acupoints. The fast palm method killed all the falling spiders, but the speed of the endless spiders kept increasing. Hyuga Niji's speed gradually began to fail to keep up. Wang Li hurriedly took the posture of Hyuga Niji before, and then shouted softly, 8 trigrams 64 swords. Wang Li didn't shout like this because of a prank. It's just that this spider silk must be cut with a chakra scalpel. If you use your hands directly, it will easily get tangled. In the end, you can't move. But since it is a chakra scalpel, it's a bit inappropriate to call yourself 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Niji looked at Wang Li in disbelief. 8 trigrams 64 palms must be used with the Byakugan to maximize it, so few people except the Hyuga clan will learn it. But Wang Li's skills are not like the first time he has performed it, and in some places he is even better than himself. Wang Li aroused Hyuga Niji's competitive spirit, and he bent down lower and rotated more. 8 trigrams palms. Hyagoniji's speed doubled, and his hands were so fast that they left after images. Ding dong! Identify taijutsu, 8 trigrams palms. Wang Li's mouth corners slightly raised. But Wang Li didn't plan to continue using 8 trigrams palms. In any case, at least give Hyagoniji some face. Besides, Wang Li's goal had been achieved, so there was no need to continue. Okay, kill him. Wang Li opened his Sharingan, slowly raised his head, and met Kidomaru's eyes. Kidomaru froze in place for a moment. His body was like cement, and he couldn't move. Illusion. The same eyes as that kid. Kidomaru said unwillingly. Without Kidomaru's operation, the big spider began to get confused. The little spider inside the chrysalis also stopped falling. Wang Li and Hyagoniji were immediately free. Illusion? It's so easy to do. Hyagoniji said with a twitch of his mouth. He fought hard, and several kunai were inserted behind him, but he didn't even touch Kidomaru. But Wang Li controlled Kidomaru with just a simple illusion. For a moment, Hyagoniji began to doubt his life. It's not over yet, I just controlled him. You need to make up for it to kill him. Wang Li said lightly, as if he had done something unremarkable. The little spider that was originally nestled in the chrysalis began to crawl out and crawled onto Kidomaru. The little spider bit Kidomaru lightly. The pain stimulated Kidomaru's nerves, and he was immediately freed from the illusion. Boy! You've lost the best time to kill me, and I'm going to let you die next. For a while, the curse seal on Kidomaru's body kept spreading. Originally half of his body was covered with curse seals, but now his whole body was covered with curse seals. Even his body began to change. What's going on? Hyagoniji stared at Kidomaru blankly. As he transformed, Kidomaru's chakra began to increase sharply, nearly several times more than before. Curse seal. But there are some side effects, which are huge for the body. Wang Li smiled disapprovingly. After all, the curse seal is not worth mentioning in front of the immortal body. After Kidomaru turned into the curse seal mode, he spit out a lump of earthy yellow mucus from his mouth. The mucus slowly solidified and turned into the shape of a bow. This bow has a 100% hit rate. No matter where you run to, I can shoot an arrow through your heart. So, show off your cute expressions before you die. 100% hit rate? I want to see how strong your so-called 100% hit rate is. Chapter 53 The Seal of the Bird in the Cage. Wang Li smiled and kept playing with a golden kunai in his hand. Boy! I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Kidomaru snorted coldly, his face full of dissatisfaction. Then he spit out the cocky mucus from his mouth again, and soon it turned into an arrow. Then let's start with you. Kidomaru held the spider silk with 4 hands, the arrow string with 2 hands, and stepped on the arrow with both feet. Pull the whole bow and arrow to the full moon. Wang Li threw the kunai in his hand casually. But due to the obstruction of the little spider, the trajectory deviated and fell on the tree behind Kidomaru. Ha ha ha! It's useless, just wait for your death. As Kidomaru loosened his hands, the arrow flew straight towards Wang Li. And the arrow carried a breath of destruction. Wherever it passed, it was torn apart. Seeing this, Hyagoniji hurriedly stood. Wang Li stood in front of him, ready to use his body to block this earth-destroying arrow. Wang Li shook his head helplessly and grabbed Hyagoniji's shoulder with one hand. Flying Thunder Breaking Technique. With a flash of golden light, Wang Li and Hyagoniji disappeared on the spot. The arrow landed where Wang Li had just stood. And a huge hole was smashed on the ground. How is it possible? Where is the person? What you call a 100% hit rate is just that you didn't hit someone fast enough. And you are not worth mentioning in front of my speed. Wang Li said, and gently patted Hyagoniji's shoulder. 8 trigrams 128 palms. Hyagoniji approached Kidomaru, and his palms fell on Kidomaru like raindrops. Although Kidomaru kept having armor growing on his body, but Hyuga-Niji was so fast that the armor was broken instantly as soon as it was born. The 128 palms are over. All the acupuncture points on Kidomaru were sealed. Without the support of chakra, the curse seal gradually faded, and Kidomaru fell directly from the tree. Hyuga-Niji suddenly collapsed on the branch. Just be hit by the 8 trigrams 128 palms, no matter how powerful the opponent is, he will not be able to mobilize any chakra. Unless you encounter a cheater. For example, Uzumaki Naruto. Wang Lejun, I was a little unconvinced when I lost to you before, but after today, I will completely re-recognize you. Tian Tian and Hinata will be very happy with you. Wang Li looked at the serious Hyuga-Niji and couldn't help laughing awkwardly. Okay. This spider is left to you, I still have to chase Sasuke. Hyuga-Niji looked at Wang Li's back and couldn't help mumbling to himself. Bird in a cage, can you really help us remove it? Hyuga-Niji said, taking off the forehead protector, revealing the emerald green spell on his forehead. Wang Li jumped quickly between the trees. After about 10 minutes, he heard the sound of flutes. Wang Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and his feet immediately sped up. Hey! Isn't this Taewia? Taewia, who was fighting wits and courage with Nara Shikamaru, trembled all over when he heard the voice, and then turned his head immediately. After seeing Wang Li, an angry expression appeared on his face. It's you! How dare you appear in front of me again? As soon as Taewia finished speaking, the curse seal on his body began to spread continuously, and the originally fair skin was instantly covered with black curse seals. Then the curse seal spread again, the whole skin began to turn black, and 6 devil horns grew on the top of his head. Hey, what's going on? Wang Li's mouth twitched. Generally speaking, the ultimate move in a fight with others must be used at the end. But Taewia turned on the curse seal mode as soon as she saw Wang Li. And it was mode 2. What's the difference between this and playing landlord and getting a king bomb right at the start? At this time, Nara Shikamaru didn't have many wounds on his body, and his face was still lazy. Saved, saved, it's good to have you here. Wang Li smiled helplessly. Nara Shikamaru has a very high IQ, and has a very high talent in team combat, individual combat, and combat analysis. But because of his lazy nature and fear of trouble, his strength fell behind and he distanced himself from the plug-in group. What do you mean I'm here, you're saved? You don't even ask how the 2 people in front are doing. Since you're here, it proves that they must have been saved by you. Instead of thinking about this, think about when you can go back to Konoha. Nara Shikamaru yawned and scratched his head. There was no sense of pride that he saw through everything, but the disgust on his face became more obvious. You actually ignored me. Don't look down on me. Duayu, who was left aside, finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily. At one time, the flute sounds overlapped, and the sound was like a sharp sword flying over, cutting the trees. Why are you so angry as a girl? Why don't we just come down and talk peacefully? Wang Li dodged and smiled. Asshole! Shut up! Duiwea shouted angrily, bit her thumb with her teeth, and then began to make seals with both hands. Spiritual art. At one time, 3 giant ghosts appeared in front of him. I saw a ghost holding a thick wooden stick, and her waist-length hair made it impossible to see what she looked like. One ghost used bone claws, and the muscles on his body were like rocks. The last ghost was tied with bandages all over his body, without hands, and his head was always looking up at the sky, which made him look like he was looking up at the bright moon. Go to hell! As Duiwea's flute sound accelerated, the 3 giant ghosts began to move. Although the 3 ghosts were huge, they were surprisingly fast and came to Wang Li in the blink of an eye. Oh my god! 3 against 1. What grudge do I have against you? Go and find trouble with Shikamaru. Asshole! If you hadn't used illusion on me and broke the 4 purple flame formation, I wouldn't have been severely taught a lesson by Lord Kabuto. Today I want you to live a life worse than death. Soon, the 3 ghosts arrived in front of Wang Li, raised their fists high, and prepared to hit Wang Li. Multiplication technique. Wang Li did not retreat but advanced, and used the multiplication technique with both hands. One of Wang Li's arms instantly became larger and smashed straight towards the 3 ghosts. With the multiplication technique and the strange force punch, the 3 ghosts didn't even have a chance to struggle and were directly smashed out. The 3 ghosts were actually smashed away by your punch. Aren't you an illusion-type ninja? Why do you have such a strong force? Wang Li was also distressed all of a sudden. At first, I planned to focus on illusion, and I would be done with being handsome all the time. But for some reason, the skill tree became more and more biased, and if it continued like this, I would soon become an all-around ninja. No matter what type of ninja you are, the next move will kill you. As Taewia spoke, the sound of the flute became more urgent. The 3 ghosts who were struggling to get up suddenly froze in place. Finale Chapter 9. The Rebellion of the Magic Mirror. Chapter 54 The Power of the Thunder Prison. The 3 ghosts raised their heads to the sky, and their mouths began to gradually open wide. Suddenly, 3 transparent spirits like pythons emerged from the mouths of the 3 ghosts. As Taewia's flute sounded, the spirits began to look around, and finally locked onto Wang Li. Wang Li frowned. The spirits have no entity, and ordinary ninjutsu and physical techniques have no harm to them. And these 3 spirits can devour all the chakra that touches people. It is also very simple to deal with them. Just kill the caster Taeu. However, Taewia also knew this weakness and had already distanced himself. The most critical thing is that Wang Li used the flying thunder breaking technique when he killed Kidomaru, and his meridians have not been fully restored yet, so he cannot use it for the second time for the time being. So now Wang Li can only rely on his own speed to get close to Taewia. Do you think hiding so far away will work? Wang Li snorted coldly, and began to seal his hands. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. For a moment, the moisture in the air gathered desperately, and the surrounding air began to dry up. The water dragon appeared out of thin air, but it was a circle smaller than before on the lake. The water dragon circled in the air for a few circles and rushed straight towards Taewia. Taewia sneered, and the tune suddenly changed. The 3 spirits bit the water dragon and passed through it directly. When the spirit passed through the water dragon stopped moving, and then turned into ordinary water and scattered directly on the ground. It's useless, as long as it is a ninjutsu controlled by chakra, it will be ineffective against me. Wang Li suddenly became serious. Although Taewia's strength is barely that of a jonin, but his ninjutsu is so strange that he didn't know how to deal with it for a while. Since you don't react, then I'm coming. At once, 3 spirits rushed towards Wang Li like poisonous snakes, while Nara Shikamaru squatted on the side, closing his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. Damn it! It seems that we can only fight. The flying thunder breaking technique cannot be used now, and Taewia doesn't look at Wang Li. At this time, there is only one ninjutsu that can be thought of. Thunder release, thunder prison. Wang Li began to form seals with both hands, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Thunder release. Thunder prison. With Wang Li's light shout, 5 birds gathered by chakra flew into the air and kept circling above Taewia. Taewia frowned directly. Seeing this bird, a dangerous breath came to his face. He hurriedly urged the spirit to rush over. 1. 2. When the spirit was about to bite the third one, Wang Li's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. You are too slow. The sound of the birds chirping gradually increased, and arcs of electricity jumped out of the bird's body. Wherever the arc passed, it was suddenly pitch black, leaving a gully several centimeters deep. And now it is in the woods. The trees hit by the arc instantly caught fire, and bursts of thick smoke kept coming out. The sound of the flute disappeared, and the spirit also stayed there woodenly. In the thunder prison, the wailing of Duiwea kept coming, and the sound gradually became lighter. Oh! Still alive! A figure stumbled out in the thick smoke. Wasn't it Duiwea who had released the curse? Wang Li was not surprised. After all, 2 of the 5 birds in the thunder prison were swallowed, and Duiwea ran out because the density of the thunder prison was not enough. If all 5 birds were there, even if the spirit, even an elite jonin, may not be able to escape the thunder prison. However, an elite jonin can escape from it before the thunder prison is completed. Nara Shikamaru looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. A ninjutsu can use the power of heaven and earth to destroy a large forest. Legend has it that a battle between cage-level ninjas can change the landscape. And Wang Li is only 12 years old, but he can perform such a powerful ninjutsu. You are really amazing, no wonder the Hokage-sama values you so much. If nothing unexpected happens, you will probably become the next generation of Hokage. Wang Li couldn't laugh at all at this time. When he treated Rock Lee before, he consumed a lot of chakra. And then he went through 2 more battles. Now he has performed the Thunder Release, Thunder Prison, such a domineering ninjutsu. The chakra in his body has long been insufficient and almost exhausted. Wang Li hurriedly took out a soldier's ration pill and threw it into his mouth, and his expression eased slightly. Shikamaru, you keep an eye on her. I still have to chase Suzuki. No way, let me watch this woman? It's too much trouble. And in your current state, you still want to chase Suzuki? You have to know that the first task of the Hokage is to protect you. Nara Shikamaru said, and walked in front of Wang Li to block his way. Just when the 2 were in a stalemate, a breeze blew around. And the wind was getting stronger and stronger, and finally it blew Wang Li and Nara Shikamaru a little unstable. Wind escape. Great sickle attack. As a female voice came, the wind instantly increased. A sickle attack could be vaguely seen shuttling through the woods, and wherever it passed, all the trees were cut in half. Then the sickle attack rushed straight into the thick fire. However, wherever the sickle attack passed, the flames were instantly extinguished. Soon, all the flames were extinguished. Temari. Wang Li secretly regretted in his heart that such a powerful wind escape was right in front of him, but he didn't steal it. You 2 idiots! You set such a big fire in the forest and didn't care. Do you know how many people will be burned to death if the fire continues? Temari landed in front of the 2 people on a huge fan, her face full of anger, and she wanted to beat the 2 people in front of her. Wang Li laughed awkwardly. I had used up all my chakra before, so how could I have the energy to put out the fire? However, Wang Li still admired Temari very much. She stayed with Gaara all the time just to make him kill fewer people. Although she participated in the Konoha collapse plan. But she just followed the instructions from above, and in the end, she didn't kill even 1 person. What are you laughing at? Where is Wang Li? We received a request for help from the 5th Hokage, saying that we need to protect a ninja named Wang Li. Wang Li was moved and helpless. I didn't expect Tsunade Senju to care about me so much that she even asked for help from the Wind Country. The helpless thing is that if he was protected by the Sand Ninja, how could he run away next? Then Wang Li began to move to the side, ready to escape at any time. Wang Li! Where are you going? I didn't expect the 5 to care about you so much. I'm really jealous. Wang Li's mouth twitched, and he wanted to slap Nara Shikamaru to death. A perfect opportunity to escape, directly broken by a sentence. Temari's eyes slowly moved to Wang Li, and she couldn't help but frowned, with a disdainful smile on her face. You are so handsome, no wonder you are being noticed. But where are you going sneakily? Wang Li's mouth twitched. Is it his fault that he is handsome? People have 3 urgent needs. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, I'll go with you. This is the first time to cooperate with Konoha, and I can't afford any risks. No way. Chapter 55 Heroes Save Beauty. Wang Li couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even going to the toilet requires following. This Temari line is really too big. But seeing Temari's serious look, Wang Li understood instantly. This woman is serious. Since the legendary urination is useless, Wang Li naturally gave up the idea immediately. After all, Temari is really brave, and Wang Li doesn't dare to really pee. Forget it, it's not that urgent. I'd better go after Suzuki. Temari nodded slightly, and casually put the fan that was as tall as a person behind her. Okay, I'll go with you. The first task is to protect you, and the second task is to chase Uchiha Suzuki back. Since it can't be avoided, just enjoy it. With Temari's protection, it will be much easier to deal with Kimimaro. Wang Li thought, and casually threw a soldier pill into his mouth. Wang Li began to hurry on his way, and when he was halfway there, he always felt that something was missing. Then he stretched out his finger and muttered softly. Akimichi Koji, Hyaganiji, Nara Shikamaru, Uzumaki Naruto. Oh my! I forgot about Inyazuka Kaiba. According to the plot, Inyazuka Kaiba should be fighting with Sakan and Yukon at this time, and there is a risk of being killed at any time. But Temari is here, and Kankuro should also support him. Who made Inyazuka Kaiba so insignificant? As Wang Li rushed on, he and Temari finally rushed out of the forest. Outside the forest, Gaara floated in the air, and blood kept dripping from his body. Not far away, a creature like a velociraptor was running fast. Kimimaro! Wang Li couldn't help but shout out. Kimimaro has the bloodline limit, corpse bone vein, which can use the bones in his body as weapons to fight. And his strength is very strong, and his physical skills combined with the bloodline limit, corpse bone vein can be said to be invincible in close combat. In the original drama, he easily defeated Gaara and Rock Lee. If the disease hadn't broken out at the end, there wouldn't have been any chance for the fifth Kazekage Gaara. Gaara! Temari showed an anxious expression on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the fan and rushed over quickly. Wang Li took a closer look. Gaara was now covered by the sand armor, and his eyes had turned into copper coins. If the battle continued, it would be easy to summon the one-tailed beast, Shikaku of the Sand. Go to hell! Gaara clapped his hands hard, and then pressed on the sand. Suddenly, the ground began to turn into sand, and the sand quickly gathered, trapping Kimimaro in it. Sand style. Sandfall burial. Ding dong. Identify the ninjutsu sand style. Sandfall burial. Wang Li couldn't help shaking his head after hearing the system sound. Although the sandfall burial is extremely powerful and belongs to the group killing ninjutsu. But the premise is that there needs to be enough sand. Wang Li did not have any ninjutsu that could turn the land into sand, so this sandfall burial seemed useless. As Gaara continued to input chakra into the sand, the sand on the ground began to tremble constantly, gathering towards Kimimaro's location like ripples. Seeing this, Temari stopped immediately. The worry on her face also disappeared. After all, it was very clear that if Gaara was hit by this move, basically no one could escape. Gaara's expressionless face also showed a little smug expression. This was full confidence in himself. Run! Gaara Temari, run! Wang Li shouted loudly. Wang Li knew the next plot very well. A ninjutsu that protruded from the ground. At that time, Gaara and Rock Lee were almost killed instantly because of this move. Wang Li saw that the two of them did not pay any attention to his intentions at all, and hurriedly ran towards Temari. Then he hugged Temari tightly with both hands and retreated quickly. Wang Li! What are you doing? Let me go! Do you still think that monster can survive Gaara's attack? Temari showed a trace of shame and anger on her face. Seeing that Wang Li had no intention of letting go, she hit Wang Li hard with her hand a few times. The ground suddenly shook for a while, and then bone spurs sprang out rapidly. The original sea of sand was instantly turned into a forest of bones. And behind Wang Li, bone spurs kept chasing and were about to catch up. Let me go. If this goes on, you and I will die. Temari's face was pale. At this time, she already understood Wang Li's intention. She regretted hitting Wang Li just now. However, looking at the speed and height of the bone spurs in front of her, Temari had no confidence to escape. If Wang Li had not come in to save her, she would not have been in such a dangerous situation. However, after Wang Li let her go, there was still a chance to escape. Shut up! Just shut up, woman! Damn it! I can only take a gamble. Wang Li hurriedly took out a kunao, bit it with his mouth, and then began to seal with one hand. Suddenly, the kunao in Wang Li's mouth began to glow with golden light. However, the golden light was very dim, and there was a feeling that it would be shattered at any time. Wang Li was delighted, and he didn't expect to succeed. Before the flying thunder breaking technique was performed, the meridians were not completely unblocked. If it was used forcibly, I don't know what would happen. But Wang Li couldn't care so much. After all, if he hesitated for a moment, he would probably lose his life. Go! Wang Li threw the kunao in his hand out with force. The kunao flew at high speed, and Wang Li didn't have time to wait for the kunao to land, and shouted anxiously, "Flying thunder breaking technique! Go!" As a burst of yellow lightning lit up, Wang Li and Temari disappeared instantly. In the instant when Wang Li was small, countless bone spurs protruded, leaving behind some fragments of clothing. Wang Li appeared at the position of the kunao. As soon as he landed, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Wang Li no longer had the strength to hold Temari, and he fell to the ground with his hands on the ground, his eyes pale. I didn't expect the backlash to be so severe. At this time, a large area of Wang Li's meridians were blocked, although it did not affect the use of other ninjutsu. But the flying thunder breaking technique may not be used again in a short time. But even so, Wang Li was secretly glad in his heart. After all, he survived. Survival is worth more than anything else. The shock on Temari's face has not subsided yet, and now seeing Wang Li vomiting blood, she feels even more guilty. If she had listened to Wang Li and left at that time, nothing would have happened. And she was hired to protect the man in front of her, but in the end, he saved her life. Are you okay? It's okay, I'm not going to die. Temari breathed a sigh of relief, then her face turned red. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Why did you come to save me? You didn't have to come. You're out of your mind. You want to be a hero and save the beauty. But now is not the time for you to care about this." Wang Li said with a wry smile, and then pointed at the bone forest behind him. Gaara. Chapter 56 Battle against Kimimaro. Temari only reacted now. Although Wang Li rescued himself, Gaara is still in the center of the bone forest. According to the density of this bone forest, I'm afraid it's more likely to be dangerous. Damn it! Temari hurriedly took out the fan, bit her thumb with her teeth, and then drew a line on the fan with blood. Spiritual summoning. As Temari fanned hard, a white sickle weasel holding a huge sickle appeared and rushed straight to the bone forest. Bang! After the white sickle weasel hit the bone forest, it was directly bounced away, leaving only a shallow mark on the bone forest, and it healed completely in the blink of an eye. How can it be so hard? Temari looked at the bone forest in front of her in disbelief, and suddenly felt that she was so weak that she couldn't even protect her brother. At this moment, a pile of yellow sand floated over quickly. You can vaguely see blood dripping on the yellow sand. Gaara. Temari's face was ecstatic, and she quickly picked up the fan and gently fanned the ground. A huge airflow blew downwards, and Temari quickly jumped on the fan and flew up. Gaara. Are you okay? Run! It's too late. Kimimoro's voice came from the side, but Temari looked around and couldn't find Kimimaro at all. At this moment, a bone spur next to it twisted. Gradually turned into a human figure, stabbing straight at Gaara. Oh no, Gaara, run! Hearing Temari's voice, Gaara subconsciously dodged to the side. A spear made of bones brushed past Gaara's chest, raising a pool of blood. Oh! You actually dodged it, but how are you going to dodge it next time? Kimimaro sneered and used the bone spear to press against Gaara's chest. With just a slight stab, Gaara would be completely dead. Temari gritted her teeth and fanned with a fan. Wind escape. Scythe attack. Suddenly a gust of wind blew away. Bang! Kimimaro didn't even dodge, several bone spurs drilled out of his body, blocking all the damage. Kimimaro slowly turned his head and looked at Temari with a pair of cold eyes. Don't worry, the next one is you. Temari took a few steps back and sat directly on the ground, looking at Kimimaro with fear in her eyes. God of Ninja, please save Gaara. I will do anything if you save him. Temari had just finished speaking when a figure jumped out and punched Kimimaro in the face accurately. Kimimaro was caught off guard and flew out. Temari's heart skipped a beat, and she stared at the figure with infatuation. Then she put her hands together and prayed joyfully. Wang Li looked back at Temari innocently, as if the timing of his appearance was a bit wrong, and he was misunderstood again. But Wang Li didn't have time to explain now. Kimimaro stood up slowly, and couldn't help but frowned when he saw Wang Li. Curse seal? No, it doesn't look like a curse seal. You think this S-level ninjutsu 100 healings technique is a curse seal? I'm afraid the coffin lid of Senju Tobirama won't be able to hold it down. No matter what, I'll kill you. Kimimaro snorted coldly and rushed over with a bone spear. Wang Li was shocked, but he didn't dare to confront Kimimaro head-on. After all, although he had 100 healings technique, but Tsunade Senju's creation and regeneration were not stolen. Still can't infinitely restore mana and health. Moreover, there is not much interval between the 200 healings techniques, and only a small part of the chakra in the body remains. But there is a big advantage. That is, Kimimaro is already terminally ill, and is completely using love to generate electricity. In fact, the whole person is almost lying in the coffin. Now Wang Li just needs to drag it down and wait for Kimimaro to die. In a breath of time, Kimimaro came to Wang Li in an instant. Raised the spear high and stabbed towards Wang Li's heart. Wang Li now has advanced physical skills and intermediate speed proficiency. His reaction speed is quite fast, and he easily avoided Kimimoro's attack. You Konoha genin, you are so fast. Kimimaro frowned and said. Wang Li smiled proudly and said, remember next time, when you meet Konoha genin, hide as far as you can. Wang Li said, making seals with both hands, and then took a few steps towards Kimimaro. Lightning release. Chidori flow. In an instant, electric arcs kept jumping on Wang Li's body. It directly wrapped Kimimaro in it. For a moment, Kimimoro's whole body twitched, and he retreated with all his strength, looking at Wang Li with fear in his eyes. You are very strong, but I must kill you today. Really? Let you see the forbidden technique that all Konoha genin can use. The technique of multiple shadow clones. More than 10 shadow clones appeared beside Wang Li at once. If it were normal, Wang Li could use more shadow clones, and even hope to catch up with Uzumaki Naruto. But at this time, the chakra has reached the bottom, and more than 10 is already the limit. Shadow clone? The little kid just now also has it, and the number is much more than you, but what's the use? But looking at your current appearance, I'm afraid you don't have much chakra. Teiwaya and the others still did something useful. Kimimaro smiled indifferently, not taking the rushing shadow clones seriously at all. Wang Li raised his mouth slightly, and put one hand in front of his eyes. My shadow clone is different from that boy's. Mine will explode. As soon as the voice fell, the shadow clone that rushed to Kimimaro suddenly swelled up. When the shadow clone swelled to an extreme, it cracked open. Bang! The huge explosion blew up the surrounding bone forest, and the smoke formed a huge mushroom in the sky. And through the smoke, you can vaguely see a figure standing there. How is it possible? You are not dead even like this. Temari tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, with a desperate expression on her face. Obviously, she was here to protect Wang Li. But again and again, she was protected by this guy who made a living by his face. For a moment, Temari's eyes became firm. Even if he died, he should die by himself. And he must survive. Wang Li, take Gaara and run, I'll stop this guy. Temari said, picking up the fan that fell to the side. She was ready to die at any time. Shut up, woman. I'll stop this guy. Temari's heart skipped a beat. Because she had been carrying Gaara, all the residents of the Wind Country passed on their fear of Gaara to herself. No one has ever dared to speak like this. Even Gaara and Kankuro were the same. But Wang Li was mean to her more than once, but he didn't feel disgusted in his heart. Such a powerful existence, I must help Lord Orochimaru get rid of it. A weak voice came from the smoke. Then the figure rushed towards Wang Li at a high speed. It's over. Corpse vein. Ye no Tsukuyomi. It's over. Tsukuyomi. Chapter 57, Temari in a panic. Kimimaro was about to stab Wang Li. Suddenly, I felt that the sky around me turned blood red, and I was tied to a cross. At this time, a figure came out with a cold smile on his face. Master Orochimaru, why are you here? Give me some more time, I must kill that kid. No. You are useless now, you can die. Orochimaru said, spitting out a sword from his mouth and stabbing directly at Kimimaro. And Orochimaru's stab position completely avoided the vital points, and Kimimaro closed his eyes after stabbing dozens of swords. When Kimimaro opened his eyes again, he was still tied to the cross. And the horror was that his body was not far away. Kimimaro, you are useless now, die for me. Kimimaro felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and turned his head to see Orochimaru's cold smile. Am I useless now? Kimimaro said to himself. Wang Li looked at Kimimaro in disbelief. All the people who had read Tsukuyomi had spent dozens of hours in the Tsukuyomi space in agony. But Kimimaro had a smile on his face. As if everything was satisfied and relieved. Then Kimimaro stopped breathing, and fell to the ground with a smile on his face. Wang Li covered his eyes with one hand, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Being a licker to this extent is simply unprecedented and unparalleled. But fortunately, Tsukuyomi was successfully performed in time just now. At that time, Kimimaro's bone spear was only a piece of paper away from his chest. Kimimaro died, and Wang Li completely relaxed. Suddenly Wang Li felt dizzy in front of his eyes, and his body fell down involuntarily. After a breath, Wang Li slowly recovered. When Wang Li saw the scenery in front of him again, he suddenly found Temari's face. Turning his head, he found that he was actually hugged by Princess Temari at this time. For a while, Wang Li struggled desperately. A man should be a real man. Even if he wants to be carried like a princess, he should be the one carrying someone else. How can he be carried like a princess? No matter how Wang Li struggled, Temari had no intention of abandoning Wang Li. Instead, she slowly straightened Wang Li and let him stand up. I saw you fall down, so. Temari blushed and hurried to explain what happened just now. I know. Chakra is overdrawn. Wang Li said and reached directly to the ninja bag, ready to take out 2 more ration pills to eat. Otherwise, when facing Uchiha Sasuke or even Orochimaru, there would be no room for resistance. But when Wang Li reached into his pocket, he couldn't find a ration pill after searching for it. This. No way, they are all eaten. Wang Li remembered that when he went out just now, Tian Tian stuffed things into the ninja bag. There were more than a dozen ration pills. I didn't expect that I had eaten all of it before I knew it. No wonder I felt a little bloated. Seeing Wang Li constantly looking for something, Temari hurriedly took out her ninja bag and handed it to him with a red face. Wang Li, you are looking for the ration pills, right? I still have some here. Wang Li's face lit up, and he took the ninja bag directly and took all the ration pills without any hesitation. Temari, can you come and see my wound first? Gara on the side made a weak cry for help to Temari. Temari realized that she was not alone with Wang Li. Then she ran over. At this time, Gara was lying on the ground, with dozens of wounds of various sizes on his body, and blood was still oozing out. And Gara's pupils were constantly changing, and the one-tailed Shikaku might explode at any time. Temari is not a medical ninja, but she can still deal with some minor wounds. But seeing several thumb-wide wounds, he felt troubled. Such a large wound can no longer be treated with gauze and simple hemostasis. A special medical ninja is required to control it. But this place is in the wilderness, where can we find a medical ninja? Gara, hold on. I'll take you to the nearest village now. Temari held Gara with one hand and humped him up. But such an action immediately broke the wound, and the blood flowed faster than before. Little girl! What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Shikaku no longer competed with Gara for control of the body, but said nervously. Temari had never seen Shikaku speak like this. You know, if Gara died, even if Shikaku survived, he would probably suffer a lot of damage. So Shikaku seemed extremely nervous. But where can I find a medical ninja in this wilderness? That's your business. If you drag Gara like this, you won't get far and will die on the road. Temari looked around helplessly for a moment. She didn't dare to put Gara down, let alone carry him on her back. Temari was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. At this time, Temari moved her eyes to Wang Li, but immediately shook her head. Wang Li is already good enough. He is handsome, has powerful ninjutsu, and is also very strong in physical skills. If he can learn medical ninjutsu, it would be a bit unrealistic. But Temari still asked involuntarily. Wang Lijun, do you know medical ninjutsu? Put Gara flat first, and wait for me to recover some chakra. Oh, it's okay, I'm just asking casually. Wait, what did you say just now? Temari was dejected at first, and then her body seemed to be electrocuted, quickly turned to look at Wang Li. I said, lay Gara flat, otherwise how can I treat him? Oh. Okay. I'll put him down right away. Temari was in a panic. I never thought of it. Wang Li, who was initially identified as a pretty boy, turned out to be so outstanding. He is simply the perfect man in my mind. I wonder if Wang Li can cook. Temari thought halfway and quickly shook her head. Wang Li is already perfect as a ninja. If he can also cook delicious meals, it is not something that should exist in the world. He is an envoy sent by the god of ninja. You have time to be in a daze, why not help Gara stop bleeding a little? Yes. Good. Temari blushed for a while, and hurriedly tore off pieces of clothes and pressed the wound. The blood that was originally flowing rapidly began to slow down. But if it continues to flow, death is only a matter of time. Wang Li sat on the ground leisurely, waiting for the effect of the Bing Liang pill, and glanced at Gara unconsciously. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Oh my! You can't use Gara's clothes to stop the bleeding. What's the point of using your own clothes? Chapter 58 The Real Hero. Wang Li wiped the blood from his servants. This is really exciting. Fortunately, Gara was almost unconscious, otherwise this view would definitely increase blood circulation and accelerate blood loss. Then Wang Li hurriedly took off his shirt and threw it to Temari. Put it on, otherwise I can't treat you with peace of mind. Oh! Temari nodded shyly, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. She held the shirt with both hands as if it were a treasure, afraid of getting it stained with Gaara's blood. Wang Li walked to Gaara's side. At this time, Gaara's face turned pale, his breathing became disordered, and even his pupils began to dilate. Wang Li was shocked. There was no time to restore chakra, so he quickly activated the palm immortal technique. If Gaara and Temari were just fighting Kimimaro, Wang Li would have been eating melon seeds and watching the show. But the first mission of Gaara and Temari was to protect Wang Li. It can be said that they were fighting for Wang Li. If he was left alone, Wang Li would feel bad. Hurry up, kid. Gaara won't last long. If you cure him, I owe you a favor. Wang Li didn't have time to care about this stinky raccoon cat. Either he was sealed or on the way to being sealed, and he only showed up a little in the final battle. Shikaku's favor was not worth much money. But this did not prevent Wang Li from treating Gaara. Gaara was going to be the man of the wind shadow, and he might have to go to the wind country in the future, so he could pave a way for himself. After all, when you are alone, more friends mean more ways. With the treatment of the palm immortal technique, Gaara's injuries began to stabilize. However, the palm immortal technique only treats wounds. There is no way to treat Gaara's lost blood. So Gaara looks particularly weak. Fortunately, his life is no longer in danger. Gaara struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Wang Li with gratitude. Thank you. I will remember this favor. Okay. I will remember your words. You rest here and wait for rescue. I still have to chase Suzuki. Wang Li patted the dust on his butt and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Temari hurried over and blocked the way. You are like this, and you are still chasing now. What if something unexpected happens? Temari looked at Wang Li worriedly and said. Wang Li saw that Temari's eyes were firm and there was no intention of retreating at all, and he couldn't help but feel distressed. But thinking of Temari's love for peace, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Do you think it's just that simple that I'm going after Suzuki? Then, what else is there? Orochimaru joined a mysterious organization. I wonder if this incident is related to that mysterious organization. And I met someone from that organization not long ago. Their goal is very clear, that is, to get the Jinkra key. Wang Li turned his head and glanced at Gaara. At this time, Gaara fell into deep thought. Because Gaara is the Jinkra key of Shikaku of the Sand. If that organization needs a Jinkra key, then he will definitely not be able to escape. What is their purpose in collecting Jinkra key? Gaara's weak face showed a serious expression. Infinite moon reading. But do you think I will tell you? Wang Li thought and coughed twice, and the expression on his face gradually became cold. The chakra content of the tailed beast is amazing. The legendary Minato all 9-tailed beasts can combine to form the 10 tails. What that organization wants the 10 tails for is unknown. But I must stop them. Temari shuddered. Any tailed beast has the power to destroy a small ninja village. The 9 tails caused chaos in Konoha village, and even the 4th Hokage was killed in that battle. If the 10 tails are combined, the destructive power is unimaginable. I'm afraid the entire ninja world will be involved. I'll go with you. You can't let this happen alone. Temari looked at Wang Li with admiration. Never thought of it. Such a perfect man actually has such a lofty ambition. This man is not only for Konoha. He is for the entire ninja world. At this time, Temari was full of respect for Wang Li. Even more respect than the original Kazekage. You're coming with me? I'm keeping this a secret. If you leave, you'll immediately become a traitor. It's okay for me to be alone, but you don't want to implicate Gaara and Kankuro, right? Temari paused. If she really followed Wang Li and became a rebel ninja, then Gaara and Kankuro would definitely be given special attention. Loss of freedom or even death. As a sister, Temari would never allow these things to happen. You are a real hero. If you need my help, no matter what time, no matter where, no matter what request. I am willing to do it. Temari said with a righteous face, and suddenly felt that there was something wrong with her words, and her face turned red. But Temari did not explain anything, but continued to look at Wang Li. Hearing Temari's words, Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. All requests. Isn't it? Thinking of this, Wang Li shook his head frantically. Now is not the time for love. If Uchiha Madara cannot be stopped, then everything is empty. Okay, I will definitely come to you if there is anything. After Wang Li finished speaking, he took out a Bing Liang pill and threw it into his mouth, then turned and left. Gara, do you think Wang Li-kun can come back? Temari, I feel like you're a little weird today. Wang Li threw all the Bing Liang pills into his mouth in one breath, and couldn't help but burp. Wang Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm afraid that in the entire ninja world, he was the only one who was full of Bing Liang pills. However, feeling the rapid recovery of chakra, he felt more confident. At this time, Wang Li saw a person lying on the ground in a big character in the distance. He was covered with wounds but didn't know it, his eyes staring at the sky dully. Naruto. Where's Sasuke? Hearing Wang Li's voice, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes instantly brightened. He quickly climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Wang Li-kun, you're finally here. I didn't keep Sasuke, and now you're the only one who can stop him. Looking at the disappointed Uzumaki Naruto, Wang Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was obviously the protagonist, but because of his appearance, he was hit again and again. Especially Uzumaki Naruto's future wife Hinata Hyuga, now has a good impression of Wang Li. Wang Li suddenly felt a little guilty. He was thinking about how to compensate him in the future. Don't worry, leave it to me. Yes. Wang Li will definitely bring Sasuke back. Wang Li shook his head helplessly. Not only could he not bring back Uchiha Sasuke, he would also disappear for several years. But Wang Li couldn't say such words. Chapter 59 Punching the Little Brother. He knocked on the bamboo pole of Uzumaki Naruto and knocked out several food pills. The ninja bag that had been deflated swelled up again. And after constantly stuffing food pills into it, Wang Li's chakra has recovered a small part. Even if he can't deal with those masters, the Chunin will definitely not be his opponent. Uchiha Sasuke, I finally caught up with you. Wang Li saw Uchiha Sasuke running in the distance, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Then he exerted force on his feet and increased his speed to another level. Suddenly, Wang Li appeared in front of Uchiha Sasuke with a faint smile on his face. Uchiha Sasuke was startled by Wang Li and retreated several steps before stopping. Wang Li. You are also going to take me back? Wang Li shrugged his shoulders disapprovingly. Wang Li never thought of taking Uchiha Sasuke back. Uchiha Sasuke will receive the best development with Orochimaru. If he continues to stay in Konoha and let Hatake Kakashi teach him, he will probably become an elite jonin at most. Later, when cage-level ninjas walked everywhere, elite jonin is nothing. However, Wang Li was shocked by Uchiha Sasuke's sudden left without a reason, and was still worried. Sasuke, what is your purpose in leaving Konoha? Why? Isn't it clear? Orochimaru can make me stronger. Uchiha Sasuke showed a smug smile on his face. Ding dong. Trigger the selection task. 1. Leave in disgrace. Reward, Heaven's Curse Seal. 2. Have a good explanation with Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, Lightning Release, Chidori Sharp Spear. 3. Attack Uchiha Sasuke. Reward, Lightning Release, Chidori 1000 Books. Wang Li's mouth corners slightly raised. No matter what, Wang Li has only 3 choices for this reward. Not for anything else, just because Uchiha Sasuke is too annoying. I choose 3. It seems I have to use force. Wang Li said, rubbing his fists. Uchiha Sasuke's face was not afraid at all, but seemed a little excited. "I'll try again. How strong are the so-called heroes of Konoha? And about Ataki, I'll beat you today." Wang Li's mouth twitched. No wonder people always say that when the sky clears and the rain stops, Zhuzi feels that he can fight again. From today's point of view, this is not without reason. "Really? I'd like to experience it." "Then come on." As Uchiha Sasuke said, countless curse seals crawled out from behind his neck and soon spread all over his body. Then a pair of hands grew out of his back, and if you look closely, they look like wings. "This is the power given to me by Orochimaru. Today I'm going to show you how powerful I am." Wang Li's mouth twitched. Even Orochimaru himself was knocked down by him 3 times. Although it was a sneak attack and taking advantage of the opportunity, it did not affect Wang Li's glorious record. But now Uchiha Sasuke is so good, he got a little power given by Orochimaru, and he is so arrogant. "If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll take your last name." Wang Li shouted angrily and kicked his feet hard. Wang Li's whole body shot out like a bullet. "Let you have a taste of the trick you taught me." Uchiha Sasuke sneered, and began to make seals with his hands. Then countless arcs appeared on his body and kept jumping. "Thunder escape! Chidori flow! Too slow!" Wang Li's face was full of disdain, and he punched Uchiha Sasuke in the face without hesitation. Wang Li's fist landed accurately on Uchiha Sasuke's face 1 second before Chidori flow was completed, and directly knocked him away for more than 10 meters. "How is it possible? How can you be so fast? Faster than when we fought before. What, are you scared now? It's a pity it's too late." Wang Li was not going to give Uchiha Sasuke a chance to breathe. If he didn't beat him to be scared today, he might jump again next time. Wang Li jumped up and smashed the ground with all his strength. Bang! With advanced taijutsu proficiency, intermediate sage body, and super strength punch, he smashed a huge hole in the ground. If Uchiha Sasuke hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been knocked out with one punch. However, the reason why Uchiha Sasuke was able to jump away was entirely because Wang Li slowed down. Otherwise, with Uchiha Sasuke's current strength, he would not be able to dodge even in the curse seal state. "Wang Lijun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to the temptation of those people. I will go back with you to learn ninjutsu." Uchiha Sasuke was scared. Uchiha Sasuke knew it very well. Wang Li's strongest skills were illusion and ninjutsu, and taijutsu was just a combination. But it was the taijutsu that he practiced, and he beat the strongest himself without any chance to fight back. What else is there to continue? But Wang Li didn't mean to stop at all, but instead sped up. "What's the use of knowing that you're wrong?" Uchiha Sasuke was hit in the face without any preparation. Uchiha Sasuke's body kept rolling, and Wang Li appeared again during the rolling and punched him in the face again. Wang Li punched Uchiha Sasuke in the face again, and each time the punch landed on the same spot. Uchiha Sasuke's tears flowed out. "I don't know why, Wang Li always hits his face, and every time he hits the same place." Fortunately, Wang Li held back every time, otherwise he would have died long ago. After a period of pleasant unilateral abuse, Wang Li's anger dissipated. But when he thought of Uchiha Sasuke's confident smile, he couldn't help but punch him several times before he stopped. "Do you know you're wrong?" "I know." "What's wrong?" "I shouldn't have accepted Orochimaru's instigation and defected from Konoha." Upon hearing Uchiha Sasuke's answer, Wang Li's anger rose again, and he rushed to him and waved his fists. While beating him, he kept shouting, "That's the mistake." "Then what exactly did I do wrong?" "Your mistake was that you left without telling me. Am I not as good as that Orochimaru?" Uchiha Sasuke looked at Wang Li in astonishment. It seemed that he was beaten so badly because of this, but Uchiha Sasuke didn't dare to complain. Because if he said one more word, he might be beaten again. "Then Wang Lijun, do you mind if I go to Orochimaru?" Why should I mind? In your current situation, only by going to that pervert Orochimaru can you get the best training. Only then can you continue to grow and stand at the top of the ninja world. Staying in Konoha will only delay you. I don't need to stand at the top of the ninja world, I just need to kill that man. Wang Lejun, as a member of the Uchiha clan, don't you hate that man at all? Wang Li sneered. After all, he is a person who traveled through time, and even if he really traveled to the Uchiha clan, he would not have any hatred. Besides, Wang Li is not from the Uchiha clan at all. The Sharingan is just a product of the system. There is no hatred in this case. What nonsense, take me to Orochimaru. And hand over all the food pills. Chapter 60 Negotiation with Orochimaru. When Wang Li came to the outside of Orochimaru's base, he was not going to go in with Uchiha Sasuke. After all, he had his own way to go. And Wang Li came this time just to ask Orochimaru for someone. Wang Li watched Uchiha Sasuke enter Orochimaru's base, and began to sit cross-legged on the tree. After all, to deal with Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, without sufficient chakra, he dared not go in. And Orochimaru has now changed his body, even if he is still in a weak period, Wang Li must be careful to face it. Early the next morning, Wang Li stretched lazily on the treetop. Feeling the surging chakra in his body, Wang Li was full of confidence again. However, Wang Li's meridians have not been fully restored, and the flying thunder breaking technique cannot be used for the time being. Since his condition has recovered to the best, Wang Li did not dare to stay any longer. After all, if he waits for Orochimaru to completely adapt to his body, then he will only be courting death if he goes in. Orochimaru's secret base is in a tree hole. Wang Li walked in with a swagger, and not far away he saw a figure, who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Wang Lejun, we meet again. Yakushi Kabuto? How did you find me? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his eye frame with his right middle finger, and a cold smile appeared on his face. You snore so loudly outside, as long as I am not deaf, I can't fail to find you. Wang Li suddenly became embarrassed. After all, he was too tired yesterday, and his chakra was overdrawn several times. I didn't expect that he would snore at night. Fortunately, Orochimaru and others did not sneak attack Wang Li, otherwise alighting would suffer a lot. Since you know I'm here, where is Orochimaru? Lord Orochimaru has been waiting for a long time, follow me. Wang Li hesitated for a moment, and finally began to walk in. If Orochimaru in a weak state is afraid, how can he face Uchiha Madara, or even Kagaya Otsutsuki in the future? After passing through the dark path, Wang Li followed Kabuto Yakushi to a small door. Kabuto Yakushi was unwilling to move forward, but made a gesture of invitation. Orochimaru is waiting for you inside, go in. Wang Li snorted coldly, secretly opened his Sharingan, and then carefully walked into the small door. The passage inside the small door is much wider than the passage outside, but the light is still very dim. In the middle of the room, a man was wrapped in bandages, and his snake eyes looked at Wang Li quietly. Wang Lejun, why did you think of coming to me? To ask you for someone. Wang Li was not going to beat around the bush with Orochimaru. After all, Wang Li only knows the plot. When it comes to playing with people's hearts, he is definitely not a match for Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke? I lost 5 of my capable men. Do you think I will give him to you? Orochimaru said, with a faint murderous aura floating out. It's not Sasuke, but the kid from the water country's Hojome family. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment and looked at Wang Li in astonishment. Interesting kid. I remember there is such a collection, but why should I give it to you? Ding dong. Trigger the selection task. 1. Leave. Reward, Earth Attribute Chakra. 2. Negotiate. Reward, Advanced Illusion Mastery. 3. Fight. Reward, Intermediate Sage Body. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. In addition to the reward for the first option, the rewards for the other two options are really tempting. Advanced Illusion Mastery. Wang Li was going to be a genjutsu-type ninja from the beginning, but his skill tree went astray during the journey. However, if he had chosen Advanced Genjutsu Mastery, the route would have been completely pulled back. And now that he has the Manjiki Sharingan, if he combines it with Advanced Genjutsu Mastery, Wang Li is absolutely confident that he can stand in front of Orochimaru in his prime. Even if he can't beat Orochimaru, he can still escape successfully with Genjutsu. And the intermediate sage body is also what Wang Li needs now. Before there was no S-level ninjutsu, the speed of chakra consumption was not fast. But after having Thunder Release, Thunder Prison, Wang Li found that chakra was really not durable. If there was an intermediate sage body, he would not have been in a passive state yesterday. The most important thing is that after choosing the intermediate sage body, all aspects of strength can be improved. Physical Genjutsu Ninjutsu. Although it is not as much as the Advanced Genjutsu Mastery at one time, it is the most practical. I choose 3. After the choice, Wang Li no longer hesitated. A confident smile appeared on his face. My bargaining chip is that I am stronger than you now. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then laughed coldly. Interesting kid, if that's the case, why don't you try it? Orochimaru stood up from the wheelchair and began to remove the bandages on his body. The body under the bandages looked particularly young. He looked only 12 or 13 years old. Okay. Let's try it. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Li came to Orochimaru in an instant, raised his fist high, and hammered it down without hesitation. Orochimaru's pupils shrank sharply. Orochimaru didn't dare to take the fist that could destroy everything. You know, you just changed your body. If your body is broken, it will take at least a few years to change it again. Good speed and strength, but what if I do this? As Orochimaru said, his body softened all of a sudden, and he wrapped around Wang Li's arm like a snake. The snake tongue kept spitting out of its mouth, approaching Wang Li's neck little by little. Looking for death. Wang Li snorted coldly, and his hands quickly formed seals. In just a breath of time, blue arcs began to emerge from Wang Li's body, and bursts of bird calls echoed in the small room. Thunder Escape. Chidori Flow. Not good. When Orochimaru found that something was wrong, his body was too late to dodge. A series of violent arcs kept jumping on Orochimaru's body. Wang Li could even vaguely smell the smell of barbecue. Orochimaru hurriedly retreated, but his originally fair skin was now more charred. And a pair of snake eyes looked at Wang Li with fear. You are indeed a powerful ninja. If you are given a little more time, I'm afraid you will catch up with that man. Are you talking about Uchiha Itachi? I've fought him before. You have fought him. Orochimaru looked at Wang Li in disbelief. At first, Orochimaru attacked Uchiha Itachi, but Uchiha Itachi saw through him instantly. In the end, if it weren't for Kabuto Yakushi's appearance, and he lost a hand, he might have died there. And this kid in front of him actually said that he had fought with him. Yes, there was also a man named Hoshigaki Kisame following him at that time. I was lucky to escape with my life. Wang Li said, exaggerating the previous battle infinitely. At first, Orochimaru didn't believe what Wang Li said. But when it comes to Hoshigaki Kisame, Orochimaru has completely believed it. After all, Orochimaru only got the tip-off about Hoshigaki Kisame recently. No need to say more. If you can take this move, I will give you the collection. Get up. Ding dong. Identify ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. Chapter 61 Turning Enemies into Friends? At one time, a coffin slowly rose from the ground. And on the coffin were written a big 4-character phrase. Wang Li's pupils shrank. Before defeating Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru was ready to summon this coffin. But he was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I didn't expect it to appear here. It can be seen that Orochimaru had planned it long ago. The requirements for impure world reincarnation are relatively harsh. First, you have to prepare the cells of the summoned object, and secondly, you have to prepare a corpse in advance. Only in this way can the conditions for summoning be met. Although Wang Li secretly learned this ninjutsu through the system, it is still very difficult to summon. At this time, Wang Li looked at the coffin with solemn eyes. Before coming to the ninja world, Wang Li had argued about who fell in the coffin. Although most people think it is the fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze, Wang Li thinks it should be the fourth generation Kazekage Raza. After all, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze died in the Shiki Fusion, and his soul was sacrificed to the god of death. There should be no possibility of summoning him. The fourth Kazekage died at the hands of Orochimaru, so there is a chance to summon him. At this moment, the coffin board slowly fell down, revealing a light blue shadow robe inside. Fourth Kazekage. Yes, I wonder if you can get rid of him, Orochimaru said with a cold smile. But before Orochimaru could laugh twice, Wang Li suddenly appeared in front of Orochimaru and punched him without hesitation. Orochimaru was still in a state of complacency just now, and had no idea that Wang Li would rush over directly. A punch hit Orochimaru's face squarely. The whole person flew back several meters. Wang Li laughed triumphantly. The ninja summoned by the impure world reincarnation has endless chakra, and the body will not be completely destroyed. The only way to deal with this move is to seal it. However, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi have not improved this ninjutsu yet. If you want to control him, you must put a kunao with a talisman in it. Otherwise, it will be almost the same as a 1:1 life-size figure. Wang Li saw this point and beat Orochimaru directly. Immortal reincarnation, you don't have a talisman to control, let me see how you give orders. Orochimaru looked at Wang Li with gritted teeth. Little brat, it seems that you know me very well. Do you have an idea about me for a long time? Otherwise, how dare I come here? Wang Li rubbed his fists with an arrogant expression on his face. Interesting little brat, but you are still slow. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Wang Li felt a dangerous breath rushing from behind him. Wang Li jumped away in a hurry, and then turned his head to see the flying sand flying towards him. When? At the beginning. Orochimaru smiled even more proudly. Wang Li snorted coldly, and the chakra gathered on his feet and he ran quickly on the wall. Orochimaru, I wonder how your body has adapted. You. Orochimaru was no longer calm, but stared at Wang Li with his eyes. I said from the beginning that I know you very well. Wang Li said and suddenly disappeared from the spot. Orochimaru suddenly became anxious and began to make seals with both hands. But Orochimaru's seal-making speed at this time was about the same as that of a genin, and sometimes he would even make mistakes. Damn it! This body has not been completely integrated. How did this kid know? I know more than this. Suddenly a voice came from underground, and Orochimaru hurriedly looked down. I saw a hand stretched out and grabbed Orochimaru's feet. Earth escape. The technique of beheading in the heart. In an instant, Orochimaru was pulled into the ground, leaving only a head outside. Wang Li appeared in front of Orochimaru, grabbed Orochimaru's chin with one hand, and was about to hit him. Is that enough? Orochimaru looked at Wang Li with vicious eyes, and then jumped out from the ground. You. Very good. But I want to know, what do you want the kid from the Kizuna family for? I'm going to the land of water. Wang Li didn't intend to hide anything, and said directly. The land of water. Orochimaru clapped his hands, and the fourth generation wind shadow who was showing off his power on the side instantly turned into a pile of mud. And Orochimaru stared at Wang Li with interest. It seems that you have also escaped from the rotten Konoha. Instead of going to the land of water, it's better to stay with me. I will make you stronger. Wang Li sneered. If he continued to stay here, then the next person that Orochimaru would take over would not be Sasuke, but himself. And if he was with 2 old coins, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, he would be killed sooner or later. Forget it, I have other things to do. Since Orochimaru has withdrawn the impure world reincarnation, it means that he has completely given up the idea of killing Wang Li. Wang Li also relaxed immediately. However, a pair of Sharingan has been open all the time. Let's not talk nonsense. Where is the kid from the Hoshika family? I want to take him away. In that case, then I'll take you there. Wang Li looked at Orochimaru in surprise. Originally thought that Orochimaru would at most let Kabuto Yakushi take him there, but I didn't expect Orochimaru to go there in person. Although I don't know what Orochimaru is thinking, as long as I'm careful, there will be no accidents. The 2 walked on the path, and Orochimaru seemed very casual. Little boy, what do you think is the meaning of life? Wang Li frowned, not knowing why Orochimaru suddenly said this. Then he replied with a bad taste. There is no meaning in life, but as long as you are alive you can find interesting things. Just like you met me and I met you again. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, stopped, and turned to look at Wang Li. This was what Orochimaru said to Kimimaro at the beginning, and no third person would know it. But now Wang Li said this, which made Orochimaru look a little surprised. Interesting kid, I find that I admire you more and more, you should stay, I feel that you and I should have more common topics. Wang Li looked at Orochimaru's admiring eyes and couldn't find any trace of falsehood. But Wang Li didn't dare to stay. After all, the words just now were copied from Orochimaru. If the time is too long, it will be exposed sooner or later. When the time comes, the angry Orochimaru will not be something Wang Li can resist. Don't you think that if you stay in one place all the time, there will be fewer interesting things? You and Kabuto can still study things, but I am different. That's right. Orochimaru burst into laughter, and then stared at Wang Li with a pair of snake eyes. No matter what time, you will be my friend. After all, there are too few people who think the same as me. Wang Li smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to believe Orochimaru's words easily. Chapter 62 I'll marry you when I grow up. The 2 walked to the door, and Orochimaru suddenly asked again, I killed the 3rd generation this time, do you really not hate me at all? Others may not know the purpose of Orochimaru, but Wang Li knows it very well. There are 3 main reasons why Orochimaru attacked Konoha village. First, if he can't get Uchiha attack his body, then he will choose Uchiha Sasuke's body as the second best. Second, as the apprentice of the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, what Orochimaru did has never been recognized. Orochimaru wants to prove to his master Sarutobi Hiruzen that his choice is right. Third, the 3rd generation Hokage is old, and Orochimaru wants him to die like a hero, instead of dying of old age in a hospital bed. Why should I hate you? Didn't you create a hero? Wang Li looked at Orochimaru with clear eyes. And Orochimaru stood there dully, and the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. What an interesting kid! Orochimaru said, clapping his hands, and then said to the woods, Kabuto, this mission is cancelled. Not long after, Kabuto Yakushi jumped down from the tree. He gently pushed his glasses with his middle finger and said, Lord Orochimaru, since the mission is cancelled, can we bring the experimental subjects here this time? Bring them here, Wang Li-kun is not an enemy, but a friend. Orochimaru nodded slightly and said. Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he answered correctly, otherwise there would definitely be an ambush on the road. Whether he could escape at that time is another matter. Although Orochimaru said so, Wang Li did not dare to be careless. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. If you are careless once, you may lose your life. Not long after, Kabuto Yakushi came over with a group of children. The youngest child was about 5 or 6 years old, and the oldest was no more than 12 or 13 years old. Among them, there was a 12 or 13-year-old girl with red hair who particularly attracted Wang Li's attention. Karin. As soon as Wang Li's voice came out, the red-haired girl stopped and looked at Wang Li with confused eyes. Oh? Wang Li, do you know such a girl? Wang Li smiled bitterly. It was more than knowing her, it was too familiar. Uchiha Sasuke was a member of the Eagle team in the future. He only needed to bite lightly to revive with full blood. It was simply a mobile blood pool. Yes, I know her. Then do you need to take her away? Wang Li's heart was moved. With Karin by her side, she was no longer afraid of being injured. A bite would completely heal the wound. And Karin had a very strong perception ability, so she could also foresee danger in advance. But Wang Li still shook his head. No need. I have already prepared to take Hojiki with me. If I take Karin with me, it will be a hindrance to everything I do in the future. However, Karin's ability is really enviable, so Wang Li said. Please train her well, Lord Orochimaru. Maybe I will come back and take her away in the future. Okay. Kabuto, take the other children in. I want to take this girl as my disciple. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Karin looked at a group of children wailing as they were pushed in, blinking at Wang Li. Karin knew very well that because of a word from this man of the same age as her, she and other children would have a naturally different future. Karin slowly walked to Wang Li's side, and while Wang Li was not paying attention, she bit Wang Li's neck directly. After about 3 seconds, Karin slowly moved her mouth away. Wang Lijun, I want to be your wife when I grow up. Wang Li covered the bite marks on his neck, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He just wanted to save Karin, but why was he unilaterally engaged for life? If I had known this, I wouldn't have said anything more. Wang Lijun, she likes you, have you considered taking her away? Orochimaru said with a chuckle. No, it's too dangerous for me to go this time, let Lord Orochimaru teach her well. That's fine, I'll take care of your fiancé. Wang Li rolled his eyes and didn't want to reply to Orochimaru. After Kabuto Yakushi came out, he left in a hurry. Wang Li and Kabuto Yakushi walked for about half a day and came to Orochimaru's northern branch. The ninja guarding the door suddenly became serious when he saw Kabuto Yakushi. Master Do, why are you here? I'm here to take someone with me, the kid from the Ghost Light family, just leave him to this master. The guard looked at Wang Li in astonishment. Wang Li looked only about 12 or 13 years old, but he was actually called a master by the pharmacist Do. This kind of existence was definitely not something that a small guard like him could offend, so he hurried back to the base. Not long after, a white-haired boy was dragged out by the guard. And the muscles of this white-haired boy seemed to be melting. Wang Li smiled bitterly and threw the kettle he had prepared in advance to Ghost Light Shoyu. After hearing the sound of water, Ghost Light Shoyu immediately became energetic and poured the water into his mouth in big gulps. Not long after, the body that seemed to be melting began to tighten. His eyes were also full of spirit again. You are Ghost Light Shoyu, right? Wang Li said with a slight smile. Ghost Light Shoyu slowly turned his head and looked at Wang Li for a long time. Then he rushed towards Wang Li and punched Wang Li in the face. Yes, it's me. Seeing this, Kabuto Yakushi gave a wicked smile and took a step back secretly. Wang Li gave a bitter smile. Wang Li naturally saw Kabuto Yakushi's every move. Although Orochimaru recognized Wang Li, Kabuto Yakushi was still upset about being beaten before. Wang Li stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Suijutsu Kizuki's arm. Suijutsu Kizuki's mouth corners slightly raised, and the arm that Wang Li had grabbed suddenly turned into water. And the fist was still hammering towards Wang Li. Wang Li hurriedly took a step back, avoiding Suijutsu Kizuki's fist, and a disapproving smile appeared on his face. This is the water transformation technique. Yes, watch me beat you up today. Beat me up? Not only do I know that this is the water transformation technique, but I also know the biggest weakness of the water transformation technique. Which is this? Wang Li stretched out his right hand, and countless electric lights suddenly emanated from his right hand, and the arcs kept jumping around. Seeing this, Gui Deng Shuiyu was directly shocked and stepped back several steps. Stop! Damn it, stop it! Can we talk properly next? Yes. Damn it, stop first! Wang Li smiled triumphantly, and then put away the chidori. Okay, then follow me, I will take you to end the blood mist and revive the ghost sword 7. What, are you serious? If so, I am willing to go with you. Chapter 63 Fiancé. Wang Li and Gui Deng Shuiyu sat on the big boat. Hojiki Kizuki has been playing with the beheading sword she just got, with excitement written all over her face. Wang Li was lying on the side of the boat like a dead fish. You said before that you wanted me to revive the 7 demon swordsmen. Is that true? Yes, yes. Then is it true that we will end the blood mist? Yes, yes. Wang Li answered weakly. At first, when she just came out of Orochimaru's base, Hojiki Kizuki was a little wary and didn't want to talk to Wang Li. But since Wang Li took Hojiki Kizuki to the land of waves and got the beheading sword, she has become a chatterbox, repeating the 2 questions again and again. If Wang Li hadn't been seasick at this time, he would definitely let Hojiki Kizuki taste the taste of chidori. At this time, a crew member walked up to Wang Li, and when he saw the beheading sword in Hojiki Kizuki's hand, he took a step back in fear. Then he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my lords. Due to the strong wind and waves before, the hull has suffered considerable damage. We need to dock for repairs for a while. I wonder if it has delayed your trip." When Wang Li heard the word dock, his face immediately regained its spirits. He held the hands of the crew tightly with both hands, almost crying. Begged, "Please dock." Okay, guest. The crew had never seen such an eager customer to dock, but seeing that the other party was 2 ninjas, although they were not old, they were not ordinary people who could fight. And one of them was a Konoha ninja. Konoha's genin was not comparable to ordinary ninjas. After more than half an hour of torture, a piece of land slowly came into Wang Li's sight. Wang Li could no longer wait for the ship to dock, so he jumped down and ran quickly on the sea. Hey! Wang Li, don't be so anxious! Gui Deng Shuiyu shouted several times in a row, and saw that Wang Li had no intention of coming back. Then he flipped over the boat directly. However, Gui Deng Shuiyu's ability to walk on water was not as proficient as Wang Li. The waves on the sea were so big that Gui Deng Shuiyu was almost swept into the undercurrent several times. Fortunately, Gui Deng Shuiyu knew the water transformation technique, so he barely ran to the shore. As soon as he got ashore, he found Wang Li lying on the beach with a big character, and his face was full of happiness. No way, as a ninja, you are seasick like that. Wang Lian looked weak, but it did not prevent Wang Li from staring at Suizuki with the most ferocious eyes. What do you know? Seasickness has nothing to do with whether you are a ninja. Those pirates who are on the sea all day long, and the men who say they want to become the pirate king every day, can't swim. Suizuki looked at Wang Li inexplicably. As a ninja from the land of water, he has never heard of pirates who can't swim. But seeing Wang Li so serious, Suizuki began to doubt whether he had too little experience. You are talking about them, they are aliens and can't be counted. Wang Li turned his head and looked at Suizuki suspiciously. He began to doubt in his heart, could it be that the pirates in this world can't swim? So the two looked at each other awkwardly. At this moment, a woman came over and circled around Wang Li 3 times, looking at Wang Li all the time. Excuse me, are you Konoha ninjas? Wang Li was stunned for a moment, and it took nearly 3 seconds to recover. He took off the forehead protector and smiled, yes, I wonder what you want to talk to me about. The woman hesitated for a moment, and then continued to ask, then do you know a ninja named Jiraiya? Jiraiya used to travel around the world and collect materials everywhere, so it's not surprising that he came to this island. No. What's wrong, did he tease any girl? For a while, the woman waved her hands desperately, but a hint of joy appeared on her face. No. By the way, are you Jiraiya's apprentice? Wang Li looked at the woman in front of him suspiciously. But to be honest, he did learn his Rei's Nan from Jiraiya. So it's not an exaggeration to say that he is half a disciple of Jiraiya. I guess so. Is there anything? The woman's face was even happier, and she clapped her hands. Great, Miss Shizuka is finally here. Shizuka. Wang Li kept repeating the name, and he always felt familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Shizuka Nadeshiko. Wang Li stood up in disbelief. It seems that you are right, Miss Shizuka is nearby, I will go find her. Wait. Actually, I am not Jiraiya's apprentice, I just know him. If Wang Li's memory is correct, Shizune Nadeshiko is a female ninja in Nadeshiko village. And this Nadeshiko village is a matriarchal village. It is full of women. And Nadeshiko village has an unwritten rule. The village chief can compete with a strong person, and if he wins, then the other party will marry into Nadeshiko village. Jiraiya and the village chief of Nadeshiko village tied, and agreed that the next generation would end this battle. The next head of Nadeshiko village is Shizuka Nadeshiko. As for Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto was supposed to fight, but now Wang Li's nonsense has backfired. The most important thing is that Wang Li met him here. You don't need to explain more, wait for Miss Nadeshiko to come, and then you can explain slowly. Wang Li looked at the woman who ran away, and his mouth twitched constantly. If he continued like this, he didn't know whether Uzumaki Naruto would fight him to death. But he would definitely die in the Shura field. Suiyu, do you think it's too late to go out to sea now? Hojiki Suijutsu looked at Wang Li inexplicably. It was Wang Li who cried and shouted to go ashore at the beginning. Now it is still Wang Li who is eager to go out to sea. It is really a bit confusing to the person in front of him. The ship needs to dock for repairs. I'm afraid it won't be able to go out to sea in a short time. For a moment, Wang Li's face was ashen. It seemed that he could not escape this bad fate. Not long after, two women ran over quickly. After they came to Wang Li's side, they kept looking at him. Wang Li felt like a monkey in a zoo, allowing others to watch. Are you the apprentice of that Konoha ninja? Said Fuko Shizuka. Can I say no? Wang Li smiled bitterly and tried to make a final struggle. No. This is the grudge of the previous generation. You have the responsibility and obligation to solve it, not to escape. Don't let us look down on Konoha ninjas. Wang Li's mouth twitched, and it was pulled to the entire Konoha. It seemed that he really couldn't escape. Hojiki hurriedly pulled Wang Li's clothes and asked in a low voice, "Who is this woman? If things continue like this, she can be considered my fiancée." Chapter 64 Disordered Timeline. Hojiki was startled, his eyes kept jumping between Fushiko Shizuka and Wang Li. The two were only 12 or 13 years old, but they were already an engaged couple, which was really hard for Hojiki to accept. Can you say it again? What is the relationship between you two? I feel that this thing can't be counted. This is a problem of the previous generation. There is no need to involve our generation. What do you think, Miss Shizuka? Wang Li said to Fushiko Shizuka with a smile. Before Fushiko Shizuka spoke, Chang Yat, the guard beside her, came out. His strong muscles scared Hojiki and made him take several steps back. You mean, our Fushiko village is a place that doesn't keep its word and doesn't follow the rules? Although Chang Ye did not make any threatening expression. But she had an inexplicable aura just standing there. Yes, so let's duel. Fusa Shizue said quietly. Isn't she your fiancée? Why do you want to duel again all of a sudden? Hojiki approached Wang Li and whispered. Wang Li smiled bitterly, walked to Fuse Shizuka, and said seriously, "Things between men and women should be solved by two people fighting for their honor, not by dueling. What do you know? Shizuka also has her own difficulties." Chang Ye snorted coldly, her face looked extremely angry. Wang Li became distressed. According to the plot, Fuse Shizuka should not have met her first love yet, and should still be full of desire for love. Why is her mind full of duels? Sakigiri. Wang Li said tentatively. Suddenly, Shizuka Nadeshiko's face darkened, while Chang Yi's face was extremely angry. Rushed to Wang Li's side and grabbed Wang Li's collar with one hand. "Since you know it, why do you say it deliberately? What is your mentality?" Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. Sajiri was Shizuka Nadeshiko's first love and the only merchant who could enter and leave Nadeshiko village freely. Originally, the two were going to get married privately. But they were attacked and died. Since then, Shizuka Nadeshiko has blocked her heart and kept improving her strength. But the most important thing is that the two should not be together at this time. Butterfly effect. I refuse to duel. A person's marriage should not be determined by a duel. This is irresponsible to both people. And don't you think we are too young? Wang Li smiled awkwardly, then turned around and wanted to leave. Don't you think this is our mission? Shizuka Nadeshiko quickly walked in front of Wang Li and blocked his way. You just want to duel, I'll come with you, don't bother me after the fight. Hojiki snorted coldly, drew out the demon-slashing sword and held it in front of him. I'm not going to duel with you, but with Jiraiya's apprentice. Shizuka Nadeshiko ignored Hojiki and continued to stare at Wang Li. The young and energetic Hojiki was immediately dissatisfied and rushed towards Shizuka Nadeshiko with the demon-slashing sword. That's not up to you. Shizuka Nadeshiko was not in a hurry when she saw Hojiki rushing towards her. She quickly stepped back a few steps and then threw her robe out. Since you want to fight, I'll deal with you first, and then fight him. Nadeshiko style. Vacuum dance. Countless kunai were thrown out from Shizuka Nadeshiko's hands at once, as dense as drizzle. Wang Li, who was standing aside, was almost injured by mistake, but fortunately he reacted quickly. However, Suijutsu Hojiki was not so lucky, and was hit by dozens of kunai. Fortunately, Suijutsu Hojiki knew how to use the water transformation technique, and all the kunai went through her body directly. However, looking at Suijutsu Hojiki's expression, it was not as relaxed as it appeared. Wang Li couldn't help laughing. Shizuka Nadeshiko's Nadeshiko style, vacuum dance was just throwing kunai at a high speed, which was at most a shuriken technique. So the system didn't prompt. Wang Li was a little confused about the water transformation technique of Suijutsu Hojiki. Why hadn't he copied it? The battle became more and more intense. Suijutsu Hojiki relied on the water transformation technique to approach Shizuka Nadeshiko with difficulty. Shizuka Nadeshiko also saw such a strange ninjutsu for the first time, and was panicked for a while. Ninjutsu. Lower cyclone. Ding dong. Identify ninjutsu, lower cyclone. Shizuka Nadeshiko put one hand to her mouth, then took a deep breath and blew it out vigorously. Suddenly a strong wind blew towards Suijutsu Hojiki. Suijutsu Hojiki could resist it a little at first, but later the wind pressure became stronger and stronger, and the whole person was blown away. Suijutsu Hojiki climbed up from the ground unwillingly. At this time, her body seemed to be melting, and water kept dripping down. It was the same as the situation when they first met at Orochimaru's base before. It was obviously almost at the limit. Damn, this woman is really powerful, but don't underestimate me. As Suizuki Hojiki was about to rush forward, Wang Li stretched out his hand to block her way. That's enough. With your current strength, you are no match for him. The water transformation technique is indeed very strong, but Suizuki Hojiki is only 13 years old now. And he has just acquired the demon slashing sword and is not familiar with it yet. There is still a gap between him and Shizuka Nadeshiko, who has been fighting non-stop. If he continues, Suizuki Hojiki can hurt the opponent, but he is afraid that he will also be seriously injured. Wang Li casually threw the water bottle on his waist to Suizuki Hojiki, then walked forward a few steps and said, "I am your opponent, but it is just a simple competition. Don't talk about not getting married. Win first and then talk." Chang Ye sneered and began to seal with his hands. Then he slapped the ground hard. Earth escape. Earth prison. For a while, the surrounding ground kept shaking, and all the surrounding trees fell down one by one, leaving a piece of empty space. At the outermost edge, countless rocks were erected to surround Wang Li and others. It looked like the Colosseum in Rome. Ding dong! Identify the ninjutsu Earth Release, Earth Prison. Okay, let's start the competition. Chang Ye shouted softly and then left quickly, and when Hojiki Kazuki, who was sitting on the ground, saw the situation, he hurried to the side. Ding dong! Trigger the selection task. 1. Defeat Shizuka Nadeshiko. Reward, win a tribute chakra. 2. Defeat Shizuka Nadeshiko with one hand. Reward, Synthesis number 1. 3. Kill Shizuka Nadeshiko. Reward, Synthesis number 2. Wang Li couldn't help but be happy when he saw the reward. Now he has countless ideas for ninjutsu synthesis, such as whether Raise Nan and Chidori Senbon can launch Raise Nan. Thunder Prison and Great Fireball Technique, can they create a sea of fire? And whether 3 ninjutsu can be synthesized at the same time. The most important thing is to combine Uzumaki Naruto's Forbidden Technique with the Shadow Clone Technique. I had been watching The Last Chance to combine them, and I didn't dare to use them carelessly. Now the task has finally been refreshed. But after all, Wang Li and Shizuka Nadeshiko have no grudges against each other, and they even have a somewhat ambiguous relationship. It is really impossible for Wang Li to be so ruthless. I choose the second one. I'll give you one hand, come on. Chapter 65 Sealing the Acupoints. Shizuka Nadeshiko's face was filled with anger. I have been training hard for many years and have never failed. But the man in front of me looked down on me so much, which is definitely the biggest insult in my life. Shizuka Nadeshiko made up her mind secretly. After defeating this ignorant kid, I must make him regret it. Nadeshiko style. Booming wave gale fist. Shizuka Nadeshiko jumped high and then slammed it hard on the ground. For a moment, the stones on the ground flew up and bounced around like bullets. Ding dong! Identify the ninjutsu, Nadeshiko style. Booming wind punch. Wang Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and he was full of evil taste for a moment. Nadeshiko style. Booming wind punch. Wang Li jumped high like Shizuka Nadeshiko, and punched the ground. The chakra on his body kept gathering towards his arms, and a strong wind kept bombarding the ground. The ground exploded directly. Shizuka Nadeshiko's pupils shrank slightly, and she wanted to escape but was a beat too slow, and was directly thrown out by the exploded stones. How is it possible? Nadeshiko style, booming wind punch is a unique ninjutsu of Nadeshiko village. How can this kid do it? And this move is at least 3 times more powerful and has a greater range than Shizuka's. Chang Ye showed an expression of disbelief on his face, and said to himself. Shizuka Nadeshiko stood up from the ground unyielding, took out a kunao and stared at Wang Li with both eyes. How did you learn to use my ninjutsu? Who taught you, or have you been paying attention to our Nadeshiko village? Wang Li was proud. He smiled and showed his Sharingan. You just learned it. Your ninjutsu is my ninjutsu. And my ninjutsu is still mine. Shizuka Nadeshiko looked at Wang Li unwillingly and shouted. Nadeshiko style. Vacuum dance. Seeing countless kunao flying over, Wang Li was not in a hurry and began to seal with one hand. Lightning release. Senbon Chidori. Wang Li threw his hand, and countless needle-like arcs flew out. It's not that Wang Li couldn't continue to imitate this ninjutsu. It's just that the current Kunao shuriken is too expensive. Wang Li really couldn't bear to throw so many at once. The arcs collided with the kunao, and the light kept flashing for a while, and Shizuka Nadeshiko's kunao all fell to the ground. And a few arcs directly pierced Shizuka Nadeshiko, and she groaned immediately. Why can't I mobilize chakra? Shizuka Nadeshiko looked at her hands in horror. The ninjutsu that had been practiced for a long time could not be performed at this time, and even a part of the chakra in the body was difficult to mobilize. After trying several times, Shizuka Nadeshiko finally reacted and looked at Wang Li unwillingly. Wang Li walked towards Shizuka Nadeshiko confidently. Chidori Senbon is different from other ninjutsu derived from Chidori. Chidori Senbon has very little damage, at most causing paralysis. However, the main function of Chidori Senbon is to temporarily seal the enemy's meridians, causing the state of sealing acupoints, which is similar to the soft fist. If you can seal the opponent's acupoints in the battle, then the battle is half won. Although Wang Li doesn't know much about Venus acupoints, the value is that there are many Chidori Senbons. How about it, can you admit defeat? Although Shizuka Nadeshiko was very unwilling, chakra is the foundation of ninjas. If you can't use chakra, ninjas are just ordinary people who are stronger. I give up. Wang Li smiled slightly, walked to Shizuka Nadeshiko, and stretched out his hand to touch her. Although you are carrying the fate, there is no need to bind your heart. Shizuka Nadeshiko looked at Wang Li's handsome and sunny face, and her body couldn't help but tremble. His master also said this to him. But at that time, because of Sagiri's death, coupled with the unwillingness in his heart, he didn't take this to heart at all. Now Shizuka Nadeshiko has lost, and she has given up her insistence. When she heard this again, she couldn't help but waver in her heart. I understand what you mean, so can you help me unseal the acupoints? Wang Li was stunned for a moment. How could he unseal the acupoints? Even the knowledge of ninjas is half-baked, let alone unsealing the acupoints. This thing will be unsealed after a while, just wait a while. How long? You should know how important chakra is to ninjas. Wang Li's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Who knows how long this seal will last, and judging from the look on Nadeshiko Shizuka's face, she will never give up until it is lifted. You look like you don't know, so I'll follow you until the seal is lifted. Wang Li's mouth twitched. If the ship is repaired faster and the seal is automatically lifted slower, wouldn't it be completely on him? Going to the land of water at this time is exactly in the legendary blood mist. Wang Li must be cautious. If he brings another burden, something will happen sooner or later. Just when Wang Li was in a state of panic, he thought of Tsunade's palm technique when she helped him lift the seal set by Shizuan. He only needed to find the right position to quickly lift the seal. Point to the position you just hit, and I'll help you. Nadeshiko Shizuka nodded slightly, and a hint of shame suddenly appeared on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she pointed her right hand at her left hand. Wang Li put his hand on it without hesitation, and everything became clear with the palm magic. Although Wang Li didn't see it with his eyes, he could clearly feel the chakra flowing in her body when he put his hand on Shizuka Fuko's hand. At a certain position, there was a violent thunder attribute chakra, blocking the direction of the chakra like a roadblock. Wang Li slowly mobilized the chakra to stimulate the acupuncture points. As Shizuka Fuko's body trembled slightly, the chakra flow on her arm instantly returned to normal. Shizuka Fuko's face was happy, and then she looked a little disappointed. It's indeed unobstructed, so there's this next. Shizuka Fuko said, moving her fingers to her thigh. Wang Li hesitated, but didn't think much about it. He put his palm on it again and began to use chakra. After a few seconds, the thunder attribute chakra was eliminated by the palm magic. Shizuka Fuko moved her feet a few times and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Then Shizuka Fuko walked to Wang Li, pointed at her abdomen and urged. Here. Wang Li gritted his teeth and then put his hand on it. The abdomen is the central position of chakra. All chakra must flow out from the abdomen. Now that Shizuka Nadeshiko has been hit by 3 Chidori Senbon in a row, it would be strange if she could mobilize chakra. Soon the lightning attribute chakra was cleared, and Shizuka Nadeshiko blushed all of a sudden. Seeing where Shizuka Nadeshiko's finger stayed, Wang Li's heart was filled with 10,000 alpacas running past. And Shizuka Nadeshiko's scarred change eye grabbed the collar of Suijutsu Kizuki with one hand and dragged her away like trash. Wait! Let me take another look. Take another look and I'll poke you blind. Chapter 66 Arrival at the Land of Water. After Wang Li's efforts, the acupuncture points on Shizuka Nadeshiko were almost lifted. And the remaining ones were in an awkward position. Even if Wang Li was extremely thick-skinned, he was too embarrassed to stick to her and perform the palm immortal technique. However, the remaining ones did not hinder the normal use of ninjutsu, and Shizuka Nadeshiko would never find it unless she looked at it deliberately. Now that the acupuncture points are lifted, can you go back to the village? Wang Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled slightly. Go back to the village? Why should I go back to the village? Shizuka Nadeshiko looked at Wang Li innocently. Wang Li was stunned. Although he had been instilled with the idea that the more beautiful a girl's words are, the more you can't believe them since he was a child. But this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Didn't you say that you would let me leave after the acupuncture points were lifted? Yes, I let you leave. But we just happened to be on the same road, so what can we do? Wang Li's mouth twitched, feeling that he had been completely tricked. Just as he was about to explain, Shizuka Fuko said again, "You have done this to me, do you want to just pat your butt and leave?" Wang Li suddenly felt that he could not wash himself clean even if he jumped into the sea. Just now, he had such an intimate action to help Shizuka Fuko unseal the acupoints. But even so, Wang Li always kept his distance. But the thing he least wanted to happen still happened. Wang Li gave up completely. Shizuka Fuko was stubborn, otherwise she would not have kept training after Seigi's death. Since she had made up her mind, she was afraid that she could not turn back before a stronger impact. So Wang Li also gave up persuading her. For a while, Wang Li had a little tail. No matter what Wang Li did, Shizuka Fuko followed behind him. Even when Wang Li was peeing, he could see Shizuka Fuko's surprised expression when he turned his head. Wang Li took advantage of Shizuka Nadeshiko not noticing and quickly ran to Suijutsu Kizuki. He hooked one hand around her neck. And the other hand began to generate arcs. Suijutsu, I'm not a hard-talking person. Go and persuade them to leave, or try electrotherapy. Suijutsu Kizuki felt like crying. She kept leaning back, afraid that Wang Li's Chidori would accidentally irritate her. You're making things difficult for me. Those two women are so powerful. I'll just die if I go up. Just as Wang Li was holding Chidori and having friendly discussions with Suijutsu Kizuki, a crew member walked over with steady steps. When he saw Wang Li hooking Suijutsu Kizuki's neck with his arm, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Dear guests, the ship has been repaired and can set sail at any time. Wang Li's face was filled with ecstasy. As long as the ship could go out to sea, everything would be easy. Wang Li was still worried before. If the ship was not repaired and stayed here overnight, would something dangerous happen? By then, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Seeing Wang Li's movement, Shizuka Fuko hurried over, but before she could say anything, a pair of blood-red pupils appeared in her eyes. For a moment, Shizuka Fuko and Chang Yi's eyes were dull. Taking this opportunity, Wang Li hurriedly pulled the collar of Hojiki Kizuki and ran to the boat at a high speed. After the boat started moving, Wang Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shizuka Fuko recovered, but when she saw the boat slowly leaving, her whole face turned black. Asshole, you actually used illusion. But remember, no matter where you run to, I, Shizuka Fuko, will find you and become your wife. Chang Ye sighed helplessly. After so many years of contact, I know Shizuka Fuko's character very well. As long as she is determined, no one can pull her back. But after observation, Wang Li is indeed worthy of being the husband of Fuko village. After a few days of sailing, Wang Li lay on the deck, his breathing becoming disordered. I should have stayed there, this ship is too torturous. Ugh! Wang Li was no longer simply seasick, but suffered from a series of complications caused by seasickness. Hungry and dehydrated. Hojiki held food in one hand and water in the other, squatting in front of Wang Li. It's just a boat ride, why is it so serious? Wang Li's mouth twitched, and he formed seals with both hands. For a moment, Wang Li's whole body was full of lightning, and Hojiki, who was eating innocently on the side, was instantly affected by the Chidori flow, and his whole body began to twitch constantly. Kikikikik, man, how many times have you used lightning escape? All the fish in the boat were electrocuted by you. Even if you don't want to eat, we can't stand your lightning escape. Wang Li smiled awkwardly. The deck was full of seawater that was hit. Every time Wang Li taught Hojiki the suicidal Hojiki a lesson, everyone on the deck would be baptized by an electric shock. After a few times, no one could be seen on the deck. In short, we will soon arrive at the land of water, so you should be quiet. Hearing the words soon, Wang Li's eyes suddenly lit up and he climbed up with difficulty. As expected, a large piece of land appeared in the mist in front of the ship. However, as one of the 5 major countries, there were few ships near the dock of the water country. Wang Li! Don't jump off the boat again! Plop! Before Gui Deng Shuiyu could finish her words, she heard a sound of falling into the water. Gui Deng Shuiyu's mouth twitched constantly, and she flipped over helplessly. When the captain saw the 2 people jumping off the boat, he was overjoyed and turned his head to the cabin and shouted, "Quick! Turn the bow! This demon is finally gone!" The captain was in a bitter mood, and he had to be baptized by the lightning escape every day. He didn't dare to say or ask. The route that usually takes 10 days to complete was completed in 5 days under Wang Li's urging. Wang Li will definitely be blacklisted in the future. Wang Li ran quickly, and he didn't look like a salted fish on the deck before. At this moment, it was like a beast that had been hungry for a long time, and it went crazy after seeing food. Although Gui Deng Shuiyu had trained for a few days, his ability to walk on water was still far inferior to Wang Li. He could only watch Wang Li move away from him. 3 Mist Village ninjas were discussing something on the shore. Suddenly, one of them stood up and frowned at the sea. "Look, sir, 2 ninjas are approaching." The one called Sir was a woman with long orange-yellow hair, giving people a mature beauty. Although our water country is relatively chaotic, it is definitely not a place where other countries can easily investigate spies. Since they are coming, leave them here. The female ninja fiddled with her hair and showed a sly smile at the corner of her mouth. "Yes. Then kill them all." "No. Remember to catch them alive, there may be unexpected surprises." As soon as the voice fell, the 2 male ninjas quickly formed a seal, and a thick fog floated over, hiding the 3 people directly. Chapter 67 Ambush on the Beach. Wang Li ran to the beach and immediately fell to the ground, breathing heavily. After 5 days of baptism in the sea, it felt good to stand on the ground for the first time. Sure enough, people should stand on the ground. About 5 minutes later, Gui Deng Shuiyu stumbled to the beach. When he saw Wang Li with a satisfied look on his face, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. "Hey! Do you want to jump off the boat every time?" As soon as Gui Deng Shuiyu finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly jumped out quickly. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. For a moment, a water dragon kept circling and rushed straight towards Wang Li. Wang Li frowned. Although he looked very weak, he was definitely not vague between life and death. Multiple shadow clones technique. For a moment, there were about 50 or 60 shadow clones on the beach, but each one just came out and immediately fell to the ground like a dead fish. Wang Li's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that his shadow clone was so unreliable. Since he couldn't rely on his shadow clone, he could only rely on himself. Wang Li dragged his tired body and began to make seals with his hands. Since the opponent used the water dragon bullet technique, he would use it too. Water escape. Water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon was pulled up from the sea surface at once. After twisting a few times in the air, it rushed towards the opponent's water dragon. Bang! The two water dragons collided with each other, and the water splashed all over the sky. And Wang Li's water dragon still stood in the air with vigor, looking at the two ninjas in front of him with contempt. Let you taste the water dragon bullet technique too. Damn this kid, what's his background? He has such a strong chakra at such a young age. Which ninja village is so stupid that it sent such a genius as an undercover? Did it offend someone? Wang Li's water dragon kept raging between the two. However, even if the speed of the water dragon bullet technique is fast, but not as fast as the ninja's high-speed movement. So each time, although it seemed that the two were pressed very tightly, they did not threaten each other at all. Keep wasting time, I wonder how long this kid can last. A ninja's mouth corners slightly raised, and his eyes looked at Wang Li as if he was looking at an idiot. The body dodged the water dragon casually, and each time controlled at the extreme distance. It looked like it was almost hit, but it was dodged every time. This time the water dragon continued to attack, and swooped to the two ninjas. When the water dragon passed by the two people, a big knife slashed out from it and hit one of the ninjas directly. Damn, why is there a person in it? And this is not the demon slashing big knife. The remaining ninja became solemn. Never thought that someone could hide in the water dragon bullet. But when he saw the body of Hojiki Suijutsu, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Water transformation technique. I remember that all the members of the Hojiki family died in the rebellion. Who is this person? The Hojiki family was once very famous in the Hidden Mist village. The second generation Mizukage was from the Hojiki family. However, due to the decree of the fourth generation Mizukage, the major families were suppressed in all aspects, which led to the rebellion of the Hojiki family. But how could the power of the family be compared with the power of the Mizukage? After struggling for a while, he was completely wiped out. Wang Li's mouth corners slightly raised. He had many means, and the lightning escape technique was the most effective against the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village. And Wang Li chose to use water escape technique just to train Hojiki Suijutsu. After all, Wang Li invited Hojiki Suijutsu not to drag his feet, but to assist Terumi Mei. Wang Li. Another round, let me kill the remaining person too. Okay, seize the opportunity. Wang Li smiled slightly, and then drove the water dragon towards the ninja. The water dragon circled around Shinobi non-stop, and Suijutsu Kizuki was lurking in the water dragon, ready to attack at any time. And at this moment, a huge water ball suddenly fell from the sky. Wang Li's pupils shrank sharply, and he couldn't even control the water dragon bullet, and quickly retreated. When the water ball touched the ground, it spread rapidly around. Fortunately, Wang Li dodged in time. However, Suijutsu Kizuki was not so lucky, and the whole person was trapped in the water escape. Even with the water transformation technique, it is difficult to escape the restraint of the water escape. The reaction is pretty good, kid. Wang Li trembled all over, feeling that he was hugged by a pair of soft hands, and behind him was a pair of soft giants. Looking at the kunai across his neck, Wang Li smiled disapprovingly. You missed the best time to kill me. As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, a light blue electric light appeared all over his body. The person behind him was hit by the electric arc, and his whole body kept twitching, and then suddenly turned into a pool of water and fell to the ground. Water clone. Wang Li hurriedly opened the Sharingan. Dealing with two chunins can give Hojiki some training, but the one hiding in the dark must have the strength of a jonin. Even Wang Li must take it seriously. At this time, the surroundings were shrouded in thick fog. Although it was not so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, it had a great impact on the Sharingan. Moreover, Wang Li had much less practical experience than those real jonins. In such a harsh environment, he fell into a passive position all of a sudden. Ninjutsu. Down whirlwind. Wang Li put one hand in front of him, took a deep breath and then blew it out. Suddenly a hurricane blew out, blowing away all the thick fog in front of him. A figure hurriedly began to dodge. Long brown hair? Woman. Wang Li didn't dare to look down on the other party just because she was a woman. After all, no one who could become a jonin was a good person. If you underestimate the other party, it is easy to send yourself to the gallows. Although the thick fog in front of Wang Li was blown away, there was still thick fog on both sides. And the lower whirlwind effect just disappeared, and the thick fog gathered again. Damn it, if that's the case, don't blame me. Wang Li snorted coldly, his hands kept making seals, and then squatted down and pressed his hands on the sand. Sand escape. Sand waterfall funeral. In an instant, with Wang Li as the center, ripples kept pushing outward. Feeling the sharp drop in chakra, I have to admire Gaara's amazing chakra amount. You know, the current sand is not as good as 1/10 of Gaara's previous time. And Wang Li closed his eyes and felt the information sent back by the sand. Caught, let's see where you run this time. For a while, the surrounding sand kept shaking, and it lasted about 10 seconds before it stopped. Sand ninja? With this age and such a large amount of chakra, could it be Gaara? A beautiful voice came over, but Wang Li couldn't be happy. He's not dead yet, what's his origin? You want me dead so much? It's a pity for my little brother, my sister is still alive and well. As soon as the voice fell, footsteps kept coming from the surrounding sand. And the footsteps were getting closer and closer, as if they were right next to my ears. Damn it, let's do it again. The sand waterfall burial just now consumed a lot of Wang Li's chakra. But this time it doesn't need to cover so much, just a piece nearby will do. Too slow, I'm already here. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat and he turned his head to look. Mei Terumi. 100 million bounty target. Chapter 68 Cooperation. Mei Terumi. Stop it, we are not enemies, I'm here to help you. Wang Li's first mission in the land of water this time is to steal ninjutsu. The second is to help Mei Terumi end the blood mist and help her ascend to the seat of Mizukage. Of course, Wang Li is not a saint. After all, even if Wang Li didn't show up, Mei Terumi would have successfully ascended the throne of Mizukage. Wang Li's appearance was to make Mei Terumi owe him a favor, cultivate his own power, and disrupt Uchiha Obito's rhythm. The main purpose was to rely on this Shura field to exercise his actual combat ability. Since it was discovered that this female ninja was the future 5th Mizukage, Wang Li naturally had no need to fight. Mei Terumi heard what Wang Li said and quickly retreated, keeping a distance from him. Looking at Wang Li with vigilant eyes. Oh? Did you betray Konoha just to help me? But do you think I need your help? Mei Terumi folded her arms and smiled charmingly. There are people who die in the blood mist every day. Even if it ends one day earlier, the death toll can be reduced. Wang Li was not afraid that Mei Terumi would not believe it. Because the current Kirigakure village has been destroyed for many years and is on the verge of collapse. Countless Kirigakure ninjas died because of this. Now someone comes to help, Mei Terumi is naturally more than happy. Your strength is fine, but I'm curious about what kind of person you are that Konoha has issued such a wanted order. Mei Terumi said, pulling out a flyer from her chest and throwing it at Wang Li. Wang Li caught the flyer and could still vaguely feel its temperature. Oh my god! 100 million! Where did that woman get so much money? Wang Li stared at the wanted order in front of him in amazement. Most of the wanted order was Wang Li's self-portrait, but Wang Li in the self-portrait looked hateful and looked like a villain at first glance. And below the self-portrait was a string of numbers. It started with a 1 and ended with 8 zeros. Wang Li had never thought that he would be so valuable one day. We need to capture you alive and escort you to Konoha safely. You need to have food and drink on the way and you can't get hurt at all, otherwise you will be the enemy of the entire Konoha. Did you abandon the new Hokage of Konoha, so she issued such a wanted order? Wang Li smiled bitterly. In a sense, he really abandoned Tsunade. After seeing this content, Wang Li felt warm in his heart. I am here to help you, not to explain to you. You don't need to know what happened between me and the Hokage. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment. She never thought that the kid in front of her was so strong. However, only strong people can do great things by cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. But it is absolutely impossible to completely trust Wang Li. After all, the bodies of those who completely trust the ninjas of the enemy ninja village have long been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Oh? How are you going to help me? Terumi Mei looked at Wang Li with interest. Kill the 4th generation. Terumi Mei trembled all over, and then an angry expression appeared on her face. You actually said in front of me that you want to kill our Mizukage. Do you believe I will kill you now? Only by killing the 4th generation can the blood mist end, and do you think the current Yagura is still the same as before? For a while, Terumi Mei touched her chin and thought. Yagura was a relatively gentle person at first, but suddenly became brutal. Although the internal strife in the Hidden Mist village has been going on. But the decrees issued by Yagura after taking office have completely exceeded the scope of internal strife. And the voices of Yagura changing people are getting louder and louder. This is Suijutsu Kizuki scratching his head and walking over. The demon slashing sword was dragged on the ground by him, leaving a deep gully. So you know each other. Fortunately the 2 knives I cut just now were not too deep, so no one should be killed. Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief, and when she saw Suijutsu Kizuki, her eyebrows frowned directly. Suijutsu? Aren't you dead? Don't curse me, I'm alive and well. Hojiki looked at Mei Terumi impatiently. Although he survived, his entire family was killed. Even his brother Hojiki Mangetsu died. Wang Li, right? It seems that you are well prepared for this trip to Kirigakure. For the sake of the Hojiki family, I can spare you. You can tell me your plan. The appearance of Hojiki made Mei Terumi less vigilant. Kill the 4th generation and let you sit on the 5th generation Mizukage. Even if Yagura of Karatachi dies, the position of Mizukage will not be my turn, and with your current strength, you want to kill the 4th generation. Mei Terumi sneered, with a disdainful smile on her face. Of course not to kill directly, you help me get close to Yagura of Karatachi, and then I will help him to execute the decree more crazily and completely suppress the major families to the limit. Wang Li paused halfway through his words and looked at Mei Terumi with a smirk. Mei Terumi's mouth corners slightly raised, obviously she had understood Wang Li's plan. Then I will recruit those families, and you will be more and more valued by Yagura, and finally. Yes, that's the rhythm. What do you think? Terumi Mei's face became more and more angry, and her eyes couldn't help but burst into fire. Suddenly, a huge spring of water appeared under Wang Li's feet, instantly covering Wang Li and Hojiki Kizuki. You actually planned so much that you even wanted to kill our Mizukage. It's really unforgivable. Terumi Mei said, turning her head to the 2 chunins in the distance. You 2 come here, catch these 2 spies, I want to personally deliver them to Mizukage. The 2 ninjas in the distance were stunned for a moment, and then ran over quickly. Ming Terumi, since they are spies, can't we just kill them directly? Kill? These 2 people, one is a wanted criminal worth 100 million. The other is the remnant of Hojiki Kizuki who has the water transformation technique. It is more useful to catch him than to kill him. Terumi Mei smiled charmingly and blew a kiss to Wang Li. Suddenly, a thick fog gushed out of his mouth, directly covering the two mist ninjas. Ding dong! Identify ninjutsu, boiling release, trick of mist, no bloodline limit, cannot be used. For a while, the two mist ninjas kept struggling, their clothes were dissolved bit by bit, and finally there was no sound of struggle. Terumi Mei put away her ninjutsu, and the two had completely disappeared from the world. The water prison jutsu stopped working. Wang Li and Hojiki Mizuki looked at Terumi Mei in confusion. What happened? Don't worry, these two guys were sent by Yagura to supervise me, and if your plan gets out, you and I will die. So be careful. Terumi Mei said and yawned with her hand, as if what she just did was an insignificant thing. Then let's go into the village first. How to implement this plan specifically must be considered in the long run. Chapter 69 Mizuki without status. It turns out that Terumi Mei was pretending before, in order to paralyze the other two. Wang Li almost used Chidori flow, but luckily he stopped in time. At this moment, Wang Li's stomach started to growl, and he couldn't help but collapse. Miss Terumi Mei, can you let me eat something first? I'm thirsty and hungry now. Terumi Mei looked at Wang Li helplessly. She was almost killed by such a person just now. But there's nothing to eat now. You wait. Wang Li smiled slightly, and then ran to the sea. Chidori. As Wang Li shouted, lightning flashed, and fish floated up with their bellies turned upside down. Not long after, Wang Li ran back with more than a dozen fish. And Kizuki had collected a lot of dry firewood without knowing when, and her eyes kept shining. Wang Li, I want 5 this time. You just ate 1, and Mei Terumi is here too, so you can only eat 2. Wang Li. I hate you. Mei Terumi smiled helplessly, waved her hand and said indifferently, you guys eat, I'm not hungry. It's not that Mei Terumi is not hungry. It's just that as a seaside ninja village, fish is what she eats the most since she was a child. And looking at Wang Li's appearance, he doesn't look like someone who can grill anything delicious. After a while, the fish meat was slowly roasted over a low fire, and waves of fragrance kept floating out. And after Wang Li sprinkled some special seasonings, the fragrance was even more fragrant. Mei Terumi, who was used to eating sea fish, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Ms. Mei Terumi, how about eating 1? When she heard that Wang Li was going to give the fish to Mei Terumi, Suijutsu Kizuki gave a murderous look. But Suijutsu Kizuki saw Wang Li's eyes and shrank his head back directly. I don't want to eat it. Mei Terumi shouted out very bravely, but because she was too greedy, her saliva suddenly flowed out and she sprayed Wang Li's face. For a moment, Mei Terumi's face turned slightly red, but she pretended to be calm and picked up a fish and took a small bite with her mouth. Suddenly, Mei Terumi's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new world. She ate all the fish bite by bite. Then, without Wang Li giving her anything, she went to get the second one. And her mouth changed from a small mouth to a big mouth, and she ate it all in no time. When Mei Terumi was about to take the third one, she found that the two were looking at her non-stop. Mei Terumi's face turned slightly red, but she had no intention of giving in at all. These fish were sprayed with my saliva just now. You don't want to eat them again, do you? I don't care, said Hojiki as she was about to reach out to take them, and suddenly found that a pair of beautiful eyes of Mei Terumi were looking at her with murderous eyes. Then Hojiki's fingers trembled and she quickly took them back. She looked at Wang Li for help. Wang Li smiled bitterly and ran to the sea again. With a flash of lightning, dozens of fish were brought back. When the fish were almost cooked, Wang Li suddenly saw Mei Terumi licking her lips with an eager expression on her face. Ms. Mei Terumi, if you want to eat, just take it directly, but don't spit saliva again. For a moment, Mei Terumi's face turned red to her neck. Do you believe that I will not spit saliva next time? Wang Li shuddered all over. Mei Terumi is a rare dual bloodline limit owner, with boiling escape and dissolving escape. Even the armor of Susanoo can be dissolved, let alone Wang Li's body. Sui you can only eat one string. Why? Why can I only eat one string? This is not fair. Wang Li smiled slightly, raised his right hand, and countless arcs kept jumping. Okay. Wang Li nodded with satisfaction, completely ignoring the pitiful look of Gui Deng Shui Yu. After eating and drinking, Wang Li lay on the beach with satisfaction. Mei Terumi licked her fingers with satisfaction, turned her head and came to Wang Li. I didn't expect that you are such a good cook at such a young age. Your wife will have a good time. Wang Li rolled his eyes at Mei Terumi. Why are women in the ninja world like this? Can you marry a wife with a grilled fish? You must have a house, a car, and savings. Even if you catch her, the bride price is difficult for ordinary people to handle. I'm still young, why do you think so much? Mei Terumi smiled slightly, put her hands on Wang Li's shoulders, and joked, look at me, although I'm a little old, I can take care of people. Wang Li shuddered all over. That move boiling release, skillful mist technique came out of his mouth. If he makes Mei Terumi unhappy, it will evaporate completely. Let's go into the village first. Hey, don't be so anxious, at least teach me how to barbecue. Entering the hidden mist village, the village is shrouded in mist everywhere. This time, I didn't bring Suijutsu Kizuki with me. Because his beheading sword is too famous and too conspicuous. If I enter the village, I'm afraid I will be discovered at the first time. There are not many people coming and going in the village, and even if I meet them, they are tired. Even many people have sadness on their faces. This is the most real hidden mist village, where ninjas are sacrificing all the time. Those ninjas who are for the village and their families have become victims all of a sudden. Wang Li smiled bitterly. Since the blood mist, the genie clan was exterminated, and the Kagaya clan was exterminated, and the sadness of death was everywhere. In fact, it is not impossible to deal with Kujira Yagura as long as all the families gather together. However, each family is unwilling to be the first to take action. When their strength is weakened again and again, it is too late to take action. This is our temporary base. The base changes every week, so we are not afraid of being discovered by the Anbu. Wang Li looked at the so-called base in front of him and laughed awkwardly. Rather than calling it a base, it is better to say that it is a few thatched houses, and there are even holes on the roof. Walking into the base, several ninjas sat on the ground to rest. One of the little boys wearing glasses immediately attracted Wang Li's attention. Kojuro. Kojuro turned his head immediately when he heard someone calling his name. Miss Terumi Mei, who is this? Terumi Mei smiled evilly, stepped back a few steps and said, friend from the land of fire. Yes, I am here. Wang Li was halfway through his words when he found that everyone in the room stood up. A pair of eyes stared at Wang Li like a wolf. And everyone put their hands on the ninja bag, which was not a friendly welcome. Wang Li looked at Terumi Mei helplessly. But Terumi Mei pretended not to see it, sat on a chair beside her, played with her hair, and seemed to say come on to Wang Li. Oh my! I've been tricked again. Chapter 70 Raise Nan plus Chidori Senbon. Kojuro took off the double swords behind him, revealing a short sword wrapped in layers of bandages. Wang Li did not dare to be careless at all. Because this double sword is Flounder. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kojuro, with Flounder, the more he fights, the stronger his combat power. At the beginning, Kojuro used this trick to directly blow away Uchiha Sasuke who opened Susanoo. His strength is definitely not to be underestimated. When the nearby ninjas were about to rush up, one of the men stretched out his hand to stop everyone and walked up himself. Wang Li was not happy at all. Because this person was Ao. One of Mei Terumi's confidants. His right eye was covered with an eye patch, but underneath was actually a white eye. Therefore, Ao had always been a wanted person in Konoha. Ao and Kojuro stood on both sides of Wang Li, one on the left and one on the right, and were fully prepared for the battle. Wang Li smiled helplessly. The Hidden Mist Village is a fighting nation. All ninjas must kill one of their classmates after graduating from the school. Although the decree had to be changed because Zabuza Momokai killed an entire class 10 years ago. But the blood in the bones of the Hidden Mist Village has not diminished at all. If you just run away, you will be treated as a soft bone by the Hidden Mist Ninja and be bullied by others. Since you are here, then go ahead. Multiple shadow clone technique. More than a dozen shadow clones appeared in the small room at once. Kojuro rushed up without hesitation, and several shadow clones exploded instantly after a few slashes. Ching made seals with both hands, and water droplets gathered on his fingers. Water style. Qin Glong's hand. Ding dong. Identify ninjutsu, water style, Qin Glong's hand. Without the support of the Byakugan, it cannot cause the effect of sealing the acupoints. A water droplet flew straight towards Wang Li, breaking 2 shadow clones along the way. Wang Li didn't dare to use his body to block it, and dodged quickly. The water droplet brushed past Wang Li, and his clothes were directly pierced. Before Wang Li could completely stand firm, Kojuro came to Wang Li with the flounder. Damn fast speed! Wang Li quickly made seals with both hands, and lightning flashed all over his body. Lightning style. Chidori style. Just as Kojuro was about to cut Wang Li, the arc of electricity on his body directly hit Kojuro. Kojuro had to retreat. The place where he was hit was already charred. Damn, this Konoha ninja is so powerful. As soon as Kojuro finished speaking, dozens of fine needles gathered by lightning chakra approached rapidly. Although he quickly dodged, one of them still hit his arm. For a moment, Kojuro's arm became numb, and even chakra was difficult to mobilize. At this time, 5 water clones of Qing ran towards Wang Li and surrounded Wang Li. At this time, Wang Li's body began to expand until it reached a limit. Bang! The violent shock wave caused by the explosion instantly blew away the roof, and several water clones of Qing were directly broken. What a fast speed! When did he perform the speed? This kid is really terrifying. If he is given a chance to grow, he will be the next Konoha White Fang. Wang Li hid behind a tree, gritting his teeth and observing the dynamics in the broken house. Damn, dealing with 2 of those guys at the same time, I will definitely lose if I continue like this. Wang Li knew very well that Qing had white eyes, and it was only a matter of time before he was discovered hiding here. In order to defeat the 2 of them, or even more, a ninjutsu with fast speed and strong attack power is necessary. It seems that we can only fight. The system selects the synthesis of Rei's Nan and Chidori Senbon. Ding dong. Identifying ninjutsu. Ding dong. Ninjutsu synthesis drill is completed. Ding dong. Identify ninjutsu synthesis Chidori Senbon, Rei's Nan, synthesis success rate 30%, synthesis failure rate 69%, ninjutsu mutation rate 1%, whether to synthesize. Remaining synthesis times 2. Compared with the previous flying thunder breaking technique, this success rate is already very high. There is a success rate of 1 in 3 synthesis, which is definitely worth a try. The probability of ninjutsu mutation is still 1%, which seems to be a fixed value. Synthesis. Ding dong. Synthesis in progress, please wait. Ding dong. Synthesis failed, please keep trying. Remaining synthesis times 1. Wang Li frowned, and the synthesis opportunity that only came once after completing several tasks was gone. This made Wang Li feel very painful. However, Wang Li could not hesitate, and immediately gritted his teeth and shouted. Continue to synthesize. Ding dong. Identify the ninjutsu and synthesize Chidori Senbon, Rei's Nan, synthesis success rate 30%, synthesis failure rate 69%, ninjutsu mutation rate 1%. Do you want to synthesize? Remaining synthesis times 1. Synthesize. Ding dong. Ninjutsu synthesis in progress. Ding dong. Ninjutsu synthesis successful. Remaining synthesis times 0. Ding dong. Obtained ninjutsu, lightning release, spiral needle. Wang Li's face was filled with ecstasy. Not only because the ninjutsu synthesis was successful, but also because it was exactly the same as the ninjutsu he had imagined. They were all needle-type ninjutsu. Although Chidori Senbon was fast and numerous and could cause acupuncture points to be sealed, its attack power was too low. If it did not hit the key parts, it would not create a decisive advantage at all. The paralysis effect caused by the lightning attribute chakra was also very short in duration. But now the spiral needle was completely different. On the basis of the original Senbon Chidori, the characteristics of the Rasengan's rotation were added, and the performance of penetration and instant blasting was increased. After hitting the enemy, it can instantly inflict great damage to the opponent. If it hits the key part, it can even kill the person with one blow. Now with the new ninjutsu, Wang Li's confidence increased immediately, and he jumped out and looked at the two people provocatively. Kojuro, who was about to rush forward, saw Wang Li suddenly appear and quickly retreated. His eyes kept asking for help from Qing beside him. Qing, this kid didn't set any traps, did he? Qing used his white eyes to confirm 3 times in a row, and then nodded slightly. I didn't find any ambush, but I don't know why he is so confident. Since there is no ambush, you support me from a distance, and I will take his life. Wang Li looked at Kojuro running over, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Then his hands kept making seals. Suddenly, dozens of chakra balls appeared in front of Wang Li, and light blue arcs kept jumping on the balls. As Wang Li kept making seals, the chakra balls quickly turned into thin needles, which looked only as thick as a strand of hair. Thunder escape. Spiral needle. As Wang Li roared, dozens of thin needles with jumping arcs flew out. Wherever they passed, the air directly rotated, bringing a huge cyclone behind the thin needles. Qing saw the thin needles in front of him and felt the abundant chakra in them. His pupils suddenly shrank and he shouted at Kojuro. Kojuro, get out of the way. This is completely different from before. Mei Terumi, who had been sitting calmly on the chair, also stood up and shouted, not good. Kojuro, run. Chapter 71 I really don't like this. Kojuro heard the two people shouting and hurriedly flew back to both sides. 3 flying needles flew past Kojuro in succession. Although they did not hit him directly, the cyclone behind them directly shredded Kojuro's clothes, and even the flesh and blood under his clothes. Kojuro groaned suddenly, and the severe pain kept stimulating his nerves, and cold sweat broke out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, it's so powerful without a direct hit. If it had hit directly. Kojuro didn't dare to think about it any further, fearing that if he continued to think about it, his will to fight would be completely shattered. At this time, the flying needles continued to attack, and Kojuro quickly twisted his body to try to avoid the next few flying needles. 1, 2, 3. Flying needles flew past Kojuro one by one. Although none of them hit him, his body had already been bleeding all over the floor, several muscles were torn, and even white bones could be seen. Bang! The first few flying needles hit the ground and suddenly made a violent explosion. A circular pit of nearly half a meter in diameter was directly blown up on the ground, and the arc could be seen jumping in the center of the circular pit. When Kojuro saw the explosion behind him, his heart trembled. This was more damage than he had expected before. If it hit someone directly, it would not just be a simple injury, but he would be killed on the spot. Kojuro, be careful! Mei Terumi and Qing shouted in unison. Kojuro turned his head and his heart beat rapidly. At this time, the flying needles were almost in front of him, and there was no room to dodge. Am I going to die? Kojuro completely gave up resistance, closed his eyes and felt his life flashing before his eyes, and couldn't help showing an unwilling smile at the corner of his mouth. Wang Li. This is just a test, stop it quickly. Kojuro is one of the few confidants of Mei Terumi, and he has good strength. If he is given a few more years, he will definitely have the strength of an elite ninja. Even if he is given a little more time, he can reach the shadow level. Now we can stop this. All this happened only to the ninjutsu initiator, Wang Li. Wang Li frowned, and then his hands kept making seals. The flying spiral needle began to slow down until it stopped. However, the impact of the spiral needle did not decrease. The spiral needle hit Kojuro directly, knocking him out. He fell to the ground and wailed. Fortunately, the spiral needle lacked the ability to rotate and explode, otherwise it would not be just a simple knockout. Mei Terumi and Ching quickly came to Kojuro's side. After checking Kojuro's injuries, Mei Terumi's face turned black. Where's the medical ninja? Call the medical ninja over. At the same time, a female ninja ran over quickly, pressed her hands on the main wound on Kojuro's chest, and kept performing healing techniques. This blood can't be stopped. We must use the palm magic to treat it. We don't have any ninjas who can use the palm magic. There is only one under Gaji Yagura. The medical ninja's words instantly made Terumi Mei's face darken. After hesitating for a moment, she stood up and said, I'll go find Yagura. Terumi Mei was about to leave when suddenly a trembling hand grabbed her. Looking down, it was Kojuro who was hovering on the edge of death. I can't go. We gathered together in secret. If the Mizukage knew about it, we would all die. Terumi Mei regretted it very much. Why did you bring Wang Li, a pervert, back? Why didn't you explain it directly at that time? Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. For a moment, Terumi Mei knelt down on the ground, buried her head in Kojuro's chest, and let the blood stain her long hair red. Why is this happening? We clearly agreed to overthrow Yagura's tyranny together. Why? As Mei Terumi spoke, tears began to flow down her face. Get out of the way. Mei Terumi, who was already very sad, turned her head in anger when she heard Wang Li's voice. But when she saw Wang Li looking at her coldly, she swallowed the words that were on her lips. Say it again, get out of the way. If you don't want him to die. Mei Terumi reacted immediately after hearing Wang Li's words, and hurriedly crawled a few steps to the side to make room for Wang Li. Can you really? Mei Terumi asked tentatively. After all, palm immortal technique is a very advanced medical ninjutsu, and even ordinary medical ninjas don't know it. And Wang Li has so many combat-type ninjutsu. If he can also learn palm immortal technique, Mei Terumi will doubt her life. What kind of abnormal talent can allow a 12 or 13-year-old child to learn so many ninjutsu? You know, many children at this age have just graduated from the ninja village. At this moment, Mei Terumi finally understood the meaning of the bounty order issued by Konoha. For such a talent, Mei Terumi would be willing to pay even 100 million, not to mention 100 million. And because of this, Mei Terumi completely believed in Wang Li. After all, no village would send such a genius to other villages as an undercover agent. Unless that Shadow's brain was kicked by a donkey. Just shut up. Wang Li snorted coldly, his face full of anger. Wang Li slowly put his hand on Kojuro's chest, and suddenly a burst of light lit up. Kojuro's chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's really the palm immortal technique, and this person is quite skilled. Kojuro is saved. The medical ninja clutched the clothes on his chest with both hands, with an ecstatic expression on his face. Mei Terumi and Ching couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looked at Wang Li with gratitude. Kojuro smiled bitterly at Wang Li. He was still shouting and killing just now, but now he was being treated by the enemy just now. The most important thing was that his wound was caused by Wang Li. After about 10 minutes, the wound on Kojuro's chest was almost healed. Although it still looked thrilling, the most important internal wound had healed. Kojuro was also completely out of danger. I'll leave it to you next. Wang Li turned his head and said to the medical ninja girl. The medical ninja blushed and ran over. Your medical ninjutsu is really amazing. Can you teach me next time? Let's talk about it when there is a chance. Wang Li replied perfunctorily. The medical ninja girl looked disappointed, then she squatted down and began to treat Kojuro with both hands. Wang Li walked to the side with a dark face and sat down on a stone. Terumi Mei smiled bitterly, hesitated for a moment and walked to Wang Li's side. Thank you for treating Kojuro. Otherwise he would. Wang Li sneered and turned to look at Terumi Mei, with a pair of extremely aggressive eyes. Looking at Terumi Mei, I felt weak in my heart. I don't like this kind of temptation, I really don't like it. I don't want it to happen again. Chapter 72 Sneak into the ninja school. Wang Li was angry, very angry. He came with good intentions to help Terumi Mei and help the Hidden Mist village explain the blood mist. But the other party tempted again and again. No matter how good your character is, your mentality will explode at this time. Terumi Mei lowered her head, her face full of apologies. I'm sorry, Wang Li, I didn't think it through and should have stopped it in time. Wang Li glanced at Terumi Mei coldly. Seeing the regret on Terumi Mei's face, the anger in his heart subsided a lot. So are you relieved of me now? Terumi Mei smiled helplessly and looked at Wang Li seriously. So are you still willing to help our Hidden Mist village and our water country? I'm willing to pay any price. Terumi Mei no longer expected Wang Li to help her for free. No matter what Wang Li asks for, as long as he asks, as long as he has it, he will definitely satisfy him. This is not just for himself to become the Mizukage, but also for all the ninjas in the Hidden Mist village. Okay. I'll trust you for the last time, I hope you won't break your promise. A hint of joy appeared on Terumi Mei's face, and she opened her arms and hugged Wang Li directly. Suddenly Wang Li felt that he was pressed by a mountain in front of him, and he felt a breathless feeling. After struggling several times, he slowly let go. After the battle, it's no longer safe here. So we must change to another base immediately, and we will talk about it in detail there. Wang Li looked at the dozens of huge pits on the ground that were blown up, and couldn't help laughing. With such a huge explosion, if it weren't for the remote location, the envy of the Hidden Mist village would have arrived long ago. If he continued to stay here, he would be easily exposed. Changing positions is a very necessary thing. Okay, I'll go with you. I warn you again, don't try me again. Mei Terumi looked very depressed, with her hands on her waist. Why do you hold grudges, kid? Don't worry, you are my most trusted partner now. Wang Li followed Mei Terumi doubtfully. This time, the base that Mei Terumi took Wang Li to was in the Hidden Mist village. As long as he walked out of the gate, he could see people coming and going. And the house in this base was much more luxurious. Although it is not as luxurious as the modern ones, it is still a good house in the ninja world. Mei Terumi took Wang Li into a small room. After confirming that no one was following, Mei Terumi pressed lightly on the table. Suddenly, countless spells jumped out, and a transparent film covered the two of them. Okay, so we don't have to worry about others eavesdropping. And what we talked about today is only known to you and me. Even my confidant Kojuro Ao will not know a word. Wang Li nodded slightly. After all, this is a matter of life and death, and I don't want too many external factors. And Wang Li doesn't want to bury himself in the Hidden Mist village in order to survive the final decisive battle. At this time, Terumi Mei became serious. Now any ninja is registered, and you will be discovered no matter how close you are to Yagura. But recently there is a group of students from the ninja school who are about to graduate, and I will help you arrange an identity at that time. Wang Li touched his chin and nodded. If you want to suddenly add a ninja to a ninja village, you will definitely be targeted by the Anbu. But if it is just a ninja school, the risk is much smaller. As for how to help yourself get an identity, that is what Terumi May has to do. If Terumi May can't even do this, she is not qualified to be the 5th generation Mizukage. Okay, let's do it. Okay, then you stay here for the next few days and don't move, and wait for my news. After saying this, Terumi May put away the serious expression on her face and smiled charmingly. By the way, what exactly do you want to ask for? If you want, I can stay with you. Wang Li rolled his eyes. According to the plot, Mei Terumi should never get married in her life. But seeing how Mei Terumi is taking the initiative now, it definitely doesn't look like she can't get married. I'm still young, so I won't consider these for now. Mei Terumi pouted for a moment, her face full of unwillingness. Well, I'll leave first. If you need me, just tell me. Before that, I'll send you some books to read. Mei Terumi left, but she would come to Wang Li every day to flirt with him. Every time, she was impatiently driven away by Wang Li. However, at Wang Li's strong request, Mei Terumi sent a lot of books, many of which were so basic to ninjas that they couldn't be more basic. West. Although Mei Terumi was full of doubts, these most basic books were like treasures to Wang Li. The originally mysterious chakra and ninjutsu began to become clear in Wang Li's eyes. One day, Wang Li was reading a book with relish, and the barrier was opened again. Wang Li glanced at it as if nothing had happened, and when he found that it was Mei Terumi, he shifted his attention to the book again. Brother Wang Li, I find that you are getting colder and colder to me. What do you need your sister to do to make you happy? Wang Li's eyelids twitched, and he pretended not to hear and continued to read the book. Mei Terumi saw that Wang Li was indifferent to her, lowered her head in disappointment, and directly put a piece of information on the table. Sometimes I really feel that you are not a child. Wang Li's heart trembled, and he hurriedly concealed his panic in his heart and picked up the information directly. Mamakai Taito. Yes, this kid is about the same size as you, and likes to wear a mask on his face. He has almost no friends to socialize with. He is the best fit for you. Wang Li looked at the information in his hand and found that this Mamakai Taito was even worse than what Mei Mei said. He originally belonged to the Mamakai family, but because his parents died, he became an orphan. And he was a complete alien in school. He didn't make friends with people, didn't talk to people, and even rarely had contact with people. Even the students sitting next to him didn't know much about Mamakai Taito. Definitely the best target. As for where this Mamakai Taito went, Wang Li didn't even want to ask. As a reform, there are always some people who have to sacrifice. You should confirm the information carefully and prepare for the graduation exam tomorrow. You must kill a classmate for the graduation exam. This shouldn't be a big problem for you. Wang Li nodded slightly. Coming to the ninja world. I have long been accustomed to life and death. Especially for Kirigakure, he has no feelings at all, and he won't feel any guilt after killing them. Okay. Is there anyone I need to show mercy to? Mei Terumi smiled slightly and pushed a photo in front of Wang Li. Her name is Mizuno Tsuki Orange, please be sure to spare her life. If possible, help her again. Wang Li picked up the photo, which showed a cute girl. Mizuno Tsuki Orange, I remember it. Chapter 73 Ninja Exam. Early the next morning, Wang Li came to the ninja school. Wang Li wore a mask and a few bandages on his body. Except for his hairstyle, he was a smaller version of Zabuza Mamakai. But when he saw the classmates around him, Wang Li couldn't help but frowned. The students of Kirigakure are completely different from those of Kirigakure. The students of Kirigakure are friends with each other and can be trusted on the battlefield. The students of Kirigakure have murderous eyes. They directly regard their classmates as mortal enemies. However, the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village have very strong personal abilities. Wang Li stretched lazily, letting himself deal with some students who have not yet graduated completely, without any motivation. However, because Wang Li had no motivation, several eyes stayed on him. It seems that I have been treated as a soft persimmon. After pausing for about half an hour, a Chunin with a murderous look on his face came over. After scanning the bottom, he nodded with satisfaction. From now on, 10 people will go in for the competition. You only need to kill one person, then from today on you will be the genin of the Hidden Mist Village. At first, the graduation exam of the Hidden Mist Village put everyone together for the competition. As a result, because Mamakai Zabuza killed them all in one breath, the rules were changed directly. Put everyone together and change it directly to 10 people in a group. Even if there is a particularly powerful ninja in a group, at most one group will disappear. It will not affect the overall situation. When the exam began, Wang Li and others were driven into a small forest. Moreover, Wang Li found the figure of Mizuno Tsuki Orange in this class. As for the Mizuno Tsuki clan, I wonder if they have awakened the ice escape. As soon as they entered the woods, everyone dispersed and hid, while Wang Li stood on the ground, with no intention of hiding at all. Li Ren is indeed a fool, he doesn't know how to hide at all. Look, I will go up and take his head. A ninja laughed evilly, then took out a kunao and approached Wang Li carefully. This man is mine, he has been holding a grudge against me in school for a long time, no one wants to snatch him from me. Nonsense, you don't have any contact with him at ordinary times, but he has been laughing at me with his eyes, and I have wanted to kill him for a long time. You mean you want to snatch him from me? Why, you are not convinced. With Wang Li's insight, the movements of the people hiding in the woods are naturally clear. Make Wang Li cry. What was funny was that the people who were originally going to kill him actually started fighting over the issue of grabbing the head. At this time, several shurikens flew towards Wang Li at a high speed. Wang Li dodged them easily, and then a man ran straight towards Wang Li with a short knife. Mamakai Tateto, it's mine. Seeing that Wang Li had no reaction, the boy smiled smugly. And the speed of the knife in his hand dropped a few points instantly. Wang Li stretched out his right hand, and gently clamped the short knife in the middle with his index and middle fingers. No matter how the boy struggled, the blade did not move at all. The strength is good, but the speed is a bit slow. The boy looked at Wang Li in disbelief, and he never expected that the usual waist would be so strong. The strength of these two fingers clamping the blade is not what a 12-year-old boy should have. Damn, I got fooled. This guy is playing dumb. The boy quickly abandoned his short knife and quickly retreated, but he felt like he bumped into someone after a few steps. Are you leaving like this? Why don't you stay and have a good chat? The boy looked at Wang Li with fear in his eyes, and then sat down on the ground, and even peed his pants. Don't kill me, Loren, have you forgotten that we are good friends? Wang Li touched his chin and looked at the sky and thought. Seeing this opportunity, the boy took out a kunao from his ninja bag and stabbed it directly into Wang Li's heart. I did it. I'm going to be a ninja. The boy saw his kunao sink into Wang Li's heart, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and then he became ecstatic. Before the boy could be happy for long, Wang Li in front of him suddenly turned into a puddle of water and spilled on the ground. This is your last struggle. You can run away. No. I'm wrong. Please give me another chance. I've given you the chance. The next step is punishment. Wang Li said, picking up the short knife without hesitation and slashing it down. Life is so beautiful, but you just want to die. I hope there is no ninja exam in your heaven. Wang Li threw away the short knife in his hand, grabbed the boy's feet with his hands, and dragged him on the ground. It's not that Wang Li is cruel. It's just that doing so can persuade many people who are not confident enough to retreat and save a lot of trouble. After all, Wang Li has no interest in unilateral killing. I should be able to go out next. Wang Li was about to walk towards the entrance, but suddenly thought of Terumi Mei's care, shook his head helplessly, and turned back again. Wang Li sat calmly in the middle of the road, and a corpse next to him was still bleeding. For a while, no one dared to trouble Wang Li. Damn it, that girl is probably dead, isn't she? After all, she looks so timid, not like someone who would take the initiative to attack. Wang Li was immediately overwhelmed. Although Terumi Mei just asked him to take care of her, with Terumi Mei's personality, who knows what kind of test she is. When this Mizuno Tsuki Orange dies, she should be friendly on the surface, but don't stab him in the back. At this moment, a figure ran over and hid directly beside Wang Li, looking at Wang Li with pleading eyes. Please, save me. Wang Li touched his chin and laughed. Just now, he was still trying to find Mizuno Tsuki Orange, but who knew that she would run out by herself at this time? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Hearing Wang Li's words, Mizuno Tsuki Orange was startled and took a few steps back with a dilemma on his face. At this time, a figure jumped out, a boy with a small cloth bag on his back. The bottom of the small cloth bag had already been stained with blood, and it was dripping down. Chang. As long as you agree to be with me, I can protect you and let you become a ninja. But if you don't agree, I don't mind killing another one. The boy smiled coldly. Then he took the kunao and licked it gently on his tongue. Mizuno Cheng showed a look of fear on her face, and her figure retreated step by step. Please, save me. Li Ren. Don't meddle in other people's business. Others are afraid of you, but I am not. Wang Li sneered, jumped off the stone, and walked to Mizuno Cheng. Is the mission completed? Ah? Me? Not yet. Mizuno Cheng replied in a panic, fearing that he would anger Wang Li. Then it's done now. Chapter 74 Mizuno Cheng. As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, Mizuno Cheng hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, a man appeared behind Ito Jiro and stabbed the man's back with a kunao. You are not qualified to threaten me. Ito Jiro looked at Wang Li in fear and fell to the ground, the body kept crawling backwards. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I'll give you the qualification, please don't kill me. Ito Jiro said and wanted to get the backpack behind him. Ding dong. Trigger the selection task. 1. Let Ito Jiro go. Reward ninjutsu, water substitute technique. 2. Kill Ito Jiro. Reward synthesis 1. 3. Let Mizuno Tsuki Orange kill Ito Jiro. Reward synthesis 2. I choose 3. There is no doubt that the reward for 3 is the best. It is also very easy to let Mizuno Tsuki Bai kill Ito Jiro. Just give her a little motivation. Look at me. Ito Jiro subconsciously looked at Wang Li, but when he saw Wang Li's blood-red pupils, his body froze directly. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Mizuno Tsuki, if you want to become a genin of the Hidden Mist Village, kill him. Wang Li said as he threw the kunao in his hand. Mizuno Tsuki didn't understand why the boy suddenly stopped moving, and was hit on the head by the kunao, tears flowing from both eyes. Mizuno Tsuki picked up the kunao, walked to Ito Jiro in confusion, and struggled in his heart. Didn't he kill 2 people? If I take 1, won't I become a ninja? For a moment, Ito Jiro's face was ecstatic, and he blinked at Mizuno Tsuki, motioning him to take it from his backpack. Yes, you can go out and report after you take it. Wang Li said and suddenly laughed evilly. But today, only one of you 2 can go out alive. Why? Obviously it can save lives, why do you have to kill people? The living environment of the Hidden Mist Village is very simple, that is, the law of the jungle. If as a ninja, you don't even dare to attack your own enemies, then you will die in the hands of the enemy sooner or later. It would be better to die in the ninja exam than to do this, and Wang Li only lost 2 opportunities to synthesize. Wang Li slowly raised his hand and stretched out 3 fingers. When I retract all 3 fingers, it means that his illusion will be solved. The conditions at that time will still be the same, 1 dead and 1 alive. Wang Li said and directly retracted a finger. Mizuno Tsuki-Orange's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes kept jumping between Itojiro and Wang Li. Can you not kill people? Wang Li retracted another finger, with no expression on his face. At this time, Itojiro's face was very full of expression. He kept looking forward to Wang Li retracting the last finger, but was afraid that his murderous aura would force Mizuno Tsuki-Orange. I think it's better not to kill people. Wang Li sneered and said. The world of ninjas is much more cruel than you think. Wang Li retracted the last finger. Suddenly Itojiro's body regained freedom, and he casually pulled out the kunai from the ninja bag and slashed at Mizuno Tsuki-Orange. Mizuno Tsuki-Orange was so scared that she retreated repeatedly, but she still couldn't completely avoid the attack. A long cut appeared on her arm, and blood flowed out for a while. Silly woman, you didn't kill me when you had such a good chance. Now you have no chance. Suddenly, Mizuno Tsuki-Orange's whole body was filled with cold air, and the fog around her began to condense into ice flowers. Wang Li's eyes lit up. This is the rhythm of awakening ice escape. I saw that Itojiro's body began to freeze, and the kunai stopped less than 1 centimeter away from Mizuno Tsuki-Orange's heart. Why? Obviously both of us can get out, why do you do this to me? With a roar, Itojiro completely froze into ice. Even the chakra in his body completely stopped working. This is ice escape. Wang Li was a little dazed. He originally thought that ice escape could only be used as air conditioning in summer, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. About 3 seconds later, Mizuno Tsuki-Orange reacted. When he saw Itojiro, who had become an ice sculpture in front of him, his whole face turned pale. You did a good job. You are already a qualified ninja. Mizuno Tsuki-Orange's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Wang Li with gratitude and fear. Okay, follow me out. But before that, let me deal with some rats first. Wang Li said as he began to make seals with his hands. Spiral needles floated in front of Wang Li's eyes. Go! With several explosions, not even a wailing sound came out, the only sound was the sound of blood flying. Wang Li found out that those people were peeking from the beginning. Although he didn't want to kill them at first, when Wang Li used the Sharingan, he had completely declared them dead. Because the matter of the Sharingan must not be spread. To be on the safe side, these people must die. Wang Li and Mizuno Tsuki-Orange walked out of the examination site on their own. The cold-faced examiner glanced at the two and said unhappily, Out, then where is your proof? Wang Li stopped and turned to look at the examiner coldly. The cold-faced examiner shuddered all over. He didn't know why he felt fear when he saw the eyes of the genin. You have to know which mist ninja didn't crawl out of a pile of dead bodies. You want proof, right? Go in and see. The cold-faced examiner shuddered and ran in quickly. When he came out again, his face was frozen with cold, and he said to a ninja beside him seriously. Quickly notify the Mizukage to come over, that kind of situation has occurred here again. Wang Li's original purpose was to get close to the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, but he didn't expect that he could meet him directly just to kill him and silence him. Wang Li was not worried that Yagura Karatachi would cause trouble for him. After all, Yagura Karatachi was controlled by Uchiha Obito at this time to avenge the entire Kirigakure. He would definitely like the appearance of a murderer like Mamakai Tateto. Not long after, a petite figure appeared. His height was about the same as Wang Li's. If he hadn't been wearing the robe of the Mizukage, Wang Li would never have thought he was the Mizukage. Yagura Karatachi walked up to Wang Li and looked him up and down. Then he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, with well-developed limbs and murderous eyes, if he is trained, he will definitely be an excellent ninja. Yagura Karatachi said, took the information of Mamakai Taitato and compared it up and down. The Mamakai family, but well, it's a pity that he is an orphan. Kuratsuka Yagura frowned at first, then a look of joy appeared on his face, and he waved to a ninja behind him. Hansuki, you will lead these 2 students, and you must train them to be talents. Hamsuk nodded hurriedly, and just as he was about to turn around to find Wang Li, Kyujo Yagura grabbed his shoulder directly. Test it out, if there is a problem, kill them, if there is no problem, bring them to me. Chapter 75 Rebellious Ninja. Hamsuk walked to Wang Li with no expression on his face. But his eyes were full of murderous intent. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat, and he was very afraid that his identity would be exposed. If his identity was exposed, then Wang Li would only have one way to die. You too, come with me. Wang Li hesitated for a moment, then followed him. Mizuno Tsuki Orange, on the other hand, had been so overwhelmed by happiness that she kept calling him teacher. The 3 of them came to a remote corner, and Hamsuk stopped and looked at the 2 little kids in front of him seriously. From today on, you are ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. But you are still nominal ninjas now. If you want to become a real ninja, you must complete the mission. Hamsuk said, throwing a mission scroll over. Mei Terumi. As Mei Terumi said, the 2 ninjas killed on the beach were spies. Even though they were dead, they were still able to pass on the information. Yes, your first mission is to kill Mei Terumi, the spy of the Hidden Mist Village. Do you need any help from me? I refuse. Wang Li threw the scroll out directly, his face full of impatience. The duty of a ninja is to obey orders and complete the mission. Your failure to complete the mission is related to this spy Mei Terumi. Wang Li sneered and strode towards Hamsuk. First, although this mission is written as C level, as a ninja, Terumi Mei is at least B level. And according to her strength, our dear teacher, you want us to die. Hamsuk was stunned for a moment. Originally, he just wanted to use the 2 words spy and Terumi Mei to test Mamakai Taitato. If there is any gain, maybe even Terumi Mei can be killed. But I didn't expect Mamakai Taitato to react so much, and what he said was well reasoned and there was no point to refute. Asshole, this is an order from above, you are disobeying it. Wang Li put away his anger at once, and a meaningful expression appeared on his face. Are you talking about the above, Mizukichi-sama? Seeing that Mamakai Taitato was much more honest, Hamsuk continued to show a confident smile on his face. Yes, Mizukichi-sama asked you to go, and there must be a reason for it. Do you want to disobey the order? No, I hate spies so much that I want to kill them all. That's good. I'll leave this mission to you. Hamsuk showed a happy expression on his face, but was about to throw the mission scroll to Wang Li. Suddenly, a huge faucet came through, bit Hamsuk and flew into the sky. Cheng, use ice escape. Cheng hesitated, but when he saw Wang Li's murderous expression, his body involuntarily used ice escape. For a moment, the huge water dragon was constantly spread by the ice escape, and it took less than a few seconds to completely turn into a huge dragon. A work of art. Damn it! Stop! 3 ninjas jumped out at once, smashed the ice dragon, and saved Hamsuk. The first reaction of Hamsuk after being rescued was not to thank him, but to draw a kunao and run towards Wang Li at a high speed. You want to kill me, die! Wang Li sneered, took out 3 shurikens, and threw them out with force. After throwing several times in a row, there were about 12 shurikens in the air. The shurikens kept colliding and changing their trajectories in the air. Hamsuk had never seen such a powerful shuriken technique, and then picked up the kunao and looked around carefully. In fact, I don't know any shuriken technique at all, those are just thrown randomly. And the real fatal one is this one. Suddenly Wang Li's voice came from behind Hamsuk, and then he felt a chill on his back. How is it possible, how can you be so fast? Hamsuk felt the loss of vitality in his body and fell to the ground weakly. Stop! Kyujulyagura roared and ran towards Wang Li quickly. But Wang Li not only did not stop, but stabbed several times in a row. Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? Kyujulyagura's face was extremely angry, and his hands were shaking with anger. Wang Li saw Kyujulyagura coming, and he was not panicked at all. Instead, his face was happy, and he said seriously, "Lord Yagura, you are finally here. This guy must be a traitor. He actually wants the newcomers from the ninja school to assassinate the ninja. Isn't this sending us to die?" Kyujulyagura's mouth twitched. According to reason, students from the ninja school can only look for lost cats and dogs, and at most kill the robbers outside the village. What Wang Li said just now is also reasonable. However, Kyujulyagura sent Hamsuk here just to test the loyalty of the two. Who knew that before the loyalty was tested, he lost his life first? Okay. Mamakai Tateto and Mizuno Tsuki, you two did the right thing. If you encounter this situation again next time, you can just kill him. Gaji Yagura turned his head and whispered to the ninja beside him, "Matsuoka, go and measure the bone age of Mamakai Tateto. If there is no problem, bring him to my office, but if the bone age does not match the age, kill him." "Yes. Mizukage." Everyone else left, leaving only Song Gang to watch Wang Li carefully. Song Gang knew very well that his strength was about the same as Hamsuk, but he was just a special jonin. If he really angered the Mamakai Tateto in front of him, he would definitely die. "Tateto. You just heard it, it was Mizukage who asked me to test you. Don't think of me as a traitor." Wang Li couldn't help laughing in his heart. It has always been rumored that the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are bloody and brutal, but I didn't expect them to be so cowardly. However, it can be seen from this that there are really no talents around Gaji Yagura. Those who can be sent out to do things are at most chunin strength. The real masters are almost all in the big families. The first reason why Kyujulyagura can maintain the blood mist is that he has a large number of ninjas to support him. Although the quality is not good, he can win by numbers. The second is that the big families are all cleaning up their own messes and have no intention of cooperating. When Kyujulyagura arrives at the door, it is too late to ask for external help. The third is that Kyujulyagura's strength is abnormal enough. As one of the few ninjas who can perfectly control the tailed beasts, Kyujulyagura's chakra is almost endless. It is almost impossible to assassinate him. Song Gang conducted a simple test on Wang Li, and after 3 times, it was shown that Wang Li was 12 or 13 years old. Mizuno Tsuki Orange is even more no problem. After the test, Song Gang broke into a cold sweat, and then said to Wang Li seriously, "Come with me, the Mizukage is waiting for you." Arriving at the Mizukage's office, Gaji Yagura was handling government affairs. Seeing Wang Li and others coming in, he couldn't help but brighten up. "It seems that you have passed the test, so I will announce it directly. The two of you will enter the Anbu and carry out the village's secret mission from now on.